The lord of the Xian beasts shook his head again. In fact, he had exerted the entirety of his strength to shake his head. Then, he rashly spun around twice, and looked at the little white creature again. Then, his gaze didn't move away again. This fact was genuinely incomprehensible. It was extremely strange, so strange that the cloaked man couldn't understand it. Long Crane and Big Bear stood astonished besides the lord of the Xian beasts. Their minds had become numb, and saliva had started to drip from their gaping mouths without them even being aware of it. Then, Big Bear's majestic body suddenly started to sway after a long time, and he tumbled onto the ground. He then started to howl. He clutched the hair on his head, and pounded the ground before mournfully shouted, "Good gods! This world is genuinely crazy. Could it be?" Long Crane thought of a possibility, and smacked his lips. "Elder brother, is it possible that the Panther King had raped a level 7 iron-winged panther?" He spoke those words, but then, he abruptly came to a stop, and slapped himself. The other two, including Big Bear, looked at him as if he was an idiot. "Idiot! How's that possible? You two act like you have garbage inside your head. Do you think I'm amazed at its level alone? The astonishing facts about this little thing aren't limited his strength alone." The lord of the Xian beasts then paused a moment and said, "I've inspected it very carefully. This little thing's genes are purely those of an iron-winged panther, and no other high-level Xian beasts. Therefore, I can confirm that this little thing's advancement is entirely acquired in its nature. In other words, someone has used a strong and miraculous method to promote its advancement. And, this is still not as surprising. What is really surprising is that, this little thing's innate characteristics have been completely transformed as well. So, it will surely advance to the 9th level within 30 years, and even the 9th level won't be the limit of its potential achievements." The man shrouded in black finished speaking in a solemn manner. Then, he recalled what Long Crane had spoken a moment ago. And, he let his leg fly. He kicked Long Crane before he started to scold him. "Would you, a majestic Xian Crane Beast King, be ready to rape a level 7 Xian Crane Beast? What does that pointy head of yours think the entire day? Can't you think of something decent and useful for once?" His voice contained a destitute trace of embarrassment in it. Big Bear was on the ground because of the shock. Then, he looked up and started to laugh since he couldn't help but take pleasure in Long Crane's misery. This was right before he suddenly shouted, "Eldest brother, look. This little thing has a jade tied to his neck. This means it's someone's pet, and doesn't it mean, ugh?" It was obvious from his cold hiss that he had been shaken. A pet. The black-clad man didn't ignore that comment. He turned the little creature around, and noticed that white piece of jade. It was a translucent white in color, much like the little one's fur. So, one wouldn't have noticed it if they weren't looking carefully. In fact, Big Bear wouldn't have been able to notice it if he weren't lying on the ground, and hadn't noticed the reflection of light that had denoted the difference between the fur and the jade. Tianxiang City. Dugu. The shrouded man read these words softly. Then, he suddenly looked up and started to ponder. It was a while before he finally spoke up, again, that Tianxiang City. "It seems that we must head over to this Tianxiang City. This little one managed to advance there in a miraculous manner. And, this matter addresses our issue as well. This little thing was able to advance despite its frail body. Moreover, there's still a lot of room for its growth. Plus, it doesn't seem that it has suffered from any side effects. This miraculous technique is genuinely world-shaking." Big Bear suddenly recalled something. Then, he started to crawl towards Little White and stopped right in front of him. He then opened his big mouth, made a whining noise, and bared his white teeth. Little White's eyes shone. It raised its tiny claws, and made a gesture. Then, it opened its mouth, and whined feebly. The black-cloaked man kicked Big Bear's posterior. "I forgot that you could talk to it. Why didn't you do it earlier, you fool?" Big Bear rubbed his buttocks as he inwardly cursed, you had forgotten about it too. Then, why did you do this to me? But, he didn't dare to open his mouth. He whined for a bit, and then he started to make strange monosyllabic sounds, oh. 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 Repeatedly. Little White's big eyes blinked in excitement. His two paws moved up and down. He made a chirping, oh. 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 Sound as well. The opposite party is a bear, and I'm a panther, but we can still speak to each other. Isn't this great? Big Bear inquired more urgently thereafter. Little White tilted his head, and looked at the opposite party innocently. Then, he whined a bit. He wanted to give an explanation, but he wasn't able to come up with one, and, his eyes were clearly relaying the confusion of his mind. So, he eventually gave up, and hung his head in a dispirited manner. The little creature stared blankly as his ears also drooped down, and he made no further noises. Big Bear spread his hands to indicate that he was finished with asking his questions. The man shrouded in black and long crane asked in one voice, what? Oh. Oh. Oh woo. Big Bear had forgotten to switch back to the proper disposition, and had continued to speak in that monosyllabic language. It was then that he experienced a punch to his chest and a kick to his posterior. So, he shouted, and started to rub the parts where he had been hit. Hurry up and speak, you idiot. The faces of the other two individuals had transformed to devilish masks. And, Little White had been frightened. So, he withdrew his head, turned, and moved towards the black-cloaked person's bosom. This little creature was quite young. But, he looked up meaningfully, and realized that the black-shrouded person was the leader amongst the three. Therefore, he knew that he'd be the safest person to be with. So, Little White suddenly whined in doubt, opened his huge wet eyes, spun around twice, cupped his paws in respect, and then stretched his tiny soft tongue to lick the black-shrouded person. The black-shrouded man flicked his hand like he had just received an electric shock. And, Little White cut a sorry figure as he dropped down to the ground. This little thing, the black-shrouded person uttered with regret and anger. Then, he rolled up his long sleeves and picked Little White, and held him to his bosom again. After that, he started to pat his head, is too naive, he spoke in a strict manner. Little White was terrified to look at him. So, he just lay prone, without making any movements. It said that a powerful, very powerful and nice, very nice man helped him. Big Bear panted angrily as he replied in his coarse voice. His eyes were opened round, and his expression was quite gloomy. I asked him how this man looks, and this thing replied, good, very good. I asked him about that man's age, and he said, good. Very good. Everything was good. Very good. Big Bear continued gloomily. In fact, his voice was almost a hiss. There isn't a single detail in that. How exactly did you communicate, you idiot? The individual in black had gotten a little anxious by now. There was only one other answer outside, very good. It said that the man's smell was also very good. In fact, he said that it was better than that of its master. Big Bear continued. He was feeling very gloomy since everything had turned into a mess for him. Be content. This little one is merely a couple of months old. So, it's a great feat that he was able to communicate this much. What did you expect from such a young one? But, we have at least confirmed that this person, who can advance Xian beast's cultivation, exists. Long Crane had a disdainful look on his face. He turned to the black-clad person, eldest brother, I think that this thing is related to that mysterious black-clothed masked man. In fact, I'm certain that it's related to him. There's no one else in the outside world, excluding that man, who could have done this. Moreover, this little one has a master. So, its master and the person who promoted his cultivation must be very close. He wouldn't use this unnatural method if not for a close friend. How could that man use such a method lightly? Yes, Brother Crane's assessment seems reasonable. Why don't you learn something from him, brother bear? So, speaking of the mysterious and skillful man's current location, it's quite possible that he's here as well. Anyway, we know that this little one's master is here to say the least. The black-cloaked man's eyes had started to shine brightly. He took 2 steps, and gave a resolute order, execute the plan that was decided earlier. But, don't rush at the Jun and the Dugu family's men. If. He then sighed. Eldest brother, if we reach the climax of the decisive battle, won't it? Long Crane and Big Bear looked at him anxiously. You're at the fringes of the earth level. If it had an effect, wouldn't it be? It doesn't matter. The black-shrouded person waved his sleeves and said, this is a battle for prestige. And, we will have at least 10 years of stability if we win this war. But, the real disaster would be upon us if we timidly decide to abstain from a fight. I will return to seclusion and assail the 12th gate once this matter ends. Then, you two can govern Tian Fa at that time. Yes, the other 2 acknowledged in unison. The southern heaven city seemed to be riddled with confusion at that point of time. And, everyone seemed to be anxious. That assembly of half of the world's experts was no longer confident of their victory after they had witnessed the terrifyingly formidable lineup of the Xian beasts. The great families and powerful factions had sent their men. Moreover, hundreds of Sky Xian experts were present. And, there were at least 40 to 50 Spirit Xian experts present here as well. They had been brimming with confidence and had been rearing to go to battle, but that was before the Xian beasts had demonstrated their strength. In fact, some of them had even looked forward to exploit this battle since they had hoped to harvest several Xian cores from Xian beasts by the end of the battle. This is going to get us a lot of wealth. However, those wonderful thoughts had vanished once they had come to witness the Xian beasts' show of strength. A level 8 Xian beasts equals a Sky Xian expert, and level 9 Xian beasts equals a Spirit Xian expert. With that algorithm in place, Tian Fa's strength far exceeded their own. They had forgotten about the others, and had only seen the level 9 Xian beasts. And, they alone numbered no less than 100. And, the level 8 Xian beasts must be tens of thousands in number. How can we possibly fight this battle? How can we do it? Still thinking about collecting Xian beast cores? You must be dreaming. Moreover, there was the myth that, a Xian beast king could equal the great masters. However, there were only 5 of them present at this battlefront, that is if Feng Wanyun was included in that count. And, what was even more unreasonable was the fact that, the strength of Tian Fa's lord was unrivaled. Therefore, the great master Li Ju Tian was at a grave disadvantage on the present day at least. The leaders of every powerful faction had been immersed in discussions the entire day, but they hadn't taken a single countermeasure until now. If one came up with a plan, someone else refuted it. If one proposed a tactic, another overruled it. However, it was surprising that there wasn't any internal strife due to this behavior. Moreover, there were many who inwardly desired to retreat after having seen the Xian beast strength and lineups. Young Master Jun wasn't at peace either. It could be said that the day been a very tiring one for him. First, he had expended a lot of energy in the matter relating to persuading Bailey Luoyun. He had been mentally and physically tired by that encounter, but he had thought that he would rest once he'd returned to his tent. However, he arrived in his tent, and found out that Little White had gone missing. So, he had no choice but to try and cajole Dugu Xiaoyi. And, that too to no avail. The young Master Jun had started to feel very tired and stuck since he hadn't been able to make headway. And, the little girl had continued to cry that she had to go and look for Little White. This made the young Master Jun very restless. So, he eventually roared that he would tie her up like rice dumplings, and would send her back to Tianxiang City. This immediately quieted the young lady Dugu down. But, she was left to fume with anger. It was almost as if she would look for a day and opportunity to get back at him. Guan Qinghan started to console her as she shot a quick and cold glance at the debauchee at her side. This brat was quite amused with this little girl before he started to get annoyed. So, why not now? His behavior has suddenly turned so vile. It's such a shame. The hostile gaze of the two beautiful women were like pins and needles for Jun Moxie. So, he gloomily left their company, and started to whine mournfully, "My life is full of hardships. Anyone who has a problem, looks to me. What am I, a fireman?" Then, he ran into doing Fong Wen Jian and Dong Fong Wen Dao the moment he got out of the tent. And, the two Dongfang uncles weren't willing to let Jun Moxie off either. They interrogated him about what had passed in all those years, that too in detail. In fact, they interrogated him so carefully that the young Master Jun became extremely tired, and must have added a few hundred kilos of weariness onto his already tired mind. Good God! Can't you let me rest for a bit? Then, Jun Wuyi and Dongfang Wenqing returned in the evening, with serious expressions on their faces. And Jun Wuyi returned to Jun Moxie's tent immediately after he had put the military affairs in order. Is it bad? Jun Moxie asked. Guan Qing Han was seated on his side. She quietly opened her eyes, and pricked her ears to listen. It's not just bad, it's horrible. Jun Wuyi frowned and sighed, there will be no battle. There's no military strength here. No one is willing to agree to anything. Moreover, many families wish to retreat. I'm convinced that we'll most likely face a rout at the beginning of the battle due to the lack of fighting spirit that's prevalent in the camp at the moment. What? So, nothing came out of this discussion that spanned an entire day? The situation can't be that pessimistic, right? Jun Moxie was shocked. How can people be this inefficient? Pessimistic? That's a very optimistic argument to make in this situation. Do you think that such a gathering would ever come to a consensus? Dongfang Wenqing overflowed with anger as he snorted, we might have agreed upon a decision to end humanity if it were for those great masters' proposals. Every man present here lacks fighting spirit and preparedness. We will collapse in a moment if those Xian beasts attack tonight. It appears that Li Ju Tian is a very incapable leader, Jun Moxie sighed as he spoke. Oh really? The stature of these great masters is truly majestic, but they're still humans. They can gather so many troops for a war, but which one of them has the ability to lead them? Each one of these men has only ever concentrated on their own training. How else could they have achieved so much? But, speaking of leadership abilities, the greatest Master Yun Bichen and Master Shi Chang Shao could be considered a little better than the rest of them. However, the rest of them are dumb in this regard. Especially that solitary falcon, he's a barbarian. Dongfang Wenqing continued angrily, his words have completely infuriated me. He suggested that we must focus only on the spirit Xian experts from now on. He said that we should secretly infiltrate Tian Fa, and kill many Xian beast kings before making a quick retreat. I wish to wipe his arrogance away. He's genuinely a pig-headed individual. Jun Moxie was shocked. In fact, he was dripping with sweat. Solitary Falcon is too fearless. I hadn't anticipated that this man would be capable of something like this. Tian Fa can even track a rat's movements within its territory in this time of war. So, how can a team infiltrate with utmost stealth? Let's suppose we do adopt Solitary Falcon's plan, and a team infiltrates Tian Fa in secrecy. They would certainly be surrounded by the enemy forces. And then, the enemy will use their superior strength to annihilate that team in its entirety. This outcome is an absolute given. To die is to die, but this team would basically be killing themselves if we take this course of action. Jun Moxie had come to realize that he had been too conservative in estimating Solitary Falcon's IQ, he had overestimated it by too great a margin. It seemed that this man's head had become like a gourd after training every day with the snowy mountain eagles. So, his intelligence had come to resemble that of the eagles by now. There has been no gain today. Jun Wuyi sighed, Tian Fa has declared war. It has given us a preparation time of 3 days before it initiates a full-scale decisive battle. And, we're still considering the Commander-in-Chief. Speaking of the candidates for Commander-in-Chief, your third uncle is quite popular. Dongfang Wenqing snorted coldly. He then continued in an angry manner, the Silver Blizzard City immediately recommended him. They then vigorously praised the abilities of the Blood General. Then, the Shui Hun Manor's young master, Li Tingyun, also got up and recommended him. It was almost decided on the spot. Those shameless bastards. They're trying to kill with a borrowed knife. They want to use your third uncle's popularity to endanger his life. Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. What are your thoughts about this topic, third uncle? Jun Wui raised his eyebrows. We've come here to settle this matter. So, how does it matter if these people aim to kill with a borrowed knife? This Xian beast uprising is a threat to the entire mainland. So, it must be contained and stopped. Moreover, the upcoming decisive battle is key to all of it. Great men don't do things out of convenience. Someone else will take my place if I don't step up. Moreover, it's not inevitable that I'll die if take up this post. Ha! You mean you accepted it? Jun Moxie stood up, and asked cautiously after he had taken 2 steps. I sure did. Jun Wui replied calmly, only I could have been nominated, there's no one else. And, the prestige of the Jun family would have been hit hard if I were to fear for my life in such a situation and turn the offer to lead this war down. In fact, our family's prestige would have dropped to a freezing point. All the glory and honor of the past, which your grandfather, father, second uncle and your 2 elder brothers earned for the Jun family, would have been washed away. And, I would have ruined it if I were to covet my life and fear death like this. Therefore, I am duty-bound to not retreat even if I may die. A great man earns his name for a reason. They called your name since they were aware that you wouldn't say no, there was no other reason except this one alone. They were well aware that you won't back down. Dongfang Wenqing groaned, you know that it's nothing but a trap. And yet, you're still ready to jump into it? Is this what you call a great man? This is nothing but a fool's behavior. Then, I will die without regrets. Jun Wuyi's expression was cold, the Jun family's reputation is everything as far as I'm concerned. I don't matter in front of it. And, I will never allow our family's reputation to fall. Idiot. Dingfang Wenqing scolded sharply, you going to war is just a meaningless sacrifice on your part, nothing more. Real men have to shoulder their responsibilities. And, the Jun family's reputation is my responsibility. Jun Wui frowned. But, he had a determined expression on his face, the Jun family will never fall. Father and Moxie will still be there, even if I'm gone. So, the Jun family will never fall. And now, I will step forward for my family as a Jun. Anyway, I'm not doing this because I wish to fall into the trap, or to come across as a hero, this is only for my Jun family's prestige. The Jun family will never fear the enemy or act cowardly. Dongfang Wenqing trembled angrily from head to toe. He stamped his foot and cursed, I've never seen anyone so brain-dead in my entire life. You say something, Moxie. I haven't crowned my hair in 10 years. And, every night I look at the moon and hope to come to Tianxiang, but I know that the life doesn't go in reverse. Jun Moxie chanted loudly. He suddenly raised his head, and spoke in a sinking voice, you'll do it in spite of this, third uncle. This matter of prestige is alien to me, I don't care about it. And, I'm sure that even grandfather is the same. Your life is more important for us. Also, don't forget that there's someone who awaits you on that snowy mountain. She has already waited for 10 years because of her feelings. And, she'll continue to wait. Jun Wuyi's body started to tremble violently, and his face convulsed with pain. His expression became dark in a split second. Then, he tilted his head, and his cheek vanished in the darkness left by the flickering candle. The man then spoke up in agony, it's not about prestige alone. The battlefield has taken millions of corpses since ancient times. Which one of them didn't have aged parents? Who didn't have a lovely young wife? Am I, Jun Moxie, special? Am I treasured gold? Isn't this enough of a reason? I've made my decision. Elder brothers, the three of you need not urge Jun Moxie. Anyway, I'm convinced that my being the commander-in-chief will have a huge effect. I can at least do better than those good-for-nothing stubborn people. Jun Moxie smiled strenuously. It's okay if you're going to fight. But, is it necessary that it's just you alone? Can't others go to fight as well? Jun Moxie rolled his eyes. How can you lead the ordinary troops and clash with this enemy head-on? It would be considered suicide if you were only to lead ordinary troops. But, many of the powerful families have sent their people to Tianfa. And, you will need several thousand elite troops for this battle. Moreover, several of them would need to be at Earth Xian level, and thousands will need to be at Jade Xian if you wish to win. How do we find so many of such warriors in the ranks of ordinary troops? So, you must ask them for these elite soldiers as well. In fact, you must even force the Shui Hun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City to dispatch their elites and the troops you'll lead to the battle. Huh? What do you mean? A bright light flashed in Jun Moxie's eyes. We can also kill with a borrowed knife. Jun Moxie's white teeth became visible as he flashed a faint smile. And, they started to glitter in the flickering light of the candle. In fact, he looked like a man-eating beast as he put his hand down, and ferociously said, "This conspiracy to kill you will come with a heavy price. They want us to be finished. But then, every powerful faction will meet their end with us. Who else wants to leave this world? Who dares to mess with my Jun family? How can we allow their plans to work so smoothly? Their fate will accompany ours if we lose even a single drop of blood. And, here is where you should be taking the advantage, uncle. You should reply on your position in this matter." Jun Moxie's eyes narrowed as a murderous aura surged out from his body. They plan to send our Jun family to its funeral, but they shall make their own preparations for the time we emerge victorious in this plot. It seems like we'll be throwing away our lives if we agree to this. So, we must have others to die alongside us. These Xian experts want you to die by sending you to lead only ordinary soldiers. So, we will keep that as our condition. And, we won't agree to do anything if they don't agree to this demand. Because, that will be a blatant entrapment. And, why should we go to hell when they won't? How come their lives are more precious than ours? And if they do agree, then, who knows who will die? Jun Moxie gave a cold laugh and said, "Rest assured, uncle, it'll be all right." Then, he turned and left. The three Dongfang brothers glanced at Jun Moxie, and walked out as well. "Your third uncle has, the heart of a man who desires to die." Dongfang Wenqing looked at the full moon, and took a deep breath. And, the sharp smell and aura of the forest entered into his nostrils. "If only I had known earlier." Jun Moxie said gloomily, "His heart has been showing signs of depression for a while now. If grandfather wasn't that old, or I hadn't been such a waste in my early days, then, third uncle would have perhaps. He had been suffering from that loss for so many years. Anyone else would have killed themselves numerous times by now, and now, you have arrived. That tantamount to protection for me, in fact, it's equal to me getting a tyrannical patron. So, third uncle. Perhaps can't bear it anymore." "That's also true." The three brothers sighed as they spoke. "It's hard to guess the blow that matter must have dealt to your third uncle. Didn't he always have pride as a great man? We would have gone mad long back if we were in his place. Yet, your third uncle has been suffering that torture for over 10 years now. This ordeal of his won't last long, I've decided it." Jun Moxie had gone silent for a while before he softly came to speak these words. The other three suddenly raised their heads to look at him. And, their eyes were full of amazement. He would have to face the Silver Blizzard City if wants to erase Jun Wuyi's suffering. Does he think it's easy? I'm going to sleep. I'm really tired. Jun Moxie spoke those few words, turned, and then walked away. What? The uncles were shocked. They felt as if their heads would explode from the confusion. We were discussing such a grave topic, and yet, this brat says that he wants to sleep. That, he's tired. Doesn't he know that the Jun family is at the edge of ruin at this juncture? How is this brat so heartless? They shook their heads in unison, and walked away. Jun Moxie blew out the lamp. He then thought of a move. Then, he disappeared from the tent. He appeared like an illusion as he quickly moved towards Tianfa. He was suddenly outside the southern heaven city. Jun Moxie then felt at ease, and initiated his yin-yang escape at its full force. His body seemed like a meteor as his incorporeal shadow moved onwards. It's obvious that third uncle is determined to participate in this battle. Jun Moxie settled his thoughts. I must find Long Crane and Big Bear, and, as fast as I can. It will turn out to be a case of an accidental friendly fire, if those two bastards dared to attack third uncle's regiment, since they'll unknowingly end up attacking the people who are on their own side. And anyway, you people think that I can't kill with a borrowed knife? I'm much more adept at this kind of game than you are. Jun Moxie obviously couldn't act as himself at that time, nor could he show his real face. So, he would have to change his identity into that of the mysterious and skillful expert. And he felt quite happy about this. It's not going to be easy, even when this skillful expert gets involved. It seems that I will have to work very hard and very ferociously once again. Jun Moxie felt like a dragon at sea, or a tiger in the forest the moment he entered Tianfa. In fact, he had crossed around 25 kilometers in a single moment. It was extremely relaxing for him. And, very easy. Whether it was his outer body or inner soul, everything felt extremely relaxed. And, this relaxed and extremely satisfied feeling started to increase his fondness for the Tianfa forest. This was the most dangerous and cruel place in the entire Xian continent as per the common legends. However, this territory was still giving a sense of comfort to Jun Moxie's heart. There were waves of Xian beasts on treetops. And, there were numerous more that traveled to and fro on the ground. They relayed information back and forth in a continuous manner. Then, there were beasts in the sky to keep an eye on the southern heaven city. They would circle above the treetops for some time, and would then return. They would then be replaced by another group of Xian beasts. It was evident that these new arrivals were meant as a change of guard. And, this entire routine had been deployed in a strict manner. In fact, the tightness of their defense wasn't any less competent than that of the humans. It wasn't known how many Xian beasts were there hidden in the dark of this forest. In fact, it could be said that each and every nook and cranny of Tianfa had transformed into a fatal trap. However, the fatality of these traps didn't do much harm to the young Master Jun. For example, the young Master Jun had just stepped on a level 9 Xian golden tiger's head. However, it was a pity that the said Xian beast didn't notice a thing. So, it merely continued to chat with the few golden tigers who sat next to it. Growl, growl, growl. Did you find anything or not? Oh, growl. No, I haven't. Growl, growl, ack. I want to eat meat. Oh, ack. I also want to eat it. Oh, growl, growl, ack. Did your wife find out about your mistress yet? Oh, ack, growl. He proudly replied. This is so much fun. There's no way that fated old woman can find out. The young Master Jun couldn't understand them even though his abilities were exceptional. In fact, he couldn't get a single thing. However, he had glanced at them while they were making a lewd wink-like gesture at each other. So, he couldn't help but halt out of curiosity. After all, it wasn't common to see two golden tigers with such a lewd expression on their face. However, Jun Moxie certainly didn't possess that great a translation capability. Jun Moxie was unable to understand them in the end. So, he had no choice but to leave. He was just about to depart when he deliberately used some force to kick down on the Xian beast's head. The Xian golden tiger's head dropped down as a result. In fact, it almost hit the ground. Roar, it got up with its tail straightened like an iron rod. The beast then looked around in an uncertain manner, and shook its head. It then looked around again, and bared its teeth, growl, growl, Did you see anything? Why do I feel like something hit my head? Growl, growl, ack, the four other Xian golden tigers turned towards their comrade. Their expressions were full of disdain as they rolled their eyes, growl, growl, ack. You're going mental. Did you have another sleepless night? You look brain dead. Ack, growl. Bullsh *t. My body is in great health. The Xian tiger then stretched his hairy paw, and touched his head. He then tilted his head, and pondered for a bit. But, the Xian beast still couldn't understand what had come to happen. So, he decided to forget about that mysterious event, and lay down on his stomach once again. He then resumed sharing his knowledge and experience about picking up females with his friends. Deep inside the Tianfa forests. Did you deliver the battle challenge? The black shrouded person was holding Little White as he asked in a low voice. Ahem, I reckon these arrogant humans will take up this challenge. Long Crane winked his delicate eyelid. I'll go into seclusion now. It's important that no one disturbs me. The black-clad person sighed, I've been feeling the onset of a breakthrough of late. The strength inside my body has accumulated to the limit. And, it's becoming extremely difficult to keep it at bay. This battle has come at a very bad time. Be at ease, eldest brother. Your breakthrough is most important. You can't be careless. Leave everything to us. Nothing bad will happen, Long Crane and Big Bear replied in unison. Ahem, so it is decided. But, you take care of this little thing first. And, try to find its master as soon as you can, before the decisive battle starts. I'm pretty sure that there's a huge chance that its master is one of the people from Tian Xiang's Dugu family. This can become an opportunity to do some investigations about making breakthroughs. The black-cloaked man then placed Little White in Big Bear's arms. Big Bear grinned, and put him on top of his head. It looked as if a black gorilla had worn a snow-white hat. The scene was very funny. The black-shrouded individual laughed for a while, and then his towering figure suddenly disappeared. The speed of his movements was extremely fast. Eldest brother's Xian skills are becoming increasingly exquisite. He will overtake the Lord of the Old Days if he breaks through the 12th layer, right? I can only look hopefully and wait for the rest of my life to tread on that route. Long Crane's voice was full of unbounded admiration and sadness. Ha! We both are losers. We're still stuck at the 10th level. We've burned the midnight oil our entire lives, and we've only reached this 10th level. Big Bear hung his head, and continued in a dispirited manner, and, we had finally found someone who could help us advance after going through so much difficulty. Moreover, the conditions for his aid weren't very difficult either. But, that bastardly Zhu Tian had to interfere. I'll catch that old man and eat him raw. He got angrier as he talked. Then, he grabbed Little White and suddenly opened his mouth wide like a basin. He then brought Little White to his mouth, and it seemed as if he'd tossed the little creature into his mouth. Then, he straightened and jolted as he sneezed with an achoo. His mouth sprayed spittle as he sneezed, and the spray reached a great height. Then, he raised his head once again, sneezed again, and sprayed more spittle. Little White was frightened by Big Bear's mischievous antique. So, it squeaked and shouted. But, the two Xian beast kings nevertheless broke into laughter. Apparently, playing with little balls of fur wasn't a pastime of common bears alone, it was also enjoyed by Xian beast kings. One look at Big Bear was enough to tell that this was a rather typical behavior of his. Enough. Stop teasing it. You'll be in trouble if you frighten it to death. This thing's master and the mysterious and skillful masked expert are certain to have a close relationship. So, you'll be caught unprepared if you're accused of anything. Long Crane then looked at a particular direction inside Tian Fa. Then, he spoke in a thoughtful manner. I was unaware that Snake King was looking for Tian Fa's sacred fruit. How can she do it at such a time? Pondering over it is useless. We anyway can't have it. Our power is at the breakthrough level again. So, our bodies will explode if we act stupidly and take one. And, eldest brother had said that only they should have it. In fact, we wouldn't be able to consume it at our stage even if we were allowed to. But, I don't know if they can withstand it either. Big Bear caught the frightened and dispirited little white, and placed him on his head again. But, he didn't dare to mess with the little thing another time. Then, Big Bear suddenly became furious and stamped his feet. This is all because of that bastardly Ju Tian. That bastard and his jinx of a son. Would such a huge force have assembled here if we had been able to complete the task earlier on? It would have been great if we had made a breakthrough with the help of that mysterious man, and had taken the sacred fruit thereafter. But, this father-son duo has made us miss this extremely rare opportunity. This makes me uncontrollably angry. I may not be able to handle the father, but I'll kill the son if I get the chance. We've certainly missed the opportunity. So, there's no use pondering over it, especially at such a critical time. Several Xian beast kings had exploded and died after consuming the sacred fruits when they had appeared the last time since they weren't able to handle the power. And now, if Long Crane's eyes were full of worry, how will it be any good if we lose several more of them at such a critical juncture? The two of them became quiet. They then looked at the depth of the forest with thoughtfulness and worry on their minds. Jun Moxie rushed like the wind. He had been searching for Big Bear's aura for quite a while. However, the forest was too vast to make it easy for him to find the Xian Beast King. He was moving fast when he suddenly noticed something, and came to a stop. This was because he had noticed that the air in this specific area was very heavy. Moreover, it was full of myriads of wild and ferocious poisons. This is an extremely poisonous area. And, this was an understatement in the young master's eyes. Even an extremely powerful Xian expert would die due to the poison if he wasn't on guard and breathed the air of this vicinity. These poisons were absolutely exceptional. What kind of poison can be so tyrannical? Jun Moxie broke into a cold sweat. It's a good thing that I was using the yin-yang escape. Otherwise, I would have fallen and turned into a pile of dried bones with the negligible strength I possess. Then, he noticed a rustling sound in the distance while he was thinking of this, and his eyes suddenly turned forward. There was a flash of green light, and a young lady dressed in green suddenly appeared under a tree. Her face seemed full of excitement as she bent down to look at something. The young lady's skin was exceptionally fair in tone. Her face was pretty, elegant, and indescribable. She exuded an innocent and charming aura. Moreover, her figure was quite seductive. To speak honestly, her figure was the best amongst all the young women Jun Moxie had ever seen. The front of her body was convex in shape, while the rear portion stuck out. Her figure was streamlined from her jade neck to the ankle. It seemed as if it had been engineered by the heavens. In fact, the aforementioned convex area stuck out to an exaggerated degree. But, the concave area that followed this natural rise nevertheless seemed very smooth. The sight of her body was extremely thrilling to one's heart. She looked 17 or 18 from her face. I don't know how these people mature. But, she has an angel's face, and a devilish figure. He had been stunned for barely a little while when he suddenly became even more amazed at another fact. This young lady had appeared out of nowhere in a place as dangerous as the Tian Fa forest, and, that too at such a dangerous time. However, He was even more amazed by the fact that she didn't seem to be scared of the extremely dangerous poisons that filled the air. And, the thought of this catalyzed Jun Moxie's interest in her even further. An extremely strange plant grew under the tree. It was quite strange in shape, and had a multicolored stem. This stem was as thin as a finger. 9 leaves sprouted out from it. Each leaf sparkled with a different color, and each one had a drop of dew on it. The dew drops rolled back and forth, but they never dropped off the leaves. A sparkling 7-colored exotic fruit had grown on top of the plant. And, it slowly exuded a concentrated and wonderful smell. The 7 colors gradually converged into one as the scent in the air became more concentrated. And, the various poisons in the air became similar to storm winds, and formed a whirlpool, with each scrambling to get absorbed into this exotic and strange fruit. Good God! That fruit has absorbed a lot of poison. I'm sure that even a spirit Xian expert would die after he eats this fruit. The color of the fruit became richer with the absorption of the poisons. It had become white, pure white. However, it continued to absorb the poisons in a frantic manner. Could this be the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit? Jun Moxie was shocked. His mind was in a bind, and his eyes had nearly popped out. I didn't expect such a fortuitous encounter inside this Tian Fa forest. I've actually stumbled upon this nefarious fruit. Moreover, this fruit is nearing its final form. As its name suggested, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was a fruit with an unimaginable level of toxicity. Jun Moxie was convinced that no living being would be immune to its toxicity. I reckon that even the legendary and respected immortals wouldn't be immune to such a miraculous and fiercely poisonous fruit. This plant needed an area with extremely concentrated levels of poison to grow. In fact, it needed highly venomous liquids to irrigate it at its birth, let alone grow. Even the air itself required to have a dense presence of poison in it for the plant to have a chance at growth. The most extreme prerequisite was that it required an increasing amount of poison as it grew. Otherwise, it could wilt at any time. Moreover, the growth cycle of the plant was relatively short. And, it could mature in time as short as 1 year. However, it needed to absorb vast quantities of poison during this time. Even the 10,000 kinds of poisons accumulated in this area would be absorbed in a period shorter than 1 year. In fact, a thing that was extremely poisonous before its poison was absorbed by this plant, would become a pile of trash afterwards. Additionally, this fruit couldn't stop the process of ripening once it had started to mature. In fact, it would wilt or wither if it were forced to do so. The fruit would usually turn white at first, then pink, blue, green, yellow, cyan, purple, silver, and finally, purple gold during the process of its maturation. However, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit would no longer be poisonous in nature once it had achieved the final color of its transformation. In fact, it would then be capable of curing any poison in the world. Moreover, it could increase one's cultivation to a legendary degree. This miraculous change was quite reasonable. Nothing in this world can be considered as absolute. And anything which has reached a negative extreme would turn into something positive, since things can only move in the opposite direction once they've reached one extreme. Therefore, there could only be joy after extreme sadness. Consequently, this 1,000 evils and 10 poisons fruit would turn into a great cure for poison. However, the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit couldn't be ingested directly once it had attained the purple gold color. And, even a powerful Xian expert would explode if they did so, since the power in that now medicinal plant would be greater than that of countless nuclear bomb explosions. The Hongjun Pagoda's information on medicine stated that the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was the 6th amongst the extremely efficacious medicines. Moreover, it was an important ingredient for the 9th firmament Dan. As the name suggested, Jun Moxie could refine this efficacious Dan once he reached the 9th level of the Hongjun Pagoda. The 6th, 7th and 8th layer of the Hongjun Pagoda could also use the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit to refine the efficacious Dan if needed. However, some portion of this fruit would be wasted in these levels after the refinement had been completed. And, that would tantamount to wastage of a very precious raw material. This plant would have been called the most efficacious plant if it weren't for its overbearing reactive nature. Therefore, it needed to be preserved in a xian containment box once it has matured, in case it wasn't being used immediately after. In fact, even the wonderful white jade containment box would corrode if the plant were to be stored inside it. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit would wilt after merely 1 day's time if it wasn't stored in a proper manner. Its branches would then go underground. And, the area spanning hundreds of kilometers around this wilted plant would become a barren wasteland. Moreover, the vitality of that region wouldn't revive even after 100 years had come to pass. As for the method of intake, that was simple. One only had to consume in accordance with one's cultivation. For example, a spirit xian expert could take only a drop of its juice, and, that would be it. Just 1 drop of that juice could advance one's cultivation considerably. However, one would die if they got greedy and ingested more than the prescribed amount, since they wouldn't be able to handle the immense power of this fruit's efficacy. And, there was no room for error in this regard. Therefore, this fruit was desired by every expert. They hated it, and they loved it. But, it was a headache, since they would have to resist the temptation of taking an extra drop, their bodies would explode, and they would die if they succumbed to this temptation. In fact, death wouldn't be the end of their misery. Even the skeleton of the deceased would burn to ashes and disappear without a trace. And, they would, genuinely, cease to exist. However, would anyone who had the opportunity to obtain this fruit be considered a peerless expert? Most of people weren't strong enough to handle the fruit's overbearing power, and would explode to their deaths. Therefore, one could well imagine the fruit's violent characteristics. Moreover, the abilities of this fruit as an antidote were far from just a narrowly saving one's life situation. Jun Moxie would have never imagined that he'd enter the Tian Fa forest, and stumble onto such a legendary spiritual existence soon after. However, this was like a case of dark providence. And, Jun Moxie felt endless regret at this point of time because the fruit had already turned white. In other words, the fruit had reached the stage where it had started to mature. Several poisons must have given sustenance to the fruit in order for it to reach this stage. Therefore, the toxicity in the air was nearing the state of getting fully diminished. However, it still needed to change 8 colors before it became ripe. This final conversion would require a huge amount of poisonous substances for sustenance. However, it was clear that the available poisons didn't amount to much. In other words, this event with the once in 1,000 years appearing 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit stood to end in tragedy. It would become a spiritual fruit after it had ripened. But, it was the most nefarious poison in all the 3 realms before it reached maturity. What use will this be now? Jun Moxie stamped his feet, and beat his chest in regret. I would have become obsessed with this if I had known of this earlier. And, I would have plundered all the money required to buy poisons to help this mature. The greatest divine Dan in the whole world is in front of my eyes. However, Jun Moxie was unaware that this fruit had another resounding name in the tongue of the Xian beast kings of Tian Fa. Tian Fa's sacred fruit. It was unknown how many fierce and toxic Xian beast inside Tian Fa had been aiding the growth Tian Fa's sacred fruit. The fruit had turned pure white and fluorescent. In fact, its outer layer had started to become light pink in many places. The process of the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit's maturity was like the rolling of the wheel of history, it wouldn't stop once it had started. Jun Moxie nearly spat blood. His life had become very depressing all of a sudden. Nothing could surpass the sorrow of seeing the greatest treasure in the world at an arm's reach, only to be constricted to just looking at it. And, his misery didn't end at that. He was constricted to looking on helplessly as it turned to waste. I would use up all my wealth, sacrifice everything I have, even sell my blood to get enough money to buy poisons to sustain this fruit if the heavens let me relive this life. Oh heavens! Oh Mother Earth! Why did you let me see this ruined fruit? It would have been better if I had never seen it. Let me die. Jun Moxie had been extremely depressed for a long while by the time the green-clad girl with the indescribable appearance suddenly issued a hiss. This was followed by a wave of hisses which echoed from the surrounding bushes. Then, a strange stench and aura suddenly surged up. Jun Moxie's blood ran cold. And, he couldn't help his hair standing up. One could look around, and tell that the entire area had become an ocean of poison. All kinds of vipers, small centipedes, scorpions, 3-foot striped toads, 4-stinger snakes, every creature which Jun Moxie knew to be poisonous, had arrived in densely packed groups. However, they then stationed themselves in proper and neat formations, and arranged themselves in an ordered manner. This wasn't over yet. The sky then shook with loud voices. Poison cranes, bat falcons, 7-colored eagles, every kind of poisonous flying Xian beast arrived in huge numbers. Jun Moxie was shaken. So this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit was actually being cultivated by Tianfa. I must pay my obeisance to them. They've actually saved several hundred years' worth of poison for this fruit. How much physical and mental strength have they meticulously spent on this? This is really daring. Jun Moxie's heart calmed down at this realization. He then began to cheer. It seems that the ripening of this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisonous fruit won't be a problem. So, I'll just sit back and wait. As for Long Crane and Big Bear, I'll wait till this matter is over. The decisive battle is still 3 days away. So, there's still a lot of time. But, who is this green-clothed girl? Could she be a Xian beast king? Possibly the one who's in charge of the poisonous Xian beasts. But, this is outrageous. Long Crane and Big Bear have repulsive appearances. So, how can she look so good? This is shocking. The toxicity level in the area had become increasingly low, and the air was about to clear up soon. However, the green-clad girl whistled, and suddenly flew 30 meters into the sky. Then, the Xian beasts in the sky swooped down in orderly formations, and opened their mouths to let out poisonous emissions. This poison dropped to the ground surrounding the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. Their poison then gave rise to a thick mist that had a very pungent smell. The Xian beasts seemed dispirited after they had spat out the entirety of their poison. In fact, it even seemed as if their constitution had been ruined. They wouldn't be able to recover even after many years. After all, this was the very essence of their lives, which they had saved up. The Xian beasts which had spat the venom came to a stop. They then flapped their wings, and flew away into the boundless horizon of the opposite direction. They made crackling noises as they left, and it seemed as if they were bidding farewell. And then, they disappeared. Then, another squadron of flying Xian beasts swooped down, and spat venom before they flew away. And, these actions were carried out in proper order. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest bit of chaos. However, it happened very quickly. It took only a moment of effort. Thousands of Xian beasts had spat their venom, and had flown away. However, numerous beasts were still left in the air. And, their numbers weren't decreasing with the passage of time either. The figure of the green-clad girl suddenly flashed. And, 2 long chains shot out of her sleeves. They went in the midst of a group of 7-colored eagles, and wrapped around one of them that had dived down in front of her. She then used the chains to snap its skull off. The eagle twisted for a bit, and then died a violent death. Jun Moxie had clearly seen that the eagle had dived down. It had opened its mouth, but it hadn't spat any venom. It had acted with narrow-minded intentions, and hadn't expected the green-clad girl would notice its slyness. In fact, it hadn't even started the rise of its flight when it was pulled down by the chain. So, humans aren't the only ones who act mischievously. The Xian beasts do it too, Jun Moxie sighed as he thought this. Then, the green-clad girl spoke a few sharp words to the other beasts. Her beautiful face was brimming with anger. So, it was clear to Jun Moxie that she had given a warning to everyone else. And, it didn't matter whether if it were the beasts in the sky, or the ones on the ground, they all trembled with fear. She's genuinely a Xian beast king. Who except for a Xian beast king could have such an effect? Countless Xian beasts spat their venom around 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. A puddle of poison had appeared because of it, while the concentration of toxicity in the air had become increasingly denser. Moreover, the puddle of poison was multicolored in its make. The fruit was in the process of turning pink. However, the ground, which was filled with multicolored poisons, began to lose its toxicity, and started to become gray. Then, it slowly resumed its original shade. All the colorful poison had been absorbed in such a short period of time. This fruit has clearly reached the second stage of its transformation, the sparkling pink. The extreme topmost tip of the fruit was so small that it couldn't be seen with the naked eye. And, it had already turned blue. The third stage will start so soon. Jun Moxie was startled. The green-clad maiden pursed her lips, and whistled. And, the scared Xian beast started to dive down from the sky again. The plant changed its color 3 more times, and became yellow. However, no Xian beasts were left in the sky by now. Then, the Xian beasts on the ground started to spit their venom under the girl's command. The green-garbed maiden's face became increasingly nervous, yet increasingly happy, each time the fruit changed color. However, it had soon reached the final phase of its transformation, and had started to turn a light purple-gold in color. The Xian beasts on the ground had finished spitting the entirety of their venom by this point. But, the task of spitting the required amount of venom had also been completed. That was close. The green-clad girl patted the pit of her stomach, and stuck her tongue out in an adorable manner. That was close. It wasn't nearly enough. The same thought came into Jun Moxie's mind as well. The 2 people stationed in the area, one in the open, and the other hidden, felt pangs of relief, and sighed in unison. Jun Moxie was in hiding. But, the look of desire and longing on his face for that fruit was the same as the one on the green-clad girls. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit began to transform again. And, it started to turn purple-gold this time. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit had finally started to turn purple-gold in color. This meant that it had nearly ripened. Then, the fruit blossomed, and shone as brilliantly as the countless stars. And, it seemed as if the shining stars in the night sky had suddenly descended to the forest. The beauty of that moment was incomparable, and can't be described in written words. It resembled a proud and generous king who was overlooking all living things. The event had been a brief one. However, Jun Moxie was certain that he'd never forget the sight of it. This spiritual ripening of the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is the most majestic and beautiful sight in the entire world. The green-clothed maiden seemed to be bewitched as well. In fact, she couldn't even suppress the fanatical expression that flashed in her eyes. I should put this into the Xian Jade case. Then, we can all advance and break through the shackles of the peak of level 9, and officially enter the 10th level. We only need to wait for eldest brother's arrival to start. This process carried a lot of risk since it was a very treacherous procedure. However, she would still go ahead with it. And, she wouldn't regret attempting it even if her body were to explode in the end. The young Master Jun had adjudged correctly. The green-clothed girl was genuinely a Xian Beast King. She was a level 9 Xian Beast King of Tian Fa. And, she had been in pursuit of this fruit for the past year. In fact, the Lord of Tian Fa had made several preparations for this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. He had planted multitudes of toxic plants to create this poison valley. And then, he had purposely cultivated a myriad of poisonous Xian beasts. Moreover, he had been doing this for the past 350 years. 350 years. The 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit needed only 1 year to mature. However, the preparations needed no less than 350 years. Moreover, the conditions in Tian Fa were exceptional, and quite convenient for its growth. Speaking of Xian beasts, the poisonous ones weren't in majority. In fact, there would only be 1 or 2 poisonous beasts in every 10. However, the Xian beasts of Tian Fa had prepared for something as important and big as the sacred fruit for 350 years. And, millions of Xian beasts had labored in those 350 years. Some of them hadn't even lived long enough to witness this magnificent event. But, they had regularly poured their venom into that area until they had died of old age. In fact, even their corpses had been buried in this area. And, this had all been done for that fruit. The Xian Snake King, Green Hunter, was greatly moved. The labors of the past 350 years for Tian Fa's sacred fruit had come to fruition. She couldn't help but be shaken inside. It's ready at last. Then, the young maiden slowly took out a fist-sized Xian jade box from her bosom. She then opened its lid, and calmly stayed till. The entirety of her actions were clearly indicative of the caution she was treading with. It seemed as if she didn't wish to disturb the seemingly inanimate sacred fruit of Tian Fa. One must wait for Tian Fa's sacred fruit to fully ripen and fall. Plucking it even a moment ahead of time will cause problems. This thought came over and over into Green Hunter's mind. Don't be impatient, careful, be very careful. The extremely bright glow from the fruit eventually started to subside. However, its rich smell didn't vanish. In fact, it became even more delightful and elegant. And, it lasted for ages as it transmitted outwards. King of fragrance. No doubt, it's the king of all fragrances. Then, the branches above the sacred fruit trembled in a graceful manner. And, it seemed as if it was unwilling to fall. However, the stem beneath the purple gold fruit suddenly withered, and turned to ashes. This left the sacred fruit to hang in empty air for a moment before it gracefully fell down. Green Hunter excitedly opened the lid of the Xian jade box to catch it. And, the fruit was about to fall into that box. When suddenly, the Xian Beast King, Green Hunter, opened her beautiful eyes wide at the unbelievable sight that had just occurred in front of her eyes. There was nothing in the empty air. Not a single thing. Those untold hardships, the hundreds of years of labor and preparation for Tian Fa's sacred fruit, and then, that miraculous thing had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Counting the ascended and the buried, she was one of the most powerful Xian beast kings in existence in her generation. And yet, that fruit had disappeared from her sight, without so much as a sign. What is going on? She was extremely shocked, angry and annoyed. Then, she quickly turned the Xian jade box to look inside it, and confirmed that the fruit had disappeared. Then, the Beast King soared into the air, and stationed herself on top of a tall tree. Her voice was stern as she shouted, "Where has this uncouth scoundrel come from? Be smart, and show yourself. Let this Xian Beast King see who has the cheek to steal the meticulously nurtured treasure of Tian Fa." The entire forest echoed with these words as they surged on like waves. Jun Moxie became speechless in his hiding place. This Xian Beast King is very ferocious. But, I won't come out and show myself. I don't know how badly I'll provoke this crazy woman if I do. So, why would I appear in the open and get into trouble? I'm not a fool. This coldly executed plan had left the Xian Beast King fuming. The very able and skilled young Master Jun had secretly arrived, and taken away the fruit, right from under her nose. He had been drooling over that 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. So, he took it and placed it into the Hongjun pagoda. It couldn't be kept outside. Even the Xian jade box might not have been able to hold it for a long period of time. But, it would never rot inside the pagoda. Therefore, Jun Moxie had a huge advantage when it came to the matter of exploiting the fruit. "I'm very sorry, little girl, but I had no choice but to borrow this thing. It's a very useful thing, but it's a pity that its usefulness wouldn't be exploited in your hands. This thing is truly a divine object, and, not only in name at that. It's a pity that I was left without a choice when it came to taking this away from you. But, I did it to avoid a huge calamity. And, it could also be said that I'm helping you. That's right. This fruit is amazing, but the wrong dosage will make your body explode. I have put it away from your reach, and I've saved several of your people's lives as a result. This elder brother is a great person. So, you needn't thank me. I only did this good deed for the sake of it. Jun Moxie suddenly felt himself to be a righteous philanthropist at heart. He didn't feel that he had stolen a treasure. In fact, the young master Jun felt that he was actually saving countless lives, as if he was as benevolent as Buddha. He even wondered how a person as fine as him could be born into this world. However, this obviously wasn't the right time for the living embodiment of Buddha to appear in the open, since he wasn't sure how she would feel about him taking the Tian Fa's sacred fruit. In fact, he was worried that she might shred him to pieces in this precarious situation. Come out. She could neither see, nor hear anyone as she looked around. It was obvious that whoever had stolen Tian Fa's treasure from her would have some tricks up their sleeves. Moreover, he had to be courageous to make such a bold move. The Snake Xian King looked around in a flustered and angry manner. She then suddenly let out a severe roar. And it was as frightening as a thunderclap. She had shouted from the big tree she had stood on. But, her shout was so powerful that trees for miles around, in all directions, toppled over. The shocking effect of the courage, ability, and skill of the young Master Jun's actions on the Snake King's psyche couldn't be described in mere words. In fact, it was so lifelike that even the usage of movie-like special effects wouldn't be enough to portray it properly. But, that woman genuinely deserved to be called a Xian Beast King. No one else's shout could have had such an effect. In fact, one wouldn't be able to find someone like her, even if they chose one horseman for each of the 4 directions, and sent them off in search of another individual like her. No other individual could shout like this, even if they screamed to the extent of damaging their vocal cords. You dare to come here and steal our treasures? You've courted your death. I'll chase you to the ends of Tian Fa, and kill you. There was still no reply. And, this had made the Xian Beast King, who was chief of all the poisonous beasts, extremely mad. 2 generations of lords had wished for it for hundreds of years. Millions of Xian beasts had labored for 350 years to grow this. Many of my brothers and sisters had been anxiously waiting for hundreds of years for this fruit. Could it be that I've lost it? This isn't good. I'd rather die than allow this to happen. The Xian Snake King, Green Hunter, was losing it due to the anger. Her beautiful eyes had turned a miserable shade of green. And, her green clothes had started to flutter even though there was no wind. She then looked up, and let out a world-shaking hiss. The Xian Beast King had brandished her jade-like arms, and had released the entirety of her strength. She hadn't held back even a bit. This was the full strength of that generation's Xian Snake King. The target of that unleashed strength was a circumference of over 300 meters with her at the center. And, no living creature could avoid it if they were within those limits. Bang! This attack was no different than an atom bomb's explosion in magnitude. And, the dark night was suddenly covered with a slowly rising mushroom-like cloud. It seemed as if this explosion had shaken the entire night scene. In fact, it seemed as if a slumbering demon had just opened his eyes. It seemed like a huge black hole had appeared to engulf everything in this space. Meanwhile, the Xian beasts, near and far, trembled and hissed as her furious roar traveled into the distance. The entire Tian Fa forest was suddenly set into movement. The flying beasts quickly rushed over. And, the Tian Fa forest started to resemble a giant creature that had just woken up from its slumber. An incomparable burst of vitality and tremendous strength had burst out in a short moment. Then, 2 other roars emanated in unison. And, they seemed to be in support of the Xian Snake King. The roars hadn't yet died down when Long Crane and Big Bear arrived besides the Xian Beast King, Green Hunter. The three stood together in a tripod formation. Each of their faces appeared dignified. A rare beast's footprints could be seen in a secluded nook of the Tian Fa forest. A thick white substance floated in the air like a dense mist would have. And, that white fog had enshrouded a humanoid entity in its midst. The mist was so thick that it almost seemed solid. Any knowledgeable individual would have been gobsmacked to witness this sight. It was unexpectedly. The heaven's spirit was being used to move the earth. The level of this individual's Xian cultivation was very deep. In fact, this level of cultivation had already reached the peak as per the common beliefs in the Xian continent. In fact, no more than 10 individuals would possess such power even if the secret of families and the 3 holy lands were taken into account. The white mist had started to revolve with increasing urgency. And, it had soon taken the shape of a whirlwind. A shio sound was being emitted from time to time from this whirlwind. This individual had obviously reached a critical juncture in his practice. The wild hiss of the Snake King Green Hunter was full of terror, anger, and worry. And, her wrathful scream had traveled a long distance to reach this place. Therefore, it had sounded very faintly in this area. However, the sound had still managed to retain its meaning. And, the message in this sound hit this individual shrouded in the white mist like thunder from the clear sky, to speak the least of it. The mist was somewhat shaken by this. Moreover, the mist's speed of rotation was also affected by this, and gradually became slower. In fact, it was somewhat scattered. This Snake King had unleashed this hiss with the entirety of her strength. Moreover, her voice was mournful and full of hate. So, anyone could understand that this lengthy roar was full of inexhaustible sorrow and despair. Scarlet blood sprayed out from inside the white mist. And, the area that was shrouded in white mist was suddenly dyed red by the blood. The white mist that had nearly reached a state of congealment had suddenly been ruined in its entirety. Sharp breathing sounds were heard from the dense white fog as it started to dilute. A long time passed before the exhausted voice of an individual was heard. And, this infinitely dismal voice said, "This is the will of the heaven, the will of the heavens has played with us, that's all." Then, the voice made a few coughing sounds. And, it seemed as if its owner had become weaker in health as he murmured, "The old lord of Tian Fa had left a few lines behind at that time, Tian Fa won't find what it seeks. The beast kings will die. The Tian Fa's million will depend of the success or failure of one person." I've been thinking over the meaning of these sentences for hundreds of years, but I still hadn't been able to solve them. However, I understand their true meaning today. These words had predicted the fate of the Tian Fa forest. Haha, that was completely unexpected. The first part said, Tian Fa won't get what it seeks. Green Hunter was guarding the sacred fruit. So, I presume that something bad has happened. Why else would she lose her mind like this? The second part said, the beast kings will die. I presume that this line foretells our deaths. The final part said, Tian Fa's millions will depend on the success or failure of one person. I presume that this part speaks of the man who stole Tian Fa's sacred fruit. This person has stolen the sacred fruit at a time when the world's Xian experts are amassing outside Tian Fa to attack us. Moreover, I was on the verge of making a breakthrough, and had wished to suppress the surge of strength in order for the breakthrough at such a critical junction. Therefore, I wasn't to be disturbed even a bit at this moment. I would have then met that Li Ju Tian head-on. But, I wasn't to be alarmed in any manner at this critical moment. But, that scream of Green Hunter had publicly declared the theft of our sacred treasure. Our precious treasure had been lost, so, how could I have felt at ease? This alarm boiled my blood. And so, I was unable to continue with the final step I had so meticulously prepared for. Perhaps I will never have a breakthrough now. So, that's what the dying old lord of Tian Fa had forecasted, okay. However, I won't allow that Li Ju Tian to have an easy time either. The voice of that individual became softer, and reached such a low, that it was nothing more than a mere whisper. But, the flavor of resentment in his voice was extremely intense, and had even become stronger with the passage of his speech. Li Ju Tian. This your fault. I will kill you for sure. What happened, ninth younger sister? Long Crane asked with a sense of urgency, what has made you this mad? The Snake Xian King's face was pale, her lips trembled as she turned around. She was shook all over, and 2 tear drops left her eyes. Then, she spoke up, and it seemed that she was choking with emotion. Third elder brother, fourth elder brother, the sacred fruit, it had matured, but just when it did, it was stolen. Even the Snake Xian King couldn't endure such a heavy blow. She felt infinite despair. So, she started crying bitterly after she saw that Long Crane and Big Bear had rushed forth to assist her. Tian Fa's sacred fruit had been related to the forest for hundreds of years, and would have had positive effect upon it for many more in the future. So, it was obviously an object of great importance. And, this obviously meant that they couldn't mess up in the regard. Therefore, the Snake Xian King had been assigned to take care of it. But, the powerful enemy had waited till that critical juncture, and had stolen the fruit from her hands. Long Crane and Big Bear were dumbstruck. They looked to the heavens for a good while. Then, they turned their gaze to the Snake King. What? The sacred fruit was stolen? How's this possible? How did it even happen? It's true. Green Hunter hadn't acted with the elegance of a Xian Beast King this entire time. She couldn't help but reveal her feelings, and how depressed she felt with this matter on her mind. In fact, she spoke of the entire sequence of incidents in breaks. Did you set up a proper perimeter? Has there been any news of the thief? Long Crane asked in a sinking voice. I did set the perimeter, it is intact, every place, without exception, everything's normal, but third brother, the sacred fruit, it disappeared without a trace. Green Hunter started to weep again. Don't worry. It's true that the sacred fruit has been stolen post its maturity. But, our hundreds of years of work hasn't been wasted yet. We still have a chance to get it back. The fact that this person was able to come here, and steal the sacred fruit without setting off any alarms at the perimeter explains 2 things. The first is that this individual is far stronger than us. We would have been able to spot that person if it weren't so. Therefore, there are no doubts about their capability. We have to accept this as a fact. The stronger are always likely to prevail. So, would it have been easy for you to handle him on your own? And the second point is that that person hasn't escaped after stealing the sacred fruit. So, they mustn't be very far from here. And, searching carefully will help us. But, this incident has already taken place. So, there's no use worrying about. We just need to focus on solving this problem. No one would have thought that it would be the Bear King who'd managed to calm in such a situation. In fact, he was even focused and tactful with his approach. This was completely unexpected. A wise man can make mistakes when he makes 1,000 decisions. And, even a fool can counsel the wise at times. Those were very wise words. Jun Moxie couldn't help but praise. That stupid bear has a streak of intelligence. This is a rare sight. The Bear King's words were genuinely reasonable. The Snake King and the Crane King looked on with shining eyes. They felt that those words were very rational. Long Crane nodded, and silently looked up. Then, he let out a loud screech. And, his screech pierced through the air as he uttered a few strange syllables. Then, the scout aerial beasts in Tian Fa flapped their wings in unison. And, they moved towards the 3 beast kings in orderly formations. It seemed that all of them were crowding around the area. Then, Big Bear also roared, and the terrestrial Xian beasts, including those on the trees, started to arrive in a dignified manner. The Snake King also issued an order, and the poisonous Xian beasts come over. Soon, the aerial, the terrestrial and the poisonous Xian beasts, the three types of them, had come over to that place. 1,000,000 of them would crowd around the thief, and would prevent his escape if he was present in that area. In fact, this crowd would squeeze him to death even if he tried to cram in. The land and the sky in that area was so densely packed by now, that it had become similar to an iron bucket. Even water would need the Xian beast's permission to flow out of it, it would otherwise remain stuck there. Every nook and cranny on the ground, the sky, and even the area underground had been densely packed with the three types of Xian beasts due to this move. In fact, the underground terrain was so densely packed with poisonous snakes and insects that, even the rainwater would have a hard time in seeping down to the earth. How many Xian beasts must have gathered here to create this effect? Jun Moxie felt his head go numb. He gazed into the distance, and felt that he was stuck in an endless ocean of Xian beasts. The beasts wouldn't even need to attack if they were to find the thief. Their saliva alone would be enough to drown him. This kind of manpower in a search mission could even find a needle in this vast forest, let alone a living individual. The Tiger King, the Lion King, the Monkey King, the Eagle King, and the youngest, the Wolf King, all came rushing over at this moment. Each one of them had a dignified expression since they knew what had happened. Their arrival resulted in more Xian beasts being added to this perimeter. And, many more Xian beasts were charging in from the distance. The Snake King felt very guilty. She looked at everyone with an expression of regret. In fact, her expression was almost that of shame. Search everything carefully. Check every blade of grass, and every tree's nook. Do it even if it seems like a waste of time. Long Crane raised his hand as he issued this command. His voice was stern, and his eyebrows were raised as if he was in a murderous mood. There are 8 of us here. So, we'll each be responsible for one particular direction. We must pay attention to each other's actions, and coordinate accordingly. The beasts of level 9 and above must prepare themselves for a fight. We mustn't allow that man to escape if he's present here. Be warned that this man is extremely capable and skilled. So, anyone who discovers anything unusual must first issue a warning signal. The Xian Beast Kings agreed in response. They had crazed expressions in their eyes. They had been waiting for the Tian Fa's scared fruit for hundreds of years. And, it had been stolen just like that. Who here wouldn't be mad? The Xian Beast Kings were on the verge of setting into action. When suddenly, an extremely terrifying and earth-shattering pressure descended from the heavens with a loud bang. It seemed as if the 9 heavens had exerted their pressure on Tian Fa from the sky above. In fact, this pressure pressed so heavily on their heads, that one could reach out with their hand, and touch the heavens if they were close by. This power was immense, magnificent and formidable. It felt like a lofty mountain had descended down upon them. Big Bear and the other Xian Beast Kings felt that they couldn't ever resist such a thing. In fact, this feeling had arisen from the bottom of their hearts. Therefore, they couldn't help turning pale with fear and shock. The Xian Beast King's cultivation still fared decent against this pressure. However, the beasts below their cultivation level slunk down on the ground in one movement. They then neatly lowered their heads to the ground, and didn't dare to make any movements. The level 9 Xian beasts could barely stand on their feet. However, their bodies, including their legs, trembled. And it was evident that they didn't have any fighting spirit left in them. This scene was similar to one when an ordinary person would come face to face with a lofty god. This great god could easily manipulate that person's life in the palm of his hand once he had appeared. So, the said person had submitted to him, and had allowed the god to amuse himself to his desire. Perhaps that said person was marvelous, and might even be a royal by blood. And, perhaps he possessed overwhelming and superhuman power, and could control many people in his territory. But, it didn't matter how frightening, or marvelous, or grand he was. He would still be an ordinary mortal in front of this lofty god. Therefore, the difference between them would be such, that he would never be able to resist the god's influence. The 8 beast kings felt the same thing in their hearts. The entirety of Tian Fa's strength won't be able to retrieve the sacred fruit if this person has taken it. No one had heard this person's voice. Nor had anyone seen this individual as of yet. However, this thought had already crossed the minds of every Xian beast king. This man seems to be more frightening than the heavens. He's like a god. We will die if we are rash enough to challenge him. The 8 beast kings struggled, and raised their heads to look into the air. However, only they had the courage to do so. A black figure was suspended in the air. He was clothed in black. His face, and even his feet were covered with a black cloth. However, he appeared as steady as a formidable mountain as he hovered midair. It was night time, and the man was completely garbed in black. But, it still seemed like an extremely bright sun had set forth its unending rays. This figure seemed so dazzling that one simply couldn't look at it directly. It was only Long Crane and Big Bear who felt a familiar feeling in their hearts. Is it him? That fruit was mine. So, I have taken it, the mysterious man announced in an elderly, sonorous, and clear voice. The tenor of his voice was enough to tell of the undeniable authority he possessed. One could discern from his voice that he thought in the following manner: this is my world. And so, I will take whatever I so desire. This is the natural course of things. However, the mysterious person also explained his words, because this heavenly material will be too great a waste in your hands. He then let out a mournful sigh, and this sorrowful sigh lasted for ages. Then, he said, the mere wastage of this material wouldn't have been an issue on its own. The 8 of you are at an advanced stage, but none of you can safely consume this spiritual fruit's essence and efficacy. I fear that each one of you will explode and die if you do go ahead, and try to absorb its efficacy. There will be no exceptions to this outcome. Then, he snorted in a dignified and cold manner, it would be reckless for anyone to try and take this fruit with such a low cultivation. Such an individual must have become tired of living by then. So, such an individual might as well take a knife to his throat, and slash it if they don't wish to live on. But, why should such a worthwhile spiritual treasure be wasted? The 8 beast kings looked at each other in dismay after they listened to those words. There were many wild and untamed hearts present amongst them. They knew that the opposite party's strength was a mystery, and they wouldn't be able to match him. However, they also knew the benefits of the sacred fruit. So, how could they be convinced of that one-sided story? Therefore, a bewildered clamor rose in response. This was especially true for the Snake King. Her beautiful eyes were shooting flames, and her fists were clenched. It seemed that she was about set into action. Sire, did we have the pleasure of meeting you in the Tianxiang city as well? Long Crane waved his hand to suppress the rising revolts from his younger siblings as he asked his question in a very cautious tone. He seemed rather uncertain, and couldn't help but wonder, this feeling is very familiar. But, this person is still giving a very different feeling. It feels that this person is far superior to the one we brothers met in Tianxiang city. In fact, he seems far more powerful. Big Bear had the same apprehensions. The two brothers had somewhat realized who this individual was, but they weren't fully convinced yet. Could it be that the mysterious and masked person was able to make such a tremendous breakthrough in just 2 months? This is a very frightening speed of progress. Isn't this just too freakish? However, they were completely unaware that Jun Moxie had only revealed a small subset of his real ability when they had met in the Tianxiang city. In other words, he had only set off a small portion of the Hongjun Pagoda's real aura field. However, his ability and control had increased since then. Moreover, this object was far more precious. Therefore, he'd need to create a stronger and overwhelming deterrent effect if he wanted to win this fruit over. Thus, the young Master Jun hadn't held back one bit, and had unleashed the Hongjun Pagoda's aura field to the maximum potential he could achieve at his current level of strength. The end result wasn't very different in this case either. However, there was still a world of difference in the force he had mobilized. How could these two instances be mentioned in the same breath? Jun Moxie had showed himself for two reasons. The first was to follow his original plan. The second was the extremely distraught appearance of the Xian beast kings he had gotten to see. He couldn't bear that sight. After all, how many of them must have cultivated this plant for hundreds of years? He couldn't fathom the effort and the labor which had gone into growing it. How many generations were spent to successfully bring this plant to fruition? Would it be fitting if I were to take it for myself? I should only take a small part of it. Perhaps half of it. Jun Moxie had a clear conscience in this regard. However, he wasn't going to act despicable when it came to the other half of it. Jun Moxie wasn't going to allow the generations' worth of hard work of those beasts, and the labors of millions go to waste. These straightforward Xian beasts were much better and amiable than humanity in Jun Moxie's eyes. Therefore, he would obviously wish to help them if he could. How can I just look on as these high-level beasts explode to their deaths? It doesn't matter what happens to my future plans or the other goals I have. It'll be a huge pity if these beasts die. It doesn't matter if I use them or not. I will do this for good karma, and because this is the right thing to do, even if I don't use these guys in the future. It was important to note that every person wanted to meet such a master, but couldn't. Therefore, it was obviously important to illustrate this situation in an ideal manner. And, this pretense was an optimal means to do so. Long Crane, Big Bear, hee, your acts have genuinely surprised this old man. Jun Moxie sighed like an old and decrepit man. This old man didn't wish to involve himself in dealing with a matter as trivial as the Shui Hun manor. So, I gave it to the two of you, hee, it was such a simple task. However, engaging the two of you has turned into a Xian beast uprising, beyond all expectations. This is quite unreasonable. But, the issue still remains unresolved. Moreover, half of the world's Xian experts have gathered here. This is your business, and this old man has no relation with it. It had to happen, and so it happened. But, this old man is quite curious. When did Tian Fa's strength become so weak? This old man remembers that we had agreed upon a deadline. It was 1 month, wasn't it? Since when did 1 month become 70 days long in Tian Fa? It really is you, old sire. Long Crane and Big Bear recognized him, and burst out together. They suddenly breathed easy. But, they were also flushed with anger and shame. Their faces were hot with embarrassment. In fact, they would dig a hole and hide in it if they could. This is very embarrassing. This person hasn't given us any room to save our reputation in the public. And, as for the reasons for breathing easy, it was rather simple. How could such a mysterious and capable master steal something like a common thief? He presumably has some deeper reasons that we can't understand. In any case, we are certain that we won't suffer any disadvantages in this matter. They knew that this mysterious master was accustomed to using such methods in every encounter. They knew that his man practiced his forte of lies and deceit with an unscrupulous, shameless, and faithless policy at will. He would break things, hit things, and what not. He would take advantage of a situation for personal gain with ease. In fact, this man's mastery in this art was so profound that it almost came to him naturally. And, they had guessed this right. One would rarely find any trace of conscience in the young Master Jun. We're ashamed, esteemed sire. But, you mustn't blame us brother for this. We genuinely went over to that Shui Hun manor. But, Li Ju Tian isn't a good man. And, he has united half the continent's Xian experts against us. So, we were left without any other option. And, we then organized this uprising with the entirety of Tian Fa's strength. In fact, we discounted any cost or effort we may incur to complete your task. We made you a promise. So, we have decided that we would accomplish this goal even if it was very difficult. After all, the esteemed individual has given us a task. So, we've been going all out to finish it. Long Crane looked at him, and hurriedly explained in his defense. The true meaning behind his words was rather obvious: we've gathered such a huge force here. And, we've done it just for your task. How can you disregard that? You mustn't side with the humans to deal with us now. You can't act against us now. We did all this for your task, and assembled such a large force to complete it. We've made so many efforts for you alone. But, you are such a unique and exceptional individual, so, we can't say this openly. However, we feel hurt. The reason why I had given that task to the two of you is because my identity is too important to deal with the Shui Hun manner. Wouldn't it be too excessive for Li Ju Tian's status if I went and bullied them myself? Was this not clear to the two of you until now? The two of you knew enough to gather such a large force, but you still hadn't realized something this elementary about my assignment. Jun Moxie's belly had started to cramp. But, his tone was still steady and stable. Though, it conveyed a meaning of regret. Yes, it's about your status. That, you are so tough that it'll be humiliating to deal with him. You'll be bullying Li Ju Tian if you act, because that man is a real bastard. So, you can't do it yourself, and you'll lose your dignity if you do so. Big Bear drew his thick lips as he spoke this in a fluent manner. This has been going on for so long that this mysterious man has also come down south. The original agreement stands voided at this time. However, there was a faint hint in the man's voice, and it suggested that he would like them to continue. This made their hearts fill with joy. And, they were ready to follow instructions without delay. This mysterious man is giving us another opportunity. Doesn't this mean that we have a chance to do what we planned? This is great. Yes. It was just that Li Ju Tian was the second greatest master, and someone like Big Bear wasn't even worth a fart to him. In fact, this comparison was an exaggeration. So. Jun Moxie muttered to himself. And so, we're here to do you bidding. Long Crane and Big Bear's mouths hardly moved as they got up and thumped their chests. They seemed to be rearing to start with the task. If that's the case, good, Jun Moxie sighed like an old man. The tone of his voice was one of waning interest, and one of loneliness. He spoke in a desolate voice. This old man is in no mood to deal with that young Li Ju Tian. We're glad that you don't have any interest in handling this matter. But, you can feel at ease. We brothers will complete the task in a satisfactory manner for you. Big Bear clapped his hands and responded sharply. Long Crane had a thought, that young Li Ju Tian. Good God! This man's manner of speaking is much more mature from the time we met him in Tianxiang. It doesn't matter what the esteemed sire is interested or not interested in, the sacred fruit is my Tianfa's property. The Snake King looked worried as she took a step forward and spoke. This youngster was instructed to guard the sacred fruit. But, the fruit was taken from this youngster, and this will be considered as a fault on my part. Therefore, I request that you return the fruit. I will never be grateful enough if you do so, and I will never dare forget this gesture. The Snake King Green Hunter's manner of speech was neither servile, nor overbearing. In fact, it was according to propriety. Jun Moxie was genuinely impressed by this, contrary to what one might expect. It was just that, would the young Master Jun's character ever allow him to give away a good thing he had already gotten his hands on? Oh. This energetic little girl is talking so sharply that it seems as if she's scolding me. Is that so, little girl? Jun Moxie was employing his evil intentions with those words. His voice had sunk. But, it still had incomparably frightful and tyrannical power in its make. First, he would try to threaten with his prestige, and intimidate the opposite party. And then, he would try to frighten even further, just in case it was required. Green Hunter's expression was of a person who had just witnessed a formidable mountain. She groaned in a depressed manner, and took 3 steps back. Yet, she strove to stand her ground, even though her face was somewhat pale. She stubbornly raised her head and spoke, "It's this youngster's responsibility. I can't abandon this at any cost. The senior seems to be offended by Green Hunter's ignorance, and wishes to teach her a lesson. But, Green Hunter only requests him to return the sacred fruit to her, even if he does punish her later for her insolence. Long Crane was anxious. Green Hunter had actually offended the mysterious and skilled man. The retrieval of the sacred fruit was a trivial matter. However, the mysterious man could easily decide her little fate if he got angry, and raised his hand thereafter. Therefore, Long Crane had no choice but to hurriedly interject, "Please calm down, esteemed sire. Green Hunter is young and ignorant. She's only anxious about the fruit. She doesn't mean to offend, please ignore her remarks." "What Tian Fa's sacred fruit? Why are you confusing the names?" Jun Moxie continued evilly, "This is obviously the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand things. Do as you may, little girl. You 8 little Xian beasts think that you're very strong. But, I'm telling you clearly that you're not. You won't be able to handle the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. One drop from this fruit will overcome you. None of you will be able to handle it, no matter who it is. This old man has revealed himself, and has done this deed out of kindness. Are you unable to tell the good from the bad? Don't tell me that this little girl doesn't recognize this old man's magnanimity, and is actually haggling with me. Second step. Lay it out. If this doesn't convince her, then, to explode and die, would be this youngster's fate. The Snake King was being stubborn. She opened her delicate and small white hand. She was hell-bent on her course. And she was consistently ignoring Long Crane and Big Bear's strong gazes, and meaningful glances. "You're saying that we third and the fourth brother shouldn't be anxious? Our job is to only assist the rest of you in advancing with the use of the sacred fruit. But, the side effects of the fruit are very dangerous. So, it would be excellent if we had another method. And, this mysterious person before us seems to have a better method. Therefore, it'll be great if we can form better relations with the masked person in lieu of the fruit. The profit will be much higher than the losses suffered." Yet, Green Hunter is speaking her heart, and is making a complete mess out of things. The sacred fruit is already in his hand. And, it's obvious that he's far stronger than us. So, how can you even do this? It's not like this old man will just leave without causing a problem. It would be great if he does so. But, what if he gets mad? He can get rid of us very easily. So, why are you provoking him with your words? Ah! This little girl's words are reasonable in this regard. This old man has taken your fruit. He did it with good intentions, but he has still taken your fruit. And, that is indeed unreasonable of him. But, it'll be a waste of resources if I let your presumptuous self consume it. Moreover, it'll be hard to avoid the threat to your life. This means we have been brought together by fate. This old man plans to use this fruit to refine medicine. And, he will do it right. It seemed that Jun Moxie had a pained expression on his face. In fact, it nearly seemed that he had suddenly gained weight. This 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit is important for this old man in refining his medicines. And, you need this fruit for nothing more than making a breakthrough. Therefore, this old man will finish refining the pills, and will give you several of them. You can then rejoice, and make a non-frightening, and non-dangerous breakthrough. So, what do you think about this? The 8 of you are anyway on the verge of exploding to your deaths. So, what do you have to say about a non-frightening, and non-dangerous method where there's no fear of death? This was the third and the final step. Jun Moxie would run out of all possible means if she wasn't convinced after this. Jun Moxie had a mean cunningness to him, but, he would have no choice but to leave in stealth if this didn't work. However, his words made the eyes of the Xian Beast Kings present shine almost instantly. In fact, it also left the Snake King to hesitate. Her third brother Crane and fourth brother Bear were continuously staring at her. They were urging in their heart, just hurry up and agree to this, younger sister Green Hunter. Every Xian Beast King present was well aware that there was a high chance of succumbing to death due to the fruit's side effect. They would be telling a complete lie if they said that they weren't afraid or nervous of this possibility. But, they had decided to take the risk for increased strength, and a longer lifespan. However, they could now avoid this frightening and dangerous method, and could advance in a smooth and settled way if they wished it. How could they not be excited? None of the Xian Beast Kings would have believed these words if an ordinary person had spoken them. They would have thought, "You damn cheat. This kind of nonsense is merely a case of swindling by a crafty cheat. You think we can be swindled? You must be dreaming." But, who was this person before them? This is a very able person. His cultivation is even higher than our Lord's. And, third and fourth have confirmed that he can easily help us advance. Moreover, there is another undeniable and shocking proof, even if third brother Crane and fourth brother Bear's testimony is unreliable or questionable. That iron-winged panther's cub has made it to level 8 at such a young age. This obliterates any doubt that this man has some miraculous and devilish methods. Therefore, the Xian Beast Kings looked at the Snake King. And, Green Hunter was left to fidget in her state of dilemma. How about this? You may be anxious, but do you even mistrust Long Crane and Big Bear? They can vouch for me. They thoroughly understand this old man. So, how about it? He, fanciful little girl. Wouldn't Long Crane and Big Bear wish to protect me, and vouch for my authenticity? I'll even refine one for you. The young Master Jun had spoken this in the manner of an old person. He then turned to look for the Crane and the Bear Kings. He then opened his eyes in order to look for their support. We will vouch for him. Will you distrust us, ninth younger sister? Big Bear opened his mouth, and spoke as he took the initiative. Long Crane was relatively cautious from the beginning. He felt something was wrong since the mysterious experts had taken the initiative to start this dialogue. But, he thought that he was merely imagining things. So, he kept quiet. Some hope is better than no hope. Agreed, then, how much time will the senior take to refine the dawn? The Snake King hesitated for a moment since she felt embarrassed. She then bit her red lips, and asked in an awkward manner. Damn! She's a heartbreaker. She looked so appealing with that lip biting. Jun Moxie groaned inside. His mind had started to run off by the time he hastily stabled it. Then, he extended 3 fingers to indicate a time of 3 years. I can finish this in 3 years, including finding the necessary ingredients. He was in the middle of speaking this when he suddenly thought of something. So, he searched around in his clothes, and said, "This old man won't take you youngsters' possessions in a cheap manner. I had said earlier, that we've been brought together by fate. So, I will help you somewhat. There's some medicine inside this bottle. I've been practicing and trifling with below-quality materials. So, taking these medicines will only increase your cultivation by 10 years. Ah! I wish I had better ingredients. These things would have been more effective in that case." He took out 8 dawn as he spoke, and threw them high in the sky. There weren't many there. There was one for each individual. That is, one for each Beast King. The Lion King and Tiger King showed signs of apprehension since they didn't know if they could trust this man enough to take those dawn. However, Big Bear had no apprehensions whatsoever. So, he extended his neck, and consumed the dan. Then, he moved his aura around his body, and became startled. He then called out, "Huh!" He had cycled his aura thrice inside his body. And, he had already absorbed the efficacy from the dan. Big Bear was already a top-level expert. In fact, his body was extremely powerful, and no humans could compare to him. So, he could obviously verify the result. He felt startled, and pleased by the result. So, called out, "This dan can genuinely raise your strength." Ah! It has raised my cultivation by 10 years at least. This is a heavenly medicine. Long Crane also got impatient after he looked at his younger brother, and ingested a dan himself. He was then left to seem pleasantly surprised. Everyone looked at Long Crane and Big Bear, and figured that this wasn't a scam. So, the remaining Xian Beast Kings looked at each, and then consumed their dawn. And, they suddenly stood erect the next moment. Then, they all looked at Jun Moxie in unison, their eyes were fervent. Good God! This world actually has a miraculous dan that can increase one's cultivation like this. It really exists. My God! This doesn't even have any side effect. Each and every Xian Beast King's eyes had become even more fervent upon this realization. He's such a skilled person. Now I'm convinced that this mysterious person is extremely skilled, and can refine those dawn from the sacred fruit. What did this senior say earlier? I've been practicing and trifling with below-quality materials. So, taking these medicines will only increase your cultivation by 10 years. Ah! I wish I had better ingredients. These medicines would have been even more effective in that case. Good God! What kind of dawn will he be able to refine if his dawn from below-quality materials have such an effect? The facts have been laid out now. What's there to be uncertain about? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We don't have to make a life or death decision to advance anymore. This is such a great thing. It wasn't even this good in our dreams. Jun Moxie's cloak fluttered as he floated in the air. He put his hand behind his back, and stylishly floated up like the world's topmost expert of this era. Humph! Whoever believes in me will live forever. I've finally gained control of these foolish beings. Jun Moxie sighed with relief. But, his mouth twisted as he implored. I will be able to cross the 6th or 7th layer in 3 years. But, I've showed a bold face and made claims to finish their task in a time period of 3 years. Oh yes, there's another thing which I had almost forgotten about. Jun Moxie put his hand behind his back in an eloquent manner. I heard that there will be a decisive battle between you and the Southern Heaven City. Is this the case? Yes. There's a battle. And, it's scheduled to take place day after tomorrow, Long Crane replied in an even more respectful tone than before. Ahem. Tianxiang City's Jun family and the Dugu family have a somewhat special relationship with me. I hope that their people don't get hurt. It is a matter of honor for me. Jun Moxie had put this sudden request forth in special manner. It would seem to be a modest request if one were listening casually. But, one would realize that it was a direct command if they paid careful attention. That won't be a problem. Long Crane chuckled, we had never intended to deal with them anyway. He thought for a moment, and took out a green bottle before he continued, sprinkle the powder from this bottle on the men from these families before they take to the battlefield. We will surely recognize them if we come across them on the battlefield if this powder is present on their body. And, we won't fight back even if they attack us. Thanks a lot for this. Jun Moxie smiled slightly. He showed neither happiness nor relief. The young master merely maintained a regular, mild, and easy appearance. The Xian beasts suddenly saw a flourishing spectacle. The shadow of the mysterious man couldn't be seen in the sky for a moment. Then, he had returned to his original position a moment later. The green bottle in Long Crane's hand had also disappeared at that exact moment. Such a magical move. The Beast Kings had started to admire him even more. He then considered the 2 objectives complete, and decided to return. But, Jun Moxie naturally spoke a few words before he left, for he feared that the Xian beasts might think that he'd go back on his word if he vanished abruptly. However, he hadn't gotten far when he thought to himself, the decisive battle takes place day after tomorrow. That's still a while away. But, I've stumbled upon this 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit here. How surprising. How many other miraculous treasures might I find in this place for ingredients? How could this young master forget the main reason he came to this place? An unbearable itch overtook his heart as this thought came to his mind. He initiated the yin-yang escape. His body flashed, and he leapt deeper into the forest. Within the forest. Third elder brother, fourth elder brother, quickly tell me who that mysterious man is. And, how are you two so familiar with him? You vouched our Tian Fa to him without even batting an eyelid. And, you even guaranteed out our treasure. The Snake King Green Hunter asked in a doubtful tone, I understand that this person's power is unknown, and he's far more powerful than us. But, I wish to know why you were so eager in his presence. Could it be that you have that much faith in him? This fruit was the jewel of our forest, we had labored for over 300 years to procure this fruit. Everyone else also looked at Long Crane and Big Bear after they heard this. Their heads were muddled, to be honest. The young Master Jun's alter ego had displayed a tremendous strength. It could even be said that he was the strongest in the whole world. But, he was no threat to Tian Fa. Long Crane and Big Bear had talked about him before as well. However, the Xian Beast Kings wouldn't have cowered and given way, even if Jun Moxie was difficult to deal with, and could kill each one of the Beast Kings. Long Crane and Big Bear had a proud look on their faces. After all, their relation with this unrivaled master had provided their siblings a means to advance without any dangers of a backlash. Therefore, they had effectively done a great service to their Tian Fa. All of them could advance. That too without any worries or fears. Therefore, their eyes were already full of the boundless prospects of the future. Something this good has never happened in the Tian Fa forest. This event will create history. The two joyfully opened their mouth in order to show off and speak a few words to display their superior personality. Won't having such a wide circle of friends mean having superior personality? But, they immediately shut their mouths after they opened them since they were struck by a realization. Yes, who knows who this mysterious person is? The two elder brothers of the Xian Beast Kings only knew him as Feng Qinyang. But, little did they know that this name wasn't real. As for who this person was, or where he lived and how he behaved, these two didn't know what to say about any of that. In fact, the two Xian Beast Kings hadn't discovered this most critical problem until this moment. My God! The two of us have trusted someone we know nothing about with such a big guarantee. We were both so eager, and we did as was ordered. But, how will us two brothers find him for getting the dawn which will help everyone advance if we get no news and if there isn't any communication from him after 3 years? Consuming the sacred fruit did have a huge risk. One could explode from doing so. But, it's a sure method to increase one's strength. The no-risk and absolutely safe method did seem attractive, but it's only like a bread drawn on paper at present. It won't mean anything if we didn't get to eat it. I don't know how we'll find him if this deal falls through. They didn't know what to do after they thought it through clearly. The two Xian Beast Kings looked at each other, they were at a loss as to what they could do. The two had been caught unprepared. The rest of the Xian Beast Kings looked to the two for answers. But, the two weren't making things clear. In fact, the others could also see that their complexion wasn't good. So, they nervously asked, "What's the matter, third brother, fourth brother? Why don't you speak? Why are you keeping these things hidden from your younger siblings? Why? You think we wipe his uncles? You're asking us for answers, but who do we ask? Damn! He won't betray us brothers, right?" The thoughts of both the brothers were getting increasingly muddled at that point. Long Crane was depressed. He couldn't help but flip his eyeballs as he spoke up, "Your anxiety isn't worth a fart. That man is a top-class expert with amazing cultivation. He may even be regarded as the strongest master ever born. Why would he diminish his reputation for a matter as trivial as taking away the sacred fruit from us? Anyway, do you think we could have resisted if he had wanted to take it from us by force? You need to be patient if you want this benefit. Why are you in a rush? That master said that he'll finish our assignment in the next 3 years. What's 3 years for us beast kings? We can sleep for a period longer than that. Now, why don't you guys start acting like beast kings again? Go about your own business. We have a battle upcoming in 2 days' time. Big Bear hastily cut in, exactly. Looking at your morose appearance is a pain in the ass. Hurry up and get lost. What are you waiting for? Just go. Raise your spirits. Not many enemies will be able to match you in the future. The other Xian beast kings felt discontent and unhappy. They cursed in the secrecy of their hearts, you looked morose yourself. You think you are the only ones who are allowed to feel that way? How can we not feel bad, huh? Though, they could do nothing else after they looked at the serious expressions on their two brothers' faces. They then scattered, and went away. But, the prospect of that beautiful dream continued to linger in their hearts. Ah, we'll make a safe and seamless breakthrough in 3 years. Long Crane had spoken the truth. 3 years was nothing to these Xian beast kings, it was a very short period of time in their eyes. They had extremely long lifespans. They weren't immortal. But, their lives were tenfold longer than those of an ordinary person. Perhaps much more than tenfold. 3 years wait for advancement and longer life. This is very profitable. It was like heavenly meat had fallen from the sky. Sure, there are some doubts, but this mysterious expert deserves complete trust. Moreover, he had displayed his amazing cultivation. Moreover, everyone experienced a 10-year leap in their cultivation by merely taking those dawn of his. Forget about eating or even seeing such a magical thing, no one has even heard of something like this before. Those dawn have increased our cultivation by 10 years. That's simply against the natural order of things. Could anything be impossible for this mysterious man? Therefore, it was only natural that Long Crane and Big Bear didn't have any misgivings regarding the mysterious person. Moreover, Jun Moxie had never intended to renege on this deal either. This was a chanced-upon opportunity for him, and would be good for him as well. Wouldn't they owe him a big favor if they all managed to advance through their bottlenecks safely? Wouldn't that mean that I would acquire many powerful thugs for free? Moreover, each one of them would be an apex-level warrior. Ah! The young Master Jun felt free of worry, and pleasant with that treasure in his hand. His entire journey forward had been pleasant and full of surprises since he had left the Xian Beast Kings. This Tian Fa forest isn't a Fu*King treasure in name only. This has gotten me very excited. I couldn't find any of these ingredients in Tianxiang City. My efforts failed even when I had searched the entire place so painstakingly, and had exerted the entirety of my strength. But, I can find everything here en masse. No ingredient is rare here. I can find anything I want, as long as I look for it seriously. And, they aren't present in a small number either, their quantity here is huge. And, it looks like no one has ever collected any of them. This is great. This is really great. There are so many ingredients for the peak level 9 Xian Dawn. Like tricolored spirit mushroom, heavenly star grass, level 9 Xian root. I've already stumbled upon these 3 herbs. They are few of the rarest herbs of the age, and can't be easily found. In fact, I've actually found some heavenly star grass. This is only second to the 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit. And, such a legendary grade medicine actually exists here in abundance. This had come as a huge surprise to him. He had seemingly got the cherry pick. Jun Moxie felt warm inside. He continued to use the yin-yang escape as he went deeper into the forest. He saw many rare ingredients, and stored all of them inside the Hongjun Pagoda. But, he hadn't gone very far when he started to feel that something was off. This was because there were no traces of any Xian beasts in the area that lay in front of him. There were no birds in the sky. And, the ground was so clean that not an ant could be seen crawling on it. What was really unreasonable was that he couldn't even feel half an earthworm inside the ground. This place is too silent and desolate. Don't tell me that there's another 1,000 evils and 10,000 poisons fruit here. Jun Moxie looked around at the flowers and trees. They were all lush. He circulated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, and breathed the air in. It was fresh, and there was no hint of poison in it. Moreover, there was a spiritual influence at play there. And it was surprisingly in abundance. This area is so vibrant. But, why isn't there a single trace of any beast here? This is extremely strange. Jun Moxie carefully drifted forward a bit, and then walked inside. The trees and the flowers got increasingly lush. But, there was no sound of activity, same as before. The air too got increasingly fresh and pleasant. Jun Moxie finally stopped the yin-yang escape, and showed himself in the woods. He looked around as he walked forward, and then inhaled a lungful of the comfortable air. There were bright purple and red colors all around him. It was late autumn. But, everything still seemed very lush in this vicinity. This place was seemingly unaffected by the seasons. The vegetation was still extremely lush. It was extremely quite there. Then, Jun Moxie suddenly felt a subtle sensation. It was like his mind had grown fickle and impatient in this world. Everything had become quiet in the blink of an eye. Everything was so quiet that it made one revel in the past. It made one's mind feel at ease, and made them feel like their souls had been cleansed. The ground Jun Moxie had just stepped on had a silky feel to it, like the grass of a meadow. It rustled softly as he moved forward. He felt like he was walking in dreamland. The myriads of problems that had clogged his mind disappeared, and he felt his mind going empty, like he was sleepwalking. Jun Moxie walked as if he was unconscious. He then involuntarily walked over to a lone tree, and sat down beneath it. And he did this with extremely gentle movements, as if he was afraid that making any noise would ruin the tranquility of his mind. The young man remained seated very calmly. There was perplexity in his eyes as he brought a hand to his chin while he looked ahead. He couldn't see properly. It seemed as if the area was covered in mist, or he was drunk. Hostilities had filled his soul for a long time. But, some of it had seemingly started to slip away from his body via a drip. He then had a mysterious feeling. Then, he felt disappointment, as if a butcher had laid down his knife. The young master then felt aloof, like he had transformed into a Buddha-like state of mind. A small blossom revolved as it floated down from the tree. It silently fell down on his shoulders, but he didn't become aware of it because of the flurry he was in. There was a light breeze. And, the hair at the edge of his hairline started to sway gently. It seemed like centuries had already passed. But, it also felt like all of this had happened in a brief moment. The flower bud swiftly falls on the lone man. Jun Moxie sighed slightly, and raised his head. He then shaded his eyes to look ahead at the picturesque scenery. He took a deep breath. This is so beautiful that even a blood-soaked killer like me feels elated and detached in its seclusion. Jun Moxie reluctantly looked around at the surroundings. His mind opened up. He chuckled and spoke up in self-mockery, staying in this serenity for merely one day can be life's greatest pleasure. But, such an elegant paradise isn't suitable for a killer like me. His figure then floated up without touching the moist and soft grass underneath. Jun Moxie relished the soft breeze for a bit, and then suddenly rushed forward. There was thick growth of trees ahead. In fact, there was no gap between them. They were maybe hundreds, or perhaps thousands of years old from the looks of it. They crowded together with no gap between two trees. In fact, it seemed as if they were growing on the same place. They were seemingly fencing something from the surrounding area, and had effectively formed an enclosure. How can someone reside in such a place? Hitman Jun was curious. But, he possessed the caution of an assassin. So, he initiated the yin-yang escape, and entered it as light as a feather. My heavens! What a beautiful place. There was a small valley within those closely packed trees. There were no constructions in it, but it still had some natural and muddy hovels within. It seemed as if this place had been made by the heavens. In fact, this place was extremely shocking and amazing. A burst of faint and wonderful scent was coming from flowers hidden at a distance. This scent hit Jun Moxie's nose, and he couldn't help but eagerly stretch his neck to breathe it in. He suddenly felt a burst of extreme comfort, and his spirits rose up. He followed the scent, and hadn't gone far when he saw something. It made him want to shout out, and he eventually had to cover his mouth with his hand. There was a massive and solid tree in front of him. It grew on gravel. However, the gravel was exuding three bright colors: gold, red and white. These three colors glittered so splendidly that they took Jun Moxie's breath away. It appeared that the treasure, the tricolored mushroom, grew there. Moreover, there weren't just 7 or 8 of them under that tree's trunk, several grew in every nook and cranny. They were practically growing there as if they were cabbage in a farm. And one could also find many other rare herbs there. I'm not dreaming, right? Jun Moxie was suddenly overcome with a great sense of happiness. He had coveted this mushroom for a long time. He could rise to the 3rd level, and refine the cleansed marrow dan. He hadn't even found 10 ingredients in Tianxiang City, despite his thorough search. But, he had collected even higher level ingredients in merely one night's time after he had set foot inside this forest. Moreover, he had collected them en masse. Jun Moxie was very depressed some time ago. He could have made a breakthrough. But, he didn't have the medicine which could supplement it. This had given him a huge headache. He had never thought that these things would line up like cabbage in a farm after he'd arrive at Tianfa. But then, he had found this unfathomable and mysterious place. This is indeed inexplicably amazing. It's unknown how many rare and amazing treasures one could find in this vast Tianfa forest. This would tantamount to immense strength in the future. Jun Moxie went wild with joy and stepped forward. He then started to pluck those herbs as quickly as he could. The young master Jun picked a great number of them. But, he hesitated once only the last 2 trunks of that tree remained laden with this treasure. And, he eventually decided against it. You can't make a living from hunting if you burn the forest. Too much of anything isn't a good thing either. Jun Moxie wouldn't show a moment's hesitation when it came to destroying something right down to its root cause. However, the young master Jun inadvertently found himself abiding to appropriate behavior inside this heavenly abode. Too much of anything is never a satisfactory thing either. Jun Moxie looked around, and was amazed to discover that a natural cultivation base was somewhat concealed in the embrace of that tree. And, one could actually find every kind of precious ingredient in the underbrush. Is this the source of that spiritual influence? Jun Moxie felt apprehensive, and looked around with greater care. One would find a cave if they took a detour from the trees. But, there were trees which leaned forward to cover the entrance of the cave. In fact, he was convinced that even wind and rain wouldn't be able to affect the area inside this cave. This cave must be unusually dry. Then, the young master Jun heard an extremely faint sound from the mouth of the cave. Don't tell me, someone actually lives here. But, my spirit sense had detected no abnormality in this area. Jun Moxie suddenly became alert. He quickly initiated the yin-yang escape, and floated inside the cave in a state of invisibility. He went forward, and took a look inside the cave. His mouth immediately opened around, with astonishment. Something he could have never anticipated had appeared before his eyes. He had thought that this place was extremely secretive. He had anticipated that even a bird wouldn't be able to come here. So, he had naturally assumed that this place would be the abode of some big boss. Or, that it was at least an abode of a Xian beast king in human form. Only that kind of talent and strength would deserve such an environment. However, what appeared in front of him was a bare room made up of cold stone. In fact, there wasn't even a bed inside it. It was only worthy of being called a dump. There was a black gown on the center of the floor. It laid there like discarded trash. In fact, it couldn't even be called a black gown from Jun Moxie's standards. That thing was more like a massive piece of black cloth. He felt that even an elephant would look slender in that gown. And, as far as a human was concerned, that cloth would cover any human in their entirety, even if the cloth had been folded a few times. The black cloth had a small blood stain on it. It was unknown where it had picked that stain from. A barely alive and tiny white animal was laying on top of that black cloth. Jun Moxie shot a quick glance towards this animal. That animal almost looked like Little White at first sight. However, he looked more carefully, and realized that this little creature wasn't Little White. The beast in front of him was half the size of a person's arm. Its body was entirely white, and had no fur anywhere. But, that white creature gave off a very comfortable feeling, and looked very elegant as well. The frail thing looked at Jun Moxie as he appeared in front of it. However, its eyes didn't display a single trace of fear. It merely turned to look at him with eyes that were filled with tranquility, clarity, and even an indescribable sense of arrogance. Then, the tiny creature seemed to have resigned to something, and lowered its head. It had suddenly gone so quiet that it seemed as if life and death had no meaning in its eyes anymore. However, that small body was curled up so helplessly in that black gown that the sight of it could evoke a strong feeling of tenderness in one's heart. Jun Moxie held nothing against animals. But, his temperament had never been of a man who'd be fond of pets. He didn't exactly like or dislike Little White. But, he suddenly felt a strong urge to protect the little creature that lay in front of him. And, it was a fantastic feeling. "Poor thing, are you hurt?" Jun Moxie asked in a rare gentle voice as he softly sat down while looking at the tiny beast. The little thing lowered its head indifferently. It seemed uninterested. It wasn't clear whether it couldn't understand the words the young Master Jun had spoken, or had simply ignored them from the start. Jun Moxie saw this creature's lazy and adorable mannerism, and suddenly recalled why Dugu Xiaoyi had come to Tianfa. She wanted to hunt a snow ferret. She then wanted to use its skin to make a garment her grandfather could wear on his wounded waist. That small creature looked like the legendary and thunderous Xian beast, Snow Ferret, from the looks of it. However, Jun Moxie couldn't detect even the faintest trace of a Xian beast-like aura from it, despite a careful inspection. Therefore, it obviously wasn't a level 8 snow ferret, or anyone from its genus. In fact, it might not even be a Xian beast to start with. Could it really be an ordinary tiny ferret? But, why does it look so beautiful? Then, Jun Moxie slowly extended his hand, and touched the little creature lightly. However, the creature still hung its head low, same as before. The creature was motionless, but its body had become stiff. "I know you're scared, little thing." Jun Moxie smiled, "Don't worry, I'm a good man, a very good man. Come, amusing little thing. I will see to your wound. I will give you a tasty medicine. A good man." This was the first time that Jun Moxie had called himself a good man in the combined time frame of his two lives so far. However, he was truly a good man in this little white creature's eyes. He circled his aura around the little creature he now held in his arms, and inspected it for a bit. However, there was something Jun Moxie hadn't come to notice. He had held the creature for barely a second when its ears had become erect. It had then opened its eyes in a wide stare. In fact, a sharp glint had arisen from the depths of its eyes. But, it then sensed the wonderful chi that was coming from the young Master Jun's body. It had then stared blankly for a second. In fact, it looked extremely confused at first. But, it slowly closed its eyes shut soon after. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue, "I don't know how you got this injury, little thing. Tch, it's very harsh. Your meridians are like 100-year-old bark, they're brittle, and full of cracks. They'll break the moment you make any movements, but you're lucky that you met me. Anyone else's hands would have been bound even if they had wished to help you. However, I seldom turn down the chance to do a good deed. He slowly let out the dense and pure aura he had amassed in his palm while he talked. The refreshing and innate pure aura flowed into the little creature like a bubbling stream. It then went into its meridians. That innate pure aura increased its spirits. And then, the unspeakable pain that it felt was reduced considerably as the aura continued to flow into the meridians. It instead felt incomparably comfortable, in fact, it even wanted to let out a groan. The aura slowly mended the nearly broken meridians. It was akin to a supreme healing medicine at the time. The injuries healed slowly, and got a little better. Soon, the meridians were fixed enough to have no cracks left in them. So, how did you suffer such a devil's bite? It's a high-level devil's bite. In fact, it's devil's bite only a person with a chi level of a great master can suffer. Only someone with a huge amount of chi could make this happen. How could a little thing like you make such a big ruckus? Is my guess wrong? Are you the root of these problems? Wouldn't you be some big shot of Tian Fa if that were the case, perhaps even the Lord? Jun Moxie laughed. It seemed funny even as he spoke it. And so, he burst out laughing. The little creature turned to look at him, and its eyes revealed an expression of disdain. You're not convinced, little thing. Wouldn't I be the ultra-super master if you were the supreme lord of Tian Fa? I can kill you as I speak since you're in my hand. But, I will obviously never harm such an adorable little thing like you. Jun Moxie looked at it, and his expression changed very drastically. He couldn't help but smile as he moved his hand, and lightly scratched the little thing's tender nose. A light noise came from the creature's throat, and a look of embarrassment appeared in his eyes. The young master continued to tease the little beast while he healed it. It was unknown how long it continued for. Maybe it was for a short period, or perhaps it continued for a long time. Oh. You're feeling embarrassed, little thing. Jun Moxie used the pure aura from the Hongjun Pagoda, and eventually mended the entirety of the little creature's damaged meridians. He let out a relaxed sigh as he spoke that ridiculous tease of a line. And then, he lightly patted the little thing's tender posterior. The little thing shivered after getting spanked. It was like it had been struck by lightning. It tried to struggle, but Jun Moxie held it down rather vigorously. The injury is fine now. But, it'll be best if you don't tamper with it. It might go back to the original injured condition if you do. Jun Moxie spoke as he kneaded the little thing's posterior. He then slapped it lightly, only to find that it was extremely soft and supple. It felt as if it had no bone in it. It felt very good to him, and he couldn't help but continue to knead it. Anyway, you can't understand a word I'm saying. A rare and innocent smile surfaced on Jun Moxie's face. He smiled, and his eyebrows shot up. He didn't notice that the eyes of the little creature were full of embarrassment until they had drooped down with shame. Oh. Jun Moxie was too focused at rubbing the little thing since he was enjoying it a bit too much. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, you seem so embarrassed. You're not a female, are you? The little creature started to tremble violently. Its eyes opened wide into a circle with disbelief. The little thing then turned as red as blood. Its short and white hair had turned red as well. Then, its body became very stiff, it didn't move at all. A female, you are a female, and I'm a big man. But, I won't rape you. So, what are you afraid of? Jun Moxie was rather engrossed. So, he reached out and teased it further. The little creature then let out a strange scream. It hadn't returned to its state of previous supremacy since it'd need more time to heal completely. But, that vile and nasty human before its eyes was making it sick from head to toe. It twitched and shuddered, almost as if it was suffering from malaria. Then, it stretched and opened its eyes wide, to the greatest extent they could have been stretched to. It then slanted its head at a crooked angle, and fainted. Damn! You couldn't endure even that much? I had just touched you lightly, and yet there was such a strong reaction. Was that your weak spot? Jun Moxie spoke in a puzzled manner as he caught hold of the creature's head to inspect it with bewildered expression on his face. And, at this time, Jun Moxie suddenly felt like he was hit by something lofty, powerful and sharp. He was left to shudder due to the icy feeling, and the hair at the back of his neck stood up. He had reacted as such due to a murderous aura that had suddenly overtaken the vicinity. And, that murderous aura was extremely formidable. It was the strongest he had felt in both of his lives. He was called the King of Evil in his previous life, but his murderous aura was dwarfed by this cold and murderous one. He had been reduced to a mere nobody expert in front of this aura. In fact, he felt the same way a short grass would in front of a large tree. There was absolutely no comparison between the owners of these two auras. This was a very destructive murderous aura. He didn't even have enough time to pinpoint where the cold murderous aura had come from in that split second. But, he felt that he had been enclosed inside it. As if he had fallen into a cold cave. He felt that he couldn't escape it, no matter what he did. Jun Moxie was covered with cold sweat for a time. That aura was so sharp, huge, and frightening that it could penetrate into an individual's body, and could leave the said individual's thoughts to become sluggish. So much so, that even their very soul would become stiff and sluggish. A person's eyes would see no hope to reprieve themselves from the clutches of death once this murderous aura had shrouded their body. Their eyes would reek of the anticipation of their end. There's such a terrifying and formidable strength in the depths of this forest. Jun Moxie instantly became regretful. I've been too careless this time. Jun Moxie had seen and faced many experts since the time he had come to this world. However, even a spirit Xian expert's murderous aura would be considered nothing compared to what he was facing at this moment. Even the great master Li Ju Tian wouldn't be able to compare with this. That murderous aura was strong and terrifying enough to have surpassed the young master's imagination. Perhaps this makes sense. This place had so many heavenly herbs. So, it would be illogical to leave these heavenly herbs lying around without a powerful guardian to protect them. Jun Moxie's subconscious screamed for him to escape into the Hongjun Pagoda, and take refuge against that frightful aura. He knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with something so frightening and powerful. He wouldn't have been able to escape this aura even if he was at the peak stage of his previous life. So, it was even more useless to talk about his present condition. Jun Moxie couldn't even think of a means to deal with this powerful aura if its owner were to unleash it upon him. What kind of earth-shattering murderous aura is this person emanating? I can neither contend with it, nor avoid it. However, the frightening aura disappeared just when Jun Moxie had started to think of making an escape. In fact, that aura had disappeared without a trace, or any prior signs of doing so. Its disappearance was an unfathomable mystery. It had disappeared as suddenly as it had arrived. The heavens and earth had now reinstated to their original state. That was close. Jun Moxie gasped for air. But, he still had some lingering fear. So, he linked his spiritual sense to the Hongjun Pagoda in order to connect to everything. Then, a mixture of the aura from the Hongjun Pagoda, and his own spirit sense, spread out far and wide. He looked everywhere, but didn't discover anything unusual. This is very strange. Jun Moxie frowned as he held the little creature. It should be mentioned that Jun Moxie's innate spiritual sense was quite formidable even if his strength wasn't. In fact, it was in no way weaker than that of a spirit Xian expert. Moreover, the aura from Hongjun Pagoda and his innate spiritual sense had formed a formidable combination. And, this had increased the effective power by many times. But, the creature in his embrace was a supreme being. It was extremely strong. In fact, it was the strongest the young Master Jun had faced since he had come to this world. And, it was the owner of that murderous aura. Jun Moxie's spiritual sense was powerful, but it was incapable of detecting the opposite party's aura if they had chosen to hide it. Jun Moxie had risked a chance, and had started to search for the identity of that mysterious master. But, it was a pity that his spiritual sense had come up with nothing. His spiritual sense flowed out again. But, he found the area to be deserted once again, there was no one around. He hadn't even noticed that the little thing in his arms had woken up. Its big and beautiful eyes were wide open. But, they had a complicated expression in them. The expression in its eyes looked unpredictable in make, but revealed a faint yet fiercely ominous glint. The expressions in its eyes were a blurry mix. It was sometimes indignant, sometimes embarrassed. A murderous look would occasionally arise in them. And, it looked puzzled at times. The little thing had revealed many complicated expressions in its eyes. Any man would find this strange. But, Jun Moxie hadn't paid any attention to this because of the appearance and disappearance of that unimaginable murderous aura. The young Master Jun had searched every place, except for his own arms. That little creature looked like a harmless animal. However, the dark light that shone in its eyes was of a persona Jun Moxie should have feared the most. The undisputed and strongest master. Ha ha. You woke up, you little thing. You woke up, but you didn't even move to let me know about it. You should be spanked for that. Hey, are you hungry? Jun Moxie figured that the master with the murderous aura had disappeared, and wasn't a threat to him for the time being. So, he relaxed. Then, he became lively, and lowered his head to look at the tiny thing. It was then that he noticed that the little creature had opened his eyes, and was looking at him. The young Master Jun couldn't help but laugh and lightly rebuke as he saw this. The little creature closed its eyes tightly once again. You're still in a bad mood. You're acting like this even though I haven't touched your butt yet. Jun Moxie spoke that sentence with disdain, and then curled his lips. Then, pop. Pop. He hit that little posterior with the palm of his hand. Then, he started to knead it, and a look of enjoyment came over his face. This feeling. I really can't get over it. Gee, you come with me, alright little thing. I will give you tasty food every day. The others can't get the same treatment. I won't even ask for anything. I'll just rub your little buttocks every day. The little creature looked at him with resentment and shame. This man had helped heal its meridians during its friendliest of times. It would have swallowed this shameless guy whole if it weren't for that. What's so valuable about eating and playing with you? What's so special about being with you? What good will you rubbing my butt every day bring? Your words are pure and utter nonsense. It's not untrue that you've helped me today. But, you have hit my body and added to my shame as well, you brat. If I don't get back at you 100 times over, then, I won't be called. You just wait for it. Humph. You still don't want to. How dare you? Humph. I've been so kind to you, and you still don't want to come with me? Jun Moxie continued to knead. Then, he suddenly thought of something and said, You're a female, right? That means that you will have to breastfeed when you have children, yes. But, I can't see the equipment. Is it because they are too small? You think my eyes aren't sharp enough? Why haven't I found anything? The little creature quickly understood what was being said. It quickly opened its eyes wide to look at the hateful brat as it turned its slender body around. Then, it repositioned its body with its slender stomach facing upwards, as if it was showing something. TCH, what you have is so small. It's as big as a mung bean. Your children will have to endure terrible hunger. Jun Moxie smiled wickedly as he located his next target. He then extended his finger, and pinched it. He then rubbed, and pinched it again. The tiny creature's legs suddenly paddled and kicked. Then, it went red all over, and started to glare. After that, it let out a weeping groan in a strange voice. Then, it tilted its head, and fainted once again. It had been made to faint out of anger and embarrassment, twice by now. That other person was too big a bully. The tiny creature found itself being carried in the man's hand by the time it woke up. In fact, it was being swung rather awkwardly in midair. Jun Moxie was in a rush at the moment since he felt the onset of a urinary urgency. However, he didn't wish to put the little thing down since holding it felt extremely comfortable and wonderful. Moreover, that little things might slip away if he put it down. So, he carried the little thing, and went out to look for a corner to ease his bladder. The young man raised his gown, undid the trousers, and let them slip a bit. He lowered his underpants down to his feet, and revealed two somewhat hairy thighs. After that, the genitalia came out, coincidentally, in front of the little creature's eyes. He didn't have any scruples doing it in front of the little creature anyway. Don't people urinate in front of their pet dogs as well? Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't think much about it. Then, the bright and shiny line of water burst out with a crashing sound. It burst out joyously, and noisily. And, the young man felt extremely relaxed as a result of this. The little creature being carried in this youngster's hand could never have imagined that this man would shamelessly undo his trousers. The creature gave an embarrassed whimper, and covered its beautiful big eyes with its paws. Jun Moxie saw that reaction, and laughed in a savage manner. He finished his business, and shook his thing. But, he didn't tighten his belt. He started acting in an even viler manner thereafter, and he pulled apart the little thing's paws with his hands. The little thing's eyes were forced open, and that huge thing appeared in front of it once again. In fact, that thing was so close to it that it nearly came close enough to touch it. The little creature screeched like a bird as its entire body turned red, and it shut its eyes close. Its two paws stretched forward despite everything. And, they moved forward with the intent to tear the young master's thing to shreds. Jun Moxie shouted, and quickly raised the little creature upwards with a whooshing sound. Then, he again brought his thing close to its head in mischief once it had opened its eyes, and spoke with a sense of disdain in his tone, "See this? Feeling inferior? He. The tiny thing had grief and indignation written all over its face. It looked at Jun Moxie with shame in its eyes. And tears had started to stream down from its eyes. It was in so much pain that it didn't wish to live anymore. It was felt horrible, and it felt like its mind had gone blank. This is so shameful, boo-hoo, please let me die. I don't want to live anymore. The young master had acted in a very tyrannical manner. He hummed, and pulled up his trousers. But, the little creature continued to struggle in his hands. So, he threatened, "Stop this, or I'll stuff you down my trousers." "Stuff me down the trousers?" The little thing instantaneously became rigid as it heard him. It didn't even dare to move. "I might commit suicide out of shame if he stuffs me down his trousers, but I would still be regarded as a joke for 10,000 years to come. Just look at this guy, he has acted so shamelessly. What else won't he do at this point? This is the most humiliating day of my entire life. This little brat is vile to an unspeakable degree. He's extremely evil and shameless." Jun Moxie put the little creature on a rock in the stone chamber, and scolded the wide-eyed victim, "You stay here, okay? I'll be going out to get some herbs, but I will be back to take you. Then, we'll leave." He turned around after he had said this, and walked towards the cave's mouth. But then, he returned the next moment with a whooshing sound, and grabbed the little creature. He then rubbed and spanked its butts a few more times as he laughed, "This is really nice. I'm addicted to it. Don't run, now." Then, he turned and left. "Don't run. You'll ravage me when you get back." The little creature glared at Jun Moxie's back with pure hatred as he walked out. "Shameless bastard. I'm sure that you're the one who stole my Tian Fa's sacred fruit. And, now you've come here to humiliate me. Humph. This bastard's help was great for me. But, I will never let you off in any way. I will make you weep a tearless cry one day, just like I did today. And then, you won't wish to live anymore. You'd want to die, but I won't let you. First, I'll fry your thing. And then, I'm going to sever it for scaring me like that. The little thing cried many wrong tears. It then turned around, and returned to the stone room. Then, it activated some unknown mechanism that was concealed inside the room, and disappeared. It has been hundreds of years since I've been born, and I had forgotten what it felt like to cry. But, I've cried so many tears of humiliation today. I just can't bear this. It won't take me more than a day to make a full recovery. This speed of recovery has been made possible because of this brat's help, but, I must take revenge. I remember your smell. I remember your face. Don't worry, I'll find you. I'll rat you out no matter where you run to inside this continent. A person who can escape my wrath hasn't appeared in this continent in hundreds of years. Humph. You repulsive brat. You shameless piece of sh*t. Remember me, bastard. Jun Moxie eventually finished collecting enough ingredients. In fact, he had nearly wiped the area clean. He was in a happy and satisfied mood, like he was returning from a rewarding journey. He was extremely content with his achievements, and felt relaxed. But, he was then suddenly blindsided the moment he returned to the stone chamber. The black gown was still there inside the stone chamber. But, the adorable little creature wasn't. It had disappeared without a trace. Crap. Where has that little thing run off to? How come it has run away when I told it not to? Jun Moxie felt a rare sense of indignation. I had cured your injuries, and had given you so much fun. Yet, you forgot what you owed me, and escaped. You're a thankless thing. The young Master Jun was unwilling to give up. He carefully searched inside a circumference to see where that ungrateful creature had run off to. I'll see that I never need your tiny ass again once I find you. Jun Moxie took a hateful pledge. He was feeling very indignant. He wanted to take that little back with him, so he could tease it regularly. Moreover, he wanted to take that incredibly tiny and adorable creature to his house so that it might also keep Guan Qing Han happy. However, those back-and-forth thoughts were of a man who had counted his chickens before they had hatched. This had turned into a fruitless endeavor. Don't get too cocky. Just you wait. You'll be wiping my ass the next time we meet. I'll teach you a lesson. Humph. Jun Moxie cursed inside. But, he also thought of the Hongjun Pagoda. He thought of an entire layer filled with the legendary treasures he had collected. This made him very happy. This trip to Tian Fa had been an enriching and profitable endeavor. In fact, the profits had far surpassed his imagination. It had been a bumper harvest. Jun Moxie was satisfied. He sighed, and his body suddenly got up into the air before he vanished. He had already initiated the yin-yang escape, and was moving unseen through the forest towards his destination, the Southern Heaven City. Only one important ingredient is left, the level 9 Xian root. Grandpa Jun's cultivation would be advanced to Spirit Xian realm once the level 9 Xian root had been acquired. In fact, it would go beyond the mere Spirit Xian realm. He would be at Spirit Xian's second level's peak in one enthralling step. Grandpa's cultivation is lacking in relation to the world at large. But, it's one of the top ones in Tianxiang City, perhaps even the whole of the empire. Tianxiang's emperor could think of dealing with the Jun family despite its military prowess, but he wouldn't think about messing with a Spirit Xian expert without fearing of the consequences. No one can bear such consequences with ease. Even the emperor of a country is no exception. A Spirit Xian expert as an enemy can tantamount an ocean of corpses and blood. Then, Jun Moxie settled his heart, and concentrated on dealing with his third uncle's situation. The Silver Blizzard City, he couldn't take out the entire Shao family for the time being. But, he still had to make his uncle and Han Yanyao meet. This was the greatest worry that had plagued his uncle's heart. This was also Han Yanyao's greatest hope. And, Jun Moxie had taken it upon himself to help the two. Jun Moxie returned to the southern heaven city the next day. But, it was already night time. In other words, he had already spent a full day and night in the forest. Where had you gone to, you brat? What took you so long to return? Jun Moxie ran into Jun Wuyi's question the moment he returned. His 3 spirit Xian maternal uncles were staring at him. And, one could tell from their eyes that were ready to give him a beating. The 3 men had their hair turn white with worry for their precious nephew since the youngster had gone missing for a day and night. Moreover, this was the Shui Han Manor's territory. So, Jun Wuyi and the 3 Dongfang brothers would have rushed to either Shui Han Manor, or the Silver Blizzard City to look for Jun Moxie if he hadn't returned in some time. Well, I had just gone for a casual stroll. And, I hadn't gone very far. Jun Moxie turned his gaze from his 4 uncles, slipped away into the shadows, and disappeared without a trace. I can only tell you that I went for a stroll into the forest yesterday. What a joke. I had a very cheerful and friendly chat with 7 Xian Beast King. And, I've come to a mutual agreement with them. We have unanimously reached a mutually beneficial agreement to cooperate. The 4 men looked at each other. You went for a stroll. You brat, this is your first time in this city. You're a stranger here. So, where did you go for a stroll? And, can one go for a stroll that lasts for a day and a night? You didn't go far. You could have gone far enough to visit Tianxiang City by now. You brat, don't you know that we 4 brothers were worried to death? However, Jun Moxie had returned, and didn't wish to discuss his whereabouts. In any case, he had returned safe and sound. So, the 4 elder men were in no mood to inquire further. Moreover, Jun Wuyi was aware that his nephew possessed special powers, and not only in name at that. They were presently in southern Heaven City. But, he wouldn't have been too worried if his nephew had gone missing for 2 to 3 days in Tianxiang City. Well, I had just gone for a casual stroll. And, I hadn't gone very far. Jun Moxie turned his gaze from his 4 uncles, slipped away into the shadows, and disappeared without a trace. I can only tell you that I went for a stroll into the forest yesterday. What a joke. I had a very cheerful and friendly chat with 7 Xian Beast King. And, I've come to a mutual agreement with them. We have unanimously reached a mutually beneficial agreement to cooperate. The 4 men looked at each other. You went for a stroll. You brat, this is your first time in this city. You're a stranger here. So, where did you go for a stroll? And, can one go for a stroll that lasts for a day and a night? You didn't go far. You could have gone far enough to visit Tianxiang City by now. You brat, don't you know that we 4 brothers were worried to death? However, Jun Moxie had returned, and didn't wish to discuss his whereabouts. In any case, he had returned safe and sound. So, the 4 elder men were in no mood to inquire further. Moreover, Jun Wuyi was aware that his nephew possessed special powers, and not only in name at that. They were presently in southern Heaven City. But, he wouldn't have been too worried if his nephew had gone missing for 2 to 3 days in Tianxiang City. However, the 4 men genuinely hadn't realized that Jun Moxie hadn't gone very far. He had only gone to the core of the Tianfa forest for a stroll. And, that stroll had materialized into the collection of some precious herbs, the molestation of a little creature, and what not. The expressions of the 4 men changed. They shook their head, and followed in. The 4 had been worried this entire time. But, their hearts were at ease now. The battle would start the next day. So, everyone's mind was preoccupied with it. They had decided to take a quick rest. The next day was to be a serious one. It was at this moment that a soldier suddenly came with a message. Shui Han Manor's Li Tingyun had come to pay a visit. Jun Wuyi then muttered irresolutely, "Invite him in." The 3rd Master Jun had been thinking about the meeting of the heads of the families. It had taken place in the morning, and Jun Moxie had been designated the supreme commander for the decisive battle. That is, he had been chosen as the leader of the team that would throw their lives away. However, the Shui Han Manor had then proposed their third master as a candidate to replace Jun Moxie for the supreme commander's position, that too at a point when the heads of every family had nearly reached the conclusion of the matter. This had left everyone baffled. The so-called supreme commander would have no real authority. He would have no hope for a victory in this battle. In fact, the commander would be a scapegoat in defeat, and would only go out to die in this hopeless battle. Moreover, the said man would also have to protect his own side from the animosity-ridden plots of his opposing factions. Hence, this was truly an arduous and thankless job. Therefore, no one could understand what Li Ju Tian was thinking. Why would he send the third master from his family, someone with a spirit Xian cultivation, to be a replacement scapegoat for the number one contender Jun Moxie? Wouldn't it be too great a pity? However, this suggestion had come from the top expert of the coalition. So, no one dared to overrule it that lightly. Therefore, the position of the supreme commander had been temporarily shelved. But, the selection of the commander would only be done amidst two people, that unfortunate third master of the Shui Han Manor, and Jun Moxie. And, Li Tingyun had presumably showed up to discuss that matter. The powerful families had also decided to send some powerful experts to the battle in the pre-preparatory meeting for the battle. The co-originators of this evil plot, the Shui Han Manor and the Silver Blizzard City, didn't dare to defer from this idea either. This entire plan to push Jun Moxie into a desperate situation was theirs from the beginning. After all, they were the ones who wanted to push him into this pit of fire. So, wouldn't the entire world sneer at them if no one was sent from their side? Everyone knew that the chances of victory were quite slim in this battle. In fact, they had almost no chances. However, they still had to send someone, even if they were sending the said individuals to their deaths. Jun Moxie and the Dongfang family would go in. So, the Duanmu and the Sikong family would run the bank to mediate. The Silver Blizzard City decided to send 3 of their elders, the 3rd, 6th, and 9th. The 2 Sky Xian experts, Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han, would also accompany them along with the 7 swords of the Silver Blizzard City. This was nearly 70% of the full strength that had arrived here from the Silver City. In fact, their contribution had been nothing less than generous on the face of it. After all, sending the 3 elders wouldn't be sufficient in its own. The 7 swords were Silver Blizzard City's greatest force, but their power would be reduced rather considerably if they weren't together. So, they'd all have to go. Mu Shuetong and Xiao Han were the 2 unlucky ones. Several peak experts had gathered here. So, 2 Sky Xian experts weren't considered much in this context. However, this was also one of Silver Blizzard City's schemes. Sending great manpower would mean that they would be safer since they could all look out for each other. Therefore, they wouldn't be likely to meet with their deaths, even if they suffered a defeat in the battle. And, the Silver City wouldn't suffer too much as a result of this. However, going with less manpower could mean throwing the lives away of those who were sent to battle. As for the remaining experts of the Silver Blizzard City, the 2nd, 5th and the 8th elders, they wouldn't be going. There was a feud between Xiao Buyu and the Dongfang family. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't join the rest. It would be extremely misfortunate if an internal conflict were to arise due to his presence. Xiao Buyu was Silver City's lead on this assignment. And it was rather mature of him to make this decision when one comes to think of it. There were certainly many grudges and resentments between them and the Dongfang family. However, the current crisis could mean that humanity's end was looming close. So, it was important to act against opening old quarrels given the current scenario. The Duanmu and the Sikong family had friendly relations with the 3 Dongfang brothers. So, they invariably stood on the Jun family's side when they saw Dongfang Wenqing stand beside them. Shui Han Manor also decided to dispatch a massive force. In fact, they had dispatched over half their manpower. This included 300 Jade Xian experts, 100 Earth Xian experts, 30 Sky Xian experts, and 5 Spirit Xian experts. The Shui Hun Manor's team was the strongest amongst the gathered forces. The weakest contingent hailed from the Bailey family. They had decided to dispatch 2 Sky Xian experts along with the Jade Xian Bailey Luo Yun. This decision made the other families sigh in the secrecy of their hearts. And, this also made everyone look down on them somewhat. It's too short-sighted of the Bailey family to treat such a young genius like this. No matter what level of hatred or enmities may have driven this family against this unique genius, they should have rather expelled Bailey Luo Yun from the family as the most severe punishment instead of doing this. Bailey Luo Yun might even become a loner in society at large if they had expelled him. But, he would still have his family name, Bailey. He would then remain a member of the Bailey family in the eyes of society. Moreover, he would have become a Spirit Xian expert, or maybe even a great master if they had given him a dozen or so years to train. Bailey Luo Yun could have become the patron of the Bailey family then. Resentment may still have remained between Bailey Luo Yun and the Bailey family in that case. But, any person wishing to mess with the Bailey family would still have to think about Bailey Luo Yun's reaction. He would at least be a virtual threat. And, the unnoticeable Bailey family would have then been able to change the tide, and would have risen in the society when that time came. However, the Bailey family simply couldn't wait to get rid of this person. In fact, they were almost impatient to bring that rare genius to death. This left everyone to look at the Bailey family's decision-making abilities with disdain. You're a powerful family. So, how can you not read the situation? How can you be so short-sighted? What will you gain by this? Some people even started to assert that the Bailey family had started to decline, and was even done for. Jun Moxie, the supreme commander who had led 20,000 men to the southern Heaven City, would only lead around 300 men of his own to this battle. And, 200 of these men were Jade Xian experts. The remaining were mostly at the Earth Xian realm. In fact, most of the assembled experts were the ones who had been sent by Tian Xiang's influential families to protect their young masters. Jun Moxie had clearly understood the emperor's intentions in the manner he had singled out these people. The many young masters of the various families will be well protected, and won't face a mishap. But, my life is surely foreordained for doom. The families of the capital city were quite scattered. And, he probably desired to use this time to reorganize them. Their strength wasn't exactly that great when compared to the rest of the world. Yet, they were considered quite powerful inside the city. After all, even monkeys can become the kings when there are no tigers in the mountains. However, the family's powers would be crippled if a majority of these men died here. And, these men were accompanying the precious treasures of each family. So, they would certainly be left to feel indignant if too many of these bodyguards were to die. Moreover, these young masters would return home to their siblings later. They would then notice that everything would be settled and calm. This would drive them mad. And, everything would then change, whether it would be a gripe for power, or schemes for toppling the family's line of succession. And, this would eventually weaken every major family. This step-by-step degradation scheme's genius had to be attributed to the emperor. He would be able to hold the powerful families together in his hands in this manner. There could have come a time when the heads of the powerful families may have united to take a stand against the emperor. But, that scenario would vanish in thin air as a result of this scheme. This was a great and far-reaching scheme. In fact, it was an excellent and exquisite plan. The emperor's far-sighted plan was already at play at that time. The third master Jun was immersed in these thoughts when Li Tingyun walked in his excessively jingly attire. His clothes were decorated with flowers, and gave off a shiny bright radiance. In fact, he looked like a walking lighthouse. Jun Moxie and the 3 Dongfang brothers were flabbergasted. This brat is too coquettish. He would be a live target for any assassin. The said killer could make it work even if he had bad aim. He would only need to throw his weapon at the shiny light, and that alone would be enough to make his target gurgle blood. Li Tingyun entered with 2 experts in tow. He cupped his hands, and looked rather arrogant as he said, "I've come to pay a visit, Commander Jun. I request the commander doesn't mind this intrusion. The young master is too courteous." Jun Woo-yi remained calm and maintained etiquette, "Yet, I don't know why you've come here. To what do I owe this meet?" Li Tingyun chuckled gently. He then looked around. The young man was about to speak up, but he stopped himself. The three Dongfang brothers smiled. They were aware that he had some apprehensions. So, they excused themselves, and retired. But, Jun Moxie walked in from behind the cloth flap just as his three uncles left. However, the shadows of two other people remained hidden behind the flap. These two individuals were Guan Qinghan and Dugu Xiaoyi. Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan had suspected the reason behind Li Tingyun's visit. And hence, they had walked in advance. Dugu Xiaoyi had naturally followed after them. Everyone present here is family. So, the young master Li Tingyun can speak freely, Jun Woo-yi smiled faintly. The faint yet cold glint in Li Tingyun's eyes had somewhat revealed his intentions. And, Jun Woo-yi was no fool. So, he had guessed the reason behind Li Tingyun's visit. This young master will speak openly if that's the case, Li Tingyun smiled. His eyes had a look of great confidence in them. The just-arrived Jun Moxie wasn't important in his eyes. In fact, he wouldn't even care if the entire Jun family were present there. After all, the Jun family was nothing in front of the monster that his Shuehun manor was. This young master had gone to Tianxiang City for sightseeing some time ago. He had then met young lady Guan Qinghan by chance, and was startled by her celestial beauty. "I've been yearning for her day and night ever since. Not a day goes by when I don't think of her." Li Tingyun smiled gracefully and continued, "It's said that the young lady Guan Qinghan has been living as a widow in the Jun family for many years. In fact, her status is still that of the Jun family's daughter-in-law, married to the eldest of the Jun family's third generation, but we all know that the said marriage isn't valid. In fact, it's a marriage in name only. So, this young master has come to the third master Jun to ask for the young lady's freedom so that we can have a splendid marriage. Wouldn't it be the best for both the sides? My Shuehun manor will also reciprocate if you agree and give your well wishes." Li Tingyun waved his hand to stop Jun Woo-yi from interrupting as he continued, "The third master Jun must be aware that my Shuehun manor has agreed to my proposition for candidature over the command of the forces for the decisive battle tomorrow. Everyone knows that this decisive battle is no ordinary battle. You'd have to face high-level Xian beasts. A single misstep could result in a miserable fate if one's not careful. Commander Jun is a great general. Your Xian cultivation is obviously outstanding as well. This Li Tingyun genuinely admires that about you. However, Commander Jun has been disabled for several years. We may have to square up against the high-level Xian beasts in this battle. And, you must know that you won't be very fortunate if you were to go there." Jun Woo-yi looked down. He didn't wish to show his rage. Then, he spoke in a lowered voice, "The manor's young master's purpose to arrive here certainly isn't limited to a chat about his worry for this Jun's life. Speak your real intention." "Well, I shall talk plainly since the Commander Jun is in haste. You won't need to throw your life away if you agree to my request." Li Tingyun seemed tired, and put up his point rather directly, "Our Shuehun manor will take a strong stance, and we will forcibly take the position of the supreme commander. We won't let any harm come to the Jun family's reputation. The Jun family will be safe from the Xian beast's attack under our wing. Moreover, we will also try our best to mediate with the Silver City in order to prevent them from stabbing you in the back." Li Tingyun's eyes had basically turned into slits by now. His expression changed as he spoke, and, "This young master knows of the Jun family's apprehensions. But, we won't create any problems for Commander Jun. And, the Jun family only has to part with one woman in exchange. Moreover, they shall only be parting with a woman they have no relations with. Is that what the young masterly means?" That this woman has no worth? Jun Moxie suddenly spoke up in between. This one woman, the third young master's words aren't in keeping with his family's identity. And, this is very surprising to me. Li Tingyun looked up coldly as he said, how much value do women have in this world? They eventually rely on the husband's merit even if they accomplish something. It's like our families exchange mates for our horses, or dogs, or, a few women. That isn't usually a big deal, right? They are mere toys, nothing more. There's no need to make a fuss about it. Mere toys. Jun Wuyi's voice was cold. In fact, it was as cold as the winds that blow on a snow-capped mountain. Is this your condition, young Master Li? I'm making a great offer in good faith, and the commander is still unsatisfied. Li Tingyun had recognized the coldness in Jun Wuyi's voice. He had also noticed the menacing glint in Jun Wuyi's eyes, and the threatening texture of his tone. Think properly, Commander Jun. You will probably die tomorrow if you refuse this gesture I've made with goodwill. You will have to face those crazy beasts that are anyway unmatchable foes. Moreover, you will also have to contend with others whom you can't hope to match. A mere woman in exchange for your life and the peace of the entire Jun family. I'm sure that one who understands this situation will know what choice to make. Moreover, this arrangement will bring the said woman great happiness. You're faced with two roads that determine life and death, Commander. Will you choose unwisely? No relation. Guan Qing Han is a part of my family. At least for now, she is. Jun Wuyi looked at him coldly. No outsider shall ever be allowed to disgrace someone once they're a part of the Jun family. The young master needn't worry about the life and death of any from the Jun family's members, since you're merely a visitor. Don't refuse, Jun Wuyi. This young master has come to speak to you in this matter. But, he has only done so for the benefit of your reputation. Moreover, he has provided such great conditions for your sake. Do you genuinely think you're someone that great? Li Tingyun stood up, and continued in a ruthless tone, why should I worry about you if you can't tell the good from the bad, and wish to court death? You will anyway die. So, what's the big deal? You anyway can't stop me from getting Guan Qing Han even if you don't. Jun Moxie clicked his tongue and said, young Master Li is very strange. When has our Jun family ever asked you to worry about us? And, what status do you have of your own? You're merely the only son of Great Master Zhu Tian, that's all. The young master of the magnificent Shui Hun Manor, that's all. But, where's the virtue in that? This has indeed widened my outlook. No wonder my sister-in-law doesn't like you. In fact, I'm convinced that no woman will ever like you. And, that's because you don't have a single good thing about you, except for the fact that you are the son of the reputed second great master. The Shui Hun Manor has no future. Very well. You will pay for your words, Jun Moxie. Just you wait for your uncle's corpse tomorrow. Li Tingyun snorted, flicked his sleeves, and said, this young master disdains the quarrel you've started, Jun Moxie. Your Jun family isn't even fit to haggle with me. Jun Moxie sneered, it's difficult to tell who isn't a fit here. I can only see a toad who's trying to eat a swan's meat standing in front of me. What about you? You. Li Tingyun became extremely mad at first. He then suppressed his anger, and coldly stated, I, Li Tingyun, desire a woman. And yet, I can't have her. Jun Moxie, you're in the southern heaven city. I'd like to see you act like this once you have lost your third uncle, and the protection of your three maternal uncles. Tomorrow, it'll be your third uncle. Perhaps, it'll be you the day after. Your three spirit Xian expert uncles are great, right? Jun Moxie, the power you rely on is nothing in my eyes. Let me tell you, a clenched fist is the greatest argument in this world. I know that the clenched fist is the greatest argument. The Shui Hun Manor would have easily defeated the Xian beasts if it weren't for their power, right? So, I guess the fist wasn't big enough. And, the great master Zhu Tian was forced to issue the supreme order over this, right? But, you're still so arrogant and shameless despite all this? Jun Moxie then shook his head in a dumbfounded manner. The Shui Hun manor is genuinely a lame duck. I guess we will have to wait to see the manor's funeral day after tomorrow. Well, we'll see whose family will have to wait at the funeral, Jun Moxie. You'll be the one to wear the mourning clothes, you brat. Li Tingyun then turned around, and started to walk out. He reached the exit. Then, he suddenly stopped, turned, and asked, "You're sure that you won't regret this, Jun Wuyi?" "Get lost." That was Jun Wuyi's answer. That shameless young master of the Shui Hun manor had crossed the limit of his tolerance. A sharp light flashed in Li Tingyun's eyes as he snorted and turned away. "Wait, young master Tingyun." Jun Moxie shouted for Li Tingyun. Li Tingyun turned his head and snorted, "So, you're scared now? Young master Jun, hurry up and tell your third uncle and grandfather that there's no need to put the Jun family in trouble because of a single woman. A wise man submits to the circumstances." Ah. Young master Tingyun misunderstands young master Jun's reason behind asking him to stop. "I just intend to remind young master Tingyun of something in the best of interests. Your eyes reveal the oncoming of misfortune. Your left eye is green with youth, but your right one is green with envy. Your face also beckons an oncoming disaster. It's a bloody disaster that will befall in the days to come. But, you can't even run from it. Therefore, you mustn't worry about other people's life and death. You must rather concern yourself with your own safety. I'm only trying to say that, it would be very bad if the father has to watch his son die before his own doom strikes him." Then, the young master Jun slowly said, "Great master Zhu Tian is way over 100 years old. I fear his reproductive capabilities won't work anymore. So, take good care of yourself, young master." "You." Li Tingyun's nose was almost crooked with anger. He turned his head, and didn't look back as he left. "Are our troops ready for tomorrow's fight, third uncle?" Jun Moxie asked. "Every expert from each family has been selected and readied, except for me. Our Tianxiang Empire's military strength is the crown of the entire continent. But, it is considered the weakest in terms of strength amongst those who have gathered here. And, everyone knows this fact. Moreover, I haven't deployed your 250 guards, or the high-ranking generals." Jun Wuyi smiled faintly. "What's the need to sacrifice so much in a lost battle, right?" Jun Wuyi hadn't explained those words, but Jun Moxie had understood them rather clearly. Those 250 guards would continue to live, and would become the Jun family's future since Commander Jun would most certainly die. My death alone should be enough. Why should these men die as well? Jun Moxie's heart was moved by this. Jun Wuyi didn't know that the Jun family wouldn't be touched during the battle the following day. So, he was stubbornly determined to sacrifice his life. He wasn't thinking of himself, but of the Jun family, even at this juncture. "Third uncle." Jun Moxie muttered irresolutely. Then, he spoke up in a resolute manner, "Nothing can be taken for granted. The outcome of tomorrow's battle is uncertain. But, nothing will happen to you, even if we suffer huge damages. This. I assure you." Jun Wuyi looked at him for a good while before he suddenly smiled and said, "I hope so." He then suddenly called out after having said that, "Can you come out, Qing Han? Haven't you eavesdropped enough? Come out." Guan Qing Han and Dugu Xiao Yi came out with embarrassed expressions. They looked at Jun Wuyi. And, their expressions changed to that of extreme worry. Especially Guan Qing Han, she was distressed. Jun Wuyi coughed, and then became silent. He had conflicting expressions on his face for some time, and remained silent. Then, he finally spoke up in a hoarse voice, "There are 3 individuals in front of me today, one is my nephew, and one is the Jun family's daughter-in-law. And then, there's another person, the Dugu family's treasured daughter, Dugu Xiaoyi. You represent the Dugu family. You will be troubled because I, Jun Wuyi, will make you a witness today. Dugu Xiaoyi didn't know what he was about to speak. Jun Wuyi was apparently about to make a serious decision. So, she subconsciously nodded. Guan Qinghan guessed what Jun Wuyi was about to do. So, she cried out in sadness, "Third uncle, don't do it." Jun Wuyi sighed and smiled. Then, he started to shake his head in an exceptionally firmly manner. He then took out a copper token from his bosom. The gem studded on its surface glittered under the moonlight and revealed the word Jun. And the word order was written on the back of the token in accordance to the strict parlance of the era. It was the order token of the master of the Jun family. This has been handed down from generation to generation. Moxie, your grandfather had handed me this token 3 months ago. And I, Jun Wuyi, have been the current head of the Jun family since then. Whatever decisions I take with this, are the decisions of the Jun family. No member of the Jun family can violate my orders. Do you understand? Jun Wuyi finished speaking those heavy words. He then raised the token, and spoke with a cold expression, Jun family's third-generation daughter-in-law, kneel and heed. Guan Qinghan was a bit frightened as she looked at the third master Jun. His cold expression allowed no room for negotiation. So, she had no choice but to sigh, take a step forward, and kneel in front of Jun Wuyi. The daughter-in-law is warm and virtuous. Her mannerism and accomplishments are of the highest degree even though she's only 20. The parents of the senior generation had talked of making a match in the past, and had then settled on a marriage. The Jun family's cherished eldest son of the third generation couldn't consummate the marriage since he unexpectedly died in battle. And, Guan Qinghan has vigorously spent her youth guarding her pure body for the past 5 years. She has suffered bitter hardships with the intention to preserve the friendships between the two families this entire duration of time. But, my Jun family can't extend this fallen marriage forever. You were considered as married, without an actual marriage. You are married, yet not married. Moreover, you've been living as a widow. So today, I, Jun Wuyi, the master of the Jun household, grant Guan Qinghan her freedom by the power vested to me by this token of authority. We will no longer have anything to do with any wedding you may celebrate. Dugu family's Dugu Xiaoyi, and Jun family's young master Jun Moxie have borne witness to this. The heavens and the earth have borne witness to this. Guan Qinghan had already known what he was about to say. But then, she heard those words come from his mouth, and they came without any hesitation. She heard the words in succession, and her heart ached, her tears fell like the rain. Dugu Xiaoyi was standing beside her. The little girl's pretty mouth was opened wide. She hadn't expected to be a witness to such a great event. Jun Wuyi finished speaking. His face was cold as he turned to Jun Moxie, and called out, Jun family's third generation's third descendant, Jun Moxie. Step forward, and kneel. Jun Moxie jumped with a scare, what is it? Third uncle. Jun family's third generation's third descendant, Jun Moxie. Step forward, and kneel. Jun Wuyi repeated sternly. Jun Moxie muttered to himself a couple of times. He had no choice but to reluctantly kneel in such a situation, he felt dispirited. Jun family's third generation's third descendant, Jun Moxie. You are tough, open-minded, and capable of bearing great responsibility. I, Jun Wuyi, cede my position as the Jun family's head to you. Let the heaven and earth bear witness to this. Jun Moxie had vaguely guessed this outcome. But, he still jumped and startled when he heard the order. His hands shook as he stood up. Don't do this, third uncle. You're still robust, and at the spring of your life. You are still in the prime of your life. So, there's no need to pass it on to me. I don't wish to be the head of the family. Impudence. Jun Moxie glared and scolded, any Jun family descendant refusing to follow the orders of the Jun family's head is considered insubordinate. Are you still going to do it, Jun Moxie? Jun Moxie blinked, he had no way out. He reluctantly took on the responsibility and said, I know you're worried about tomorrow's battle, third uncle. So much so that you've even steeled yourself for death. But, I've told you that I won't take that order. I'll only perform this duty for the time being. The title of the head of the house will revert to you if you come back safe and sound. Jun Moxie smiled faintly and replied, I'll leave that to you. Jun Moxie had spoken the truth. Jun Moxie was expecting his death in the next day's battle. In fact, he didn't even have the slightest hope of surviving it. And, that worry had incited him to take that decision this evening. Therefore, he had decided to resolve those two issues. Then, Jun Moxie took a solemn vow, and made that guarantee. Jun Moxie regarded his nephew's words as those of comfort. How could he take them to be anything else? He expected the other Xian experts to fly off to the fight like a swarm of bees. This would leave him, the commander-in-chief, alone in the open. In fact, they'd probably ignore his fate in the frenzy of this battle. The countless powerful Xian beasts would surely charge, and shred him to pieces in this situation. Furthermore, it was to be expected that the Shui Hun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City's experts would try something underhanded in the confusion of the melee. So, he would effectively have to face aggression from his enemies and his presumed allies alike. And, he would have to do so with his Sky Xian cultivation. Even a spirit Xian expert wouldn't be able to return alive if he were to face such a situation alone. Moxie, it'll be great if I can return safe and sound tomorrow. But, the Jun family will rely on you if I die due to some misfortune. Jun Moxie spoke in a tranquil manner. Your grandfather is very old now. So, you'll have to look after him. Moreover, we have negated Guan Qin Han's marriage. But, she's our family's daughter-in-law. No one shall be allowed to bully her, no matter how much time passes. It won't be a big deal if anyone who does so, dies for it. Yes, I'll never forget it. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh. Then, he looked distant, and very sentimental as he spoke. In fact, it seemed as if he was talking in his sleep. Also, I have another thing to entrust you with. It is very important. If you ever go to the Silver Blizzard City and meet her, tell her these words I speak. Jun Moxie suddenly stopped talking. Jun Moxie listened to his uncle calmly, and didn't ask any questions. He knew who that, her, Jun Moxie was referring to was. It was that pitiful woman who resided in the snowy peaks. The one who was suffering bitter hardships for his love. She was also the cause of the entirety of these calamities, Han Yenyao. However, the matter with Han Yenyao was quite complicated in Jun Moxie's mind. This was because no tragedy would have occurred if it weren't for her. You were the young lady of the Silver Blizzard City. Why did you go out to the secular world to amuse yourself? Why was there a need to lead my uncle on? Didn't you know that your marriage had been set since your childhood days? Xiao Han's methods of handling things are extremely wretched. But, thinking from his point of view, which man would willingly allow himself to be cuckolded? What kind of a man would sit idly if his fiancée of 10 years wanted to run away with an unfamiliar man? This matter would be unbearable for any man. Who wouldn't go mad because of it? However, Jun Moxie also knew that no one could give a sermon on love. It was an unreasonable emotion. It could turn the wisest of men into fools if they were struck by it. Even two people who would stay guarded and restrained would form an intimate relationship. And, who could say why such a thing happens? What could he say about love? He could see that Jun Moxie and Han Yenyao had been suffering for 10 years. And yet, they still held their silly love through those bitter hardships, even if they lived far apart. Couldn't something like this move an individual whose heart was made of stone? Jun Moxie knew that there was a storm raging in his third uncle's heart with regards to that matter. And, that vivid experience was making him go through an emotional roller coaster at the time. The words that he was about to give him for Han Yanyao were perhaps what Jun Wui had felt for her over those years. Jun Wui gasped his breath out after a while. He was seemingly sighing. But, that sigh seemed to be related to his lingering attachments. The corners of his mouth rose as he displayed a mournful smile. Yet, it turned extremely tender and sweet as he slowly said, "The grudges are unforgettable, but so are you. I'm love-struck, but only for you. I may travel to hell, but I shall still keep a dream. This thought shall remain immortal, in the realms of this world." Dugu Xiaoyi suddenly burst out crying, and started to choke on her tears. Guan Qinghan's pretty face was also full of tears. They knew of his past rather distinctly. And, hearing Jun Wui state those words left them to shed tears of sadness. Those verses were enough to express how deep the love between Jun Wui and Han Yanyao was. The two women felt touched, and their hearts softened. They felt overwhelming sadness in their hearts at the state of his despair. The grudges are unforgettable, but so are you. I'm love-struck, but only for you. I may travel to hell, but I shall still keep a dream. This thought shall remain immortal in the realms of this world. I still love you despite the tragedies that have happened. And, I am now going to hell for you. But, I still believe that I won't forget you, whether I go to heaven or hell. I will never forget you. This thought will remain with me forever. This was love unchanged by life or death. Any other oath or pledge would pale in comparison to this love. Jun Moxie's heart was suddenly shaken inside after he listened to those words spoken by his third uncle. Those feelings of love and hate in his uncle's heart were strong and touching. That meagerly worded verse had admittedly made Jun Moxie realize that his uncle's love would remain unchanged and steady till death. But, he understood its other meaning as well. The grudges are unforgettable, but so are you. The grudges had been unexpectedly mentioned before the rest of the verse. The grudges were clearly central in Jun Wuyi's mind. The grudges regarding the death of his two elder brothers, and two nephews had been nagging at his heart from the beginning. He couldn't forget what had happened even if got her. He simply couldn't forget it. This was the biggest disease that had plagued his heart. I'll remember it. Rest assured, third uncle. He had originally planned to divulge his secret to Jun Wuyi to make him feel relieved. He would at most have to weave another bunch of lies to cover up. He would have said that his mysterious master and the Lord of Tianfa were good friends, and so on. However, he changed his mind after he realized those two meanings. Jun Wuyi had steeled himself for death. And, this desire had already been rooted deeply in his heart. He would still feel ashamed even after he had gotten revenge for his brothers and nephews. He would still feel very guilty. In fact, he would still feel guilty if he got Han Yanyao. This emotion would never allow him to be happy. He was destined to be tormented for the remainder of his life. One could easily dispel others' torment. But, dispelling the torment at the depth of one's own heart was like bashing one's head against the wall, it couldn't be done. It didn't matter if Jun Wuyi remained a cripple for his entire life, or lived apart from his lover for the entirety of it without any chances of meeting her again. There would still be that unparalleled lifelong enmity, and it would continue to bore down upon Jun Wuyi. In fact, it wouldn't even let him breathe. And, that was merely the external pressure. It couldn't compare to what he felt in the depths of his heart. Every person in the Jun family, whether it was Jun Zhantian or Jun Moxie, could only take pity on the third master Jun. Even the deceased Jun Wuhui wouldn't ever blame his third younger brother. But, the only person in the Jun family who didn't realize this, the only person who would never realize this, was Jun Wuyi. Perhaps it had been foreordained by the underworld. Even the gods must have pitied such an unfortunate man. This was a time of crisis, and danger lurked around every nook in the southern heaven city, a strong murderous intention prevailed in the vicinity. In fact, even a chance to make a close escape seemed bleak. Therefore, Jun Wuyi was convinced that he would die, and that there was no hope for him. However, this danger had been preempted by Jun Moxie's mediation. And so, Jun Woo-yi would return unhurt. In fact, Jun Woo-yi needn't even worry about a sneaky stab in the back. It was guaranteed that he'd be fine, and would return safe and sound. However, the third master Jun didn't know about any of this. So, he was sure that he would die in the battle the following day. But, going through mortal danger, and surviving a near-death situation could possibly result in a huge change in his attitude. Therefore, this was perhaps an opportune turn of events. And, maybe it was better that he didn't know about these turn of events. A person who dies, and is given a new lease on life would no longer harbor the same strong and inflexible aspiration to die. They would feel as if they owed something to life. Therefore, they would look at the future with a lot of enthusiasm, and wouldn't wish to part with life very easily anymore. This was a subtle psychological phenomenon. Jun Moxie had realized that his third uncle needed to feel that premonition of death. Therefore, he didn't say anything to dispel it. In fact, he even spoke a few words to stimulate him. Those grudges, what do you wish to speak about them, third uncle? Jun Moxie asked. Third uncle has anyway decided to go over a cliff. So, I might as well add some more fire to it. That'd help him to vent it out in a proper manner. He'll feel much more relaxed tomorrow since he'd have vented it all out. Anyway, these high and dangerous cliffs have already been secured with excellent safety provisions. What I wanted to say regarding those grudges is, Jun Woo-yi gave him a profound look, that they will be avenged. But Moxie, you must promise me something. I won't be able to go with an easy heart if you don't. What is it? Please tell me, uncle. Jun Moxie replied. I know your strength has already far exceeded my imagination. But, I still want you to promise that you won't try to take revenge before your strength has reached the level of a supreme master. You will consign the entirety of the Jun family to damnation if you do so. The responsibility of the entire Jun family rests on your shoulders now. You mustn't disappoint me by any means. Jun Woo-yi's eyebrows shot up. There was a lot of anguish on his face. He continued to speak with a deep sense of bitterness and hatred, Jun Moxie, given your wit and talent. I'm sure that the day you take revenge isn't far. So, remember me, your third uncle, when you become strong enough. I don't even wish for a dog or a chicken from the Xiao family to survive. I desire the entirety of it to be consigned to eternal damnation. Jun Woo-yi gnashed his teeth. His usually calm and benevolent face looked very sinister and ruthless. It was justifiable to kill an enemy as per his morals. But, he had always believed in the principle that carrying out a vendetta against a woman or child was a crime. This was his usual belief. But, he had stated that he didn't even wish the dogs and the chickens to survive, he wanted damnation for all of them. His hatred for the Silver City's Xiao family had already reached such extremes. I will, uncle. The Xiao family's destruction has been decided. It's like you said, that day isn't far. Jun Moxie also gnashed his teeth as he replied in a vicious manner. He then added, you can go with peace of mind, third uncle. Guan Qinghan wasn't happy to hear those words. Her face still had tear stains as her long and shapely eyebrows shot up. Jun Moxie, you bastard, how could you say such a thing? What do you mean by, go with peace of mind? What are you even saying? Even Dugu Xiao-yi was unhappy with it. She pouted her lips as she looked at Jun Moxie. Her expression was also ill-favored. Jun Moxie raised his hand in surrender. This matter has emotionally touched you women, but, I didn't risk the provocation of this matter. You think I would have tried to fabricate such a tense atmosphere? I wasn't prepared for this. And, who would be more worried about my uncle's safety than me? Jun Woo-yi then smiled, Guan Qinghan, you're not the Jun family's daughter-in-law anymore. But, will you be willing to be my Jun family's daughter? Third uncle. Guan Qinghan was startled, but her spirits lifted a bit. She had been feeling miserable due to the annulment of her marriage. This meant that she'd have to return to the household to the Guan family. And then, she'd have to go to the Shui Han manor to keep them happy. She was willing to make this sacrifice since she didn't know what else she could do. In contrast, she would have liked to face any suffering or loneliness at the Jun family if she were given a choice. It was needless to say that she didn't wish to marry that scoundrel Li Tingyun. Her loathing for him had increased a great deal when she heard him from behind the flap some time ago. Merely glancing at such a scum had been very loathsome for her. So, what could one possibly say about the prospect of marrying him, and staying with him for a lifetime? Guan Qinghan listened to Jun Wuyi, and realized that his original intention wasn't to have nothing to do with her. He was merely replacing the method to give her the family's protection. She couldn't help but be extremely moved. Qinghan, Jun Wuyi, would like to take you as my adopted daughter if you agree to it. I probably don't have long to live. But, Qinghan will still be considered a part of the Jun family. And, any man will be repaid with a flood of blood by my Jun family if he dares to wrong you. Even your birthing Guan family shan't be an exception to this. Jun Wuyi snorted coldly after he said that. Guan Qinghan's lips trembled. Her delicate body shuddered violently. However, she didn't hesitate as she slowly knelt, and knocked her forehead heavily on the ground. She then spoke, "Daughter Qinghan pays her respects to Godfather." Good. 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 Jun Wuyi was extremely glad. He even exclaimed thrice. Then, he took out a jade pendant, and handed it to her. Qinghan, your godfather is giving you this pendant. It is the symbol of the Jun household. Take this, and remember that you're not only the daughter of the Guan family anymore, but you're also the daughter of the Jun family. So, the Guan family will have to consult with our Jun family regarding your marriage. Guan Qinghan took the jade pendant. The words, "Qinghan is our descendant," were engraved on its smooth and glossy surface. Moreover, it had been done in Jun Zhantian's handwriting. So, it was obvious that this had been prepared well in advance. This entire matter wasn't something which had taken place in haste. Guan Qinghan seemed puzzled as she raised her head, and looked at Jun Wuyi. Haha, this jade pendant had been commissioned by your grandfather a few years ago. Your grandfather had said then, annul Guan Qinghan's marriage. She won't be the daughter-in-law of our family once that happens. But, she'll be our daughter. And, I'm fulfilling that old man's wish today. Jun Wuyi chuckled and continued, Qinghan, everyone could see your suffering. We wouldn't let you waste your entire life. And, no man will ever be allowed to shame you as long as even one man from the Jun household lives. Jun Wuyi let out a long sigh after he said that. He then continued, today has passed. And, there is that battle tomorrow. So, I don't know if I will see another day after that. Also, there isn't any need to tell you that, ever since you joined the family. Moxie, has acted a bit, but, you were constrained by your position as his elder sister-in-law. But, those worldly restrictions don't stop you two anymore. He gave a dry smile, and didn't speak further. However, his meaning was understood by the other three, as clear as day. This had shocked the other three individuals to the extreme. The three hadn't understood Jun Wuyi at first. But, he had then shot a quick and secretive glance at Dugu Xiaoyi after he had finished speaking. This is for you to decide, Moxie. But, I can still give you a suggestion, right? Do you wish to let go of this beauty, or do you wish to light two firecrackers with one flame? You could kill two birds with one stone. But, that depends on what you choose. I probably won't be around to witness it anyway. I've spoken these tabooed words today after great difficulty. And, I've lost all respect in your eyes as your third uncle. How could I have spoken something like this unless I had known that I wouldn't survive in tomorrow's battle? You're my elder brother's son. So, I've replaced him when it comes to taking control of the task of matchmaking for his son. But, to have targeted my dead nephew's woman as my living nephew's wife, and that too someone I've just adopted as a daughter. It's unpleasant to hear, no matter what else it might be. You must understand that saying this was even harder than dying, okay? Jun Moxie looked at his uncle dumbfounded. Third uncle, you dug up this dredge for your nephew? You're thinking about this one day before the decisive battle. I don't admire you for the thoughts you harbor at the brink of your death. But, I do admire you for the courage to say them out loud. Guan Qinghan's entire body started to tremble. Her pretty face had turned red. The redness had also reached her neck. In fact, her tiny white earlobe was red as well, bright red. She felt extremely embarrassed as she shot accusatory stares to her side. Her mouth was opened as big as a hippopotamus as she glanced at Jun Moxie. But, she hung her head low after a moment. Dugu Xiaoyi was standing beside them. It was like she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes were opened wide, and her lovely face had become deathly pale, no traces of blood were left in it. I'm being referred to as a witness, right? And heavens, I have witnessed. But, why do I feel that I will never witness marital bliss? What's this feeling called? The little girl started to worry about her personal gains and losses. And, she became extremely nervous thereafter. She looked at Guan Winghan, and the look in her eyes changed. That benevolent and kind-hearted spirit of an elder sister had turned into a malevolent and frightening existence in a moment's time. She wants to take my man away. Every matter was open for discussion, except for this one. The little girl was furious. She rolled her eyes, and exerted the entirety of her strength to think of countermeasures. Dugu Xiaoyi had been very delighted this entire time since she was the only one who knew of Jun Moxie's good personality. Everyone else regarded him as a lecher, hoodlum, bully, debauchee and a skirt chaser. The little girl had always felt very pleased with this fact. It was like someone was happy since they possessed a secret stash of treasure. She obviously couldn't speak that thought out loud. Everyone would try to snatch him away if they got to know about it. Brother Moxie is mine. He's meant for me alone. Therefore, Dugu Xiaoyi had feelings of extreme tenderness towards Jun Moxie. She wanted to make him her own, and, as soon as possible. She knew that gold always finds a way to shine. So, she wouldn't be able to monopolize him if others found out about this. She wanted to keep him all to herself until he was no good for anyone else. But, what is this old man saying? Princess Ling Meng had suddenly come up with that blood oath that day. The motive was different, but it had still startled Dugu Xiaoyi. However, she was very fortunate since Jun Moxie felt nothing for her. So, that was still an acceptable thing. There was another reason why Dugu Xiaoyi was determined to accompany Jun Moxie to the southern heaven city. As the saying goes, those who strike first, gain the advantage. It would have been too late if the princess decided to get serious, and got the emperor to sign an imperial decree for the marriage. So, she had painstakingly formulated a plan to garner his affections. And, her plan required Guan Qinghan's assistance in order to enhance her chances of success. But, her plan was suddenly struck by thunder from the clear sky when she heard third Uncle Jun refer to Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan as a couple. The hen had changed into a duck, the helper had transformed into a rival. This had resulted in her becoming worse off than she had started. She had become the victim of her own ingenuity. How is this possible? This won't do. Dugu Xiaoyi started to get angrier with every passing moment. Her tiny chest started to fill with righteous indignation as she thought about it. And then, she unexpectedly roared out loud. Her voice was loud and fierce. In fact, it was very fierce and very loud. It shook the entire tent, and buzzed as it echoed for a while. The other three individuals were given a fright by her roar, and jumped startled before they looked at her. Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't be shy in this moment. She scrambled and stepped forward. She then clutched Jun Moxie's arm, and declared, "He's mine, and mine alone." You can't snatch him away in marriage. Then, she suddenly felt wronged after she had spoken that. She then started to sob incessantly, and wept as she spoke. I've been eyeing him for a long time. How can you snatch him away from me? He's mine, and mine alone. I won't let you take him away. Dugu Xiaoyi's tone was that of a child whose candy had been snatched away. Or, like that of a child who had been waiting under a tree for a fruit to ripen for half a year. But then, two people suddenly come up, and take a look at the fruit, and start to discuss how to distribute the fruit amongst themselves while completely ignoring the waiting child. They've forgotten about me. She had been driven mad, and felt wronged. Jun Moxie and the other two stared wide-eyed, and broke into laughter almost at the same time. The actions of this little girl were too adorable. She had completely driven off the heavy load on Jun Moxie's mind, and the embarrassment that Guan Qinghan had initially felt. The three individuals were staring at her. So, Dugu Xiaoyi couldn't help but react. She pouted, and proclaimed whilst seething with rage, mine. She finished speaking, and realized that she had completely forgotten her manners. Not to mention that she and Jun Moxie weren't even engaged. And so, she was in no position to make such thoughtless remarks. Moreover, the third master Jun was most probably approaching the end of his life. This was another reason for her to not make such a ruckus. Plus, she had done this while acting as a witness. So, she really shouldn't have done that at that point. Moreover, were those words sure indicators of his marriage to his elder sister-in-law? She had also forgotten her status as the only daughter of the Dugu family. The little girl couldn't help her face turning red with embarrassment. She quickly released her hold on Jun Moxie's arm. She bit her lip, and stood embarrassed for a bit. The little girl had no idea what she could do to remedy it. The little girl opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Jun Moxie, Guan Qinghan and Jun Moxie didn't know what to do to smooth things over either. The three people had been shaken by the thunderous and valiant actions of the little girl, and hadn't yet recovered from it. The four people stared at each other wide-eyed for a while. It was a deadlock. Then, the little girl screeched like a bird. She then covered her face, which was now hot with embarrassment, and rushed out like she was being chased by a dog. And then, a loud thump was heard. Though, no one knew what she hit. Moxie, haha, you've got quite the charm. To draw the treasure of the Dugu family to become jealous for your affection is quite exceptional. Jun Moxie smiled in a jubilant manner. Guan Qinghan may be undecided, but he could clearly see that the Dugu girl already had deep feelings for his nephew. He could obviously let go of any worry he might have had for his nephew's marriage. Moreover, one couldn't forget about the little girl's family background. The two families were well matched in terms of social status as well. The emperor may be against their family. But, even the emperor would have to consider his actions better if the Jun and the Dugu family were connected by marriage. His nephew's good deeds had been harmonious. So, the uncle would go to the other world with a smile, even if his body would turn into a bloody corpse the next day. The only thing was that, it was probably a tough scenario where he'd be able to drink at his nephew's wedding. The young Master Jun was also quite embarrassed. He opened his mouth several times to speak. But, he was unable to say even half a word. He genuinely didn't know when he had become that little girl's private property. He eventually had no choice but to spread his hands and shrug his shoulders. It looked like he would cry as he forced a smile, and spoke up with a lot of difficulty, I look handsome, this isn't my problem, how can I be guilty? Guan Qinghan felt her face turn cold again. She snorted, and stayed silent for a while. Then, her face suddenly became red. In fact, it had started to resemble a bright red cloud. Jun Moxie smiled in an elated manner. He also felt that he hadn't acted with the dignity of the elder generation. More so since it involved his recently adopted daughter. He smiled in an awkward manner, and waved his hands as he spoke, you go back. I wish to think about tomorrow's battle in silence. Jun Moxie and Guan Qinghan looked at each other, and retreated. The young Master Jun wanted to say something to Guan Qinghan, but she disappeared without a shadow as they went out of the tent since the expression on her face had become even more shy and anxious. Jun Moxie let out a long sigh, and looked up at the moon in the sky. He then assumed an annoying and narcissistic attitude. Then, he lowered his head, and spoke in a coquettish and muffled manner, "I'm able to make such beauties fall for me. My spotless personality makes beautiful women blush. These women wish to elope with me." He walked forward, and returned to his tent while continually narrating narcissistic accounts of himself on the way. Inside the tent, Jun Wui flicked his sleeve, and extinguished the lights inside the tent. The tent went pitch black. The soft moonlight started to come in after a while. The wicks of the recently extinguished candles still glowed orange. A slight smoke still rose from them, only to dissipate in the air above. The black-clothed Jun Wuyi's silhouette slowly got concealed in the darkness. But, it remained motionless. The three Dongfang brothers put their hands on their swords while they stood outside. They remained motionless, and didn't utter a single word. They had decided to accompany their younger brother in silence. That night was perhaps the last night of Jun Wuyi's life, the third Master Jun's last night amongst the living. Their blood brother was going to go far into the netherworld. He would then be away from those who were close to him. But, the hero wouldn't be lonely when he was at the end of the road. "We will keep him company." Guan Qinghan stood not too far from Jun Wuyi's tent. Tears flowed down her beautiful face in silence. She stood there motionless, and didn't dare to utter a word. "Uncle. Godfather, you won't be alone tonight." Her first evening as his daughter might have also been her last evening as one. The entire field was quiet. A group of soldiers came from the Tianxiang's army. They wore helmets, and were armored and armed to the teeth. They stood tall and straight like pikes outside the tent in an orderly formation. They were real men, and their eyes had a fervent feel to them. So much so that everyone tried their best to reduce the sound of their breathing. These men had come to fight a battle. So, they could have been asked to throw away their lives in the process. But, the commander of their army had chosen to sacrifice only his own self. "The commander will go to battle tomorrow. But, we will keep him company tonight. The commander shouldn't be alone. The hero shouldn't be alone." The blood general was an idol for the army. This illustrious name was engraved in the military men's hearts like his elder brother Jun Wuhui's name was, the White Commander. They had become immortal in their hearts. And so had their achievements. The legend of the blood general's achievements. The beautiful and serene moonlight slowly rose and spread throughout the sky. It splendidly bathed the mountains and forests surrounding the southern heaven city. However, no one knew how many men's blood would spill in the battle the next day. A faint silhouette suddenly swept in and out of the tent, and disappeared into the air. In fact, it seemed as if it had melted into it. The three Spirit Xian Dongfang brothers had been stationed close by. They could faintly feel that something had moved above their heads. However, they were stunned to find no trace of anything. Jun Wui was in the tent. He had also noticed it very faintly. But, he didn't care at all. It might have been a top assassin who had been sent to kill him. But, what's the worst that could have happened even then? He was already going down the road to the underworld and his demise the next day. So, what was the big deal? Therefore, he didn't care about it. And, the others weren't even aware of the traces of that movement. Jun Moxie finally dazzled past the last person he wanted to save in the battle, and returned the small bottle back inside his pocket. "I hope Long Crane's bottle works. I'll have to work against a strong tide to save everyone if it doesn't. But, wouldn't it be a nice surprise if third uncle returns safe and sound when he's expected to be done for?" The glowing moon eventually set, and the east gradually became brighter. The light of dawn has always followed darkness. Jun Wui slowly stood up. Then, he took 2 steps, and hesitantly sat down on his wheelchair. His legs had become fine by now. The movement and skills he hadn't been able to employ for the past 10 years had been restored. But, he couldn't show it to everyone else at that point of time since it would mean endless trouble for his Jun family if he did. Therefore, he would have to close his eyes and die with a contented heart in this manner only. The outcome will anyway be the same since I'm faced with such high-level Xian beasts. I will die one way or the other. So, what's the use of creating unnecessary accusations and troubles for my family? He slowly turned his wheelchair. Then, he motioned with his right hand. And, the ancestral sword flew through the air, and came to his hand. He opened the flaps and went out. But, something happened outside. This left him startled. In fact, it had given him a bit of a fright. Even the usually calm and collected Jun Wuyi was scared by the terrifying scene outside. The Dongfang brothers were standing outside. They had been waiting for Jun Wue. Dangfang Wenqing smiled as he quickly walked behind him, and started to push the wheelchair. There was a huge crowd on both the sides. Nearly 20,000 officers and men were stationed on the 2 sides. They stood silently in an orderly manner. They looked at him with reverence as their eyes reddened with emotions. Jun Wuyi's eyes also somewhat reddened as he said, "What's all this? Everyone ought to leave. It's not like we're parting forever. So, why all this?" No one moved an inch. What, not parting forever? They knew everything. Jun Wuyi was silent for a while. His eyes looked at each and every familiar face on his sides. The commander's expression was complicated. His expression then became steady as he softly commanded, "The men who shall go to war today, step forward." 300 men stood out in an orderly manner at Jun Wuyi's command. There were a few who hesitated a bit at first. But, they finally refused to turn back, and fell into formation. So, there was now a large square behind Jun Wuyi. Dongfang Wenqing slowly pushed the wheelchair, and the 300 men behind them followed after with large strides. They were moving away when a loud shout interrupted their procession, "Wait." Jun Moxie had a solemn expression on his face as he waved his hand. "How can we not have wine when we send off the brave heroes of Tianxiang to war? I have the best quality wine to match the occasion." Moxie wishes the gentleman a safe and prosperous battle, and hopes that everyone returns in glory. Someone appeared from behind Jun Moxie. This individual held a wine jar. Others appeared and handed cups to everyone. Then, the wine was poured into everyone's cups. There was a sense of regret in the depth of Jun Moxie's eyes. He may have had some conflict with a few of those men, but they now stood resolutely behind his uncle. Moreover, they stood with pride even though they knew that they were about to die. In fact, not a single one of them had cowered. That was sufficient to earn Jun Moxie's respect. They stood unchanged in the face of such adversity, whether they had been good men or bad. And, this made them heroes. In fact, only such a man can be called a hero. Heroes don't have good or bad personalities. But, I'm sorry. I could have saved you. It would have been easy for me. But, I can't do it. People must die in a battle. Even more so in a battle we're about to lose. For third uncle's sake. For Jun family's sake, I can't save you. I'm sorry. Jun Moxie raised his wine cup, and drained it with closed eyes. He remembered a poem and couldn't help but sing, "What is today's death? It's tough to fight the battles of life. This is just the plot of the deceased from the past. The kings of hell beheads many a banners." Then, there was a bang. Jun Moxie had thrown his cup down. His body appeared tall and lofty as he sat atop his horse, and declared, "It's needless to say that the families of you 300 men will be taken care of by the Jun family from now. Whether in their old age, or their marriage, they can count on our family as long as a Jun still lives. I, Jun Moxie, won't allow a single one of them to be wronged. Many thanks, young Master Jun. We will return this favor from the Jun family in the next life. The faces of all the 300 men were grateful. They had steeled themselves for the decisive battle. But, not only because of the lofty and heroic Jun Wui, but because of martial law as well. Their parents, their children, their wives, their entire families would suffer from the stigma of their cowardly reputation if they became scared in face of battle. So, they had to keep their head up. The situation was extremely difficult, but they simply couldn't refute. However, they were afraid of dying in the end. The great and towering heroes may have met their fates with dignity, and without any complaints since ancient times. But, they hadn't necessarily desired to die. And, it was the same for those ordinary men at this moment. However, they felt like they were going to die for a bosom friend when they heard Jun Moxie speak. They knew that they would die in the decisive battle ahead. And, they couldn't help but wonder about their families in this moment. However, the person they had looked at with the most dislike had become the source of their comfort. And, his solemn promise had left them to feel relieved. What does a man live his life for? For whose sake does he toil and labor so hard? What does he fight those bloody battles for? He does it for his parents, wife and children. The thoughts of glory and wealth take a back seat, especially before a final battle to the death. The only thing they felt anxious about was the family they were leaving behind. But, Jun Moxie had promised to deal with the issue. They were unaware that he had made that decision due to the feeling of guilt. But, they still felt assured. They would face death with a peaceful mind. The 300 men then took a knee, and drained their cups. Then, they gave Jun Moxie a profound look before they got up to their feet. They then went their way, without turning, or even looking back. This is just the plot of the deceased from the past. The kings of hell beheads many a banners. Jun Wui laughed and continued, this is a good poem. There are indeed countless of my good brothers there. Then, he ordered in a low voice, move. 20,000 cavalrymen dismounted, kneeled, and spoke in unison, we pay great respects to the commander. May he return safely, and with glory. May he return safely, and with glory. These words made Jun Wui's body stiff. But, he didn't turn to look. The 3 Dongfang brothers' bodies were straight as a ramrod as they slowly pushed his wheelchair forward. Faint sobs could be heard behind them. The 20,000 kneeling soldiers couldn't get up. The southern heaven cities wore banners fluttered. A force of 4,000 was silently waiting at the city gates in formation. Jun Wui was on his wheelchair, he looked tranquil. Whether he would live or died, was irrelevant. He had already disregarded the thoughts of his life and death. Xiao Han and the others also stood in formation. They gave Jun Wui a meaningful look. Their clever trick had succeeded. So, they looked complacent at the moment. That thorn in the back wouldn't be so lucky that day, no matter what. They needn't act themselves since this plot had worked in the coy of the most legitimate excuse. He would now be forced to go into danger, and wouldn't return from this road. Li Ju Tian, Solitary Falcon, Lei Wu Bei, Shi Chang Xiao, Feng Wanyun stood not too far from there. Those 5 men looked into the distance from their side. Li Tingyun and the others from every powerful family stood behind them as spectators of the battle. Each individual had a different expression on their face. They obviously had different thoughts going through their minds. Are the odds of today's battle genuinely unknown? Feng Wanyun graced black clothes, black hair and black scabbard on his body. He stood as straight as a javelin as he looked at the tranquil Jun Wui who was at the head of the formation. He felt sorry in his heart. Such an excellent man of his generation will die before my eyes, and I still can't do a thing to help. There's no scope of any odds. Solitary Falcon's face was gloomy. And, his eyes had hint of anger that was already teetering on the edge of fury. He was on the verge of exploding. He had never harbored an iota of respect for Li Ju Tian. But, his resentment towards that man had reached a point of extremity at this juncture. That day was the first time that these two men who had been rivals for half their lives, Solitary Falcon and Feng Wanyun, were of the same opinion. Shi Changshao stood on the side. He also had an expression of eventuality on his face. Lei Wu Bei stood stone-faced. And, Li Ju Tian stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was tranquil. But, he was brimming with the arrogance. This showed his belief that only he reigned unbridled and supreme. Li Ju Tian regarded himself as impervious, other people's point of view didn't matter to him. I will decide whether my way of handling things is brilliant or dishonorable. I will take out anyone who refuses me. Even if you're a great master of equal fame, it doesn't matter to me. I'll fix you the moment you dare open your mouth. The clenched fist is the strongest argument. Feng Wanyun sighed. He suddenly became determined to become the strongest great master. The man couldn't understand this strange feeling. But, he was sick of Li Ju Tian's conduct. In what way is his bearing that of the second strongest man in the world? He's overbearing when he hides his flaws, and acts in a tyrannical manner. There isn't a single good thing about him, except for his earth-shattering strength. Moreover, Feng Wanyun couldn't tolerate the collaboration between the Shui Hun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City in this matter. How could they decide to settle personal grudges at such a critical point of time? You are aware that this battle will decide the future interactions between the Xian experts of this continent and the Tian Fa forest. Yet, you're conspiring at such an important juncture to entrap that man into leading the troops. Moreover, you're even rushing to save your own high-ranking members. Where is your conscience? Where's your morality? Moreover, Li Ju Tian and the Silver Blizzard City have enough power to individually retreat to safety if the Xian beasts win this war against the humans. But, the lives of millions of the general public will be in grave danger if this uprising makes its way to the inland. It will be a huge calamity. This Li Ju Tian and the other spirit Xian experts can't see it. The Silver Blizzard City may retreat to the top of the mountains, and distance itself from everything. But, it can't hope to stay away from the outside world eternally. Feng Wanyun was a lone and free swordsman. But, his cold exterior hid a warm heart, and a chivalrous personality. He didn't indulge in crafty plots. Nor did he use his strength to bully the weak. Such lowly tricks and schemes weren't fit for a hero in his mind. He couldn't tolerate them at all. What's the point of being a great master if one has such a temperament? Wouldn't the name of the great masters be blackened if we lose this war, and this catastrophe travels thousands of miles inland? How will we shed this infamy off? How will the great master rise to fame after this? How would I know the odds of life and death in this battle? Oh! Just let those 4,000 go fight, and risk their lives. What can we do, right? So, let's just look at the drama, right? Feng Wanyun sneered and continued, I came from afar to help in the fight for the Southern Heaven City. Even the common folk around the world have lent their strength. And, the Shui Hun Manor has only sent its henchmen. Why don't you send me to fight? You have only sent some sky and earth Xian experts. What's the use of that? He was a proud man, and had already endured a lot. But, he couldn't endure it any longer at that point. In fact, this man would have spoken candidly even if he were in front of the emperor. What is the use? I'm afraid that isn't for you to decide, Feng Wanyun. And, my Shui Hun Manor can't use a high-level expert like yourself in place of a lackey. Li Ju Tian crossed his hands behind his back. He didn't even turn as he softly spoke, Brother Feng can voluntarily leave if he finds this unpleasant or wrong. And, he's wholly welcome if he feels that I have been mistaken, and feels like teaching me a lesson for it. I don't have the capability to teach Great Master Tian. I know this. Feng Wanyun replied coldly, I don't wish to teach you a lesson. His meaning had been clearly implied in his words. I will have to go looking for my teeth if I attacked you. Feng Wanyun, I respect you as a great master. But, you're still not happy with what you've got. Who do you think you are? Who do you think this is? Since when did you have the guts to be so unreasonable in front of my father? Li Tingyun stomped his foot, and shouted from behind. Feng Wanyun's expression became as cold as ice. Bang! Li Tingyun went flying, and somersaulting. His face had swollen. You impudent bastard! Are you calling Feng Wanyun's name into question? Two figures had flitted into action. But, the attack had been the solitary falcon's doing. He was the only one who could catch up to Feng Wanyun's speed in that gathering. He had seen Feng Wanyun's hand move, and had understood the discouraging outcome of it. Therefore, he rushed to slap Li Tingyun first. In fact, he had already struck Li Tingyun by the time Feng Wanyun's hand reached the top of his sword's hilt. Who was Feng Wanyun? Was he someone Li Tingyun could insult? Li Tingyun was the son of the second great master. But, he was like an ant in Feng Wanyun's eyes. Jun Moxie would have perhaps used an ancient poem to describe Feng Wanyun, kill a man every 10 steps. And, no one will be left after 1,000 miles. No one in this world would have been able to save Li Tingyun if Feng Wanyun's hand had reached his sword's hilt unless the solitary falcon hadn't moved into action. Even Li Ju Tian couldn't have helped his own son. Feng Wanyun had the strength of a great master once he had his sword in his hand. No other sword could have saved Li Tingyun if he had attacked. Solitary Falcon took action, and taught Li Tingyun a lesson. He not only saved the boy's life in doing so, but he also saved Feng Wanyun's life. After all, Li Ju Tian would have chased him around to kill him if he had killed Li Tingyun. Then, Feng Wanyun's life would have ended as well. The trade would have ended with Feng Wanyun's life for Li Tingyun's. But, that low-life scoundrel wasn't worth it. Solitary Falcon and Feng Wanyun had been fighting each other for decades, but had slowly recognized each other's worth over the years. They had become natural friends as a result, despite the fact that they were rivals. Therefore, it was only natural for Solitary Falcon to defuse the situation in his stead. The other person who had moved into action was Shi Changshao, contrary to what everyone would have expected. He had thought of the same thing that the Solitary Falcon had. In fact, he had gone one step further. The alliance would have collapsed if two great masters were to start fighting against each other. It wouldn't bode well for the mainland's sake if the allied forces were to witness an internal strife, and collapse as a result. It was just that Shi Changshao was a step behind the Solitary Falcon in terms of speed. Feng Wanyuan coldly looked at the Solitary Falcon. He then turned to Li Tingyun, and spoke in a cold voice once the boy had fallen to the ground, "You must learn who you can offend, Li Tingyun. You are lucky. I would kill those who provoke me, even if they're the emperor's relatives. I haven't killed you for the sake of your father's reputation. More so, because I couldn't ignore my friendly relations with the second great master. Feng Wanyun, you are truly very mighty." Li Ju Tian finally turned and spoke up. He didn't hide the killing intention in his eyes as he looked at Feng Wanyun with a cold stare. Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei moved forward to mediate the situation. Do you have to renew your fighting when we're faced with such a formidable enemy? Feng Wanyun didn't back off either. He returned the stare, and pressed on his word. Then, a cold smile escaped the corners of his mouth after a while as he spoke while he shook his head, "It seems that I shouldn't have come today." Then, he turned around and continued, "This Feng bids goodbye to everyone for now." His figure flew into the air as he finished speaking. Then, his stern voice resounded from mid-air, "Jun Wu-yi. We will drink wine and talk freely if you survive this day. I, Feng Wanyun, see your tragedy and helplessness. I wish good fortune to the Jun family for the days to come, but bid my goodbye for now." The echoes of his voice hadn't subsided when his body suddenly moved, and a bright sword light shot out from him. Feng Wanyun's body shot out like a comet along with that light, and disappeared without a trace. However, he left one lingering sneer behind: Silver Blizzard City, Shui Hun Manor, their reputations are great, but they're nothing beyond that. He he. His voice echoed throughout the valley, they're nothing. Jun Moxie looked up from his position at the front of the battle formation. His cold and lofty expression was suffused with a hint of warmth as he looked at the brilliant sword light in the sky. Many thanks. Jun Moxie spoke lightly, as if he was talking to himself. His heart was flooded with warmth. He had realized that justice did exist in this world. And that good people also existed in society. However, this event had instantly made Li Ju Tian's calm face turn ashen. He looked his son's swollen face, blood was flowing out of his mouth. And then, he looked at Solitary Falcon and Shi Changshao. They also had displeased expressions on their faces. Then, he asked with resentment, "May I venture to ask the two great masters if they too believe that this behavior was inappropriate? Do you genuinely believe that your scheming in this matter is in accordance to heaven's will, and will be considered as reasonable? Do you actually believe that it's some sort of majestic justice?" Solitary Falcon rolled his eyes. He continued with anger, "Li Ju Tian, can't you tell the right from the wrong despite being the second great master? Who in this world dares to say that this old man is confusing himself between the right and the wrong?" A light flashed in Li Ju Tian's eyes as he gave the Solitary Falcon a severe look. "Solitary Falcon, don't forget that this old man has only one son. I'm willing to make the entire world my enemy to accomplish his desires." "Ha ha! Where was this heroic spirit of yours when you were facing that venerable Mei a few days ago? I've heard that your son is the main reason behind this debacle. Do you dare to deny it? Oh, and he's your only son, ah. Did it ache your heart when this old man smacked your son, and sent him rolling on the ground? True, I did do it. But, the palm of my hand saved his life in reality. Otherwise, the Li family would have never been able to continue its bloodline. So, why aren't you rushing to show this old man your immense gratitude?" Solitary Falcon's straightforward temperament resurfaced. He straightened his neck, and narrowed his eyes as he ridiculed in a sharp manner by disregarding everything else. He genuinely hadn't held back by even though he had confronted Li Ju Tian. He didn't flinch, even though he knew that he was no match for Li Ju Tian. Then, he pointed at Jun Moxie, and turned his head as he spoke, "Li Ju Tian, your son is a son. But, have others' sons cropped out of stone? Those 4,000 men whose lives you're throwing away are also father to their children, and sons to their mothers. They will turn to bones after their death, just like your son. His flesh will also smell like theirs in death. So, what's the point of pampering your son like this?" The cold-blooded Master Lei Wu Bei's face turned cold as he spoke up, "You're arguing over such trivial things when the matter has already gotten to this point. This joke isn't funny anymore. We're damned to die at this rate, but we mustn't die here. However, do you think that we can survive if you guys keep causing internal disputes like this? This old man had 11 disciples a few days back, I had trained them in stealth. But, 8 of them have died due to some unfathomable mystery, and I haven't even been able to determine their killer yet. Shouldn't I also be heading over to a different place to seek my revenge if I were to take advice from your theories?" Shi Changshao also restrained his anger, and tried to calm things down. Li Ju Tian hadn't taken note of it, but Shi Changshao was a respected and responsible entity in his native country. But, he had come over to this side of the border for the well-being of the common people. Shi Changshao had never considered himself a good man, but he was surely amongst the best of them in this prevailing scenario. Shi Changshao had rushed over to assist the Shui Hun manor. Li Ju Tian's words were very unreasonable, but he knew that this wasn't the time for infighting. Solitary Falcon was equally annoyed. "Damn it! I took action for Feng Wanyun's sake. But, I still saved your son's life in the end. You should be grateful to me, you should erect a stone tablet in thanks. Yet, you have this storm of evil ideas in your head. Where's the justice in this? Do you think that you can bully me because I rank last in the list? Do you think I'm so weak that you can daddy me around like that? I admit that you're stronger than me. But, I have my speed. Do you think that you could even catch up with me in case you decided to kill me? The first-rate experts of the spirit Xian realm, like Xiao Buyu, also went forward to mediate the situation. The four great masters eventually snorted in a heavy manner, and turned away. The solitary falcon was very fretful. He knew that Li Tingyun was the main reason behind this entire debacle. But, he couldn't understand why Jun Moxie had stopped him from going into battle alongside Jun Wuyi. He didn't get how Jun Moxie had such assurance even though the great master himself was extremely perturbed by this. Therefore, the great master had no choice but to look around from time to time for a trace of Jun Moxie. The solitary falcon had no intention to participate in this matter, he had already received Jun Moxie's warning. It was just that the young master Jun had flown off to somewhere, and no one knew his whereabouts. Then, a dark cloud rose from the depths of the Tian Fa forest as numerous flying Xian beasts quickly made their way forward. Then, a thunderous sound was heard from the ground as terrestrial Xian beasts rushed ahead. None who listened to this rumbling sound could tell the number of Xian beasts that were a part of this charging army. However, the enormous prestige and the impetus of this charge was enough to frighten the entirety of Tianxiang. There was a burst of sudden fluctuation in the air as something broke at the speed of sound to greet them. It was Jun Moxie flying like a comet with the help of his yin-yang escape. Then, a somewhat hoarse and broken voice pierced the air, "Are you ready, Li Ju Tian?" A small black spot appeared in the sky along with that echo. It suddenly became bigger as a mysterious person, completely shrouded in black, suddenly flew over at lightning speed, and stopped 30 meters in front of them. In fact, this figure had stopped in a steady manner at that spot in midair. Merely being able to stop at a precise spot after having attained such speed would have made anyone stomp the table and shout praises. However, this person had actually done so at an exact spot in the air, and that too in a single burst of deceleration. The level of Xian efficacy required for such a display had left everyone flabbergasted. Venerable Mei. Li Ju Tian cupped his hands, and saluted along with the other three great masters. I trust you've been well since we last met. Respecting the genuine apex expert of the world would always be inevitable and reasonable in any setting. However, Li Ju Tian could have never expected that those words of his were about to incite an extreme reaction from the other side, a reaction that would be as explosive as the eruption of a volcano. I trust you've been well since we last met. These words weren't rude in their make as far as a generalized context was concerned. So, Li Ju Tian's words weren't technically a problem from a generalized point of view. However, they had meant something entirely different to Venerable Mei. You look like you've just recovered from a sickness. Venerable Mei had an extremely high cultivation. Yet, their body shuddered, and they suddenly dropped in mid-air when they heard the words, I trust you've been well since we last met. The mysterious person was quickly able to stabilize their body, and was able to come to rest in the air soon enough. But, they had still dropped at least 3 meters. The mysterious individual clenched their teeth and spoke, Is that all you could find to say, Li Ju Tian? 3 days have passed since we last spoke, and all you have to offer is, I trust you've been well since we last met. I think you that don't have a brain inside that big head of yours. Or perhaps it's gone rotten. Maybe it's just full of tofu. Can't you practice using your brain once in a while? How shameless. You're a disgraceful bastard. Why don't you go to hell? This peerless expert had unexpectedly replied to others' greetings by thoughtlessly throwing abuses at them. No one could comprehend this action. Li Ju Tian had spiraled into a maddening depression owing to excessive rage. K. Didn't I only ask, I trust you've been well since we last met? Why should I be held guilty for that? This one is impervious to reasoning. This person reacted like something had exploded up their buttocks. I'm still the second great master no matter what. But, this one didn't leave even a single shred of honor for me, and directly discarded all pretense of cordiality in public. How can this shrew behave in such a manner? Venerable. T Venerable. How could Li Ju Tian endure such humiliation in public given his status? So, he asked with a cold expression, Venerable Mei, seems to be quite angry today, don't you think, that you're being too rude? Li Ju Tian, you disgraceful bastard. Do you know that you're talking to your senior? Don't you know the difference between senior and junior? Venerable Mei's voice became extremely sharp, like that of a cat whose tail has been stepped on. This person wasn't someone without good self-restraint. But, it was just that Li Ju Tian was having a bad day. Li Ju Tian's words had been comprehended by this venerable individual in a completely different meaning owing to the guilty conscience that this individual carried from their recent encounters. The Venerable Mei had associated these words to the greatest humiliation they had suffered since birth. This was like a situation, a poem had once spoken about, one can do whatever they want, but even the water from every river in the world isn't enough to wash away the shame of a person's heart. Venerable Mei's heart would nearly burst when they remembered that embarrassing event from the day before. Their blood would rush against the stream into their brain. And, they would be left to seethe with anger. The vile, nasty, and horrible things that shameless man repeatedly did to me, only because I couldn't utter a word. This Li Ju Tian must know of it, right? Otherwise, why would he suddenly act so differently even though only 3 days have passed since we last met? He must have meant to poke fun at me. This was obviously Venerable Mei's personal psychological issue. How could Li Ju Tian know about what had happened in the forest that day? This was a muddle from the start. However, Venerable Mei obviously hadn't realized this. Therefore, Venerable Mei became increasingly furious as they saw Li Ju Tian's expression become more and more ill-tempered. In fact, Venerable Mei had soon started to gnash their teeth. You think you can just poke fun at me? This Li Ju Tian must have fallen into fungi earlier in his life. As far as Li Ju Tian was concerned, he had been wronged with a mountain worth of baseless accusations in front of the entire army that entire day. Particularly this time. He had been charged with crimes he hadn't committed, and had been detained on baseless grounds like a common criminal. It could be assumed that it would start to snow in the month of June if Li Ju Tian were to die at the hands of Venerable Mei over this matter. The snowflakes would perhaps be heaven's way of offering tears of sympathy to the poor man. It was extremely unjust. The Lord of Tian Fa was acting crazy, and had a sinister air about themselves. The shrouded person desperately wanted to wage a war. Meanwhile, Big Bear was leading his squad of terrestrial Xian beasts on to charge forward. Then suddenly, a soft voice spoke to his ears out of nowhere, Big Bear, you will lead the first play in today's battle. Big Bear was surprised at first. He felt that there was someone right beside him. It was as if this individual were talking to him while walking with him, as if they were right next to his ear. But, he couldn't even see a shadow of anyone's figure beside him. However, Big Bear could feel that it was Jun Moxie who was walking beside him. It was only that he couldn't see him. The Xian Beast King almost laughed as the corners of his mouth drew back. He couldn't help but sigh after he had identified who the speaker of these words was. A supremely skilled expert is a supremely skilled expert. How many people in this world can use such an astonishing method? He replied in a respectful tone, yes, the Lion King, the Tiger King and I are going to lead today's battle. So, Lion, Tiger and Bear Xian Beast Kings will lead our forces to battle against Southern Heaven City. I've sprinkled the powder you had given me on 5 people, Jun Moxie chuckled and continued, pay attention, and don't mistake their identities. Of course. Big Bear thought that there was something wrong with the mysterious senior. Isn't he being a bit too verbose today? And, how could we make a mistake? What he didn't know that Jun Moxie was quite anxious. So, he was acting a bit off. Then, Big Bear suddenly felt a cool sensation as pure chi entered his body through the mysterious seniors. It cycled through his body once, and left him to feel extremely comfortable. The injuries his meridians had sustained due to Li Ju Tian's elusive heart and vein-splitting sword attack, had suddenly healed. He couldn't help but become overjoyed. So, he spoke up in an extremely gratefully tone, "Many thanks, Senior." Big Bear's injury was originally quite serious. However, the Lord of Tian Fa had treated him, and had improved his condition to near normal. Therefore, Jun Moxie's aura had acted like the right medicine at the right time. And, it had completely cured his injury. Moreover, Big Bear had taken that 10 years Dan. So, his cultivation had grown rather significantly. He looked to his right as he heard the voice speak again. "The circumstances of those 5 people are far from encouraging in today's battle. They face danger from your side. And, they also face danger from their allies. There are many amongst their allies who will try to fire cold arrows at the backs of these 5 men. I will entrust that matter to you. Not a single one of those 5 individuals should be harmed in any way. Please don't worry, Senior. I will do everything in my power, even if I have to put my own body on the line." Big Bear vigorously thumped his chest. "Good. I'm relieved if that's the case. You don't need to show any mercy to the rest, especially to the people of the Silver Blizzard City and the Shuehan Manor." Jun Moxie laughed softly and concluded, "I will leave now." Big Bear looked around in a daze. But, he couldn't spot anything. The Beast King would have thought that he had only dreamt of this encounter if it weren't for that comfortable feeling that had arisen from the healing of his internal injuries. Jun Moxie had left using the yin-yang escape. He had then crossed paths with Long Crane. He had exhorted him in a similar manner. Then, he used the yin-yang escape, and returned after he felt satisfied. That ought to settle everything. Jun Moxie had gained a lot in these last 2 days. However, he still felt quite sullen. Li Ju Tian had shielded his son. He had openly and shamelessly entrapped Jun Wuyi. And, the Silver Blizzard City had only added the fuel to the flames. Moreover, the rest of the powerful families had simply agreed to everything. These things had made Jun Moxie extremely angry. Would my uncle be in such a situation if it weren't for their scheming? It has become difficult for him to escape death. And, this has happened when we've brought our forces to help the Shuehan Manor. This matter has gone beyond despicable, it has become obscene. You're being so heartless. So, don't blame me for any devilish injustice. I have a strong backing from the Tian Fa forest. You people will lose much more than you stood to gain if you're not careful with your schemes. You think our Jun family can be bullied that easily? Li Ju Tian and Li Tengyun. I will prepare such a big surprise for you father-son pair that you will wish you were dead. Venerable Mei and Li Ju Tian were in a violent fit of rage at that moment. Shi Chang Shao hurriedly stepped forward in a brave manner. He then smiled and said, "It looks like Venerable Mei isn't in a good mood today. There's no harm in taking rest for a while. We can continue to talk later in the evening after we've all taken a short break." The Master of Life and Death had spoken those words since he had realized that Venerable Mei must have had an unforeseen accident at that day. But, his words were too excessive. You shouldn't have showered down these maddened abuses at him in front of his son even if he weren't the second greatest master. There's a saying, respect is as important to a man as bark is to the tree. You may be the greatest expert in the world. But, you can't bully someone so openly. Can't you see that this senior master is so angry that his lips have turned green? He has nearly become breathless with rage. However, the event had turned into a very dramatic one. Li Ju Tian had relied on his superior cultivation a moment ago, and had acted in a bossy and domineering manner with the solitary falcon and Feng Wanyun. In fact, he had chided them. But, the roles had been reversed. And, the one being chided in a bossy and domineering manner was now Li Ju Tian himself. The solitary falcon was smiling. In fact, he had beamed with joy as he had heard this. You can be reaping great harvests one moment, and then you can be on your way to the underworld the next. Just look at this. How did the fates change over so quickly? He blinked a few times, and felt immense joy in his heart. My mood isn't good. Humph. Venerable Mei heard this and snorted. Then, they pointed at Li Ju Tian and spoke in a stern manner, "Who said this senior is in a bad mood today? It's just that this loser is courting his death. And, this three-legged toy is actually the second great master. He's shameless and ridiculous. This loser needs a good smack across his face. Just see that sharp expression of his. He dares to flaunt his strength in front of me. You are a sissy master. How dare you?" Li Ju Tian became furious at this, and hissed. His killing intention raised his robes in the air even though there was no wind. His face twisted with rage, and an expression of malevolence and fury broke upon it. He roared, "Venerable Mei, I respect you as the Lord of Tian Fa. And so, I wish to keep the peace. Yet, you have humiliated me for the third time today. Do you think that Li Ju Tian fears you, and won't do a thing in response to your insults? Even a clay figurine has some heat inside it." However, this man was the second great master. What could one possible speak of him? He had been insulted to no end. Would he be able to call himself the second great master if he didn't retaliate in the face of such a situation? His reputation would turn to waste. A soldier doesn't smell of perfume if you defecate on his face. Venerable Mei snorted with disdain and said, "This senior is openly humiliating you. What can you do? What can you dare to do?" The man's silhouette flitted, and nobody could stop it. In fact, nobody tried to stop it. Shi Chang Xiao, Lei Wu Bei, the solitary falcon, and the others were too busy watching passively to be capable of stopping him. Li Ju Tian's body moved forward in rage, like a violent storm. He used his trademark skill called 13 Blade of Ju Tian. A cold squall arose from the handle of his blade. Everyone felt a sharp chi arise from it, and strike against their faces. It made everyone's clothes flutter, and left them to feel a slight tinge of pain on their faces. Therefore, none of them could help but take a step backwards. Li Ju Tian left a deep trench under his foot as the dust rose all around. Venerable Mei shouted loudly from mid-air, "Well, come on then." His large black cloak looped around as it faced resistance from the wind. Then, it turned into a thick black mist which could cover the entire world. He then loudly charged straight ahead to meet his foe instead of avoiding him. The arrangements for the decisive battle hadn't even started in earnest. But, the top leaders of both the sides had already broken into a violent fight. The situation had become very intense. Li Ju Tian's heart was brimming with violent rage and indignation. Venerable Mei had suffered untold humiliation and anger a couple of days back. Therefore, the two had displayed their full strength in only 3 moves. Moreover, they had actually displayed their killer moves. More than once at that. The area of this decisive battle was a small valley between 2 mountains. The distance between the bases of the 2 mountains was at least 5 kilometers. However, the 2 men contesting for power were moving so fast that it seemed as if they had mounted the clouds. Their movements were too quick for any eyes to see. It was like a lightning strike, first here, then there, and then far off, and then back again at the first place. There was an explosion in the air soon after. It sounded like a thunderbolt that had been sent by a god gone insane. The sound of the explosion echoed through the air. And then, a black figure could be seen rising in the air like a rocket. Then, another figure was seen crashing down toward Solitary Falcon and the others like a comet. The person falling was Li Ju Tian. He had been hit by the crazy and frightening offensive of Venerable Mei. And hence, he was falling down. Nobody had seen what had happened, but Li Ju Tian was aware that he had been hit between his shoulders, chest, and guts by 3 palm attacks. Great Master Ju Tian had done his best to brace for that attack, and had tried to maintain composure in order to prevent himself from cutting a sorry figure. However, his fall was too fierce, and he couldn't control it in any way. He hit the ground with a loud bang, and a large hole appeared in that spot. However, his fall hadn't come to an end yet. He continued to stagger downwards into the ground in recoil. In fact, it almost seemed as if an inverted mountain had been dug up in the ground of the hilltop he had landed upon. His foot soon touched the subterranean rocks and trenches. Venerable May seemed as if he was in pursuit of this man's death. He still hadn't stopped. One could hear a sharp and intense roar coming from the air. A dark shadow had shot down from the air at a great speed. Even the huge black robe he wore had been rendered apart by the wind as he charged downwards. And then, a faint blue smoke arose from the hem of those robes. His black robes were on the verge of bursting into flames because of their friction with the air, owing to his speed. A spotless pure white hand jutted out of the black robe. This beautiful white hand appeared like an ornate carving. But, it shot down with an endlessly fierce aim to kill, and moved towards Li Ju Tian. There was going to be no mercy for him today. Li Ju Tian roared madly. He concentrated the entirety of the remaining efficacy in his body in order to counter and escape. Shi Chang Xiao, Lei Wu Bei, and Solitary Falcon were quick to realize Li Ju Tian's emergency. He was a loathsome man, but these three men knew that he couldn't be allowed to die at that moment. They would lose their greatest asset if Li Ju Tian died. Moreover, it was evident from Venerable May's fierce disposition that everyone's life would soon be in danger. The three men sensed each other's intention, and jumped forward with all their might. The Silver Blizzard City's 2nd, 5th, and 8th elders also caught up with them to act as a second layer of defense. The 7 experts gathered together to resist the crazy strikes that were the deadliest in the entire world. Venerable May let out a sharp roar in mid-air, and coldly challenged, "Come on then." The black-robed individual neither dodged, nor avoided them. In fact, that person had seemingly added some more strength to his attack in a split second. Slam! Slam! Bang! The sounds of repeated violent strikes resounded. And then, the black shadow flitted and appeared in the sky above the Tian Fa forest. Then, it slowly floated down to the summit of a tree, and stationed itself on a finger-thin branch. It then stood facing the wind. A few groans were heard soon after. Xiao Buyu and the other 2 elders of the Silver Blizzard City had arrived last. But, they had been the first ones to drop. In fact, those 3 appeared like rubber balls as they crashed on land, and rolled about in pain towards the surrounding mountains. The Solitary Falcon had spread his arms like an eagle spreads its wings, and had soared over 30 meters before he had suddenly dropped downwards. However, he stabilized himself at a lightning-quick speed, and began to float. His situation wasn't as precarious in comparison to the others. The comparatively stronger Lei Wu Bei was red in the face. He had spun to evade the attack, but his spinning hadn't yet come to a stop. In fact, he had already spun his way away from the epicenter of the collision. Shi Chang Zhao's clothes had been torn. In fact, several strands of them had started to float in the sky like butterflies. He jumped back 30 meters as he evaded the attack, did a somersault, and then jumped back another 30 meters. However, the greatest damage was suffered by the second great master Li Ju Tian. Blood spilled from his mouth as roared in a fierce manner. His body had been shot into the air. However, no one could tell where it had been sent flying to. Then, an earth-shattering sound emerged as a mushroom cloud rose between the 8 individuals with a loud bang. It sent out tons of rocks and dirt into the air. A thin layer of earth had suddenly covered the sky. The situation was very similar to that of a volcanic eruption. Rocks in a massive radius had been destroyed, and had been sent flying into air. They had been broken into such small fragments that even their shadows weren't visible anymore. They continued to fly into the sky for a long, long time. Then, the larger of the rocks started to shower down like meteors. They smashed down into the ground at high velocities. And, loud noises were given rise to as a result of their impact against the ground. In fact, the ground itself had been left to shake from the impact of their fall. The 8 experts' chi had struck each other at the same time. This had somewhat contained and delayed the effect for a bit. It was like the Big Bang had been brewing up until that moment, and had finally burst out. That immense explosion in the air was enough to greatly shock any expert. It sent a cold shiver through their arms and legs, and left them to shiver. Li Ju Tian and the others had stationed themselves near a hilltop. However, this piece of land had gone up in the explosion. In fact, most of it had been leveled by this explosion. Moreover, a pit had been excavated in the ground because of this event. However, no one knew how deep it went. This was because the bubbling underground water had started to spout out after having mixed with the soil. And, this had given rise to muddy gurgles. Everyone including the Xian beasts who had been drawn into an aggressive formation behind Big Bear had been left extremely shocked by this. Their mouths had fallen open, and they had been left to gasp for cold air. This is the actual result of his power. Good God! That's extremely formidable. However, Big Bear was in the worst condition amongst them. That extremely shocking explosion had left him to open his eyes and his mouth very wide. His cheekbones stood erect like the horns of a young dragon, and then, a stone the size of a hen's egg came flying by. Either by a divine intervention, or by pure coincidence, and crashed into his mouth. Crack, the sound reverberated as it hit his teeth. An ordinary person's teeth would have been destroyed, and their tongue would have turned to pulp in such a scenario. But, who was Big Bear? He was a Bear King. And luckily, the Bear King's teeth hadn't been broken by this. However, his head had been left to ring and buzz by the impact. His lips moved up and down in an unconscious manner, and crackling sounds emerged as chewed on the rock in order to crush it. His tongue rolled as he unconsciously, and for a mysterious reason, swallowed the rock. Then, he found himself choking on it. The 7 experts had joined hands, and had attacked together. But, they were only able to square off against Venerable Mei's offensive. Venerable Mei may have used a cheap trick. However, it was important to know that 4 great masters and 3 spirit Xian experts had attacked together. The Venerable Mei's Xian cultivation was at an extremely shocking level. This type of terrible strength could be considered to have reached the greatest of heights in that world. The dust scattered, and dispersed. Li Ju Tian, Shi Chang Shao, Lei Wu Bei, and Solitary Falcon appeared on the remaining half of the hill. Xiao Buyu and the other 2 sat down cross-legged with ashen faces. They then slowly tried to move their Xian Qi in order to stabilize their breathing, and recover. Those 3 had more unfortunate. They were mere spirit Xian experts. So, their Xian cultivation was comparatively weaker. They had already suffered internal injuries as a result. These internal injuries they weren't very serious. The lack of strength had affected them negatively in the collision. They were comparatively slower to react during that huge explosion as a result of their weaker cultivation. And, this had taken away their edge, and they were left to face one calamity after another. Strength is important at a critical juncture, and lack of it can lead one into a worrisome situation in a life or death situation. So, they quickly snatched whatever time they had to stabilize their breathing, and recover themselves. However, their luck wasn't the worst. Jun Moxie had hit himself high in the sky to watch the unfolding drama after he had made the arrangements. He had been very excited as he had looked on, particularly when the Lord of Tian Fa was deriding Li Ju Tian. The young Master Jun had felt like breaking into a dance and loud applause. Then, he had become very jubilant when the 2 apex experts had started to fight. However, that moment of extreme happiness and excitement had quickly turned into one of sorrow. The immense Qi explosion had occurred beneath him. And, he wasn't a spirit Xian expert at the end of the day. He wasn't able to sense what was about to happen below, and was caught off guard. Then, an intense wave rushed up along with a boulder that was at least 3 meters in diameter. This boulder suddenly struck his posterior, and took him to soar high in the sky, almost upwards to the 9th heaven. His butt resembled a discus at the moment. In fact, it resembled a discus that had turned red with heat. The rock remained stuck to it as they went up. Jun Moxie had felt great pain, and had nearly screamed. He had looked up, and had felt as if he was about to die and reach the world of immortals. Ah, the fuck is happening? I was just watching when I met with this accident. I'm still using the yin-yang escape. Jun Moxie eventually thought of making an escape after he had reached a great altitude. However, he couldn't let off that boulder since it had maltreated him. So, he resolutely and maliciously kicked it, and split it up. And then, Jun Moxie took that opportunity, and went inside the Hongjun Pagoda. This was genuinely breathtaking. Everybody could only look on as a huge boulder of 3 meters flew upwards, but didn't come down. This was because Jun Moxie had mercilessly made his reprisals, and had crushed it into pieces with his kick. Venerable Mei looked up from the tree top far off, and saw the scene with a sense of suspicion. He then directed his attention back to the 4 great masters. The Lord of Tian Fa then gnashed their teeth as their black robe rose in the sky. Venerable Mei had prepared to attack again. Wait, Venerable Mei, a loud shout emanated from the distance. The Xian cultivation required to produce that sound was very high. The sound exploded, and echoed loudly. It was earth-shattering. This voice came from near Li Ju Tian, and 2 black-robed men suddenly appeared in front of him. It was noticeable about them that they both wore a purple gold belt on their waists. Moreover, both of them had swords hung from their waists. And, they swords had purple gold scabbards, and hilts. Those 2 men had a bright and handsome appearance. They were middle-aged men with elegant bearing. The black robes that stuck close to their bodies made them look even more heroic and sharp. The 2 men rose to the air from their positions, and turned towards Venerable Mei. They then cupped their hands, and said with a smile, "We've been gone for many years. I trust that you've been well since we last met, Venerable Mei. Do you recognize this old deceased friend?" Venerable Mei weightlessly rose into the sky for a while before he came to a stop. Their bright eyes then scanned the newcomers. And then, the Lord of Tian Fa spoke up in a faint tone, "It's you. This is somewhat unexpected. How can I not be well if you're fine?" Li Ju Tian now stood behind the 2 men. He became extremely gloomy and rolled his eyes. These 2 have asked the question, "I trust you've been well since we last met." The thing is, Venerable Mei didn't get angry when they asked this. So, why did I nearly lose my life when I asked the exact same thing? One of the middle-aged men smiled and spoke, "Venerable Mei could already roam free and unhindered throughout the wide world. And we see that your Xian cultivation has further increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, we must congratulate you." "Congratulate me? You 2 should be the ones to receive the praise. You 2 famed warriors had disappeared without giving any reason, and hadn't shown yourselves in the mortal world for decades. But, it turns out that you've become the top provists under the Empress of the elusive world of immortals." Venerable Mei had spoken coldly, but their voice sunk as their eyes scanned the 2 again, Lei Baoyu, Bu Kuang Feng, the 2 earth-shaking swordsmen of those days. Baoyu, Kuang Feng, 2 great masters have come to Tian Fa. To what does this Mei owe the honor? Most people couldn't understand such words. Those 2 names were too remote for most of them. But, Li Ju Tian along with the other great masters, the Silver Blizzard City's elders, and a few chiefs of some powerful families had an expression of shock and awe on their faces. Most people wouldn't remember their names anymore. However, their names would have frightened the guts out of people 60 years ago. In fact, their mere names would have been enough to make people's souls leave their bodies like a rocket. Anyone who had reached the highest echelons of Xian cultivation would know their names, and would tremble. There too used to be 2 pairs of sworn brothers amongst the 8 great masters in the days of the past. And, they were inseparable as colleagues. However, the 2 pairs disliked each other, and there was a sense of mutual containment amongst them. They would fight every time they'd run into each other, and those fights would invariably be earth-shattering in their nature. Moreover, the nature of those 4 men was quite evil. They had no scruples, and did as they pleased. Those four were responsible for much of the chaos around the continent. But then, the four reputed men disappeared at the same time one day. Everyone had figured that they had been killed. Countless people were relieved, and had clapped their hands in joy. And, the legends of those four had faded away with the passage of time. 60 years had passed since then. Therefore, very few were left who knew of the affairs of those days. However, one of those pairs of sworn brothers had suddenly appeared in front of them at this time. The two world-shaking swordsmen, Rainstorm and Hurricane. And, both of them were great masters. Their real names were Lei Baoyu and Bukwang Feng. As for the other pair of sworn brothers, they were real brothers. And, they were also very famous. In fact, they were famous for being utterly preposterous. Zhanpa Feng Yun and Zhanpa Tian had acted crazy their entire lives. They had been such their entire lives. And, they would have remained such if they were alive. They both were great master as well. No one had ever expected to even hear the nightmarish names of the Great Master Rainstorm, and Great Master Hurricane before the battle here at Tianfa, much less see them in person. However, there was something even more confusing than that. These two men weren't young when they had disappeared. In fact, they must have been at least 80 years old at that time. So, how could they still look middle-aged after 60 long years had passed? Could it be that they had practiced some youth-replenishing techniques? You flatter us, the one to reply had a mole near one of his eyes. The elder generation had recognized this. It was a distinct facial feature of the Rainstorm Great Master, Lei Baoyu. Then, they heard him chuckle and continue, "My brother and I too insignificant for that. How can we dare to bestow honor upon Venerable Mei? It's just that we've been sent by the elusive world of immortals to be witnesses to the battle between Tianfa and the rest of the continent." Oh. The mysterious elusive world of immortal was perturbed by such a trivial thing. Should this Mei feel honored by this? Venerable Mei sneered, taunted, and laughed. It didn't matter if he'd have to fight and kill these two great masters as well. It was evident that there was hidden card for that as well. Again, you flatter us. We two brothers have merely come to pass on the message the Empress has given us for Venerable Mei, Bukwang Feng replied. Please speak. I don't know what that hypocrite has to offer me. What did she say? Venerable Mei asked with a sense of curiosity. Lei Baoyu twitched when he heard the word hypocrite. However, he forcibly swallowed his anger and spoke, the Empress has said this, it's fine that Tianfa goes to war. We have faith in Venerable Mei's conduct. This conflict between the Xian experts is also fine. The three holy lands also vie for power. But, we request Venerable Mei to be lenient towards the common people. Ha ha. She has always bemoaned the state of the universe, and pitted the mankind in that disgusting tone of hers. Venerable Mei laughed. But, my Tianfa has never allowed any influence from any foreign entity, even if that entity is the elusive world of immortals. Don't tell me she thinks that she can order my Tianfa around. What a big joke. Venerable Mei can do what they like. We won't interfere. We're powerless to interfere. In fact, we won't do anything, no matter the outcome. We will only report what we see, and the Empress will decide. Lei Baoyu smiled. Venerable Mei snorted and spoke, the two earth-shaking swordsmen of those days, Rainstorm and Hurricane great masters, used to move through the society in an elated, unfettered, free manner. They possessed the ease, natural confidence and cruelty. I never expected them to become the harbingers of moral integrity once they became the provists of the elusive world of immortals. I truly admire the training that the Empress imparts. In fact, I wouldn't find it strange if you two weren't able to remain undefeated if you were to meet your two maddened rivals again. These words were clearly meant to call the Rainstorm and Hurricane great masters slaves. The words weren't spoken in a direct manner, but the meaning behind them was meant to make this an intolerable verse. Moreover, they had also been compared to their old selves. Then, it had been pointed out that their Xian cultivation hadn't increased by much even though they appeared younger now. In fact, it had been implied that these two wouldn't be able to keep up with the greatest and maddest of their opponents. The faces of Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng contorted. Their eyes filled with rage as they pressed their hands on their swords' hilts, and stepped forward. Li Ju Tian's face was suddenly filled with joy. Are these two going to pitch in? Our odds of success look much better if they do. However, Lei Baoyu and Bu Kuangfeng withdrew after they had taken that step, and this happened just when Li Ju Tian was thinking of their intervention. Lei Baoyu then said in a calm manner, "Venerable Mei is a very capable person. There's no need to provoke us today. It's inappropriate for us to fight today, but this doesn't mean that we won't get a chance in the future. In fact, we two brothers can find a way later if Venerable Mei feels that today's day is a missed opportunity." Venerable Mei's gown issued a soughing sound in the wind. They seemingly smiled as they said, "Oh really?" Bu Kuangfeng then spoke up in a dark tone, "Venerable Mei seems to be interested in our training. Why don't they come and receive it as well? I'm convinced that they'll change too. They'll at least be different when compared to us two brothers." The words he had spoken seemed to have a very mysterious meaning to them. Even Li Ju Tian couldn't understand what they meant. Venerable Mei was floating at a distance. However, they seemed very angry. Their robes started to float upwards in the wind, and it seemed as if they had prepared to strike. But then, they stopped and regained a tranquil temperament. They then replied in soft tone, "I will eventually go to the elusive world of immortals and show your empress the kind of end that's reserved for a hypocrite." Lei Baoyu was about to speak up when he was cut off by Venerable Mei, "Come up if the two of you intend to participate in the war today. But, withdraw to one side if you only wish to witness. I have no interest in bickering with the two of you. Retreat." "Very well, we've only come here to observe." "So, Venerable Mei may enlighten us of the proceedings," Lei Baoyu replied with a cold expression. "That's simple. We'll have 3 battles to decide the winner. The legions arranged in the battle formations will fight the first battle. The second battle will take place between the leaders of the groups. And the third and decisive battle will be between the apex experts." Venerable Mei snorted. "We'll go back to Tian Fa if you win. And the Xian beasts will never emerge from there after that. But, we have 3 conditions if you lose. First, Li Ju Tian will return the Panther King's Xian core. Second, no Xian expert will be allowed to enter Tian Fa. I'll take 10,000 lives from the mainland even if one of them enters. I'll take 20,000 lives if 2 of them enter, and I'll also annihilate their families to the 9th generations as compensation in that case. Third, I will break both the legs of Li Ju Tian's son. This war was started because of him. Let it end with him as well. That's very unfair." Bu Kuangfeng sneered, "You only need to retreat if you lose, but we have to adhere to 3 conditions. Don't you think it's a bit too much, Venerable Mei? How will any future disputes arise if you don't enter the forest? And, why is the Panther King's Xian core in Li Ju Tian's belly? Can't you tell the right from the wrong, Bu Kuangfeng?" Venerable Mei shouted back in anger. Li Ju Tian stepped forward, and spoke in a stern voice, "This issue has been created by your Tian Fa. How are we father and son to blame for this? You've been the one to confuse the right and wrong today. Aren't you pushing the entire blame onto us? The person to have confused the right and the wrong is you, and you alone. Moreover, what does this decisive battle have to do with my son? Why does the 3rd condition have to be breaking my son's legs? What has my son done to cause this disturbance? Don't you think that you're being too harsh, Venerable Mei? Your statements are simply ridiculous." Great Master Li was extremely angry. However, he also felt like he had smashed his own foot with a stone he had picked up for another. He had forced Jun Wu-yi to the battlefield because his son had requested for it. He had sent only 4,000 men even though he should have demonstrated more strength. It could be said that those men had been sent away to die for no good use. In other words, this would be a complete and utter defeat, there was no chance of success. Anyone with eyes could see that very clearly. However, Venerable May had now raised the condition regarding his son's legs, and the outcome of this would depend on victory or defeat. Therefore, he was now at a loss. Would Li Tingyun have schemed against Jun Wuyi if he had known that his legs would also end up depending on it? What would be the significance of Jun Wuyi's death if such had been the case? I've given a great option. It's fine if the great Master Li doesn't agree. I will simply lead my forces to attack the rest of the continent. You can't blame me for every extreme distress of the mortal world. Anyway, I have proposed a very peaceful solution. So, I can't do anything if you don't agree. Venerable May looked at Li Ju Tian. The expression in his eyes was enough to decipher that he didn't care whether the opposite party agreed to his proposal or not. These conditions had obviously been linked to Tian Fa's prestige now, and, that was imperative. I won't change the 3 conditions, no matter what. Will you agree or not? He didn't believe that Li Ju Tian would leave the world to destruction, even if he was the second great master. And, they could always force him to agree even if he refused to. I won't agree. I agree. 2 different responses simultaneously came from Li Ju Tian and Lei Baoyu's mouths. Provost Lei, we must consider this matter properly. Li Ju Tian wanted to spit blood in anger. However, he knew that he couldn't provoke the elusive world of immortals. He had the distinction of being the second great master, and held respect for this achievement in the mundane society. But, he knew that this status of his was nothing in the eyes of the elusive world of immortals. Moreover, he also knew that he may not even be able to match the 2 great masters, Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng, even if he were to fight them one at a time. There's no need to consider this. It's equivalent to the Empress' orders, Lei Baoyu cut him off. Then, he smiled and continued in a low voice, brotherly, keep calm. Do you think that someone of Venerable May's status would have a tough time in dealing with your young son if we lose this battle? Take a step back, and think. Your son's life won't be in danger. He will get his legs broken at best. But, the 3 holy lands will need to find a scapegoat to pin the responsibility for the destruction caused by the Xian Beast Uprising if we don't agree to Venerable May's conditions. At that time, Li Ju Tian, you, he. But. Li Ju Tian was about to say, I've already taken the Panther King's Xian core. How can I spit it out now? He was about to say this, but he swallowed the words back. He did take the Xian core, but it was still inside his belly. Li Ju Tian was waiting to ingest the Bear King's Xian core. But, the Panther King's Xian core would remain intact until that happened. However, what would Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng think if they knew that the Xian core was still intact? Li Ju Tian evaluated the situation. He then asked himself, what would I do if I were in their shoes? I would certainly wish to take that treasure away by force. But, can I hope to compete against these 2 great masters if they joined hands? Li Ju Tian remained silent. So, the other 2 assumed that he had given his approval. Then, they turned to Venerable May, Venerable May, can we start the battle? Venerable May nodded slowly. They didn't waste their words, and extended their hand. And then, a small golden sword flew out. This was followed by a violent gale, and an air-rendering screech emanated from the sword's handle. It was expected that the sword would move extremely fast since it had emanated such a powerful sound. In fact, it would have been perfectly reasonable if it had moved at the speed of sound. However, it was moving very slowly. In fact, it was even slower than an ordinary arrow. However, the sword light behind it became increasingly thicker. It seemed like a young dragon from the 9th heaven was reaching out across the basin between the mountains with stretched hands. It continued to issue that dragon-like shrieking sound until it had reached the other side of the mountains. This was a battle command. Li Ju Tian raised his hand. And then, a banner made of fireworks burst like blooming flowers. His expression was somewhat cruel. Big Bear let out a violent roar. In fact, it nearly resembled a thunderclap as it shook the 9 heavens. Then, the Bear King leapt forward. He was followed by 3 kinds of multicolored Xian beasts, bears, tigers, and lions. The 3 Xian beast kings lead their forces, and broke out of the forest like a storm. They weren't many, just 4,000 in number. Jun Moxie waved his hand for the quick waving of the signal flag from the opposite side. Then, 4,000 men quickly assembled into a cone formation. However, they remained motionless thereafter. Jun Moxie didn't have the slightest idea about the inside story. But, he knew that the strength of his 4,000 men was far lesser than that of the 4,000 Xian beasts they were about to face. He knew that they were at a huge disadvantage. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was at least 3 to 4 times, maybe even higher. Therefore, they would have to use proper tactics at this juncture. Otherwise, this face-off wouldn't even be a struggle against the Xian beasts, it would rather be a one-sided slaughter. His plan started with laying a trap in front. Then, they'd wait for the attackers to come closer. The 4,000 of his men would then launch their secret weapons once the enemy was close enough. This would blunt the opposition's forces to some extent by getting rid of the weaker Xian beasts. He had stationed the strongest experts in the area where the stronger Xian beasts would try to break through from. He had arranged them in groups of 78, and these men would attack their opponents from all sides. The rest of his men would fill up the gaps, and do their best to provide support as the battle progressed. Some sacrifices would be inevitable in this battle plan. However, their chances of success would increase by a considerable margin if everything went according to plan. And, they could at least give a good battle to their enemies in this manner. However, Jun Moxie hadn't thought on the final outcome of the battle. However, even if they died in this battle, they'd at least die a valiant death. It had to be said that Jun Moxie's strategy was very efficient even in the face of such a formidable onslaught from the Xian beasts. They would all die if this strategy was adhered to. However, they would achieve a great result. In fact, they could deal a great damage to the Xian beasts. Optimistic estimates could place at least half of the Xian beasts to die alongside them. They were merely 4,000 in number, and were about to face the same number of enemies. However, the Xian beast's strength was several times their own. So, this battle would be considered humanity's victory even if half of their enemies were to die by the end of it. However, these plans would only work on paper if there were issues in implementation, no matter how excellent the plans were. Could one genuinely expect the many people assembled there to obey Jun Moxie's orders? Many of them had been instructed to see to his death. And, these would-be backstabbing experts made for an overwhelming majority of the stronger experts in his ranks. The carnage which could have been avoided, or at least delayed, had arrived. Isn't staying holed up in this formation akin to courting our deaths? Brothers, don't listen to that big coward of a bullshit Supreme Commander. Follow me to kill them. We can easily kill the level 6 or 7 Xian beasts. Won't we be victorious if each man could kill 1 or 2 enemies on an average? A clamor arose from the back as the members of the Shui Hun Manor pushed their way forward. They were placed at the back, but were now brushing past to the front. And, they soon ended up at the front of Jun Moxie's formation. The battle hadn't even started, but the formation had already been broken. And, the 700 men of Shui Hun Manor continued to rush forward despite their perils under the leadership of their 3 spirit Xian experts. They had taken the lead. The masses naturally responded. Then, the 12 members of the Silver Blizzard City broke formation. And then, the experts from the powerful families followed in their suit. The once Jun Moxie's formation only had a square array of the 300 men he had brought along. And, they were almost the only ones left behind. It had to be said that the instigating words spoken by those of Shui Hun Manor were somewhat true. They would surely be victorious if each man managed to kill an average of 2 Xian beasts. However, did they have the strength to kill that many of the enemy's troops? How many of them were Spirit Xian or Sky Xian experts? However, it had to be admitted that the 3,000+ men who had rushed forward had a good tacit understanding amongst themselves. The men of the Xue Hun Manor had charged ahead first. They took a sudden left turn, and tried to outflank the Xian beasts. And those from the Silver Blizzard City turned right in a similar fashion, and tried to outflank them from the other side. The people behind them didn't understand what was happening. So, they turned right as well. Some people at the back were hesitant to go right, and found themselves stuck in their predicament. But, they soon saw waves of thousands of Xian beasts rushing at them, and were left to jump with fright. Then, they just quickly jumped out of the way. They didn't care whether they ducked right or left, saving themselves was most important thing in that moment. However, the Supreme Commander Jun Wuyi's 300 men were left exposed to the claws of the charging Xian beasts as a result. The 4,000 Xian beasts charged forward, and roared as they came in. Shameless. Absolutely shameless. Dongfang Wenqing shouted in anger. The head of the Duanmu family, Duanmu Chao Fan, stood beside him. His mustache trembled in anger and confusion as he cussed in his usual stammer, that, Fu * king. Li. Ju, that, mother. Another family's head, Siko Minyi, stood beside him. The expression on his face was that of a man who had been drowned in water. He roared angrily, "Damn it! I'll kill everyone in front of my eyes. And, you stop stammering. You haven't been swallowed by a Xian beast yet. So, stop being so gloomy. Bulsh * T. I still haven't finished, abusing. Duanmu Chao Fan was very angry, but managed to speak somewhat smoothly. Especially the first word, Bulsh * T. That word had been spoken articulately, and without any stammer. Therefore, that Bulsh * T sounded magnificent, powerful, and bold. Stop talking. Siko Minyi flew into a rage, and drew his sword with a sinister look. A golden tiger was charging towards them. The bite of such a tiger could rip anything. Its tail was like an iron rod, and could cause destruction once it struck its target. However, the tiger's movements were even weirder. Its fighting style made it seem as if it had a wild fighting instinct, but it was still quite refined in make. The strong wind whistled as it moved forward in an orderly manner, and it was evident that it had mastered its own style of martial arts. The movements of its naked buttocks could only be described as rhythmical. Who stood a chance if these Xian beasts were to use martial arts? They were nearly submerged in that tide of Xian beasts moments later. Dongfang Wenqing and the others were now faced with several Xian beasts of levels 8 or 9. Their spiritual senses were alert. However, they wondered in their hearts if these extremely strong Xian beasts' actions were akin to some sort of a greeting. The beasts then circled around them. And then, they just walked away. The faces of everyone who was watching from the hilltop had become dark. Is this how you arrange your troops in an indomitable formation, Li Ju Tian? The experts have left, and have gone in different directions. They entered the battle without any commitment, and left their supreme commander exposed. They've annihilated their own formation. Anyone who'd exposed their supreme commander to such danger would have faced a criminal charge if this were an ordinary battle. Those 3,000 men wouldn't have been allowed to live if that were the case. Lei Baoyu pointed his finger at the battlefield, and asked Li Ju Tian as he laughed and shook his head, "No wonder you didn't wish to accept those conditions. You never intended to win this battle. I presume that many amongst those 4,000 are your enemies. That is a great trick." Bu Guangfeng then cut in and spoke, "That Supreme Commander is like a great expert of this generation when it comes to the art of war, by the looks of it." He had started by arranging the troops in the blade edge formation. The blade edge formation would defend against the attack in the beginning. In fact, that defense would have absorbed the brunt of it. He could then stabilize the situation, even if he wouldn't be able to defeat the Xian beasts. Moreover, he had laid many traps at the front in order to minimize the casualties on his side. Then, they could have taken support from each other to garner strength for a counterattack against the beasts if they had survived the first wave of attacks. That's such a brilliant arrangement. It's simply outstanding. It's a pity that a lowlife has ruined it. Humph. The word lowlife obviously referred to Li Ju Tian. The great master Li's face suddenly turned blue and red since he had become embarrassed and upset. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng didn't come from a military background. However, over 100 years of wisdom, an extraordinary eyesight, and experience had given them insight. Therefore, they had been able to recognize that trap. Li Ju Tian was evidently becoming increasingly resentful as Buquang Feng added, "Great Master Li, it appears that you don't care about your son's legs much. How could you have handled things in such a reckless manner if you were concerned with your son's well-being? This is unimaginable." Li Ju Tian's face reddened with embarrassment. He didn't know how to reply to that. The man couldn't utter a word as a result. How could Li Ju Tian have known that the elusive world of immortals would send someone to witness the battle? Would anyone have dared to say a word against him given his status in the mortal world? Even if they disagreed with his conduct. Anyone who'd say anything against him would obviously be made to disappear shortly afterwards. And after all, no one would wish to die for offending the second great master. However, Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng had arrived, and Li Ju Tian had become distressed as a result. He had lost face in front of the three holy lands this time. In fact, he hadn't just lost his face, he had also landed his son into trouble. However, he was completely unaware that the people from the elusive world of immortals weren't only there to observe the battle. Jun Moxie had become extremely anxious at that moment. He had forgotten about two people, Duanmu Chao Fan, and Sikong Yi. His uncle's situation was scary, but not dangerous. In fact, it wouldn't be a big deal if he was to be surrounded by many Xian beasts. However, the heads of the Duanmu and Sikong families had been besotted with danger. Sikong Yi had been surrounded by 5 or 6 Xian beasts even before he had a single move. His clothes had become raged, and he was in a flurry. And Duanmu Chao Fan was in an even more battered and exhausted state. The head of the Duanmu family repeatedly roared as he chopped down with his sword. But, he would often raise his left hand, and would place it in front of his garment's lapel. Jun Moxie flew down, and realized that there was huge hole in the clothing over Duanmu Chao Fan's posterior. He was completely unaware how a Xian beast had managed to do that, but a roughened butt cheek had been exposed as a result. In fact, it had vague scratch marks on it. Jun Moxie laughed in a good-humored manner, and hurriedly spread the powder on top of those two men. Then, he quickly retreated. Sikong Yi was gloomy, and was bellowing repeatedly. Then, he noticed that the pressure on him had reduced rather significantly. The Xian beasts who had been making threatening moves, and had been launching attacks at him until a moment ago were now looking at him with a confused expression in their eyes. Those beasts then beat their noses, wagged their tails, and went away. The Xian beasts were divided into 4 groups. The 3 Xian beast kings had directed them to attack from all sides, but had left only a few of them for Jun Wuyi. However, those Xian beasts were at level 9, and had exceedingly high strength. In fact, they could take out a few people by merely opening their mouths. However, they didn't seem to have any intention of attacking this small group of humans. Sikong Yi suddenly found himself puzzled. There was only one Xian beast in front of him at the moment. And, it was a very intelligent one. It faced him, winked at him, and then pulled a face. Winking. What are you up to? I'm here to fight a battle. So, why do you have such an expression on your face? Sikong Yi's eyes were wide open as he stared. He couldn't understand anything when that golden tiger anxiously lifted his claw, and pointed to the surroundings. The beast then roared and charged towards him. Its power and prestige was extremely terrifying, and Sikong Yi's life seemed to be in real danger. Sikong Yi gathered the entirety of his strength, and moved to block the attack with a sense of uncertainty in his heart. However, he made contact with his opponent, and realized that his opponent's power and prestige was only for show. There was no real strength in the attack. The other party merely wagged its tail and winked at him again. It was then that Jun finally understood. Crap. It intended a fake attack on me. He turned his head and realized that everyone else had already understood. Each of his comrades was shouting loudly at the Xian beasts. And the Xian beasts were roaring back. The swords would move like lightning, but would lose accuracy and miss their target. The claws would move like the wind, but would fail to hit their targets. However, the person who had been nailed in the most difficult position was the Supreme Commander, Jun Moxie. He had been crazily besieged by 2 level 9 Xian beasts. But, he was safely seated on his wheelchair nonetheless. Even a hair on his head hadn't been harmed in this chaos situation. 2 earth-cracking Xian bears, weighing over a ton each, jumped at him from either side as they roared loudly. Their paws hit the ground, and filled the sky with dust. Even an intermediate Great Master, or a spirit Xian expert would have had a tough time while evading that attack, and would have only managed to make narrow escape. However, he saw the Supreme Commander Jun calmly extend his sword, and both the earth-cracking Xian beasts moved to avoid it. That sword attack was no genuine victory, it was only a maneuver in a clever demo swordplay. The bears would pounce again in a similar manner, and the opposition would wave their sword. And then, they would retreat once again. What's going on here? Jun Xie's mouth gaped wide, it nearly seemed as if his jaw had been dislocated. Then, he turned and found that Jun Moxie had also been bailed out of his precarious and dangerous situation. However, he was still in a somewhat awkward position. He hurriedly peeled clothes from a dead man's body, and tied them around his waist in an attempt to make an apron. But, that apron only covered his backside. And then, Jun Moxie threw his sword down, and used the entirety of his energy to cover himself with his apron. However, his opponent was a level 9 golden tiger. The beast fiendishly rushed forward, roared, and raised dust as it jumped over him. Then, it turned around, and jumped back over him. However, it still looked mad throughout this maneuver. Then, it raised its head and roared. It attacked the air, and it attacked the ground to display the extent of its might. However, it never once came into contact with Jun Moxie. It seemed as if the head of the Duanmu family had some kind of heavenly Xian Qi which would injure someone on contact. My word! Jun Xie's mouth had opened to its greatest extent. He then heard a cracking sound. His jaw had actually dislocated. He was left to let out a blood-curdling scream as a result. The golden tiger became frightened, and stopped jumping about. Then, it suspiciously tilted its head, and looked at his opponent. This one is so frail. I didn't touch him. But, he has managed to injure himself by opening his mouth a bit too wide. He has such a weak physique. Or perhaps I've mastered the legendary Qi technique. What are you doing, Chao Fan? We're in the middle of a battle. Yet, you're more interested in wearing an apron. Do you wish to turn into fried rice or something? Jun Xie seemed to be in a mood for some jokes since the danger had seemingly passed. Therefore, he rubbed his hands on his chin as he forced it up to speak. Jun Moxie covered his posterior, and picked up his sword in an unhurried manner. He then replied in a merry tone, little Jun, my name is Duanmu. Chow. 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 Oh God, brother. You've got to speak faster, listening to your words becomes very hard for me if you speak like that. Jun groaned. He had managed to fight off several powerful Xian beasts a while ago. However, Jun Moxie's manner of speech had left him injured. They were unaware as to what was happening in that outrageous scene. However, a man of Jun Wuyi's caliber had understood a few things very clearly. A very able person is helping us out by orchestrating this whole drama. But, where's the director of this show? Duanmu Chao Fan finally wielded his long sword again. His sword glittered with silver light. He could finally coordinate better. Then, he took a graceful stance. In fact, his stance was an exhibition of excellent martial arts in itself. He then surged forward, and tried to strike the golden tiger. The Duanmu chief wished to grab the tiger by its tail, but the tiger would never allow him to do that. And so, the war between man and Xian beast continued. Bailey Luo Yun wasn't too far off. And, his display had been even more exemplary. In fact, he seemed worthy of the genius moniker since he was only at the Jade Xian realm. He hadn't fallen into a disadvantageous position even though he was attacking and defending against an enemy of level 9. He'd give a loud roar, and would fight lustily as the dust would rise up around him. In fact, he had even gained an upper hand. However, his two Sky Xian uncles were rather unfortunate. They had nearly been turned into grounded meat by several level 8 Xian beasts. These circumstances were quite ironic. The two Sky Xian experts had been certain that they'd be able to rely on their strength to make an escape. They only needed to confirm Bailey Luo Yun's death before they left. He may have been a genius, but the youngster was still a mere Jade Xian expert. Therefore, his death was sure to come early, he stood no chance. And, those two were simply waiting to watch him die. However, they hadn't expected him to pick his sword, and not die when he should have 1,000 times over. The two men had been left stunned by this. And then, they found themselves surrounded by many high-level Xian beasts. Bailey Luo Yun, a Jade Xian expert, was fighting with vigor. And yet, those two Sky Xian experts couldn't even move. They were soon eaten alive. Those two had died without understanding what was going on. It was a very clever plot. Blood-curdling screams were being heard from everywhere part of the battlefield. Those who had decided to break formation and retreat, the Shui Hun Manor, the Silver Blizzard City, and the rest of the men from every powerful family, had soon been caught in a crazy and deadly encirclement. Blood splashed every other moment, and the dismembered limbs flew into the sky. Someone or the other was dying every second. Big Bear crisscrossed through the battlefield. Big Bear had tough skin and strong bones, so did his fellow Beast Kings, Tiger and the Lion King. They disregarded the attacks that were launched on them, and charged into the Shui Hun Manor's warriors. Then, they turned and moved about the Shui Hun Manor's formation. The three of them continued to launch powerful attacks, and kept crashing into everyone around them. The three Beast Kings ended up cutting a path through the Shui Hun Manor's formation as a result. The troops of the Shui Hun Manor descended into utter chaos. They were first divided into 2 groups. Then, they were forced to divide into 4 groups, and were eventually left to fight separately. Then, numerous Xian beasts made their way into their broken formation, and surrounded them. This resulted in continuous screams of despair that shook the sky. The original plan was that Jun Wuyi and his men would die. But, their own people wouldn't sustain many losses. In fact, the Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Hun Manor's people weren't even expected to receive any injuries. The eyes of all the great masters and the spirit Xian elders had nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared from the hilltop in disbelief. What's going on? This is extremely unreasonable. So, that's how it was. I finally understand, the solitary falcon was shocked, and twirled a strand of his hair. You understand? Bukwang Feng was puzzled, what do you understand? Quickly explain to this old man. Master Bu, can't you see? Solitary Falcon triumphantly pointed his finger, Great Master Li had planned a purge for his Shui Hun Manor. And, he had also involved the Silver Blizzard City in it. Li Ju Tian's original plan was, I'm not feeling well about some guys. And, you're not feeling any better about a few of yours. But, I have a way of making us feel good even though we're feeling sad right now. And, their devastation would make me happy. Can't you see it, Master Bu? It's so obvious. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng spat out in contempt when they heard that. Fool! Can't you see how shocked Li Ju Tian is? Why would he wish to purge his Xuehun manor? The Xuehun manor is his life's work. Its value is only second to his son Li Tingyun in his heart. Li Ju Tian is no fool. So, why would he dig his own grave? But, how the hell is this happening in front of us if that's not the case? Li Tingyun gaped. His face was ashen pale, and his lips trembled, he looked lifeless. He suddenly felt great regret. In fact, he could faintly feel his legs going half dead. Li Ju Tian's hands were clenched tightly. He felt extreme rage. He would have been an idiot if he still hadn't been able to figure out that he had been played. However, he couldn't understand that who'd have such a heavenly skill that they could order the Xian Beast Kings to play out such a big farce. Arg! A blood-curdling scream rang out. A spirit Xian expert from the Xuehun Manor had been hit by Big Bear's palms and a leg. Blood gushed out from his body as a result. But, Big Bear smiled in an evil manner, and continued to attack. He quickly landed an explosive punch. Then, Big Bear threw out a kick, and made his other legs crisscross with the first one. The spirit Xian expert had already sustained serious injuries. His strength was nothing compared to Big Bear's. And, Big Bear wasn't done even after he had broken the other party's legs. Therefore, he resolutely kicked his lower back. A disembodied leg flew high into the sky, and sprayed a lot of blood around. Moreover, the rest of that spirit Xian expert's body was kicked high into the sky, while he was still alive. Blood gushed out from each one of the 7 orifices in his head. Big Bear jumped, and caught up with the body in the air. Then, he landed 2 quick punches. Bang! Bang! The punches hit that expert in succession, and continuous snapping sounds were heard. In fact, the crackling sounds had been very crisp in their make. Big Bear roared loudly, and caught the thighs of his victim. Then, his chest muscles became taut, and he started to hiss as his arms pulled the victim's body wide. The spirit Xian expert was then torn into halves in midair. His vital organs then poured out of his once body, and crashed onto the ground. Screams of panic and shock reverberated throughout the battlefield. However, Big Bear merely laughed as that bloodied body dropped to the ground. It seemed as if a tiger had slaughtered a sheep. Li Ju Tian trembled, and couldn't help but take a step forward. His mouth opened a little as a look of pain flashed across his face. But, the Lord of Tian Fa was looking at him. In fact, they tilted their head as they looked at him. It was obvious that they would step in if Li Ju Tian were to get involved. Li Ju Tian saw the flesh and the blood of his people flying about, and he heard their screams. He felt the urge to open his mouth, and concede defeat on many occasions. But, he used the entirety of his willpower to control himself, and didn't make this decision. His face was still calm and tranquil. It seemed as if the people getting slaughtered below hadn't been trained by his hands, as if they were merely trash to his eyes. The human army had been doomed to suffer a crushing defeat even before the battle had started. The difference in the strengths of the two sides was too great. To explain with an example. The Xian beasts had prepared a force of elite experts. But, the human allied army had no preparation, and had basically assembled an inexperienced mob. However, the Tian Fa would have been forced to pay a huge price for victory if the human army had followed Jun Wuyi's strategy. After all, many strong individuals were present within their ranks. And, they could have made up for the difference in strength if they had been backed by a good strategy. However, there was internal strife within the allied force. So, they had disobeyed their orders, and had rushed forward. And, the defeat of the allied human force had become foreclosed conclusion from that point onwards that they would see no luck. And, there would be no hope for change of tides. The traps were still present on the battlefield, but there was no one to follow up. The Xian beasts would fall into them, but they'd quickly jumped out. And, they'd obviously become more ferocious after that. Li Ju Tian had become a sore loser. He couldn't even afford to admit defeat to save his forces. He was reputed as the second great master throughout the continent. So, he would lose face if he admitted defeat. Moreover, the Lord of Tian Fa wasn't far off, and that earth-shaking expert was watching him. Therefore, Li Ju Tian would have to take his consent, even if he wanted to concede. However, any attempts to seek their consent after his display was a very ridiculous notion. It was impossible. Therefore, Li Ju Tian was inwardly left to pray. Why don't they just run away if they aren't a match for the enemy? The Xian beasts wouldn't chase them to the ends of the earth to kill them, right? They only want a victory at this point, that's all. However, they hadn't tried to flee in the beginning. And it was too late if they wanted to try that now. He had intended to entrap Jun Moxie. But, this had turned out like the situation where one tries to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. In fact, it was like he had lost the entire jar of rice. The three Xian beast kings eyed the humans like a hunter eyes its prey. They had 3,700 Xian beasts into several assault groups to attack in a vicious manner. The Shui Han Manor's 700 men had been reduced to around 200. The Silver Blizzard City hadn't suffered any losses yet since their comparative individual strength was much higher. But, they had also started to become weak and weary. The 3rd, 6th and 9th elders had formed a ring along with the Silver City's 7 swords. These people put together had a combined strength much higher than that of 10 spirit Xian experts. Xiao Han and Mu Shui Tong were protected inside this enclosure. Anyway, it wasn't like those two were ordinary experts either. So, the Xian beasts couldn't harm them either. However, they could only protect themselves when faced with that wave of Xian beasts. However, Xiao Han's eyes were already bloodshot inside the encirclement. He had become irritated, and could explode any moment like a maniac. He stamped his feet and shouted, "Why? Why so many Xian beasts are present here when there are none attacking Jun Moxie? Why hasn't that cripple died yet? I want him dead. Why isn't he dead? Jun Moxie. Why aren't you dead? Arg." Jun Moxie's situation was rather peculiar in that bitter and chaotic battle. Xiao Han had first taken pleasure in his misfortune, but he was shocked at the moment. In fact, he could only resign himself to the Xian beasts' besiege as he watched from afar. Xiao Han had already been forced to endure such deathly pressure. So, his mind couldn't endure such grief anymore. And, he blindly continued to shout like a madman as a result of this. He had prepared his frame of mind to watch Jun Moxie's death. An outsider couldn't understand why this was such a huge problem for him at this moment. Jun Moxie had wanted to kill Xiao Han with his sword, and that too for over 10 years. So, wouldn't Xiao Han also have wished to kill Jun Moxie the same? He too had desired it for 10 years. In fact, he had wanted it for several months more than Jun Moxie had. The experts sent by the other families had already died, except for some of the strongest spirit Xian and sky Xian ones. They were still struggling with each other's support. However, the rest of the army had been wiped out. They may have been defeated, and Jun Moxie may have died if they had acted in accordance to Jun Moxie's plan. But, these spirit Xian experts would have managed to survive, and would have returned safely even if their army had been defeated. In fact, more than half of the Sky Xian experts would have managed to return safe and sound. They would have been defeated, but they wouldn't have lost the core of their strength. And, Jun Moxie had been confident of achieving that. However, these men were scared of Li Ju Tian and his authority. So, they had chosen to throw in their lot with Li Ju Tian instead. They had followed after the Shui Han manor, but they hadn't anticipated that rejoicing in someone else's misfortune and, kicking them when they are down, would bring about their funeral. The meaner the person's nature, the quicker their deaths would come in a battle this brutal. Wasn't this a warning? That one-sided slaughter was slowly coming to an end. No one had noticed, but the screams had already become sparse. The bellowing roars also became broken. Only Jun Wuyi's party had the same energy as before, and so did their opponents. And, they were attacking hard. Their fights had become an intense event. The young master Jun finally made himself visible. He walked to the top of the hillside where the solitary falcon stood. Everything was going according to the plan he had scripted out. In fact, things were going very smoothly. Damn! More than half of them are dead. And, the ones who haven't died yet, are rather unlikely to. I had once said that you'd better prepare for your funeral if you try to entrap us. Jun Moxie's clothes fluttered as he walked to the hilltop. His elegant face had calm cruelty written all over it. Who could have thought that such a frail-looking youngster could possess the skills to orchestrate a dramedy of this scale? The Supreme Commander Jun Wuyi was in a tragic situation before the battle had started. And, he was helpless when it came to doing anything about it. And then, the situation became a comedy since the tables turned. Many people were happy with his misfortunes, and had schemed his downfall. However, these people themselves had fallen into tragic turmoil. Jun Moxie was akin to unknown peak expert. He had planned this entire elaborate thing in secret. He hadn't only planned for himself, but he had also preempted the enemy. He hadn't overlooked anything in this entire matter. He had Jade Xian cultivation. But, what difference would it make if his plans could implicate Spirit Xian experts and Sky Xian experts? Their tragedy would never turn into comedy. And, this kind of conduct could truly be described as, turns his palm up, and he gathers the clouds. Turns his palm down, and he turns them to rain. Everything was under control. How could he not appear now that he was reaping the fruits of his labor? How could the overjoyed director of the play not appear to accept the applause? How could he not enjoy it? One laughs wildly when they are frustrated. And, one should do it even more strongly when they are pleased. Laughter must be hearty and unrestrained. And, one should sing loudly when they are pleased with themselves. Why have so many misgivings? Life is tough and short. So, enjoy it while you can. And, intoxicate oneself in songs. Be calm and tranquil if you're proud of yourself. Why would you act cocky if someone talks to you? I dislike those who act like pretentious pricks. Why would anyone proud of themselves act anxious? I dislike too much strain. I'm proud of myself, and I'm awesome. Who dares to take me as a madman and laugh? Ask yourself, do you have any achievements the kind this madman does? Shut your mouth if you don't. The 18 generations of your ancestry have been sissy, and your socks had stinky holes in them. I won't even urinate in your water bottles. Why should I concern myself with any of those damned matter? How's it my business? This was Jun Moxie's philosophy. Sing when you're proud. And, stop when you've failed. Many worries and regrets can last for ages. Live in the moment. Worry about tomorrow when tomorrow comes. Those who fail to show their skill shall break. And, those who shall break will eventually break. And, I will kill them when they break. It's important to laugh at the clouds if one wishes to run amok the lands. It's important to go about one's own means. And, it's important to, go foo *k it. Good brat. Solitary Falcon didn't know what was going on, but he had realized that Jun Moxie was somehow related to all this. Why else would Jun Moxie have asked him to refrain from getting involved in the battle? So, he couldn't help but hold the brat's shoulders when he saw him. The solitary falcon then laughed as he shook Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie laughed mischievously. He then struggled to get out of the tight grip. Then, he stood at the side of the mountain. His lips pursed, and the corners of his mouth rose to turn into an arch as he watched the decisive battle that was taking place at a distance. Solitary Falcon, did you beat Feng Wanyun in a battle? Jun Moxie asked. He hadn't seen it happen, but he could feel that these two men had already crossed paths again. Feng Wanyun had been challenging him for decades. So, how could he have allowed this opportunity to slip by? Moreover, the solitary falcon had just learned a new move, and could have had a chance of beating his old rival with its help. So, why would he not show it off? Cuckoo. I was lucky, just lucky. Solitary falcon's mouth split open. But, he tried to keep a solemn face. However, his face was full of pride even though he was doing his utmost to hide his expression. And, that made it seem as if someone had punched his face. Jun Moxie laughed in a complacent manner. In fact, he was smiling from ear to ear. He then asked, "Did you beat him convincingly?" The corners of solitary falcon's mouth rose into a wide smile as he replied, I did. But, we're friends. So, we were just learning from each other's development. We were just learning from each other, that's all. Ha ha. He couldn't contain his pride by the time he finished speaking. Then, he broke into laughter. It was no wonder that the solitary falcon was in such high spirits. He had finally beaten his rival of 30-40 years. In fact, he had established absolute dominance. Such a feat would leave any man feeling pleased with themselves. In fact, one could say that the solitary falcon was acting rather indifferent to his personal achievement when one considers his overall restraint. What are you laughing at? Solitary falcon. The allied army is losing. Does that make you happy? Does it make you proud? Li Ju Tian turned his head to look at the solitary falcon. His eyes were shooting sharp swords. It seemed that he was about to explode. Li Ju Tian was extremely gloomy. And, he needed to vent it out on someone. But, he had never expected that someone from his own side would be laughing so happily at this time. This is a slap to my face. And, you're jeering at my loss. I fu asterisk king am. Li Ju Tian, you're fu asterisk ked. But I'm not, got it? Solitary falcon was extremely happy at that moment. He was happy because he had notched a long-awaited personal success. Moreover, Li Ju Tian had rebuked him in front of Jun Moxie. Therefore, this had become a doubly annoying situation for the solitary falcon. Hence, he immediately flew into a rage. Others can't laugh because the people from your manor are dying. What logic is that? This is the third time you've troubled me today. Fu asterisk K. You think the solitary falcon is some moldable clay? It suddenly seemed as if the solitary falcon was about to set into action. Things had clearly gotten out of hand. I saved your son's life when that idiot offended Feng Wanyun. Yet, you're still mad at me. And, now you've gone overboard. I can't even laugh when I want to. What am I, a Shuehun manor lackey? Li Ju Tian snorted. He then lifted his leg to walk over to their side. Jun Moxie's expression evidently expressed his desire to watch some more action from the sidelines. He even pushed the solitary falcon. It was almost as if he was stating his desire, do it for me. Stop, I say, a voice full of grief, indignation and rage rang out like a thunderclap. Li Ju Tian and solitary falcon were about to start. But, they were left to jump with fright at this. They looked up, and saw that Venerable May had somehow managed to arrive near them, without being noticed. Her eyes were watching Jun Moxie very attentively. The Lord of Tian Fa then trembled, and a bright light shone in their eyes. Her cheeks had nearly turned red by now. Jun Moxie had barely showed up, and Venerable May had already realized that he was that dirty bastard. And, that sudden and shocking discovery had almost made her faint on the spot. She saw that handsome and elegant face, but she could only remember the nightmares she had been having for the past day, owing to the abuse she had suffered. Venerable May felt her heart beat in a frantic manner. Blood buzzed about her body, and rushed to her head. Her breathing became labored. In fact, she could see stars of confusion in front of her. She urgently gasped for breath, and eventually settled down a little. This was neither a nice surprise for her, nor had she been love-struck. This reaction had been derived from excessive rage. It was extreme grief, indignation, and shame. The kind that could easily overflow to the heavens. In fact, even the heavens pitied her. I've finally met this man again. I will make mincemeat of him. I will give him a death by 1,000 cuts. In fact, my anger won't abate even after I've given 10,000 cuts to that filthy and despicable brat. She tried to control her emotions, and forcefully suppressed her anger as she floated above. The Lord of Tian Fa had tried her best to control herself, but she still couldn't stop her body from trembling a little. However, Li Ju Tian and Solitary Falcon had recovered from the shock by this time. Li Ju Tian gave a loud shout, and started to move again. He was the second great master of the world. Would he stop if someone had told him to? Especially when that someone was his enemy? Solitary Falcon also set into motion. He was about to face the second great master. So, how could he take it easy? Therefore, he prepared himself to give everything he had in order to face this challenge. However, the Solitary Falcon hadn't even initiated his counterattack when Li Ju Tian suddenly disappeared from his line of sight. Venerable Mei was extremely enraged. She had told them to stop, but Li Ju Tian had dared to continue despite that. So, she wasn't able to prevent her accumulated anger from igniting at that moment. She had angrily rushed forward, and had grabbed Li Ju Tian by his neck. Then, she had heavily pinned him to the ground. Li Ju Tian's head had smashed into a rock. He had previously been sitting on this rock. However, the rock that had previously seated his posterior had now been smashed by his head. Then, Venerable Mei smacked his face. Bang! There was a loud sound. The sound was extremely loud. And, the smack to his face had resonated throughout the vicinity. I told you to stop. Didn't you hear, you bastard? You old bastard. Venerable Mei continued to strike him in rage. She sent her hands and legs flying, and gave him a series of rapid and continuous punches and kicks. It was evident that she had become frantic, and had lost control. She roared as she continued to attack in rage, "Are you deaf? Couldn't you hear me? Am I not able to make you listen? How dare you not listen to me? Can't you hear me, you shameless thing? You cuckolded old filthy shameless lowly bastard dared to pretend that he couldn't hear me." The second great master, Li Ju Tian, didn't have any strength to strike back. He could merely look at Venerable Mei with grief and indignation. He had been humiliated to such an extent that a sudden urge to commit suicide had started to bubble inside his heart. I want to die. Li Ju Tian's tragedy was inexplicable. I was just fighting against the Solitary Falcon. How did I offend you by doing that? Why are you beating me up? He didn't know it, but his bad luck had begun since the moment he had spoken. I hope that you've been well since the last time we talked. And, this was obviously due to Jun Moxie. And then, Venerable Mei had lost her rationality to her fury when her main culprit, Jun Moxie, had appeared before her eyes. So, how could she not brutalize him when he didn't listen to her order? Li Ju Tian would have understood the reason behind his own predicament if he had known this. In fact, he would have realized that the beating he was receiving wasn't unreasonable. But, the problem was, he didn't know anything about the situation. Therefore, Li Ju Tian had been rendered extremely saddened and indignant. In fact, he had reached his limits. The strongest person in the world was continuously pummeling the second great master. In fact, even his face had been struck several times. This is a deliberate insult. How can I face the heroes and strong experts of this world now? Even bullies don't bully like this. You had flipped out when I had said those words. But, I hadn't even said anything this time around. I was merely engaging with the Solitary Falcon. What action of mine will you deem proper? What should I do to make myself pleasing to your eyes? Li Ju Tian wanted to shout this out in a loud voice. But, he couldn't do it. In fact, it was impossible. Because Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng exclaimed in shock, the power of the universe. The world cage. They looked at Venerable Mei with awe. The two had previously planned to step up and mediate. But, they couldn't help but take 2 steps back at this time. Perhaps the great Master Li and the others were unaware. But, how could the 2 former great masters and the current golden provists of the elusive world of the immortals not know? The power of the universe transforms the heaven and the earth. The power of the yin and yang congeals. The power of the universe is in my hands. So, I'm the best in the world. No enemy can withstand me if I can freely use this power to deal with them. This was the power of the universe. It seemed as if Venerable Mei's skill set had reached the peak of perfection as she dealt with Li Ju Tian. There was no room for him to dodge to. And, Li Ju Tian didn't seem to have the strength to retaliate either. This was obviously due to the world cage maneuver of the power of the universe. It was as if the world would be reduced into a cage. The opponent would become one's prisoner. And then, they could do whatever they pleased with their prisoner. This was the effect of the world cage. This explanation was somewhat exaggerated, but that's what it was. Venerable Mei had attacked due to her infuriated state of mind, and had shown the peak of her true strength. But, it was obvious that the previous fight had barely served as a warm-up for her. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng looked at each other. They were inwardly alarmed. They were fortunate that they hadn't taken action. Otherwise, wouldn't the party being pinned down, and getting its face smacked, be these 2 instead? The 2 drew cold breaths. But, they were extremely relieved. Li Ju Tian was being dealt with by Venerable Mei. But, he couldn't evade or resist. It had taken him a split second to realize that he couldn't even move a finger. The poor man couldn't resist at all. So, he had only looked on in a helpless manner as Venerable Mei had grabbed him by his neck, pinned him to the ground, and smacked his face without giving him a breather. In fact, he couldn't even issue a groan. Venerable Mei had eventually vented enough anger on Li Ju Tian. So, she tossed him away. It seemed as if she had thrown trash. Then, she turned slowly, and looked at Jun Moxie. Her glare was sharp, and cold. It seemed as if she wanted to crush him. Who's this brat? Venerable Mei gnashed her teeth, and asked in a subdued voice. Her fingers pointed at Jun Moxie, but her eyes had turned to the solitary falcon instead. I'm from the Jun family. May I know what this senior wants from me? Jun Moxie took a step forward and replied. She didn't know the solitary falcon's temperament, but Jun Moxie did. Venerable Mei was unrivaled, but no one could use that tone in front of solitary falcon and get away without hearing something in reply. Jun Moxie had guessed that the solitary falcon would have asked in a straightforward and rude manner, "Who are you to ask?" if he didn't act quickly enough. Those words would have obviously offended Venerable Mei. And, the solitary falcon would have then ended up looking like Li Ju Tian, and would have suffered a great deal like he had. Therefore, Jun Moxie acted before the solitary falcon could. He had imagined that this Venerable Mei wouldn't have any complaints with him. So, he figured that it wouldn't be a big deal for him to speak. Maybe this senior saw my forehead and my jawline, and wants me to carry out their legacy and be their disciple. Who need I be scared of in this world if that happens? Wah ha ha ha. Jun Moxie wasn't aware of this, but his image of himself had overreached the reality. The impression that he felt he had on Venerable Mei was baseless. She hated him. In fact, it was an undying and extremely deep hatred. So much so that she would never forget her grudges even if she lived for 3 lives. Her hatred was that deep-rooted. Jun Moxie looked somewhat pleased with himself at that point. Being handsome has its advantages too. This senior must have liked something about me. You're from the Jun family. What's your name? Which one of them are you? How old are you? These words were forced out from between her teeth. But, the other side would hear her and would think that Venerable Mei was interested in him, and wanted to take him under her wing. This young person is Jun Moxie from the Tianxiang city's Jun family. I'm 18, and yet unmarried. I'm well versed in poems. In fact, there's nothing that I'm not good at. I've learnt the political and military strategies, and each of the 4 arts. This young person has also studied the various schools of thought. Jun Moxie chuckled a bit. He looked confident as he bragged about himself. He wanted to add, I'm also fluent in 8 foreign languages. However, he swallowed those words just when he was about to say it. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Venerable May repeated those words like a groan at first. Then, her voice resembled that of a weep. Afterwards, it turned into a row of that single word. Her voice became increasingly loud, and shook the mountains and valleys. In fact, it echoed like a tsunami in the mountains near and far. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Jun. Jun Moxie. Jun Moxie. Xie. 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 The sky and the forest ringed of that name for a moment. Jun Moxie's name had shaken the heavens at that moment. In fact, everything had shaken vigorously. I don't know what the senior wants to advise me. He then started to feel an indistinct feeling in his heart, as if something was wrong. Crap. Why does it feel like I'm hated to the bone? I've never offended you. I've never even seen this black-robed Venerable May. However, Jun Moxie told himself that he would escape into the Hongjun Pagoda if anything went wrong, even if it meant that he'd end up exposing his secret. That Venerable May was very difficult to deal with. The great master Li Ju Tian was flipped over and pinned to the ground with just one hand of his. So, I won't even be able to bear a single smack. Li Ju Tian is extremely strong, and could have borne the brunt of that extremely strong smack from Venerable May. But, if I get hit with it, my body may remain here, but my head will fly to Tianxiang City to celebrate New Year's. Give you advice. Venerable May repeated the line, and was suddenly at a loss. Right, what should I do? I'll smack him to death. Should I kick him to death? But, wouldn't it be too easy for him? My hatred from him won't disappear even if I kill him 1,000 times. What's to be done? This brat doesn't look like he can take a proper beating either. And after all, it could be said this brat saved my life back then. Wouldn't killing him be a bit too much? Advise. Venerable May suddenly moved, and caught hold of him. They had been around 30 meters apart. And, that was a safe enough distance in Jun Moxie's mind. However, Venerable May lifted her hand, and he felt that he couldn't move an inch of his body. Then, he felt a forward attraction force on his body. And, his body started to move on its own. He was already clutched by Venerable May the next moment. Venerable May's attire was robed in black like before. However, Jun Moxie could strangely smell a simple and elegant smell. In fact, it was a very wonderful smell. He had never smelt anything as sweet as that before. The young Master Jun couldn't help but close his eyes as he took a deep breath. Then, he opened his eyes and exclaimed, "How sweet! This brat is still trying to take cheap advantage." Venerable May suddenly went through an extreme change of heart, and felt an urgent need to strangle the young man. However, Venerable May felt the pure heavenly chi coursing through his body as she clutched his throat. She then determined that the mysterious skilled person who had advanced the Xian beast's cultivation, had barged into Tianfa and had stolen the sacred fruit, and had concocted those dawn was related to this young man. Moreover, he had appeared in the forest the same day as that mysterious expert had. Plus, they had a similarly miraculous chi. So, it was highly probable that the two were master and disciple. It wasn't that Venerable May hadn't thought that the said mysterious expert and the young man could be the same people. But, it had been revealed to her that the aforementioned mysterious expert had a brilliant cultivation. But, this young man's strength was merely trash in comparison. Therefore, she would have never been able to make the connection between the two if the two hadn't appeared in the Tian Fa on the same day, and if she hadn't felt the young Master Jun's chi a moment ago. Venerable Mei's mind went uneasily around in circles. She feared a terrible fallout if she strangled him for his cheap attitude. The beasts of Tian Fa advanced. That was a great thing for us. Wouldn't that alliance break if I killed this youngster? Wouldn't we lose a lot if I tried to take my revenge? That fallout would come with the wrath of that mysterious master. I may not care about his skills. But, what about the Beast Kings? Senior. Jun Moxie had sensed the indecisiveness in Venerable Mei. So, he had called out. His shout hadn't even ended when, bang, a tight smack warmed the side of his face. Everyone on the ground suddenly started to seem small as he soared up amongst the misty clouds, and continued to fly to a great altitude. Venerable Mei had thrown him 300 meters into the air. Then, she jumped up and caught up with him. Her black robe filled his eyes as there was a sudden change of scene, and, bang. Bang. Bang, he was smacked on his face repeatedly. Venerable Mei was hitting his face mid-air, very joyfully at that. I won't kill you, but I will mistreat you as much as I want. What's the worst that can happen if I don't kill you? Fu *k. Are you sick? You're hitting me without reason. Jun Moxie was angry, and tried to turn his face to ask. However, he didn't try to move his face back to position at the end of it. His face would break into pieces if he was hit by that strength when he brought it back. He had to consider the pros and cons as his head was flung around. This was Hitman Jun's resilience. Anyone else would have been crushed into pieces. The wind at that high altitude was strong, and Jun Moxie hadn't even been able to finish his creaking sentences. But, Venerable Mei had obviously understood their meaning. Bastard! Your bratty mouth is too dirty. It's time to fix that. He became silent, and bit his lips as the smacks continued uninterrupted. Jun Moxie could clearly see that the black-robed opposite party had an air of excitement about them since they seemed to be beating him up with delight. Damn! This person is a sadist. A wise man knows not to fight when the odds are against him. I will come back if I have an opportunity to strike. Jun Moxie thought this, and then suddenly disappeared without a trace. This was the yin-yang escape. Even Li Ju Tian wouldn't have been able to escape safely when Venerable Mei had put her heart and soul and full focus on beating him up. Venerable Mei was in a good mood, and she had moved her hand to hit him another time. However, she only managed to hit empty air. She drew her breath and became puzzled. She looked around, but saw nothing. Strange, this brat has escaped from my clutches. He's a jade xian at best. So, how did he escape? This is absurd. Jun Moxie had eventually escaped. And, Venerable Mei became extremely gloomy since she no longer had a place to vent her anger. She seemed puzzled as she slowly floated down. Only one puzzling matter went round her mind. How did he escape? This is unimaginably weird. Jun Moxie was abusing her from inside the Hongjun Pagoda, while she wondered at this. The young Master Jun was extremely angry. This is too much bullying. When did I offend you? You hit me the first time I meet you. Do I look like someone in need for a spanking? You just met me. And, yet you became filled with extreme hatred. Did I kill your parents? Rape your wife? Or, take your baby and throw him into a well? Your *s literally exploded when you saw me. Why such hatred? You may be the Lord of Tian Fa, but just you wait. I will come back one day, and I will fry you out. This is utter confusing. Jun Moxie clenched his jaw as he felt the burning sensation. He had never been smacked like this in either of his lives, but, the person who did this was an apex expert. An ordinary person might have felt honored to be hit by this individual. But, Jun Moxie didn't feel that way. So what if your Xian cultivation is difficult to deal with? I will speed up my cultivation to overtake you. And, the next time I see you, you sadist, I will scatter your plummy *s into 8 pieces, or my name isn't Jun Moxie. The battle was over by now. The 10 spirit Xian experts from the Silver City had seen a bloody and murderous time since they had to protect Xiaohan and Mu Shuetong. Those two were lightly injured. However, these people had managed to break the siege, and had escaped. None of them had died. Their injuries weren't that serious. They were merely weary. As for the Shuehun Manor, 2 out of their 3 spirit Xian experts were dead. The third one had escaped by chance. However, he somehow mutilated himself, and his Xian cultivation would see an extraordinary drop despite a long road to recovery. His mind had been thrown into a state of delusion. And, the remaining 700 experts below to the spirit Xian level were dead. Even their dozen or so sky Xian experts were no exception. A very few men from the other powerful families had escaped with luck. The rest of the army had been tied up as well. However, the group that had suffered the least casualties was the one that had stayed under Jun Wuyi's leadership. He had over 300 men under his command. Around 90 to 100 of them had died. But, around 200 of them had managed to live. In fact, Bailey Luo Yun, the Jade Xian expert, had survived unhurt. Everyone was tired. Therefore, Dongfang Wenqing and the others knelt on their swords, and took deep breaths as they gasped for air. The Xian beasts they had faced hadn't had it easy either. They also put out their tongues, wagged their tails, and panted. Even, putting on a show required tremendous energy. The first round of the battle was over. And, it had ended in Tian Fa's victory. Jun Wuyi frowned. He didn't feel the elation of a new life even though he had narrowly escaped his certain death. Nor did he feel the happiness of surviving this besiege of the beasts, or the joy of escaping unhurt. He looked away from the golden tiger that stood in front of him, and focused his attention on the hilltop with a worried expression on his face. Jun Moxie's name had shaken the very skies a moment ago. So, he had obviously heard it as well. And it was for that reason that he looked anxious. Superiority and talent may not always be a good thing. Such things can even bring upon disaster and doom upon the host of such talents. And, one wouldn't have to go too far to seek an example. Bailey Luo Yun was exceptionally talented. But, he wouldn't have attracted the envy of his entire family if it wasn't for his superior inborn talents. He could have brought them a lot of fame and glory in the future if they had looked past it. However, they only wanted to get rid of him. And, as soon as possible at that. The wind can destroy any elegant tree. Jun Wuyi knew that his nephew was even smarter and more talented than Bailey Luo Yun. He knew that Jun Moxie's future accomplishments would be amazing. But, that was also a cause for worry for him. Anyone who'd find out about Jun Moxie's talents would obviously try to nip that potential threat in the bud if they had any misgivings about the course of Jun Moxie's future accomplishments. Wasn't that riot from the past created, for this reason alone? On the hilltop. This battle is decided in Tian Fa's victory. Lei Baoyu eloquently announced the result of the battle since he was the witness. The outcome of the fight was a fact, and every senior who stood there had seen it. Wait, a voice called out in anger. Then, it continued resolutely, we still have military strength on the battlefield. Not all of our men have died yet. So, why has this been declared a victory for Tian Fa? Jun Wuyi, that coward, is still in this battle. He isn't dead yet. So, why doesn't he attack? Everyone present unanimously despised the idiot who had opened his mouth to speak that idiocy. In fact, that description was too nice for him. The person who had spoken this was obviously a perfect combination of mental retardation and brainlessness. The human army was scattered, and each group was fighting alone. And, how many casualties had they managed to inflict on the Xian beasts? Especially when one eliminates the few inflicted by some spirit and sky Xian experts. 80 or 90 put together. The remaining Xian beats were more than enough to take care of the human survivors. The allied human forces were anyway left with less than 300 men if one didn't count the injured and the dead. So, wouldn't they lose for sure if they fought any further? Shouldn't they admit defeat now? Even the thick-skinned could see this. Everyone turned their heads to see a blood-stained face with a wolf-like expression on it. A fierce light shone in the eyes of this person as he looked at Jun Moxie. That man was Xiao Han. And, his meaning was clear. It wasn't a defeat till Jun Moxie and his men had died. He wouldn't be reconciled to that fact until his rival was dead. Everyone had understood the intentions of his heart. Wasn't it obvious that he wanted to see Jun Moxie's death? Everyone knew of the event of the past. They understood that this man's jealousy soared to the heavens. He had foolishly opened his mouth to express his jealousy. And, his words were purely unreasonable and provocative. The first one to run away has made his return. Doesn't he resemble a dog that has come back wagging its tail? Perhaps you should return to battlefield at the risk of your life, and show your blood-boiling heroic pride. But, doesn't it seem like the deserter is boasting that the battle hasn't ended? A cynical and lazy voice cut in. It was none other than the young Master Jun. The young man had opened his mouth to dish out a resolute derision. He was now stationed at a significant distance from Venerable Mei. He had been trampled on by her. So, his heart harbored a lingering fear of her. In fact, the young Master Jun hadn't intended to make an appearance at this time. But, he couldn't bear Xiao Han's shameless words. Moreover, he had understood that Venerable Mei wanted to beat him up, but they didn't intend to kill him. He didn't have to worry about his life as a result. Moreover, he had an important matter to take care of. So, he took a risk, and made an appearance. A faint light appeared in Venerable Mei's eyes as she looked at Jun Moxie's sudden appearance. This brat is very mysterious. He had inexplicably disappeared a moment ago. But, he has suddenly reappeared. Moreover, he was also able to hide his spiritual essence. This is very strange. What shameful crap did you speak, you ignorant brat? Xiao Han retorted. What did I say? Was I not clear enough? Firstly, your Silver City broke formation before our side was even defeated. Then, your people ran away. This is a crime worthy of execution. Jun Moxie snorted and continued, you just said that, the battle isn't over yet. So, why have your people returned? You don't have the face to say that the battle isn't over. I don't understand what kind of high-quality stuff they teach you at the Silver City. You feared for your life, and ran away at the beginning of the battle. Then, you call someone who actually fought it from the start a coward. TCH, the Xian beasts from Tian Fa are still here if you wish to go ahead with your rhetoric. You lead the charge, and I guarantee that Tian Xiang's forces will follow after. No man will stay behind. Will you dare to do it? Xiao Han was at a loss for words. Wouldn't I be courting death if I go forth at this time? The Xian beasts will be lenient with you, but I won't get such a treatment. Jun Moxie then looked up and spoke, fortunately, many elders of the Silver Blizzard City are here. I would like to ask the spirit Xian elders present here to excuse me. But, is this shamelessness a tradition in the Silver City? Is this man the rising star of the Silver City Xiao family? Is the strength of your 10 spirit Xian experts only good to escape despite being part of the allied army? Is it only good enough to protect your 2 sky Xian experts? You turned tail and ran to save only your people. Do your faces not turn red at this? Jun Moxie's words were very sharp and unkind. But, they were still fact. No one could refute it. Moreover, it wasn't that a single person of the Silver City had escaped alone. It was a collective betrayal. And, that had led to the thorough collapse of the entire battle. After all, their strength was the greatest amongst the allied forces. And their misconduct was a collective misconduct. And they couldn't refute anything at this moment, even if these actions weren't a tradition in their Silver City. This was only a tradition of the Shao family, and not of the entirety of the Silver Blizzard City. However, they were present here as representatives of the Silver City. So, even their fart could be taken as the flatulence of their city itself. The third, sixth and the ninth elders of the Silver Blizzard City were stunned. The 7 swords were no different. They were at a loss for words in the face of this reproach from the young man. They made the same action and lowered their heads, their faces felt hot. They couldn't get angry even if they wanted to, since they were in front of 1,000 staring eyes. So, they chose the strategy of distraction. Even their shadows couldn't be seen on the battlefield while the Supreme Commander himself had continued to fight. They had obviously run away for no reason. Therefore, they had no scope for any argument at this juncture. It was unpleasant to hear this. But, it would have been considered a capital offense if they had run away like that at a critical juncture in a real battlefield. They obviously would have been executed for their actions. In fact, the case wherein their family's entire property wasn't confiscated in light of their cowardice would have been considered leniency. Moreover, Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng had also witnessed this battle. These two were the greatest experts of their generation, and they also represented the elusive world of the immortals. Therefore, the fact that they had borne witness to their actions had lent further weight to Jun Moxie's arguments. Many elders, including the most protective, Xiao Buyu, felt annoyed at Xiao Han. He felt that his grandson had disgraced them all. His life was saved. He should have laughed it off. What was the need to shout about this? Would the 10 of us spirit Xian experts need to escape if we weren't burdened to protect you, you little brat? And, now the opposite party is ridiculing us. And, we can't even fault his reasons. The Silver Blizzard City has lost face in front of the world's heroes and experts. This loss of reputation will sting for years to come. Speaking of no shame, the Jun family has been everybody's target. Jun Moxie vehemently confronted everyone, and glanced at them in a dark manner. He then looked at Li Ju Tian, and started with his real objective. The very able senior heroes from the 3 sacred lands are in attendance today. They've all witnessed the battle. Moreover, the heroes of the world and the powerful Xian beasts are also assembled here. Even Tian Fa's lord, the Venerable Mei, has come. So, I would like to ask the great master Li Ju Tian a few things in their presence. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng looked like they appreciated this. This Jun family's youngster is quite young. Yet, he has already reached the Jade Xian peak. Even we didn't have such cultivation at that age. He's very talented. It's seldom seen that someone faces extraordinary legendary experts from the past, and yet manages to act neither servile nor overbearing. This free and unrestrained manner is a result of self-training. This kid will become very impressive over time. The world will witness another great master-level expert in less than 30 years. In fact, Jun Moxie could feel that his light flattery had left a favorable impression on the 2 supreme masters. We were in Tianxiang City. We were living carefree and unrestrained. So, would it even be worth a copper coin to us if the Southern Heaven City were to get destroyed? Or everyone from the Shui Hun Manor was turned into a ghost? But, Great Master Li Ju Tian issued the supreme order, and we forgot our past animosity. We volunteered to fight, and led our army over thousands of kilometers, over mountains and rivers to get here. But, we rushed through starry nights for the sake of what? For the sake of the Shui Hun Manor. We acted as part of humanity, and did our best for the survival of the noble society to perpetuity in order for justice to prevail throughout the world. Jun Moxie's voice was loud. It was like an attorney who was standing to accuse the guilty in a court of law. His face was painted with a sense of cold justice. We came here warm-blooded. But, we got to suffer unfathomable pressure instead of getting a warm welcome. We were pushed around, and that high and mighty great masterly unexpectedly jeopardized the safety of the entire humanity for his selfish reasons and a long-standing personal grudge. He set up a conspiracy to carry out his desire to have us killed. The great hurricane and rainstorm supreme masters have discerning eyesight. They must have seen what happened with the troop formation very clearly. Even someone who doesn't know the story behind this could have seen it plain as day. We came here from afar to lend aid to our allies in battle. It could even be said that we provided critical help in the hour of need. So, how can I not ridicule at this moment? The two masters from the elusive world of the immortals are present here today. So, I won't fear, and I shall speak freely. What second or third great master would retaliate now? So, I would like to ask you, where is the conscience in this? Where's the justice? Where's the morality? Could a clenched fist really oppose the world's justice and the will of the people? And, let me ask you something else if you're willing to make such decisions to settle personal grudges. Everyone knows that Tian Fa's victory in this war would mean a catastrophe for the common people since they can then invade inwards. So, how come you muddled such an important juncture with so many treacherous schemes? You decided to entrap the supreme commander of this battle. So, what are the common people to your eyes? You are each a peak spirit Xian expert. But, do you have no humanity? Not even a little bit of it. Could it be that there's nothing else on your minds except for your own selfish interests? Jun Moxie felt emotionally stirred as he continued to speak. He had planned to put on airs. But, he had become indignant by the time he had reached this topic. Great masterly, I will now be bold enough to ask you this, you don't care. You don't care that we have come to help you. And, you are even willing to entrap us. So, why did you issue the supreme summons in the first place? Why didn't you lead the Shui Hun manor against the Xian beasts alone if you have such a high level of guts? Why in the world did you act like an ostrich that tries to hide from the truth? Why don't you stake everything in it? Why don't you go forth and kill or be killed, plain and simple? Wouldn't the whole world have sung praises of your strength, and called you a hero and a towering personality if you had done that? However, you didn't do it. You feared for your life, and you called for help, the supreme summons. Did you do it because everyone on the continent knows that it can't be ignored? Bah! It's still a call for help, understand? And, you have issued the supreme summons. This means that you craved life and feared death. This is the first supreme summons in the entirety of the known 10,000 years of this continent's history. Li Ju Tian, you're the first person since the ancient times to be cowardly enough to have issued it. No one may be able to trump this in the future. This shall remain unprecedented. You will forever remain the first cowardly great master. Our strength is the weakest amongst the allied forces. But, we didn't withdraw from the battlefield. We stood there till the last man. The other families who fought didn't withdraw either. Their blood has been spread across the land. But, you tried to flee at the earliest. Your people are the reason for this conflict. And, the people who had issued the supreme summons were also those from the Shui Hun Manor and the Silver Blizzard City. And what's more, your people are the strongest. Do you have no shame as you stand here amongst everyone? Jun Moxie sneered, you had planned to entrap my uncle. So, you won't concede this battle in defeat since you see that he hasn't died yet? Li Ju Tian, Xiao Han, I shall believe that you two are the supreme masters of the universe from this day forth. Because, you two are the undisputed and greatest supreme masters when it comes to being shameless. Who can match the two of you? Supreme Shameless Masters. This name fits the two of you. I'm sure that no one can refute that. The people on whom Jun Moxie was raining curses turned deathly white. There were many whose hands weren't clean. And, they had used this opportunity to set up that shameless scheme. However, the others had still only been swayed by the tide, and had followed the course of the events. Li Ju Tian had been caught by Venerable Mei a bit earlier. He was then repeatedly smacked on the face, and he hadn't been able to resist that beating to any extent. His reputation had already taken a bad hit thereof. Moreover, he was left seriously injured after Venerable May had finished with her moral lesson. However, he didn't have any face left to stand up. So, he merely stayed there, and remained lying on the ground. He might have had avoided the problem, and might have saved himself from this kind of an unnecessary humiliation during normal times if he hadn't received that beating. And, he wouldn't have been shamed as much in that case. How could he not wish to retaliate? But, his skill wasn't equal to that of the opposition. So, how could he retaliate? Li Ju Tian was still on the ground, and the people from the Shui Hun manor were looking after him. It was then when he heard Jun Moxie's lengthy and reproachful question. Each sentence referred to justice, each word angled towards the essence of justice. However, the fact that made things difficult for him to digest was that Jun Moxie hadn't discussed several other aspects. He hadn't discussed why many Sky Xian and Earth Xian experts had died. Why many Spirit Xian experts had also lost their lives. But the many Jade Xian experts under Jun Wuyi's command had still managed to survive. And then, the youngster had played the victim card. He had used justice to appeal to human emotions in his derides. Moreover, this person had acted bold and confident, as if the justice was on his side. His voice was powerful and resonant, and he had argued with the power of his convictions behind him. He derided the people, and he had shamed them. He shamed them so badly that they were even afraid to refute. So much so, that everyone had started to feel sympathy for Jun Wuyi. But then, Li Ju Tian heard Jun Moxie snide, "Li Ju Tian, Shao Han, I shall believe that you two are the supreme masters of the universe from this day forth. Because, you two are the undisputed and greatest supreme masters when it comes to being shameless. Who can match the two of you? Supreme shameless masters. This name fits the two of you. I'm sure that no one can refute that." He couldn't digest this sentence. And, it started to resonate in his abdomen and chest. He then quickly got up, and turned his head to point at Jun Moxie. His fingers shook as he angrily retorted, "Ignorant brat. You, puff." He spat out blood the moment he opened his mouth. The second great master had been made to spit blood by the curses of Jun Moxie, a boy who was nothing more than an ant in his eyes. Li Ju Tian was seriously injured. His internal injuries were critical. Venerable May had attacked him furiously, and in anger. He wasn't pretending when it came to that. In fact, his flesh had visibly been beaten to a pulp, even if the internal injuries couldn't be made out. Li Ju Tian had relied on his body's Xian Qi to protect his internal organs. He wouldn't die even if worse came to worst. And, he was very proud of that fact. After all, the Lord of Tian Fa had roughed him up quite badly. And, this entity was none other than the apex expert of the universe. He had been confined and beaten to such an extent that his bones were broken in several places, and his internal organs were bleeding very severely. He could have easily killed Jun Moxie with one move even in such a seriously injured state. But, he still couldn't. In fact, he couldn't dare to. Because Jun Moxie had the solitary falcon at his side. Li Ju Tian wouldn't have been scared of the solitary falcon under normal circumstances, and would have faced him with full confidence. In fact, he could have tidied the solitary falcon up with ease. But, he feared that the solitary falcon would take advantage of the injured state of his body, and would tidy him up instead. Moreover, the two people from the elusive world of immortals were present here. The rights and wrongs had already been exposed. So, how could they not meddle? And, even if they weren't present here, the Lord of the Xian beast still was. He could obviously kill the opposition with ease, but wouldn't dare to. And, that's why Li Ju Tian had been forced to bear those unending violent curses from the opposition. And, the fact that Li Ju Tian had to endure those curses was the reason why the blood came out of his mouth. This matter had crossed the limit of his tolerance. And, that very helplessness of the second great master's present state, a state where he could do nothing and be resigned to vomit blood, was the main reason why Jun Moxie had gathered the courage to abuse him so openly and violently. And, as for later, there wouldn't be a later for Li Ju Tian. This was because Jun Moxie had already decided to kill him. Li Ju Tian was more dangerous than the Silver Blizzard City. The Silver City had been held back, and couldn't start a conflict so openly as a result of that. However, Li Ju Tian was different. He was a lunatic. He could do anything his son asked him to. He would act without any misgivings. And, he would act shamelessly at that. And, this was precisely the kind of trouble Jun Moxie would never allow to exist. However, Jun Moxie's current cultivation wasn't enough to kill Li Ju Tian even if the great master's entire body was broken. So, how would he kill the man? Jun Moxie had already decided his plan of action in that regard. He had obtained a very powerful weapon ever since he had entered the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda. It was something which he hadn't shown to anyone yet. And that was, the flame of primal chaos. That pitch-black flame was the origin of entire world. It had the terrifying ability to burn anything down. And then again. Li Ju Tian was a mere mortal. However, the flame of primal chaos could even burn a golden immortal, and could then scatter the remnants of their soul. However, Jun Moxie's Xian cultivation wasn't enough to control the flame of primal chaos. Therefore, he hadn't dared to use it until this point. Otherwise, wouldn't he have already used it to take care of anyone he didn't like? The fact of the matter was that he could concoct immortality pills that could help him control the flame of primal chaos, and still leave him with some strength to spare. However, there was a huge risk of injury if he tried to maneuver the Hongjun Pagoda inside his body. It would cause a huge wear and tear to his body. So, he had to be very careful. Otherwise, he could end up as a pile of ash himself. It would be like getting hurt from devil's bite, even if there was a backlash. He would get hurt, very seriously at that. And, his mind would suffer serious damage as well. Further, Jun Moxie was unaware that there was a state of mind known as the primordial spirit. No lengthy amounts of recuperation would reinstate his state of mind if his primordial spirit were to sustain damage. The consequences were grave, and he couldn't afford a single mistake thereupon. In fact, he shouldn't have thought to employ it, unless as a last resort. However, Jun Moxie had no other option at the moment. It was a critical juncture, and this was his last resort. Moreover, it was also the most fortunate moment to strike. Numerous bones in Li Ju Tian's body had been broken by Venerable Mei. He was also suffering from serious internal injuries. The second great master was in the poorest condition of his life as a result. This was the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill him in his weak state. It would mean the end of Jun Moxie and the Jun family if he didn't take Li Ju Tian's life in his most vulnerable condition. In fact, Li Ju Tian would never have let Jun Wu Yi or the Jun family off, even if Jun Moxie hadn't rained curses at him by throwing caution to the wind. The Shui Han manor had lost around 1/3 of their strength in their scheme. They had suffered a great loss for a small gain as a result. And, that loss included 3 spirit Xian experts. They would undoubtedly blame this on Jun Wu Yi's head. Moreover, Jun Moxie was the main reason behind Venerable Mei's wild behavior. One couldn't blame Jun Moxie for it at the moment, but he was main reason behind it. This held true, especially for the second time. He had become the target of her anger in Jun Moxie's stead. However, how could someone with Li Ju Tian's temperament allow the uncle-nephew duo to get away? He couldn't attack Venerable Mei. But, that didn't mean that he couldn't do the same to this uncle and nephew pair. In any case, Li Ju Tian would have never considered the cause and effect in such a matter. Therefore, Jun Moxie had no other choice. He had decided to take the risk out of desperation. I must kill Li Ju Tian. I must deal him the fatal blow. Li Ju Tian had been forced into a corner by Venerable Mei. And, Jun Moxie had done the same at this time. Therefore, the Jun family would see its end if Li Ju Tian didn't die. Besides, there was no better way to solve everything than killing Li Ju Tian. Everyone thought that Jun Moxie was being reckless since he had continuously hurled abuses at the second great master. He had continually brought up his name in his reign of curses. In fact, he hadn't even stopped for a breath. And, everyone considered that to be extremely reckless. However, Jun Moxie's thoughts were different. Li Ju Tian is seriously injured, in fact, he has suffered the heaviest injury of his lifetime. Moreover, he has suffered the greatest humiliation any great master has ever had to since the dawn of time. Therefore, his mental state would be highly incited. And, he won't be able to control it. And, his nature is anyway very vicious, and it's rather hard to control his mind. So, the harder I abuse him at this moment, the better. The more Li Ju Tian hears from me at this moment, the more irritated he will become. And that would result in an absolute loss of self-control on his part. The best case would obviously be if I can infuriate him to the point where he dies of excessive anger. In fact, his internal injuries will become more aggravated even if he doesn't die from excessive anger. And, that will result in the most favorable prerequisite for a shot at success. Jun Moxie had expected that his reign of curses would be even more effective than Venerable Mei's punches if Li Ju Tian got to hear them properly. Li Ju Tian would lose control over his mind, and that would make his injuries worse. He would be enraged, and his Xian efficacy would be damaged. This would lead to his internal organs sustaining harm. This would lead him to spit blood, and his condition would worsen. Jun Moxie looked on coldly, and was delighted to see Li Ju Tian spitting blood. This is only the beginning, old man. You will soon be delighted to see your child die in front of your eyes. Just wait for a moment, and I will show you your son's corpse. Then, I'll see that you spit more blood, you bastard. Li Tingyun, this young master had warned you of a bloody event. I had told you that you wouldn't be able to avoid it even if you wanted to. You hadn't believed me, right? Just wait. This young master will show you proof. I've gotten a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity today. My name isn't Jun Moxie if I don't kill you. These successive abuses were meant to attack Li Ju Tian's psyche. It could be said that Jun Moxie had employed the greatest psychological tactic. He had identified the weakness in his psyche, and had caught hold of that weakness. He had then advanced to catch hold of him, and had created an opportunity step by step. Jun Moxie had attacked him repeatedly, and had widened the breach as a result. And thus, he had reached his purpose. Jun Moxie had seen Venerable Mei beat Li Ju Tian up. And, that's when Jun Moxie had come up with that bright idea to break his enemy down. He had planned to humiliate Li Ju Tian from the beginning. The Silver Blizzard City had only helped him along by giving him an opening, that's all. In fact, Jun Moxie would have found a reason to rain abuses at Li Ju Tian even if Xiao Han hadn't jumped in and spoken those stupid words. However, that idiot Xiao Han stating, "We aren't defeated till they're dead," gave Jun Moxie a better reason to start. A malicious thought had arisen in Jun Moxie's mind. I won't spare anyone who tries to entrap my Jun family. It doesn't matter who you are, it doesn't matter if you have been forced into it, it doesn't matter if you had some difficulties. You will face my wrath if you were involved, the wrath of the evil monarch. Ahem, this matter has ended in defeat, and it's not without reason. My brother and I sympathize with Supreme Commander Jun's bitter experience. And, we are glad that he has been lucky today, and has survived unhurt. It's indeed a matter worth a celebration. Bu Guangfeng's temperament was somewhat straightforward. Moreover, he had been discontent from the very beginning with respect to what he had witnessed in this battle. However, he was mainly annoyed with Li Ju Tian and the Silver Blizzard City. This was because he had witnessed that a very tragic hero had come from afar to render aid to a person, but that person was too busy scheming to entrap this hero. But, the hero had stuck with his beliefs and duty. In fact, he had gone ahead by deciding to fight and die without any regrets. He had stuck with his duty even when he had faced imminent death. Moreover, he had given it everything he had, regardless of the schemes. The cowardly conspirators had acted like tyrants. They didn't obey his commands, and broke ranks. But, the hero would have a clear conscience whether he lived or died. He had decided to employ the entirety of his military prowess to protect everyone, even the people who wanted to entrap him, and this was simply because they were a part of his group. Anyone who had seen Jun Wuyi's formation of troops with a discerning eye could have guessed that the result would have been a loss. But, one could also tell that it wouldn't have been such a miserable one. However, no one could blame Jun Wuyi for the errors made. He knew it was a trap. But, a soldier is a soldier. And, a commander is a commander. Jun Wuyi was fighting for the continent, and not for taking another breath. This seemed stupid. But, it was enough for men to follow his orders, and treat him with high esteem and admiration. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng had come as witnesses. But, the elusive world of the immortals and Li Ju Tian still had some relations. Therefore, their point of view was a little biased towards Li Ju Tian, and this side of the continent. However, they slowly and unconsciously found their point of view deviate when they saw the events unfurl in front of their own eyes. Jun Wuyi had made no mistakes. And, people anyway sympathized with the underdog situation. Moreover, the envoys of the elusive world of immortals considered themselves to stand on the side of justice. So, they obviously and unknowingly found themselves stationed on Jun Wuyi's side. It was enough at that moment, even if it was only temporary. Tragic heroes were always easy to admire. And, Jun Wuyi was the leading hero that day. He had become the focus of many spirit Xian experts. The first battle has ended in victory for Tian Fa. Buquang Feng stated. He then looked at Venerable Mei before he asked, who will fight the second round from Venerable Mei's party? The second round will be fought by Snake King. You can send any individual to fight this one. Regardless of victory or defeat in this round, I will fight the third round against all the senior experts present. I'm confident I will beat everyone. Venerable Mei snorted, and stared at Jun Moxie as her robe swayed gently. That glare felt like piercing pins to Jun Moxie, and he suddenly felt a fit of pain on his face. Venerable Mei is indeed bold. Buquang Feng smiled and continued, this youngster is also very good. He hasn't opened his meridians with some special medicines. Nor has he had any spirit Xian expert pour qi into him. And yet, he's already at the Jade Xian peak despite his young age. It can be said that he's a rare and talented genius, the likes of which are born once in 1,000 years. Venerable Mei had approached close to him a few moments ago. Is it possible that you wish to take him as a disciple? He had used common sense. Jun Moxie's present condition was enough to determine that his skills would enhance by leaps and bounds once his spiritual energy underwent a qualitative transformation with the increase of levels. In fact, it would probably be ranked amongst the best in the continent. And, something like this couldn't have stayed hidden from the eyes of a person who had enjoyed the status of a great master for hundreds of years. In fact, he too had wanted to accept the young master as a disciple at first. But, Venerable Mei had acted first. Therefore, he had followed common sense, and had inferred that the Lord of Tian Fa's non-fatal non-injuring attack was merely a test. To take him as a disciple. Venerable Mei's eyes flashed around. She then smiled and replied, Senior Bu is correct, contrary to what one would expect. It is true. I had genuinely intended that. Why wouldn't I take him in as a disciple? I can mistreat this repulsive creature to my heart's content if he's my disciple. He will be tortured every day. He will be tortured every night. I will torture him anytime and anywhere. Venerable Mei felt quite happy as she looked at Jun Moxie. Congratulations Venerable Mei. This is a good disciple. I'm sure that the society will see another great master over time. Buquang Feng had a sense of regret and envy in his voice. Venerable Mei, the apex expert, had decided to take this young boy a disciple. However, he couldn't help but think. That young master of the Jun family hasn't even cried and called out in gratitude to accept the privilege. That should have been a given in this case. Ah, this worth the congratulations. Venerable May played on the words heavily. So, I don't have to be occupied with for now, humph. Venerable May let out a long and loud screech after she spoke that, and ordered for the troops to withdraw. But, the troops who stood in confrontation were somewhat reluctant to part. Duanmu Chao Fan, Sikong and Yi and others, including Dongfang Wenqing, waved their hands, and the opposing Xian beasts also politely waved their claws at them. They then wagged their tails, and withdrew. This extreme harmony between man and beast had left the many who were watching from the hillside dumbfounded. But, those who had returned after escaping the calamity were in tears. Fancy that. Jun Moxie had shouted all day. He had accused us wrongly to gain sympathy, that too with conviction. But, it was all just a big drama. Some people unexpectedly didn't even have a hair amiss in this chaos while the rest of us had literally carried our skulls in our hands and fought the real battle. Xiao Han had almost spat blood. He raised a trembling finger at Jun Moxie with indignation and desire to kill. He then spoke, as it turns out, you guys are in cahoots, this is despicable. Your mother's fart. Who can be more despicable than you? Jun Moxie retorted fiercely, where did you see us collude? It's called manners. Do you feel nothing after having fought someone for so long? What's wrong with waving someone goodbye before departure? What? How do you have the face to say that? Xiao Han was feeling indignant to the point of dying. Only a few of your men had died in battle. But, you still hit out at people's emotions. Do you have no shame? Nonsense. Only a few of us have died. We have lost around half or more of our strength. But you haven't lost a single man. And yet, you still have the guts to face me on this. Jun Moxie was also very indignant. So, he glared back, and, that's human life we're talking about. Human life is beyond value, don't you know? Do you know how much I will have to pay in funeral expenses? It will be an astronomical figure. Astronomical figures. Funeral expenses. Is this guy really calculating all of that at this time? You. Xiao Han couldn't breathe. He was stuck at, you, for a long while. In fact, he had nearly fainted from excessive anger. You just know how to make bloody accusations. First, you covet your life and escape to save it. Then, you accuse us of being in cahoots with the enemy. Have you ever seen a man and a tiger collaborate? Why don't you try to collude with them and show me? Jun Moxie wasn't going to let it go. He stamped his foot and rained curses, most people don't like this sort of a person. You don't have any achievements of your own. So, you're trying to diminish others' achievements. Why can't you bear the truth? How can you be so shameless? Xiao Han roared loudly with anger. Then, he suddenly fell down, face up. He had fainted due to excessive anger this time. Everyone looked at each other and thought, we don't know how you managed to collude with them. But, one look at that last scene was enough to let everyone know that there's something very fishy going on. We haven't seen how you collaborated, but we have never seen Xian beasts and men fight each other for a half a day and then become friends instead of killing each other. Moreover, the sight of those Xian beasts waving their claws in farewell was the final proof. It was something which hasn't been seen for hundreds of thousands of years. I will cut my head, but I still won't believe that you didn't collude with them. Everyone very sensibly chose not to utter a word, even if they all thought it. Did you hear what he said? He said that we should try to collude with them and see for ourselves. As if we can collude like that according to our wishes. Wouldn't we be treated like heavenly beings if we could do it? Colluding with those level 9 Xian beasts. Where's the collusion in that? Isn't it like sending food to them? They had just faced those Xian beasts, and they had spent a great deal of energy in doing that. The stomachs of these men had become deflated as a result. I haven't lived enough. I've just broken away from that encirclement and escaped before they tore me to shreds. Why would I go again? Xikong Yi and the others were walking away when they heard Jun Moxie speak. Then, Xikong Yi turned to Duanmu Chao Fan, and smiled. He then exclaimed, "This brat is extremely shameless. He reminds me of your youth." Duanmu Chao Fan got extremely angry at this. So, he grabbed the other party's arm and replied, "Me, how, no, 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 no." Xikong Yi raised his hands in surrender. He smiled even though he looked like he was going to cry. He spoke to his counterpart, but it seemed as if he was in pain. "My bad, brother. I shouldn't have irritated you. Listening to you speak is very painful. Change it for me. Why won't you? Damn it, I've tried to change this lousy habit of your speech for decades, but it's still the same." Dongfang Wenqing pushed Jun Wuyi's wheelchair ahead, and came to a stop in front of Jun Moxie amidst all that confusion. Jun Wuyi raised his eyebrows, and smiled helplessly as he looked at his nephew. Then, he gently asked, "You?" Jun Moxie chuckled and replied, "Third uncle, you're very brave. You single-handedly dealt with so many level 9 Xian beasts. And, they retreated. In fact, they retreated, and you aren't even out of breath after going through all of that. This is miraculous. In fact, you remained seated on your wheelchair the entire time. You didn't even move the entire time. This youngster genuinely admires you. You little devil." Jun Wuyi stared at him and snorted. However, he didn't ask anything further. He knew that all of this was somehow related to Jun Moxie, but he didn't inquire. This wasn't something that he could ask at that time. One reason behind this was rather obvious: there were many present there who could listen in. And, the other, he was sure that Jun Moxie had organized this, but the method to accomplish that must have been derived out of his secrets. Therefore, the lesser others knew of it, the better it was. After all, it was a secret. It is better when one isn't in the knowledge of some things. Therefore, Jun Wuyi chose to let it go. However, Jun Wuyi was proud of his nephew. Because, his nephew had made such a miracle happen. In fact, he believed that no one besides his nephew could have pulled something like that off. It could be said that he was the apex expert of this world from that perspective. An empty space had been left open on the field at that point of time. An extremely pretty and delicate woman stood in the center of the open space. She seemed like a magnolia in a valley of flowers as she stood there in a calm and quiet manner. Such a beauty was rare to come by. But, that young lady's temperament was even rarer than her beauty. A flourishing figure, a round bottom, and a waist so slender that one could almost clench it. In fact, it seemed as if a gentle breeze could break her figure. The first thought any person would get after laying their eyes on such a woman would be, "She's a stunner." However, no one got that feeling by looking at this young woman's body. She simply seemed lovely, warm, pretty, and lively. Her eyes were as clear as water. Her facial features were extremely exquisite. The light breeze seemed to be gently caressing her long hair. This left one to believe that she was a fairy or an immortal. The more a man would look at her, the more he'd fall for her. He'd feel that this green-clothed maiden with her fresh and pure face wasn't well versed in the affairs of life, and that she was very innocent. And, this would leave a man to feel a strong desire to protect her. The Snake King. How could such an attractive person, such a world-shaking beauty of a young woman be the legendary king of poisons? How could something so pure have any relation with the cruel, sinister, and dreadful Xian beast Snake King? The disparity was akin to that between the heaven and earth. However, she was. This green-clad young woman was one of the 12 Xian beast kings of Tianfa Forest, the Snake King. She was the king of poisons. And, she was also the most dreadful beast king of Tianfa, Snake King. Green Hunter. This was extremely unexpected in Jun Moxie's eyes. Venerable Mei hasn't sent the strongest beast king after them, that is. Long Crane. They've sent the Snake King instead. Can it be that she's more capable than he is? Or will she use poison to win? Jun Moxie thought about it, but realized that it wasn't very likely to happen. It was important to know that the Snake King was the king of poisons. In fact, she was the king of all poisons. However, the person she'd face would be one of the 8 great masters of the continent. It couldn't be said that no poison would be able to affect them, perhaps some very evil poison could infiltrate their body. But, a regular poison would have no effect on someone whose cultivation was at the peak of the spirit Xian realm. It could also be said that the great masters were astute, and had deep foresight. Moreover, they possessed rich and exquisite battle experience. Their lives would have perhaps been endangered by poisons on many occasions since there would have been no shortage of enemies who would have tried to poison them. Therefore, they must have come up with countermeasures to preempt such situations by now. What would be the use of poisons if such was the case? Even the legendary poison that could kill a person upon coming in contact with their body would have a significantly reduced impact on someone with a great master's level of cultivation. There was an intense discussion amongst the great masters who represented humanity. Then, a lone black-clothed figure stepped forward, and stood opposite the Snake King. That person was someone Jun Moxie had never expected. The representatives of humanity had sent the cold-blooded master Lei Wu Bei. The candidate had been selected much faster than Jun Moxie had forecasted. However, he didn't think Lei Wu Bei was the best choice. The best choice would have been the solitary falcon. One needed someone with nimble movements, someone who'd end the fight quickly whilst dealing with an opponent who would poison as a weapon. Moreover, the humanity required someone who could hit the target from a height, and could avoid its attack by using an aerial advantage plus agility. The solitary falcon had a natural and comprehensive advantage in this situation. Moreover, his martial skills were derived from that of a bird. And the enemy was the Snake King. Snakes were natural prey for such birds. Falcons eat snakes. Jun Moxie could think of this. So, why didn't the alliance's leaders? Shi Changshao and the others also wanted the solitary falcon to fight in this round. However, they couldn't dare to say it. The situation was quite obvious at that point. The alliance was in a losing position in this 3-round battle since they had already lost the first round. So, there would be no need for the third battle if they lost the second one. The solitary falcon looked at Li Ju Tian and his son with displeasure. His relationship with the young master Jun was obvious to everyone. The fact was that the Jun family had gone into battle with huge disparity in comparative strength with respect to their opponents. But, they had managed to return unscathed. One could say that Tian Fa had been negligent. But, who would believe that reasoning? They were lucky. 300 men were that lucky? Did they receive the heavens' blessings? Only an idiot would believe that. No one believed that the Jun family and the solitary falcon would betray the continent for their personal gains. But, what if they did, just in case? Who would bear the responsibility if that were to happen? Therefore, the alliance decided to choose their second best option, and sent Lei Wu Bei instead. Anyway, Lei Wu Bei's Xian cultivation was more profound than that of the solitary falcons. Both the sides had sent their contenders, the 5th great master from the alliance's side, versus the Snake King. Suddenly, a bright ray of light flashed from the other side of Tian Fa, and a vigorous silhouette rushed forward. In fact, it only left a few afterimages behind. It arrived between Jun Wuyi and Dongfang Wenqing like lightning. It grabbed the person who stood between them, Jun Moxie. Then, it left with a similarly lightning speed, and only left some afterimages behind. 2 blurry afterimages had arrived on the left and the right side of the field respectively. They were so densely packed that they looked like 2 parallel lines. In fact, they resembled 2 squadrons of soldiers who stood in orderly formations. And then, they disappeared. The immortal incarnation of a million mirages. The world cage. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng cried out in alarm. The two men had been left shocked upon witnessing the endless and profound methods of the Lord of Tianfa. How many hidden tricks does this venerable may have in their treasure chest? Could it be that their strength has caught up with that of the Lord of the elusive world of the immortals? But Tianfa is, also, the two men barely managed to swallow their saliva. Venerable May had used her profound technique to capture Jun Moxie. It was the same one that she had previously used to deal with Li Ju Tian, the world cage. Jun Moxie had stealthily escaped from her hands a while ago. And she was somewhat confused about the how of it. But she was sure that it was a profoundly mysterious technique nonetheless. However, she had then joined the dots, and had figured that it was quite possible for this young Master Jun to be that mysterious expert's disciple. This would also explain his mysterious technique. She couldn't understand that technique. Nor could she comprehend the method of dealing with it. However, being on guard against that brat, and being able to restrain her desires were two entire different matters. Therefore, Venerable May used her world cage technique to capture Jun Moxie. She hadn't used this technique in her last attempt because she had sensed that the little brat's power was as good as trash. Therefore, the usage of such a heavenly skill would have been akin to overkill. However, she had confirmed that his evasion skills were unparalleled in the world even though his strength was trash. Therefore, she had employed the entirety of her effort by using that sharp skill in order to capture him. She had then quickly returned to her own side of the field, and threw him buttocks first to the ground. Bang! Pain surged through Jun Moxie's posterior as he hit the ground. Fortunately, there were no stones on the ground, otherwise something would have exploded. Ahm. Jun Wu-yi raised his eyebrows. Dongfang Wenqing hastily whispered to his ears, the one who has just taken action was the Lord of Tianfa, the same person who took a fancy to Moxie's excellent aptitude. And, we had also heard that this person has taken an interest in taking Moxie on as a disciple. In my eyes, this matter is a good fortune rather than a disaster for Moxie. So, let's not be reckless. Jun Wuyi's eyes were full of worry. But, he knew that he couldn't do anything against the powerful Lord of Tianfa. He could only pray for Jun Moxie's safe return to Tianxiang. No one had expected Venerable May to move into action, or to use that skill. In fact, even Jun Moxie hadn't anticipated it. However, he realized that he couldn't move a single part of his body by the time he had thought of doing something in response. The young master had then thought of going into the Hongjun pagoda to escape from his captor. After all, his spirit was still connected to the pagoda. However, he was shocked to find that his body still couldn't make that movement. His body was as inanimate as a trophy cup. Venerable May could block all possible types of chi from functioning inside the world cage. Jun Moxie had reverted to the original stage inside this cage. This is, he had gone back to the first level. His spirit could enter the Hongjun pagoda, but his body couldn't. Jun Moxie hated this, thoroughly. What does this old man want? Why is he acting with me like this over and over? How did I offend him? Why this merciless treatment? Could it be that you've become addicted to mistreating me? Are you a sadist? Why would you mistreat me when there are so many spirit Shen peak experts around? They could make you feel much more accomplished. So, why are you targeting me? Jun Moxie remained perplexed despite much thought. Behave. Be an obedient brat, and sit still. Else, you won't feel good. Venerable May slapped his buttocks. She had positioned Jun Moxie's body in a manner that the others couldn't see this action. Jun Moxie had nevertheless taken this abuse. The pain pierced his very soul, but he remained motionless. In fact, he actually had a smile on his face. A wise man knows not to fight when the odds are against him. Just you wait for me. Venerable Mei's world cage technique was extremely mysterious and couldn't be gauged. I want to move. But, they are controlling my movements. Jun Moxie rained curses in his heart as he sat in front of Venerable Mei with a smile on his face. He couldn't even control his own facial muscles inside the world cage's influence. Bang! 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 Her feet flew thrice, and 3 heavy kicks landed on Jun Moxie's buttocks. The young master Jun cursed in his heart. In fact, he was ready to explode with anger. Has kicking me become a habit of yours or what? You damned old pervert. He didn't know this, but Venerable Mei's mouth was silently mumbling the same thing over and over again behind their veil. I'm sure you still wish to spank my buttocks every day. I dare you to knead it again. I dare you to rub my buttocks. I dare you. You repulsive bastard. The tables have turned, and I won't allow you to die that easily. She was silently recalling what had happened on one hand. And, she was relentlessly setting her legs loose on the other. In fact, she was milking every bit of satisfaction from kicking him. It seemed that she may even have become addicted to it since she continued to speak those lines in silence as she continued to kick him. The fight between the Snake King and the 5th Great Master hadn't even begun. But, Jun Moxie's posterior had already swollen round. In fact, it had swollen to an unbearable degree, and was almost exploded open by now. Dongfang Wenqing looked on carefully from the other side. Then, he smiled in relief and said, you see. Jun Moxie has been smiling this entire time. It seems that something good is happening. Jun Wui focused as he looked. Then, he also smiled in relief and spoke, that brat is really blessed with good fortune. Such a high-level expert has favored him. Moxie is very lucky. The Jun family is very lucky. Yes. Just look at him smiling like that. It seems he's doing great. I reckon that Venerable Mei has provided him with a lot of benefits. Dongfang Wenqing touched his chin with his hand and laughed. You don't say. I too would be very happy if I were him. After all, that person is the most skilled person around. Dongfang Wenjian glanced at his 3 brothers. Is that something that needs to be mentioned? How could anyone not feel good after being favored by such an expert at such a young age? Why weren't we so lucky when we were young? The 3 brothers were very jealous. Our bloodline is very close to this brat. However, they were completely unaware that Jun Moxie was indeed very happy. In fact, he felt so very happy that he had nearly died of it. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. His posterior had been attacked to no end, while the rest of his body had repeatedly been twisted. His entire body had reddened, and the pain had reached the depths of his very soul. He wanted to cry, but his face couldn't even show any of those feelings. His uncles wouldn't have been so jealous if they knew what method was being used on their very happy nephew. Jun Moxie could clearly feel that his posterior had started to resemble a bulging balloon. It had increased to no less than 3 or 4 times of its original size. And it still had the tendency to expand further. Is this a king butt? Or is this a hot air balloon? I would feel like I'd be sitting on a tall chair even I was to sit on a flat land with this butt. And then, there was a sound of some movement from nearby. The cold-blooded master, Lei Wu Bei, the Snake King's voice was quite clear and melodious. It even had a trace of gentleness to it. She blinked her eyes. In fact, she had sounded naive and inquisitive as she had asked that question. Her appearance and demeanor had made it seem as if she was a young girl who was naive in the ways of the world. It had seemed like she was shy at seeing a stranger, and was too bashful to say hello. Nearly every onlooker felt a strong urge to go pat her head and say, "Little girl is a good little child. Don't be afraid. I will buy you sweets." However, her opponent, Lei Wu Bei, would never dare think like that. The Xian cultivation of the Xian beast kings were no match for those of the 8 great masters. Venerable Mei was the only exception. But, the reason why they were as famed as the 8 great masters was the fact that their bodies were extremely tyrannical. In fact, normal attacks were like itches to them. In fact, these Xian beast kings could keep up with the 8 great masters with the help of their tyrannical bodies, even if their cultivation was slightly inferior. Moreover, they could possibly turn the tables on their opponents if they managed to employ some sinister methods. The girl in front of him would seem sweet, petite and fragile, almost as if she wouldn't be able to stand up against a gentle breeze, as if she was a water bag, and a very delicate one at that. But, Lei Wubei clearly knew that this girl's body was nevertheless that of the Snake King. Moreover, she was one of the most poisonous individuals in the Tianfa forest. I doubt if her skin would even redden if my fist struck her. However, would I be able to endure if she struck me? You're the Snake King. It's an honor to meet you. Lei Wubei behaved like he was facing a great enemy. He turned his hand, and drew out a glittering and grotesquely serrated blade. One side was bright and clear. It was so bright that it could bathe a man in bright light. In fact, it seemed similar to a sharp cutlery blade. But, the other side was densely serrated like a sawtooth. This was clearly the more lethal part of the sharp weapon. Jun Moxie finally understood the reason for Lei Wubei's nomination after he saw that weapon. The first reason was obviously the fact that they didn't have a better candidate at the moment. But, his lethal weapon was the most important contributing factor towards his selection. That weapon would bestow great destructive power against the Xian beasts even though they had extremely thick skin. Moreover, the sawtooth serrations would be very destructive against the Snake King's exquisite skin in particular. The Snake King, Green Hunter, stood there delicately and timidly. In fact, she seemed lovely and somewhat pitiable at that moment. She appeared somewhat shocked as she shouted, "Great Master Lei! Such a horrible weapon! You are indeed very cold-blooded!" She first exclaimed in a shocked manner. Then, she moved her hand to cover her tiny mouth. It seemed like she would turn around and flee. Jun Moxie couldn't move any part of his body, except for his eyes. So, he rolled them. And, he obviously made good use of them. He could see that the Snake King's clothing fit very well around her narrow shoulders. But, the same wasn't true for her sleeves. The sides of her sleeves were too wide. In fact, they almost hung down to the ground. That's odd. That's very odd. As expected, Lei Wubei snorted when the Snake King spoke this sentence. Then, he made a sideways cut, and that exceptionally long weapon in his hand swiftly chopped sideways. The blade crisscrossed in the air as a result. It seemed as if 2 small flashes of lightning had intersected in the air as "chi-chi" sounds were heard. 2 small chopstick-sized snakes were cut into 4 small pieces. Then, they fell down to the ground as they withered in pain. You are genuinely worthy of your sinister reputation, Snake King. Lei Wubei snorted angrily. His dark face had become somewhat discolored. Those 2 snakes were extremely venomous. His great master status wouldn't have helped him if they had bitten him. He wouldn't have died, but he would have surely been paralyzed for a while. This paralysis would have only lasted for 1 or 2 breaths. But, that would have been enough for someone at the Snake King's level to use hundreds of moves. And, things would have been very different if that had happened. You accuse me wrongly. What would people make of it? The Snake King gave a lovely smile. Oh, what's that? It's quite dreadful, she spoke as she looked at a snake on the ground. Her eyes opened big and wide, as if she was in shock to see those things. Lei Wubei's blade hit the ground with a bang, as it struck another snake. This one was moving more urgently, and had actually attempted to target Lei Wubei's throat. And, that would have resulted in a very terrible but silent death. The snake hadn't even left a small shadow in the sunlight. That attack from the Snake King had almost been impossible to guard against. She would engage the opponent by speaking sweetly. And then, she would give them a wordless death by poisoning them. Jun Moxie looked at the scene, and felt his back going cold. It was genuinely the case of not being able to judge a person based on their looks. One would think she was merely a young and adorable girl who was naive and pure, that she'd be harmless to man and beast alike. Who would have thought that she'd have launched 3 sinister attacks at Lei Wu Bei in the blink of an eye? It was like sweetly calling a man elder brother to his face while quietly stealing things from his pocket. Her conscience had fallen to the ground. The situation had once again changed on the battlefield. The Snake King twisted her narrow waist, and her beautiful body quickly spun. And then, her 2 sleeves suddenly started to wave. After that, their appearance suddenly changed, and it seemed as if 2 long green dragons had rushed out from them. In fact, they stretched for over 21 meters. They reached everywhere, regardless of the distance. A strong gale whistled around them as they turned into something similar to a green ocean, and shrouded Lei Wu Bei thoroughly. This was the display of the Snake King's true strength. And, this was just the beginning. Lei Wu Bei's black silhouette jutted out in between that ocean of green like a block of reef. He stood motionless like a stone pillar amidst the turning waves. Then, a deep roar was heard. The Snake King's offensive had become more intense instead of coming to a stop. A delicate figure then flew into the sky. And, it appeared like this figure had started to dance with grace above the waves of that green ocean. In fact, it seemed as if a fairy of the 9th heaven had descended to sky above the waves. She then flipped her hand as she raised it. Countless shiny stars flashed about. Then, these stars suddenly flashed again, and sprinkled towards Lei Wu Bei in a watertight form. However, the Snake King's expression was still one of innocence and enjoyment. It seemed as if she was having so much fun playing this game that she'd never wish for it to end. Lei Wu Bei couldn't remain entrenched in that ocean of green. And, the cold-blooded master was eventually forced to make a move. A dark sound was heard as his long blade crisscrossed, and an extremely majestic and powerful aura emanated from him. It slowly and ceaselessly alighted from the center of the green ocean like the sliver-white sea spray from the ocean waves. Blades covered in aura crisscrossed, and flew high into the heavens. The people who were watching the great master from the sides used their Xian Qi to defend themselves in a firm manner. Lei Wu Bei's blades would have scuttled through their defenses if they hadn't done that, and would have fallen upon the group of bystanders like a dragon crossing a river. In fact, his blades would have paved an alley of blood in its path. One must compensate a higher amount from one's own side when they set out to hurt the others. Lei Wu Bei gained an advantageous position as he rolled out one counterattack after another. However, the Snake King tried to regain full control of the situation once again. Her delicate white arms and her white jade-like legs started to move quicker. And, her giggly expression gradually transformed into a serious one. She waved her white arms. All the cold stars joined into a stream piece by piece, and transformed into a bright ray of light. The field of battle which had previously borne witness to a fierce and gruesome fight had unexpectedly become pleasing to the eye at this moment. The silver-white spray continuously alighted from the middle of the green ocean, and the cold bright light continued to shine in the sky. This was a very beautiful scene. Anyone who saw this scene seemed carefree and relaxed, even though they knew of the great killing intention inside it. This scenery couldn't be described as one to belong to the lands of the mortals anymore. Lei Wu Bei suddenly let out a sharp scream. His black silhouette then broke through the green tide like a silver-white knife, and soared high. It seemed as if a fountain had emerged from the green ocean, and had shot towards the heavens. It glowed brilliantly in the sunlight, and shone over a large portion of the surrounding area. He displayed extremely strong and formidable power, and his attitude was one of not willing to back down, as he brazenly charged into the sky. "The true battle starts now," someone spoke up. The onlookers then quickly became more focused. They didn't even blink as they watched the fight. Jun Moxie's expression became solemn as he looked on. He had even forgotten about the pain for a little while. The Snake King's and the cold-blooded Great Master's style continued to change. They moved quickly. They went forward and retreated at a fast pace. And, they dodged and weaved nimbly. Their minds would slowly replay everything that their eyes would see. It was evident that they were modifying their own styles in accordance with their opponents. They were using the other's strength to make up for one's own weakness. Long Crane and Big Bear stretched their necks from the Tian Fa's side. Jun Moxie could clearly feel Venerable May pinch the soft flesh below his waist from behind. They then twisted the meat into a circle. Jun Moxie felt the pain reach his very soul. So, he shuddered. Damn it! Why would you pinch a man like that? Isn't this done to women? Then, Jun Moxie suddenly realized something. Could it be that the Snake King is facing grave danger in this earth-shattering fight with the Great Master? Why else would these three Beast Kings be so anxious? But, I can only see that the Snake King is handling the fight with ease. She should get by with ease. Jun Moxie was unable to deal with the pain as this thought crossed his mind. So, he opened his eyes wider to see. The Snake King, Green Hunter, gave a loud screech at this point, and her slender body spun around. The green ocean on the ground disappeared. Then, she shot up high, she was covered in a bright green light. And then, a silver-white blade light shot up to the sky. This light was vaguely intertwined with a black silhouette. A sharp whistle was heard as this figure shot into the sky. In fact, this whistle could have ripped the world apart. It seemed like a raging dragon had just escaped from beneath the earth after breaking away from its shackles. This strangely combined form of a man and blade shot towards the sky in such a splendid manner that it seemed as if they'd shoot the sun down. This ensuing light had an immense glare, and the faces of everyone watching from below had become deathly pale. The unity of man and blade. Moreover, it's not a usual unity of man and blade. Jun Moxie cried out in shock, this is the very essence of the purest form of blade technique. I never thought that the great masterly possessed such a trump card up his sleeve. Then, Jun Moxie had second thoughts, and thought out aloud, Lei Wu Bei can possess such a trump card, and that's reasonable since he's one of the 8 great masters. But, that young woman is also very dangerous. The Snake King first raised her face upwards as she soared higher into the sky. And then, she screeched angrily. Her voice tore through the air, and thousands of Xian beasts bowed their heads at that. Then, she spun in the air, and transformed into several cold stars as she showered downwards. It was like 2 meteors had started from different points, but were about to collide in the sky. The many people who were watching from below held their breaths as the wind howled above. A melodious and tender cry was heard at first. Then, an oppressive snarl was heard. After that, the sounds of a huge explosion reverberated as the 2 rays of light collided. After that, unceasing crashing sounds arose, like those from a battery of cannons. The earth shook endlessly as a result, while the sky looked like it had been filled with fireworks. And then, everything above 30 meters in height seemingly plunged into darkness for a moment. Only a bright rainbow was present in the sky at that moment. Jun Moxie felt pleased. He felt like he had returned to his previous world, and was witnessing the fireworks at the Lantern Festival. They are evenly matched. There was another collision in the air. But, Lei Baoyu, Buquang Feng, and Venerable May had already come to this conclusion. A bang sound echoed as the 2 crisscrossed. The towering silver-white blade light continued to rise above like a long-tailed comet. Then, a cold and black light hurriedly charged towards the ground. Then, there was something of a rain of blood. Countless fragments of several chopstick-sized snakes fell to the ground. And soon, a thick layer of them had been formed on the ground. What no one could get was, how could the delicate Snake King take all those with her into the sky in order to shower Lei Wu Bei with them? Bang! The Snake King hit the ground spinning. She staggered about a dozen steps backwards before she eventually came to a standstill. A thick stream of purple blood slowly flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Her complexion was pale, and her green dress had been torn from many places by that sharp blade. Her delicate and white arms had now been exposed to everyone's eyes since her long and wide sleeves had been transformed into green butterfly-like wings. Then, a soft sound was heard as Lei Wu Bei dropped to the ground. He landed softly on his toes at first. And then, he pressed his legs heavily on the ground to stand up straight. His appearance was even worse. That black gown of his was muddy and tattered with a myriad of snake bites due to that attack. Moreover, many rips were visible. They had apparently been made by a weapon. His hair was disheveled, and appeared similar to that of a beggar's. Wisps of dark red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth at first. Then, he couldn't control it anymore, and the blood started to flow more freely. His rock-like cold face had become red. It seemed as if he had become drunk. And then, it became snow-white the next instant. After that, it turned red again. It then continued that cycle of changing its complexion from red to white for several iterations. Both of them were on an equal footing. The two stood staring at each other for a while. Then, Lei Wu Bei spoke up with clenched teeth, "That was good. The Snake King is truly exceptional. The cold-blooded master genuinely deserves to be a great master." Green Hunter smiled tenderly. The blood flowing from the corners of her mouth dropped down as she smiled. However, this didn't diminish her beauty in any way. In fact, it somewhat enhanced her beauty. "This seems like a draw. What's your opinion about this, Venerable Mei?" Lei Baoyu took a step forward. And smiled as he asked that question. "A draw." Venerable Mei gave a severe kick to Jun Moxie's posterior before he looked at Lei Baoyu. Her voice was meaningful as she smiled, "That's good. It's a draw." Lei Baoyu couldn't help his face from turning red. That was true. It genuinely seemed like a draw at that point of time. The two of them were on an equal footing. Lei Wu Bei had some advantage at this point, but Lei Baoyu knew that the Snake King hadn't shown her true power in that matter. In fact, she was yet to play her own trump card. Therefore, he was convinced that Lei Wu Bei wouldn't get off easy if it were truly turned into a fierce battle of life and death. But then again, even the Snake King wouldn't have it easy either, even if Lei Wu Bei were to die there. In fact, her strength would suffer a huge blow even if she didn't die instead. So much so that she would probably lose her ability to transform into a human form by the end of it. Moreover, her strength would be reduced to that of a level 7 or 8 Xian beast. That obviously would have led to a case of mutual destruction. In fact, no one could say otherwise. Lei Wu Bei's body was upright, and he was as expressionless as before. He was still cold and indifferent, like a piece of iron. However, multitudes of cheers echoed from the crowd behind him. They resonated to the skies. Lei Wu Bei hadn't won. But, he had succeeded in pulling off a draw. It meant that the allied forces from the mainland had lost only the first battle up until this point. This also meant that they could still rise from the dead. They weren't cheering for Lei Wu Bei because he was the cold-blooded master. They were cheering because he had become the hero of the continent at that moment. In fact, he had become the hero of all humanity. Many tactical errors and despicable conspiracies had taken place in the first battle. And hence, they had suffered defeat, an unsightly and a thorough defeat. However, the second battle had been the exact opposite. Their champion had rushed brazenly with his blade, and had staked everything on the line. No phony fighting had taken place this time. Therefore, this draw with the Snake Xian Beast King of Tian Fa had nevertheless given them time to breathe. It had given them some space to look for an opportunity, even if it wasn't a victory. Many people had believed that the Allied forces might have had a chance if they had followed Jun Wuyi's excellent strategy, and if it weren't for Shuihun Manor and Silver Blizzard City's rotten plan. Then, the opposition had sent out the Snake King for this battle. Therefore, sending out the solitary falcon to face her would have been the ideal case. However, the Allies couldn't dare to count on him. Moreover, they didn't have much knowledge about the various poisons that were available in the Tianfa. In fact, there wasn't any knowledge regarding the poisons that the Snake King could use. Luckily, Lei Wubei had done a lot of study on various poisons. And that was why he was known as the cold-blooded master in society. However, most people hadn't given much thought to all of that here. Everything depended on the third battle as the matter stood. Venerable Mei had wished to rely on their own power. In fact, they would battle all the great masters at once. However, no one believed that Venerable Mei could be that powerful. After all, their side had 4 great masters. The 2 individuals on the field looked at each other, and cupped their hands. Lei Wubei spoke up, it was a fluke. The Snake King snorted at that, and turned around to leave. The fact that she hadn't attained a thorough victory had hit her hard. Lei Wubei gave a faint smile. Then, he walked back. His arm shuddered slightly. He had realized that the handle of his blade had been bent. Moreover, there were even many tiny cracks on his blade. It would still be able to endure proper use, but it couldn't withstand a great master level battle anymore. The Snake King was genuinely something. She could conceal lethal weapons all over her body. And, that too in droves. Moreover, her weapons were also extremely toxic. She was a real headache. These 2 people had sustained injuries, but it wasn't very serious. In fact, it wasn't even enough to warrant any action. Those 2 knew what was going on in reality. The 2 fighters had intentionally decided to stagger after that explosion in order to maintain the status quo. However, they would have ended up taking each other down, and no clear winner would have emerged if they had continued to fight. Therefore, the 2 individuals breathed a sigh of relief, even if they hadn't accepted the result within their hearts. The ground had been a mix of green grass and stones before the battle, but it had turned black by now. There were holes everywhere on it. In fact, some places were still trying to brave the white smoke that was continuously falling down from the sky above. Nothing would grow on that site for hundreds of years. The Snake King's poison was indeed the best in the entire world. A shadow flitted as Venerable Mei suddenly appeared on the field. They then stated, "It's time for the final battle. All the great masters present can come out for this final and deciding battle." Lei Baoyu was about to speak, and the words were about to come out of his mouth. But, he suddenly swallowed them, and forced a smile instead. However, everyone could feel that there was something different about Venerable Mei as they appeared on the field. They were somewhat irritable and unstable a while back, but they were quite calm at this moment, almost like Buddha. No one could see their face, but the aura from their body gave it all away. Jun Moxie was at the sidelines. He felt his posterior and cursed, "This person has transformed my one little buttock into the size of 4 massive ones, OU." The battle was about to begin. The solitary falcon snorted as he took the initiative, and cupped his fists as he said, "Venerable Mei, this solitary falcon is happy to seek advice from you." His voice was hard yet endlessly sonorous. The solitary falcon came last in the ranking of the great masters. But, he had always been belligerent. Moreover, he had encountered that mysteriously skilled person twice before, and he considered that the said person was even more astonishing and frightening than his present opponent. Venerable Mei's strength must have been around the same mark as that of that mysterious person. And, this fact had genuinely astonished the solitary falcon. However, he didn't fear this opponent. In fact, he considered that mysterious master to superior to Venerable Mei when it came to mindset and temperament. The master of life and death, Shi Chang Shao, closely followed suit, and gave a warm smile, "Venerable Mei, this one is called Shi Chang Shao." Lei Wubei had returned only moments ago. He stood quietly for a short period, and then slowly walked forward. His expression was cold as he spoke, "Venerable Mei, I don't think you need this one's introduction, right?" "Very well. Is it only the 3 of you?" Venerable Mei snorted. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Her 3 current opponents had a combined strength of the Crane King, the Bear King, and Snake King fighting together in their human forms. In fact, these three great masters might even have been a bit weaker than these three beast kings. One has to first have qualifications if they wish to fight the enemy. Wait. This old man will also fight. Li Ju Tian roared out with grief and indignation. The great master Li then stood up with a totter. Li Ju Tian may have suffered serious injuries, but he was still one of the 8 great masters. So, he wasn't going to lose his reputation at this juncture. Despite the pain, he wasn't going to back down at this moment. This was the only opportunity Li Ju Tian would get to retrieve his honor in front of Venerable Mei. In fact, it was perhaps the last chance to retrieve his honor. He would be able to wash away his disgrace if he were to defeat Venerable Mei by drawing support from the strength of the other 3. In fact, he could even achieve a bit more. However, Li Ju Tian would waddle in hopelessness if he were to introspect about fighting in public again in case he missed out on this opportunity today. He had sustained serious injuries with multiple fractured bones, and severe internal injuries a while ago. But, he had made his right-hand man set his broken bones back in place while the Snake King and Lei Wu Bei were fighting. Then, he had forcefully initiated a self-mutilating method called the Against the Heavens Will Law. This technique would cause wear and tear to his lifespan, but it would heal him to his optimum state of health. Moreover, his exquisite Xian cultivation was enough to hold his bones in place. This battle was the most important final battle as far as Li Ju Tian was concerned. Therefore, he had to be the most splendid one. He needed his attacks to inspire awe in order to establish his authority amongst the people. Venerable Mei, the so-called fortunes have been reversed. You had bestowed me with that kind of a treatment a while back. Well, I shall bestow the same treatment back to you now. Li Ju Tian panted with anger as he fiercely glared at Venerable Mei. It seemed like he nurtured a deep hatred. In fact, it appeared that this opponent was the greatest personal enemy he had ever come across. In fact, the hatred between the two was irreconcilable, it could never be dissolved. It perhaps wasn't so for Venerable Mei since she had won the previous round of their duel. But, that instance had been the greatest unwashable shame and humiliation of his life as far as Li Ju Tian was concerned. And, he felt that his honor wouldn't be remedied unless he had achieved victory over Venerable Mei. Are you going to go all out against me, Li Ju Tian? Venerable Mei's cultivation was extremely high. So, she could obviously tell how Li Ju Tian had been able to stand up despite his injuries. She couldn't help but pity him as a result. She also knew that Li Ju Tian had been entirely innocent in that context. He had merely been unfortunate enough to be caught in her moments of extreme rage on those 2 occasions, and had hence been subjected to those calamities. However, she had been the gloomiest and the most pained she had ever been in her entire existence during those 2 moments. Therefore, she had been in an urgent need for someone she could vent out her resentment upon in those moments of grief and indignation. Li Ju Tian was a second great master. And, there was stronger presence present there. Whether it was Xian cultivation or status, Li Ju Tian had served as the most suitable candidate around. Therefore, Li Ju Tian had suffered that tragedy. And, this tragedy had been birthed by her mistake. Because, a master could be killed, but shall not be shamed. Venerable Mei obviously understood this truth. But, she had grabbed him by the throat, and had smacked him under the gaze of everyone present. And, she had destroyed the entirety of the great master Li Ju Tian's accumulated respect from the past in the process. He hadn't resisted her with everything he had in that moment. And, that had been the strangest thing. But, his strength had been hopeless in that scenario. So, how could he have done it? But, all the great masters were to join hands in this battle. So, how could he say no to such an excellent opportunity? Is it worth it? Venerable Mei felt somewhat apologetic as she reminded him, you're using the Against the Heavens Will Law. You should understand what kind of a price you will have to pay for this, Li Ju Tian. Won't you reconsider before you make such a huge sacrifice? You'll only need to let go if you reconsider this now. And it will be reinstated in a few months. There's still time. No. It's too late. Too late. It seemed like a fire had been ignited in Li Ju Tian's eyes as he replied in a shrill and mournful voice, "Are you afraid, Venerable Mei? You should have known that it becomes too late to turn around the moment you smack someone in their face. I, Li Ju Tian, have a reputation. I also command respect amongst people. And, this is the only way I can wash away this kind of humiliation. There's no other way." "Oh. Afraid. I'm afraid of you. So, is killing me the only way to wash away your shame?" Venerable Mei laughed softly as her black robe swayed lightly. "That's it." Li Ju Tian replied seriously. "This is a matter of this Li's lifetime worth of reputation and status. So, I request that Venerable Mei doesn't act stingy with her life." "Not be stingy with my life?" "You're asking me to not be stingy with my life while you're being stingy with your insignificant reputation. You should know that your reputation is nothing in my eyes. I had advised you a moment ago. It was the mercy of a superior master. It was given in charity and pity. That was a rare act which originated from a good frame of mind of mine. And so, I had been that kind to you. But, you actually took it as fear. You're genuinely as naive as the frog in the well." Venerable Mei couldn't help but sneer and laugh. She then spoke while she shook her head, "How will you be able to take my life, if that's your skill level, Li Ju Tian? I'm afraid that you'll lose your head instead. Venerable Mei has decided too early regarding whose head will fall." Li Ju Tian snorted heavily. "Venerable Mei has spoken the truth. My reputation is of little value in your eyes. But, it's much more important than my head in my own. I fear that the ranking of the great masters will change again after today's battle ends." The black-robed Venerable Mei spoke up with a faint hint of disappointment in her tone. "I had harbored misgivings for many years regarding the reputed Rainstorm Master's life. Then, Feng Wan Yun's cultivation reached a sufficient level, but he wasn't able to become a great master. There will be an empty spot after today. And, I suppose that Feng Wan Yun wouldn't be able to back away from the duty even if he wanted to, right?" Bukwang Feng smiled from a distance. "The title of Master Rainstorm doesn't apply to me anymore. Venerable Mei makes me feel small with those words." Venerable Mei snorted and smiled before they spoke up again, "And, there's this cold-blooded master then. He had fought one battle. But, he was still taken up arms against me. He has presumably come as a scapegoat, right? I genuinely don't know what he thought while he was taking this action. Does he think that I won't kill a great master?" Venerable Mei's words could be considered as a ferocious psychological attack. She had first damaged Li Ju Tian's mental state. And then, she had drawn more blood by pointing out the real reason behind Feng Wan Yun's failed attempts to be elevated to the status of a great master. She had obviously intended to cripple the fighting spirit of the equally famous solitary falcon by doing that. He was as strong as me. Neither was able to step ahead of the other. You weren't better than him. In fact, he should have become a great master a long time ago. However, you got lucky and became the great master." It had to be said that the solitary falcon was shaken after he heard Venerable Mei speak. After that, Venerable Mei had taken aim at Lei Wu Bei, and had pointed that he had stepped up even though he had received injuries merely a moment ago. She had indicated that he had come to fight, but he was there to add to the numbers. In fact, she had implied that he was merely a sacrificial lamb. Wouldn't he be used by the other great masters as a shield, and be sacrificed thereof? The effect of these words might not have been very evident in the case of others. But, the heaviness of anxiety and suspicion had always plagued Lei Wu Bei's heart. Lei Wu Bei had always considered every man of the world as an enemy. Hence, those words struck deep into his heart. In fact, they struck the very root of it. In fact, this was the reason he had been hesitant earlier. The competition between the various great masters had always been very fierce. So, they would be rid of one competitor if they were to sacrifice Lei Wu Bei to save themselves. Moreover, they would also be able to take cheap advantages of the ensuing opportunities, and formulate an explosive counterattack to increase their fame thereafter. Wouldn't that be a great thing for them? However, he had no choice since he had obtained the halo of the continent's hero a moment ago. Therefore, he had to come forth even if he knew the risks. However, these words from Venerable Mei had made Lei Wu Bei's face change color after they had emptied solitary falcons. The halo of the continent's hero seemed quite glorious. But, it was nothing more than a useless decoration for a dead man. Venerable Mei's psychological attack is very sharp. This sure genuinely admires it. However, I fear that the Venerable Mei is aiming at the wrong targets. Shi Changshao gave a gentle chuckle. The four of us are veterans of hundreds of battles. One can even say that we are the originators of psychological warfare. Is Venerable Mei looking down on us by using this against us? The fact is that the four of us are the same. But, let's come back to the point. We four shoulder the great trust of millions of people. So, how can Venerable Mei instigate us against each other? Why would Venerable Mei waste their words if they have that much confidence in themselves? His words immediately woke the other two up. Li Ju Tian gave a ferocious shout and said, "There's no need to waste your words. We can see the truth. The four of us wish to seek advice from the so-called frightening lord of the Tian Fa today." He laughed and gave a broad smile. And then, he took the lead, and came forward despite the seriousness of his injuries. Someone always has to strike first in a battle between 5 people. And, that person suffers the most because he faces a head-on blow. But, taking this hit could nevertheless provide an opportunity for those who remain at his side. It seemed that Shi Changzhao's words had indeed dispelled the effect of Venerable Mei's psychological attacks from the others' hearts. But, they had never been afraid of Venerable Mei's extremely strong and tyrannical methods in all fairness. And, now that things had come to a head, they had no option but to fight. Moreover, there was another major point one needed to consider. Most of the great masters wouldn't suffer much even if they lost this battle. Only Li Ju Tian would suffer in that case. He had already lost half of the Shui Hun Manor's strength in the battle between humans and Xian beasts. Then, he was humiliated by Venerable Mei. And then, it was pointed out that he had disregarded the safety of humanity, and had schemed against Jun Wuyi. This made his reputation hit rock bottom, and had singled him out the man who had betrayed humanity. Therefore, whatever that still remained would also vanish if he wasn't able to prevail over Venerable Mei in this battle. Therefore, others had a choice, but Li Ju Tian didn't. So, he had no choice but to stake everything in one throw. And hence, he could only dash forward. Shi Changshao, Solitary Falcon, and Lei Wu Bei didn't dare to neglect that dash by Li Ju Tian. They quickly changed positions. They took their respective places in a split second, and prepared to attack in sequence. They hadn't consulted on a plan of attack beforehand. But, weren't these 3 veterans of innumerable battles? They had previously stationed themselves in a very casual manner at distinct locations. However, each of these had positioned themselves in a manner that would allow them to coordinate with the other 2. Moreover, their positioning had been such that they were at a best-fit location with correspondence to Li Ju Tian's position. Li Ju Tian rushed out, and his figure began to fade. He was at his fastest as he sallied forth to attack. Venerable Mei snorted, and sent out an explosive punch in response. Li Ju Tian quickly stepped back from his powerful rush forward towards Venerable Mei. In fact, he slid away like a slippery fish, and retreated to one side. A figure had previously stationed itself behind Li Ju Tian. Suddenly, 2 fists shot out towards with Venerable Mei from Li Ju Tian's back. Meanwhile, the solitary falcon employed his eagle-style agility, and soared into the sky at the fast possible speed as this happened. He had displayed the first method of the 9 claws of the ghostly falcon. Lei Wu Bei's long and glittering blade was unsheathed once again. It went drilling from beside Shi Changzhao's waist, and proceeded straight towards Venerable Mei's chest. In fact, this attack enveloped around 5 meters of area around her torso. This was the most important battle of his life. He wasn't about to be stingy with his treasured blade. Li Ju Tian had retreated to the side. But, he quickly spun around as this happened, and returned to the fold with great speed. He took a neutral position with the help of his momentum as he had returned. Then, he unleashed a ferocious attack from the side. The 4 men had attacked without prior discussions, but their attacks were flawlessly coordinated. Their attacks had seemingly proceeded towards Venerable Mei to greet her, but their combined method of doing was rather uncanny. These attacks looked quite simple at first. But, Venerable Mei was well aware that they could turn into a torrent of complicated strikes. She would be trapped by one of her opponents within a short period of time. And then, the remaining 3 would use their respective trump cards to get rid of her while one of them had her trapped. Venerable Mei had to face the combined attacks of the 4 great masters. But, she didn't dare be careless about it. She roared loudly as her body started to spin. First, she avoided Shi Changzhao's fists. Then, her black robe whirled in the air as she missed the thrusting blade attack from Lei Wu Bei by the smallest of margins. After that, she turned around, and leaned to the side in a simultaneous motion. She seemingly hadn't recovered from the punch. But, she still attacked Li Ju Tian head-on. She also raised her left hand, and launched a cannonball strike towards the approaching solitary falcon. Venerable Mei was quite calm in the face of the combined attacks from the 4 great masters. She had negated their attacks in the blink of eye. Moreover, she hadn't taken these attacks lying down, and had managed to counter-attack instead. Li Ju Tian gnashed his teeth, and sped up. He knew that one of the 4 would have to suffer by enduring Venerable Mei's attacks head-on. Only then could it be possible for the other 3 to complete their encirclement. The others didn't seem to have that much courage, or courage enough, to contribute in that sense. In any case, his injury wouldn't give him much time to end this battle. So, he had to do this himself. It was the immense hatred Li Ju Tian harbored for Venerable Mei which had forced him to make such crazed decisions. An explosive sound was heard as he clenched his fist. A faint green gas had covered his body. It was evident that he was going to give everything he had in that particular punch. It was important that he showed no fake efforts in regards to Venerable Mei this time. He had figured that Venerable Mei's agility skills would have become a spent force in her attempts to evade the continuous attacks of the other 3 great masters. Therefore, she would have no choice but to face him since she would have been trapped in such a situation. In fact, he knew that this would be the only decision that he would have taken if he were in their place. Venerable Mei's expression turned cold. She quickly pulled back her fist, and sent them out to attack Li Ju Tian and Solitary Falcon once again. She then roared and kicked out 49 times. Then, her body soared into the sky like a rocket. The 3 great masters who stood below her were still in a daze by the time she had met with the Solitary Falcon in midair, and had already exchanged a handful of strikes. In fact, their collisions had set fireworks in the sky above. 2 shadows flashed in the sky. The Solitary Falcon somersaulted through the sky, while Venerable Mei leaned and forward moved in a graceful trajectory. However, she made an about turn with her feet while she was dropping down. Her hands extended from her sleeves as she unleashed strikes at Shi Changzhao and Lei Wu Bei. After that, she fiercely pounced upon Li Ju Tian. It was obvious that Venerable Mei were moving with great momentum at the moment. Moreover, it was evident that they intended to take advantage of Li Ju Tian's injuries, and hoped to get rid of the toughest and most motivated opponent early on in the battle. Li Ju Tian screamed loudly as he drew back like a lightning. He had hoped to face Venerable Mei with resolve. But, this attack was too much. In fact, it would unreasonable to contend against Venerable Mei at this moment. The other 3 had been shaken off by Venerable Mei's counter. So, it was likely that he would have to fight her alone at this time. Moreover, he had somewhat lost the equilibrium of his strength at the moment. His former strength had been exhausted, but he hadn't yet replaced it with a new burst. This meant that Venerable Mei could easily kill him, even if he were to attack by putting his life on the line. Moreover, Venerable Mei could easily dodge any attack under the sun after she had merrily killed him off. The solitary falcon had been struck high into the sky at the moment. This obviously meant that the aerial threat had been eliminated for the time being. Therefore, Li Ju Tian could only move back in an attempt to make a blind retreat. That's too bad. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng were at some distance from the fight. They both clapped their thighs with their hands. Li Ju Tian withdrew, but realized that Venerable Mei hadn't chased after him. In fact, she didn't even display the intention to chase him down. This was rather unexpected. The Lord of Tian Fa was still in the sky. But, she was rapidly proceeding in a beeline towards another target, Shi Chang Shao. The man hadn't even recovered by the time they had unleashed a storm of kicks at him. Li Ju Tian had never been Venerable Mei's target. The Master of Life and Death, Shi Chang Shao, had. He was the man who posed the greatest danger to Venerable Mei since he was the only fighter amongst the three land-based, great masters who hadn't been injured in any manner. It was obvious that Venerable Mei wanted to mete out the same treatment to Shi Chang Shao that she had previously dished out to the two now injured great masters. The color of Shi Chang Shao's face had turned as gray as the mist. His eyes were petrified, and it seemed that his pupils had turned white. The man gave a loud shout, and hit out with his fists in anger. However, he stood firm. Shi Chang Shao couldn't retreat because he had Lei Wu Bei behind him. The cold-blooded master would have to bear the brunt of this attack if Shi Chang Shao were to move aside. And, Lei Wu Bei most likely didn't have enough strength left in him to face this supreme attack since he had already sustained injuries. Venerable Mei's kick sent shockwaves through the air. These strikes hadn't rooted from ordinary feet. The four-man team would have been broken if Lei Wu Bei had been hit. And, the remaining three would have undoubtedly been defeated soon after. Therefore, Shi Chang Shao had no choice but to stand firm. Bang! Venerable Mei's kick struck Shi Chang Shao's fist. Shi Chang Shao's body trembled at the impact. He had meant to pull back his fist. He would then unleash his full power by putting more power in his second punch. However, he hadn't even pulled his fist back by the time Venerable Mei's foot managed to stamp on his fists. Shi Chang Shao was alarmed. He quickly sent his left fist forth to buy his recovering body some time. However, Venerable Mei's foot stamped his right fist for the third time with a thunderous sound and great power before his body even got the time to shake properly. It was needless to say that his left fist hadn't reached its desired position either. Those three continuous kicks barely had any breaks in between them. It seemed as if Venerable Mei had kicked thrice in one strike. But, each kick's power was greater than the one before. Shi Chang Zhao's body was on the verge of collapse, and he couldn't help but take a step back. His left fist finally hit out at that moment. However, Venerable Mei was ready and waiting. They quickly kicked out with their left foot. In fact, Venerable Mei's body hadn't reached the ground till that very moment. Bang! The sound of the left foot meeting the left fist echoed loudly. And then, Venerable Mei repeated what she had won to his right fist. She quickly kicked that fist 3 times as well. Venerable Mei's legs resembled parted scissors at the moment. However, each kick was powerful, and seemed to have the weight of a mountain behind it. Shi Chang Shao felt sour to his belly. In fact, the pit of his belly and his internal organs had been left to shake very violently. He then jumped, and staggered backwards. His nose itched as a thin wisp of blood flowed out of it. He had suffered internal injuries. However, Lei Wu Bei hadn't failed to act at the opportunity that Shi Chang Shao had provided by risking his body and sustaining injuries. Lei Wu Bei's body seemingly moved in a possessed manner as he dodged and rushed forward. His hand drew his long blade. Then, he waved it, and thrust it through Venerable Mei's black robe. However, he hadn't even started to rejoice over his successful attack when he suddenly discovered that the stab he had made with his long blade felt empty for some reason. His heart went crazy at this discovery, and he made a crazy horizontal slash with his blade. However, he suddenly felt sluggish. His attack had been blocked. Venerable May had stretched their hands from their robes, and had caught the blade at the sharp edge before it had moved forward. Her hand held this nearly divine weapon at its sharp saw-toothed edge with seemingly no problems. Li Ju Tian and Solitary Falcon rushed forth from behind at that moment. And, they threw themselves at Venerable May in frenzy. Venerable May held the sharp edge of the blade in her left hand, while Lei Wu Bei tried to apply a force in the reverse direction to slash her hand open. She then raised one forefinger, and forcefully tapped the blade 3 times. Then, Venerable May's feet finally touched land after having remained suspended in the air up till that point. Her robes seemed to float around her like a sheet of iron. She then easily pushed away Li Ju Tian's attack from behind. Then, her palms transformed into countless afterimages. The wind whistled as 100 palms made a white gem-like triangle. This formation held vast power and might. After that, this formation sent the Solitary Falcon flying into the air once again. Lei Wu Bei's sword was tapped thrice by Venerable May's forefinger. However, these 3 taps felt like 3 large explosions in the pit of his stomach. It was like someone had taken a large hammer, and had struck his chest 3 times with it. His eyes felt a burst of pressure, and he suddenly lost focus. The cold-blooded master was forced back. In fact, he trembled as he withdrew. This involuntary backwards motion of his body had happened due to the strong wind which had arisen due to Venerable May's attacks. This body then moved to one side, and ended up causing an obstruction to Shi Chang Zhao's leaping body. A light tinkling sound was heard as Lei Wu Bei's treasured blade turned into countless pieces of thin iron. These pieces then fell to the ground with a sharp noise. All that was left in Lei Wu Bei's hand was the short handle. That was the handle of a rare divine weapon. However, the weapon had turned to scrap metal with the taps of a finger. Lei Wu Bei was shocked with grief. The blade had accumulated a few scrapes in his previous battle with the Snake King. Lei Wu Bei knew of this. But, he hadn't worried much about it. I will hold it together with my Xian Qi. And then, I will take it for repair after this struggle of the 4 great masters comes to an end. Come to think of it. Venerable May has broken my blade with just 3 taps from their finger. It has to be mentioned that the blade wasn't destroyed by Venerable May's hand alone. It was the movement of the combined Xian efficacy of Venerable May and Lei Wu Bei which had destroyed it. This had happened because Venerable May had forced the blade towards her right before she had tapped it with her finger. And, Lei Wu Bei had used his strength to turn it to the opposite direction. Both individuals had used the entire extent of their strength at that time. This meant that opposing forces had tried to twist the blade in different directions. And it was then that Venerable May accumulated her Xian efficacy, and tapped the blade with her finger. Her timing had been very precise. The forces of Venerable May and the Great Master had been exerted on the knife at the same time. What kind of a divine weapon would be able to resist such forces? The answer to that was a straightforward none. At least, such was the case with Lei Wu Bei's treasured blade. How would the blade not turn into scrap iron when the 3 different forces had acted upon on it? Therefore, it could be said that his treasured blade had been destroyed by his joint action with Venerable May. Venerable May clasped her fist, and a thin wisp of blood flowed from it. Her hand could be considered exceptionally tough, even from the standard of Xian beasts. But, she had been in human flesh at that time. And thus, she had received that injury because she had held that blade by its sharp edge. However, her injuries were quite insignificant compared to the price that had been paid by Shi Changshao and Lei Wu Bei. In fact, her injuries were far too insignificant. Because, this strike had established a narrow victory. Li Ju Tian had been sent in a dazed state. It was only for a split second. But, Venerable May had reached the ground by then. In fact, she had already repulsed Li Ju Tian's attack by then. Moreover, he had initiated this attack after having redoubled his efforts. Therefore, Venerable Mei's body had been pushed into a forward motion towards Lei Wu Bei. She had then kicked his legs at their claves a few times. It could be said that Lei Wu Bei would have come to be called disabled great master instead of the cold-blooded master if those kicks had packed a serious force behind them. In fact, it wouldn't have been very surprising if his legs had been shattered by those kicks. Lei Wu Bei became pale with fright. He lifted his right foot. His body spun twice, and he alighted 3 feet away. But, he instantly regretted that move. Because Shi Changshao had appeared behind him by then, and had blocked his path. Venerable Mei took a turn around Lei Wu Bei over, and appeared before Shi Changshao like a black dragon that had twisted around a pillar. Then, her legs pounded on Shi Changshao like raindrops. Shi Changshao was very alarmed by that attack since Lei Wu Bei's body had covered everything from his line of sight. He knew that this was an anxious moment in the fight. But, he hadn't noticed that Venerable Mei had come so close to him. Therefore, he was left exposed to Venerable Mei's attack while he tried to avoid Lei Wu Bei's retreating body. Shi Changshao tried to resist in a flurry. He steeled his heart and mind despite everything, and prepared to attack. But then, he saw that Venerable Mei was too close to him. Moreover, they were already prepared to pressurize him with their mountain-like palms. He didn't have enough time to congeal enough Xian Qi as a result. Moreover, he didn't have enough time to retreat, even if had wanted to. Therefore, Shi Changshao could only close his eyes, bite his teeth, and wait for his fate. A bang and slam were heard as Shi Changshao's shoulders were struck. He was then sent rolling out like a ball. Then, Venerable Mei retreated at a lightning-fast speed, and went back around 25 meters. This allowed the strike from the airbound solitary falcon to drop onto the space between them. She then faced the red-eyed Li Ju Tian, and struck him hard with her palms again, thrice. Li Ju Tian had lost all routes of evasion. So, he could only stake his life to endure the 3 palm strikes. This was akin to bullying people. It could be said that Venerable Mei had suffered close to no harm whatsoever. However, Li Ju Tian's internal injuries had become very grave by this point. The result of those 3 palms was rather obvious. Li Ju Tian's body left the ground like a ball that had gone on a wild, bouncing spree, and flew into the sky. His mouth spurted blood in a crazy manner. In fact, it was almost as if a fountain had started to spray blood-colored water. Li Ju Tian had used his Xian Qi to keep his bones in place. However, they broke open, and ruptured at this moment. In fact, they had been thoroughly ruptured. And, blood spurted out from his entire body like spikes from a hedgehog. In fact, one could say that thin arrows of blood had been shot out from every pore in his body. Then, Venerable Mei's long sleeves wrapped around Li Ju Tian's injured body, and threw him further up into the sky in a lightning-fast movement. This was a very sly and timely move. The solitary falcon had launched a very aggressive attack in the downward direction at this very moment, the 3rd move of the 9 claws of the ghostly falcon. This was the most fatal strike in the solitary falcon's arsenal. And, this was also the most incisive strike of his. Moreover, he had drawn his entire Xian Qi for this attack. However, there was no way that he could have known that an aggrieved Li Ju Tian would be delivered right below his striking hand. Li Ju Tian's mouth opened, and spurted an arrow of blood on his face. The solitary falcon was startled. He quickly decided to retreat. He first evaded that arrow of blood. Then, he caught Li Ju Tian's body with his hands. After that, he quickly moved 10 meters away in the horizontal direction to evade Venerable Mei's follow-on attack. How could Venerable Mei not intend to follow up with an attack if they had thrown Li Ju Tian up like that? The solitary falcon was quick to understand this. And so, he caught on and evaded as quickly as possible. The solitary falcon's reaction could be considered very fast. However, he couldn't have imagined that it was still a step too late in front of this opponent. He felt a sudden and incisive pain in his belly. Venerable Mei had attacked with their 3 palm strikes. 2 of them had failed, but the third one had hit its mark. And, that strike was enough to leave the solitary falcon screaming in agony, and made him float away like a kite without a string. His face contorted, and he tried his best to gain control. But, he failed at it. Arg, he spat blood, and it spilled over Li Ju Tian's body. Solitary falcon's initial movements had been exceedingly fast. In fact, it was even beyond the reach of Venerable Mei. But, the solitary falcon had been forced to retreat, and had then caught Li Ju Tian. This had bitten into his Xian efficacy. Then, he had been forced to evade an extremely strong attack. Moreover, he had been using a lot of Xian Qi to protect himself all along. And, his Xian Qi had fallen to a very low level as a result of this. Then again, Xian Qi had never been solitary falcon's forte. It seemed as if he had merely been grazed by this attack. However, the injuries he had received weren't light. Venerable Mei was a capable warrior. So, how could she let this golden opportunity pass? Her body disappeared, and suddenly reappeared in front of Lei Wu Bei. Then, she began to unleash her hurricane-like attacks on him. The solitary falcon was flying away in a downward slope-like trajectory at that moment. Li Ju Tian was seriously injured. And, Shi Chang Xiao lay over 15 meters away. Therefore, the next few moments were akin to a one-on-one fight with Lei Wu Bei. Lei Wu Bei had received a shocking injury a moment ago. His treasured blade had also been destroyed a moment ago. Therefore, his will to fight was at its lowest at that point. He couldn't help but be frightened when he realized that he would have to fight Venerable Mei on his own. But, he tried to resist, and retreated quickly. Bang! Bang! The sounds echoed everywhere. It wasn't clear why, but, dust suddenly covered the entire sky, and made everything dark. Shi Chang Xiao had caught up a moment ago with the intention to help out. But, he could only discern 2 very vague silhouettes in that thick cloud of dust. And, both of those figures were dressed in black. Therefore, one genuinely couldn't tell which silhouette was Venerable Mei's, and which one was Lei Wu Bei's. He hadn't even hesitated for half a second when he heard an explosive sound. Lei Wu Bei's painful groan followed soon after. And then, he saw a figure spin and fall. The black clothes clung to this figure rather tightly. It was Lei Wu Bei. Blood bubbled out from Lei Wu Bei's mouth with a gurgling sound. His right hand was bent at a strange angle. It was obvious that his right arm had been broken. However, one could say that Venerable Mei had gone easy on him. Lei Wu Bei's arm would have been sheared off if they hadn't gone easy. In fact, the bones in his hand would have turned into white powder, and would have flown off to some place unknown. The outcome of the battle had become rather evident by now. The Lord of Tian Fa had wiped the floor with the 4 great masters. It could be said that Venerable Mei's victory was very obvious. The 4 great masters had been defeated. They hadn't even been able to fight back in a proper manner. The battle would have turned out much differently if the 4 had genuinely given every drop of their power to destroy everything that stood in their paths. They still wouldn't have been able to defeat Venerable Mei, but the outcome of the battle would have been much more favorable to them in that case. Venerable Mei could use the world cage technique on only one person. And, it would put a lot of strain on her if she'd use it on a great master. The person she would use this power on wouldn't be able to move. However, Venerable Mei herself would be in great danger at that moment. Therefore, Venerable Mei couldn't dare to use the world cage technique in this battle. However, everyone cherishes their lives. Moreover, this was a battle of victory and defeat, not one of life and death. And, the price to be paid upon defeat wasn't very painful. Only the Shui Hun Manor would have to pay a painful price. But, the other great masters wouldn't suffer much. In fact, even Li Ju Tian himself hadn't given everything he had. So, why would the other three? This result would be as expected if these factors were to be considered. Venerable Mei waved her long sleeves. They somewhat rolled up in the wind. Suddenly, it seemed as if that cloud of dust was struck by a hurricane. And, that cloud disappeared without a trace as a result. Venerable Mei's tall figure was exposed to everyone's eyes thereafter. Her body was covered in that wide black robe. And, she looked on with arrogance as her black robes floated around her. Suddenly, a man in the crowd gasped and called out in alarm, "Look, look at the space in the middle." Everyone looked at the place he was pointing towards. And, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The place where the fight had begun had comprised of roughened granite. But, it seemed that someone had somehow shoveled out a layer of earth from that spot, a very deep layer at that. It seemed to be 3 meters deep. And, this effect had been spread over a radius of 30 meters. It was quite possible for the great masters to cause such a deep indentation in the ground. However, the issue was that, no one had seen even a single stone fall, nor had they heard the slightest of sounds. So, how did that layer of stone disappear? Did it sprout wings and fly away? These people were completely oblivious to the facts. These 5 apex experts hadn't staked their lives on this battle, but they had still used some of their strongest skills. And, these rocks had been scraped away when they had used their powerful Xian efficacies. These rocks had been turned into powder, and had floated away with the wind. In fact, more portions of the rocks had been scraped away if the fight had been more intense. However, this was the result of the fact that Venerable Mei had exercised self-restraint. The others would have been forced to use their full power if she had used the entire extent of her Xian efficacy. And, that small hill would have turned into flat land if that had happened. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng sighed in unison. They had already anticipated this result. But, they had never thought that it would happen so quickly. Even Solitary Falcon, Lei Wu Bei, and Shi Chang Xiao hadn't forecasted this. Lei Wu Bei and Shi Chang Xiao stood in a daze, their expressions seemed to fluctuate. The Solitary Falcon put Li Ju Tian on the ground, and walked a few steps forward. He wanted to say something, but couldn't open his mouth. Then, his face turned red. The 4 great masters had suffered a thoroughly crushing defeat. How could these 4 boastful top experts of the world accept such an outcome? The representatives of humanity had suffered a defeat in that battle. Moreover, the prestige of those apex experts had also taken a serious blow. Their status had lost its meaning. Who wouldn't know the name of Venerable Mei after these events became public? Her name was known to a very few people on the continent. But, the entire world knew of the 4 great masters. Could they ever go to a place where someone wouldn't mock them behind their backs? Their reputations had been ruined. People would look down on them and laugh. These 4 people joined hands in a battle, but still couldn't beat someone whose name we haven't even heard. The 3 great masters who could still stand upright on their feet felt like digging big holes, and hiding in them. I can't afford to lose to this person. Our side concedes defeat in today's war. Venerable Mei has thoroughly convinced us of the unrivaled power of their Xian cultivation. No one had spoken for a long time. So, Lei Baoyu sighed and broke that embarrassing silence. You're throwing in the towel. Not a problem. I hope you remember my 3 conditions. Tian Fa is out of bounds for all of you as of this moment. She pointed at the men of the powerful families on the continent. She then snorted heavily, I will destroy the families of men to the 9th degree even if one of you enters Tian Fa. I'd like to see which one of you has the guts to enter Tian Fa after I do that. We will obviously agree to the 3 conditions you had set since we've lost this battle. Lei Baoyu smiled. Anyone who heard him speak felt that this person from the elusive world of immortals didn't care about the outcome. He continued, the outcome has already been decided, but I still wish to say something to Venerable Mei. What is it? Venerable Mei asked coldly. The 3 holy lands have agreed to a battle at the end of the 7th month, 3 years from now. The elusive world of immortals Empress hopes that Venerable Mei will take part in it. Lei Baoyu then chuckled and continued, Tian Fa Forest's name has stood at the end of the rankings for the past 500 years, the great ruler has also been in seclusion for 500 years, he has presumably left the world. And, now that we speak of this, I have to inform you of another matter. Our Empress has sent these few words to you, if the Lord of Tian Fa doesn't show up, and if Tian Fa loses, we will revoke Tian Fa's formidable status. And, the writ of the three holy lands will run large over the world from that moment onwards. Tian Fa would be considered nothing. Venerable Mei trembled. She clenched her teeth and replied, this was the real purpose for your visit today. Mediation in this war was merely an excuse. Can't that hypocrite Empress of yours wait? Don't forget that the war for seizing the heavens is on the advent. Will your Empress be able to bear the responsibility when the time comes and there's no Tian Fa? This has been considered by Her Excellency. Bu Guangfeng narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in them. Venerable Mei, do you think that Tian Fa would be able to do anything without the great ruler? Do you think that Tian Fa's current power can do anything if it takes part in the war for seizing the heavens? No matter how useless we will be, it'll still be better than trash like you two. Venerable Mei was unsteady. She wasn't going to take nonsense anymore. Then, she waved her hand and said, it's time to pay up. A bird-like screech was heard from the sky. Then, a dark shadow dropped down faster than the speed of sound, and shot down amongst the troops of the Shui Hun Manor like lightning. The positioning of this creature made it rather evident that it had remained hidden in the sky for a long time. It was at this moment that Jun Moxie realized why he hadn't seen Long Crane since the start of the war. So that's how it was. Li Tingyun's face was covered with tears at the time. He welled up as he crouched in front of his father. He was anxious, and didn't know what to do. He had gotten accustomed to relying on his father's formidable reputation. So, it seemed like the sky was falling down on his head when he saw his father sustain serious injuries. He genuinely didn't know what to do at that time. Li Ju Tian was seriously injured. In fact, he wasn't even able to move. But, his life wasn't in danger. His breath was weak, and his eyes were closed so that he could recuperate. He had already lost his honor. So, the preservation of his life, and the restoration of his strength was his top priority at this moment. However, that resounding screech echoed through the air at that moment, and a black shadow shot down. The remaining experts of the Shui Hun Manor had been guarding Li Ju Tian. They couldn't help but cry out in alarm. However, they couldn't avoid that shadow at this moment, and everyone was hit a result. After that, a pair of huge claws grabbed Li Tingyun. This figure stopped for a second, and then shot upwards once again. He had ascended over 30 meters in the sky in a split second. Then, a few thin but iron-like feathers floated down. Li Ju Tian's eyes opened wide in anger. He suddenly sat up, and shouted, "My son!" Everyone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Crane King!" It was Tian Fa Forest's third-ranked king, Long Crane. He was in his original form at that moment, and was floating away with Li Tingyun clasped firmly in his sharp claws. Li Tingyun's given name meant soaring above clouds. It was a good name, but he had never done so in his life. However, he was genuinely soaring above the clouds at this moment. He had finally lived up to his name. He was a pampered kid, and he had always acted like a bully. He had never been in such a thrilling situation. The young man was living up to his name for the first time, but he was so scared that he had started to lose control over both his excretory organs. He could only shout, "Daddy, save me." He finally lost control, and started to spurt things from his front and back at the same time. The stench prevailed in the air. Everyone who stood below held their noses, and scuttled to safety. Li Ju Tian's heart turned cold. He recalled his wager with the Lord of Tian Fa. His body had sustained very serious injuries. So, he couldn't attend to this matter regarding his reputation on his own. Therefore, the great master looked towards Lei Baoyu and shouted, "Brother, Lei. Look at this Li. This Li has spared no efforts for the elusive world of immortals over these past years. I ask you to save my child." He had used his status as the second great master to back these words. However, this wasn't any different from kneeling and pleading. Lei Baoyu hesitated and looked at Venerable Mei. He had thought that the matter was finally over. Moreover, he had already angered the other party with the words he had spoken. So, how could he face them again at this moment, and intercede on someone else's behalf? His nose would be whipped away from his face if he said anything at this juncture. How could Lei Baoyu support this man in front of the world's apex expert? Moreover, it would be even worse since it would come from a representative of the elusive world of immortals. Li Ju Tian's expression turned into that of a man who had been overcome with despair. In fact, it seemed as if he had aged dozens of years in an instant. This brilliant and world-renowned second great master hadn't put up such an expression even when he was thoroughly beaten by Venerable Mei. His face had merely displayed his grief and indignation. However, the cruel fact that he was helpless at this time made Li Ju Tian collapse. "Lei Baoyu. You've reneged on your word. You had promised me that you will defend my son. You had promised that he would be fine." Li Ju Tian called out softly. It sounded like he was groaning. Then, he opened his eyes, and stated in a ferocious manner, "Li Ju Tian, take a vow that I will destroy everyone present here, and their families to the 9th generation if anything bad happens to my son today." This was followed by a screech in the air as Long Crane laughed, "Our dream of 3 months has finally been realized." He waved his right wing, and a blood-curdling scream erupted from Li Tingyun's mouth. The air had been filled with blood in a moment. Li Tingyun's legs had been snapped off from the base. They then fell down with a squishing sound. "My son! My Tingyun!" Li Ju Tian sobbed. Blood dripped from his gut while he screamed. It was unknown where he got the strength from, but he somehow stood up. "My son, Tingyun!" Li Ju Tian was in tears. He was in bitter pain at the moment. However, who could be blamed for all this? How could Li Ju Tian act like a bully and be bossy if it weren't for Li Ju Tian's extreme arrogance? And, what kind of a young master from a powerful family would ever try to snatch the wife of someone else? Moreover, Li Ju Tian actually knew about his son's unbearable actions. However, he didn't even try to stop him. In fact, he encouraged this tyrannical behavior of his son's, and even vowed to fulfill his son's desires. A thorough study would reveal that Li Tingyun was bound to suffer such a dark and painful fate. And, Li Ju Tian was the man responsible for this. Was the second great master truly that amazing? Could no one ever provoke him? Li Tingyun's legs dripped with blood, and this had revealed the greatest error that Li Ju Tian had committed. Suddenly, matters took a drastic turn. A golden light flashed between the tents, and 2 exquisite throwing knives suddenly appeared before Li Ju Tian. One of them struck his throat, and the other pierced through his chest. Many able people were present there. But, none of them could tell where the knives had come from. Nobody could locate the person who had thrown these knives either. However, everyone was clear about the intentions of the person who had thrown these knives, Li Ju Tian's death. Another throwing knife appeared. It had reached Li Ju Tian's eyes in the blink of an eye. Li Ju Tian roared with anger, and raised his hand to obstruct the knife. The knife struck his hand, penetrated deep into the flesh of his hand. His name could shake the world. He was one of the great masters. His skin was almost indestructible, and his bones were like steel. No one in the world could stand up to him. However, he couldn't even evade a small throwing knife with the strength that remained in his body at this moment. "Who?" Li Ju Tian looked up and roared sharply, "Who wants to kill me? Come out if you have the guts." Everyone present also wanted to ask this question. Who wants to kill Li Ju Tian? Who is throwing these knives? It was true that many amongst those present at the scene wanted to take advantage of the opportunity in order to kill Li Ju Tian. He had made a threat a moment ago, Li Ju Tian, take a vow that I will destroy everyone present here, and their families to the 9th generation if anything bad happens to my son today. These words had realized into a threat to everyone present. Perhaps everyone wanted to kill him after that. But, they didn't. No one had dared to take action in order to kill Li Ju Tian in front of everyone. After all, the Shui Han Manor's remaining strength was still exceptional despite the fact that it had been reduced very considerably. Therefore, not many people would rashly dare to poke the hornet's nest. If they wanted to take action, they would have to do it in secret. But, this person who had openly thrown these knives was rather impatient. Or perhaps, the second great master wasn't much in their eyes. Then, an extremely powerful pressure started to emanate in the area. This force pressed upon everyone's minds, and left them to tremble. After that, a person suddenly appeared high above in the sky. This person had seemingly appeared without any prior indication. That person was dressed in black. One could say that this person's dressing style was very similar to that of Venerable Mei's. In fact, most people would have assumed this person to be Venerable Mei if they hadn't seen the Lord of Tian Fa standing apart in the vicinity. Li Ju Tian. I must kill you. The black-robed person stood still in the air as he spoke these words. Then, he extended his leg, and came down from over 30 meters in the sky. It seemed as if he had descended via a staircase. His hands were behind his back, and his head was tilted slightly upwards as he stepped down. Everyone was alarmed. He frittered in the sky as he stepped down on the ground. Even a beast king of Tian Fa, that too the king of flying Xian beasts, Long Crane, had never demonstrated such a wonderful skill. This mysterious person's Xian skills were obviously at a very profound level. Li Ju Tian's expression became dark, and he fell to the ground with a plop. He had barely managed to stand up like the last radiance of a dying sun a moment ago. However, he got to see that incomparably amazing feat soon after. He may have felt that he had a slim chance against Venerable Mei, but he knew that he was no match for this mysterious newcomer. This person was perhaps more formidable than Tian Fa's Venerable Mei. Much more formidable. Li Ju Tian had lost every shred of his fighting spirit. He merely lowered his head and asked, "Why? Why? Do you need to ask why? Didn't you always say that a clenched fist is the greatest argument?" The mysterious black-clothed man snorted coldly and continued, "There are some people whom you can't offend. Some people whom you can't afford to offend. And, you will have to pay the corresponding price if you provoke them. Do you understand?" "I understand." Li Ju Tian raised his head in a desolate manner, and asked in a very gloomy voice, "I don't hope to survive this. But, I wish to know, whom did I offend? Whom did you offend?" The mysterious black-robed man sneered and replied, "Don't tell me that you didn't figure out that Tian Fa's beasts spoilt you plan. They didn't attack the only person whom you had tried to entrap. Don't tell me that you don't think that the occurrence of so many unreasonable things wasn't strange. It was you. It was you who prevented the Xian beasts from attacking Jun Wuyi." A light flashed inside Li Ju Tian's mind. He guessed everything. But, he was still at a loss for words owing to the shock of this. So, he moved his mouth, but no words came out. "The Jun family? You stand for the Jun family. How didn't I know this?" There was a huge clamor amongst everyone the moment those words came out. And, even Jun Wuyi was amongst these people. He was gaping wide, just like the others. Since when did our Jun family have such a powerful backer? And, how on earth did I not know? However, everyone else had only one kind of expression as they looked at Jun Wuyi, a color of admiration. They were extremely envious. The originally low-key Jun family had such a world-shaking person supporting them from the dark. "We absolutely can't provoke the Jun family, we simply couldn't afford to do it. The Jun family," he, isn't so small that people like Li Ju Tian can get away with causing trouble for it. I had vanished from this world 20 years ago. And, many misfortunes have befallen them after that. It has also led to many like you to overestimate your capabilities. And, you've acted with a limited outlook on things from there on. The mysterious man in black finished speaking, and inclined his head to look at the people from the Silver Blizzard City. He had a sharp expression in his eyes. Xiao Buyu and the others started to feel cold without any reason, and their complexions underwent very drastic transformations. The black-clad man then gave an ice-cold laugh and spoke, and, as for you, you needn't be alarmed. This old man will have no interest in seeking trouble with you as long as you don't make him unhappy again. Someone is responsible for every grievance. And, there is a debtor for every debt. Ha ha. He gave a long and sorrowful laugh as he looked at Xiao Buyu with a meaningful glance. His eyes were clearly shooting warning glances. Xiao Buyu forced a smile and replied, "This Xiao admires the kindness of your distinguished self." The black-clad man snorted and spoke, "Can gratitude and grudges be distinguished that easily? I don't think so. He. But, I'll play along from now." He stood motionless in the empty space. But, a pitch-black flame suddenly emanated from his body, and engulfed Li Ju Tian inside it. The man in black laughed and spoke, as if nothing had happened, "Your behavior as a great master was abysmal. But, your behavior as a great master of scums was quite impressive." The scene inside the flame was blurred. But, everyone could hear as the former second great master let out a fearful howl. Then, the black-clad man waved his hand, and something appeared in it. After that, there was a flash of golden light, and the two throwing knives appeared in his hands. Venerable Mei suddenly let out a loud cry at this moment, "Stop!" She had already seen that the thing in his hand was the Xian core of the Panther King. However, she came to herself the moment she had shouted. Why did that mysterious man choose to extract the Xian core from Li Ju Tian's body? Could it be that this mysterious man's? The black-robed man snorted. But, he had completely ignored her in this moment. Then, he glanced around in a sharp manner. His actions were apparently a sign of warning, perhaps they were meant in farewell, or perhaps there was a deeper meaning behind it. After that, he turned around and took a step. And then, he suddenly disappeared with that step. He had vanished, just like that. It had seemed like an invisible door had been placed in the air in front of him. He had merely stepped in, and had disappeared. After that, he had become invisible to everyone in the world. How can this be possible? The many men and beasts lost their voices at the same time. The scene became extremely quiet. In fact, it could only be described as a pin-drop silence. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng looked at each other, but only saw the terror in the other man's eyes. A long time passed in silence. Then, someone suddenly shouted, "Li Ju Tian." He. Everyone was alarmed. They turned around to look, but they saw nothing at the place where Li Ju Tian had stood. He had only left a small pile of ash behind. The heavenly great master Li Ju Tian had been turned into a very small pile of ash after he had been engulfed by that strange black flame. What kind of move was that? Even Venerable Mei stared wide-eyed in shock. In fact, she didn't even notice when the Snake King had arrived in front of her. Eldest. Snake King seemed somewhat embarrassed as she looked at her and spoke, "That person, his posterior was very large." Venerable Mei asked in a startled manner, "What?" "His A*S is big," Venerable Mei shook her head. She didn't know whether she ought to laugh or cry. So, she spoke in a comical tone, "Snake King, that's a man. Why were you looking at his butt?" Snake King's face turned red. She turned around to leave in anger. Venerable Mei seemingly smiled. And, she no longer paid any attention to that issue. But, she continued to ponder since she was very bewildered by one fact. Who's that black-clothed man? What's his origin? No one has ever made such a striking expression in my memory. And, how could that man remain obscure throughout my lifetime if he's capable of such a shocking feat? She felt like breaking her head open, but she still couldn't understand it. The Lord of Tian Fa couldn't help but be at a loss as a result. However, she could never have thought that this mysterious skilled person who had suddenly appeared and overawed everyone present, was the same person she had violently spanked a little while ago, Jun Moxie. And, the reason why the Snake King had noticed that this person's posterior was different than an average man's, was that Venerable Mei's spanking had ensured that it would swell many times its size. So, how could it not appear abnormal in size? The power of the universe, and the world cage, had let go of Jun Moxie when Venerable Mei had gone out to fight. Jun Moxie's ability to move had returned as a result. He had then taken advantage of the fact that everyone was focusing on the fight between Venerable Mei and the four great masters. The young Master Jun had been impatient to move into action this entire time. So, he quickly escaped into the Hongjun Pagoda. And, the first thing he did after that, he quickly rubbed and knead his stinging buttocks. It hurts a lot, more so because it's this particular part. However, he then witnessed that Li Ju Tian and the other three had been defeated. He hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He could have transferred the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune to his posterior, but he wouldn't have been able to eliminate that swelling in such a short period of time. Thus, he had no choice but to bind his cumbersome posterior and escape. So, he quickly eliminated Li Ju Tian, and escaped as hurriedly as possible. However, the Snake King's peculiarly sharp eyesight made the young woman notice the anomaly with his posterior. Jun Moxie hadn't thought that his powerful appearance had left a lasting impression on everyone. The great masters and the few spirit Xian experts only comprised of a few numbers of this crowd. Even the Sky Xian and Earth Xian experts were few in number. Most of the people were at the Jade Xian or the Gold Xian realm. And, a person at this level would be considered an expert by the society at large. But, they had sunk to the level of ants after today's events. They were genuinely as good as ants. Powerful experts had come from around the continent. And, each one of them was a legend in their own merit. In fact, each one of them was a character that one could look up to. They had been left a bit overwhelmed when they had arrived at the southern heaven city and had seen these great masters. In fact, they had felt that their presence wasn't of much use here. Then, the four great masters had joined hands to fight this battle, but they were still crushed under someone else's hands. Moreover, the two more great masters had also appeared. They were world-shaking swordsmen, the Hurricane and Rainstorm great masters. They had such resounding names. Moreover, they had the status of the chief provists of the elusive world of immortals. They had arrived as people of the elusive world of immortals. And, that name was something most of those present at this scene had heard for the first time. This legend had never been talked about. Therefore, this had made everyone even more puzzled. This was a mystery, and it had made everything even foggier for the people present. They hadn't known about it before, but they had soon come to realize that the elusive world of immortals was the greatest force in the entire world. And, this fact had been confirmed after they had witnessed Li Ju Tian's behavior. Moreover, the two great masters were merely the elusive world of immortals' chief provists. So, what did that entail? It was only natural that Venerable Mei, the person who had thoroughly defeated the four great masters, had been assumed as the world's greatest expert by everyone present. However, none of them had expected that a mysterious black-robed person would also show up at this juncture. So, they had obviously never imagined that this person would be more terrifying than Venerable Mei. This person had then gone on to kill the great master Li Ju Tian in an instant. These things had happened in succession, and in a very short period of time. And, these unforeseen events had repeatedly attacked these people's limits of mental tolerance. It was too much for their eyes to take in. One big mountain is replaced by an even bigger one. Every man present at this scene had that same thought. They had roamed the society, they had lived in seclusion in wooded mountains, some were perhaps the members of large and powerful families, but they only felt shock at this moment. These people had been very satisfied with their respective statuses. But they suddenly felt ashamed of their arrogance and baseless self-satisfaction. What would I be considered in front of such people? A joke, right? I'm still a person with a limited outlook and experience. In addition, most of those present at this scene had colluded with Shui Hun Manor's Li Ju Tian and Li Tingyun. And they had aided that father-son duo in their plot. A few had refrained from doing so, but most were either openly or secretly involved in this plot. In fact, most people had at best turned a blind eye towards the Shui Hun Manor's plot. However, the Jun family's fortunes had reversed. None of their family's character had died. Moreover, that newly arrived mysterious person had clearly indicated his patronage towards the Jun family. What's the meaning of all this? Even Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng hadn't dared to prove this character. Venerable Mei had some misgivings in that regard, but even she hadn't moved into action. And, this person was backing the very same force that almost every powerful family had been consistently plotting to entrap. And, the thought of this had left everyone somewhat panic-stricken. What would we do if the Jun family retaliates? Then, everyone simultaneously came up with the same idea. We must be friendly with the Jun family. We will inform our family of this matter the moment we get back. Then, we'll quickly draw up a charter, and rush to the Tianxiang city. We shall then strive to win a favorable impression from the Jun family. Please don't retaliate against us, we won't dare to provoke the kind of strength you possess. Naturally, there were many who had thicker skin. These people had already rushed to gain Jun Wuyi's friendship. They had pondered for a moment, and had then rushed towards the third Master Jun. They were presently circled around him like flies trying to make a huge swarm. Every kind of speech was spoken in attempts to fawn in order to win his favor. The succession of these words was rather unbroken. And every kind of praise and words of fawn were spoken as they bootlicked. These words irrigated Jun Wuyi's ears like the water from a massive river, and irritated him to no end. Jun Wuyi was a straightforward man. So, he felt a headache as he listened to all of this. It was a struggle for him. However, he had no choice but to be very careful in dealing with these people. It had to be said that this astonishing news would cause a huge and widespread shock once it had spread out in the days to come. The Jun family's position and safety was quite assured thereafter. In fact, it had to be said that even the thunders couldn't shake it anymore. No one would dare to provoke the anger of that exceedingly strong and terrifying man. Therefore, no one would mess with the Jun family. And, there would be no exceptions to this. The people from the Shao family of the Silver Blizzard City were obviously the most terrified ones present on the scene. Xiao Buyu's face seemed like it had been drowned in water. Well, the pressure on his face left him to feel as such. Will the Silver Blizzard City's strength be enough to bear that mysterious man's revenge? I genuinely can't say. The mysterious man had spoken, someone is responsible for every grievance. And, there is a debtor for every debt. Those words had carried a hint of warning and hatred in them. How could Xiao Buyu not catch this fact with the decades of experience he possessed? That mysterious man wanted Jun Wuyi to seek justice for himself. And, everyone present had been able to understand this rather clearly. However, the main issue was still the same. What could the Shao family do if Jun Wuyi decided to seek revenge? Someone is responsible for every grievance. And, there is a debtor for every debt. This statement would apply to us if we're not careful while getting rid of Jun Wuyi. That mysterious man would be moved to personally act if we. However, wouldn't facing Jun Wuyi's hatred be akin to coaxing a darling baby? We could support the baby with our hands, but the baby might just put our hand into his mouth and chew on it. Wouldn't we need to be very careful? What the hell is this? Xiao Han turned and looked at Jun Wuyi. He suddenly felt great pressure in his chest. He felt like he was dying. It was an unbearable pain. This man was his mortal enemy. He loathed him to the extreme. This man was someone he had even dreamt of killing. This man had merely been a plaything to him. But, how did this man suddenly become so impressive at this time? I may wish to deal with him, but the family will be bound to reconsider my matter. The family wouldn't wish to offend that person, even if the lord of the cities doesn't issue a strict order. So, what should I do? Yao is mine. Mine. There was a hint of hysteria in Xiao Han's eyes. His body suddenly came to the verge of collapse. He let out a cry as he spat a mouthful of blood. And then, he stood up obstinately. He stared at Jun Moxie without blinking, and his expression became increasingly cold and crazy. Jun Moxie. It doesn't matter who's backing you. I wish to kill you. And, I will kill you. A scream resounded in the air as Long Crane let go of Li Tingyun's shattered body. The boy then fell down with a cry of shock. He had dropped from a height of hundreds of meters. There was an explosive sound as people below scrambled to get out of the way. They effectively left a vast area vacant on the ground. 1,000 people would have rushed forward to catch Li Tingyun if he had been dropped some time ago. However, he had turned into a hot potato at this time. Who would dare to help him? Who would agree to do it? Bang! Li Tingyun's body fell to the ground, and a large pool of watery blood splashed around. His body had been turned into a pile of flesh. Every bone from his body was sent flying. Even his fingers hadn't remained attached to his arms. That miserable scene made everyone's heart jump and beat loudly. Venerable Mei waved her sleeves, and turned around to leave. She roared, "You people must remember today's terms. We shall say farewell at this point, but I'm sure that we'll meet again." She hadn't specifically mentioned the name of any person. But, Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng understood that she had referred to the two of them. So, they respectfully replied, "Don't worry, respected senior. The words of a man of character carry a lot of weight. So, it's important that we adhere to the terms since we've been defeated. We won't go back on our word." Venerable Mei chuckled and sneered, "Who will dare to go back on their word?" Those words had been laced with threats. Lai Baoyu and his companion looked at each other, and forced a smile. Venerable Mei shifted her gaze as she turned around. However, she couldn't even detect Jun Moxie's shadow at the place he had earlier stood. It seems that the brat slipped away like a rat after I removed the strength of the world cage. She thought about this for a moment. Then, she suddenly turned around and walked towards Jun Moxie. Everyone who had flocked around him saw her fluttering black robes as she made her way. So, they scattered to the distance, as if they had seen a devilish curse approach. Jun Moxie finally relaxed and breathed out. He felt his entire body sweating profusely. He hadn't been fazed in the face of a mountain of blades, or woods of corpses, or even oceans of blood. But, facing a torrent of flattery had made it difficult for him to breathe. Those people couldn't even look him in the eye for a short of period of time. But, dealing with them had unexpectedly left him to feel even more tired than he would after an arduous battle. Jun Moxie cupped his fist and smiled as Venerable Mei came over. "Venerable Mei has come over. How have I been so fortunate with your presence? Your nephew's moves are quite wonderful. He's quite a talent." Venerable Mei didn't beat around the bush. She spoke in a very straightforward manner. This senior would like to take him on as a disciple. "What do you say, Commander Jun?" Jun Moxie was prepared since he had guessed their purpose. However, he still couldn't help his mind going blank when he heard those words. He became extremely happy for a moment. But, he suddenly recalled Jun Moxie's bewildering temperament the next moment. He nevertheless smiled and replied, "Venerable Mei, it's a great fortune for that brat that you look upon him. This Jun doesn't have any opinion on this. However, my Jun family is very open-minded, and Moxie had mostly been self-disciplined. So, he's very opinionated. But, my Jun family will have no problems in case Venerable Mei truly wishes to take him in, if Moxie agrees to it." Self-disciplined. Venerable Mei was stunned. She seemingly couldn't comprehend those words. It seemed from her tone that she had heard something outlandish. But, she came to herself soon enough, and replied from behind her clenched teeth while she smiled on the surface, not bad, very good. Ah. Self-disciplined, very good. However, she was cursing inside. That despicable and shameless brat can be considered self-disciplined? Where's this coming from? I have my own means if that's the case. Venerable Mei was full of disdain. This commander can look me in the eye and talk nonsense, he's your nephew. How can you boast and overhype him? But, do you not know where your nephew is? Venerable Mei asked solemnly. She was literally on the verge of raining curses. However, she stood in the face of a legend of the recent past, the genuinely unwavering blood general. Therefore, she suppressed her anger. She would have been raining curses at this time under usual circumstances. Moxie, Jun Moxie was about to say something. But then, he thought and replied, wasn't Moxie at your side a moment ago? Ah, I had gone to face my opponents a while back. But, your nephew wasn't there by the time I returned. Venerable Mei spoke in a manner that concealed the redness of her face, and the fact that she was panting. Your nephew and I had a very joyous conversation. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng had arranged for everyone's withdrawal whilst these two people were engaged in a conversation. In fact, everyone had seen Venerable Mei and Jun Moxie engage in a joyous conversation. And, everyone else had remained silent out of fear. The Jun family had added more glory to its name as a result. No one dared to disturb these two individuals, and they left the place in silence. In fact, more than half the hilltop had been emptied in a very short period of time. The Xian beasts had also retreated into the Tianfa forest. Only a few beast kings had stayed behind to watch over Venerable Mei. They seemed very concerned. The sounds faded away, and a sense of serenity spread over the wooded valley once again. Lei Baoyu smiled lightly, and spoke up while cupping his fist, Venerable Mei and all the beast kings, we're all noble and far-reaching beings. So, I'm sure that we'll meet again. We two brothers have to return to the palace in order to submit our report. So, we must say farewell at this time. Venerable Mei nodded slightly. She was about to speak when a majestic body suddenly came rushing from behind her. It then shouted loudly, the provists of the elusive world of immortals are truly awesome. They are leaving before they can eat my punch. The sound of the rustling of a celestial wind was heard at the same time. This was followed by a thunderous noise. In fact, it seemed as if a cloud had fallen to the ground. Then, a sharp voice was heard. This voice seemed so angered that it seemed as if it would murder anyone who didn't clear away from its path. This one also thinks that the provists of the elusive world of immortals are extremely ferocious. It was the Bear King, Big Bear. And, the Crane King, Long Crane. Everyone was aware that the two beast kings didn't wish to obstruct or kill the two former great masters. They merely desired to create a dispute for the next time. This would set up the platform to compare their Xian strengths at the designated time, and see how much they differed by. Who could say how the strengths of the Tianfa's lord's underlings would fare against the elusive world of immortals? Lei Baoyu found their words unfathomable words. In fact, Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng had harbored the same idea. But, how would these beasts get another opportunity once these two had left? Then, a screech was heard. After that, a graceful and delicate figure started to spin. The Snake King had moved into action. Lei Baoyu and Buquang Feng smiled as they looked on. They had seemingly not even seen those two's moves. The purple gold swords at their hips didn't even seem to move. But, something dazzling suddenly flashed around them, and the sky was instantly filled with a brilliant downpour of starry objects. It appeared like a heavy rainstorm. And then, a bewildering and whimpering echo arose as another storm picked up. It turned everything into a spectacular mess as it flew through the coarse rocks. The attacks of the three beast kings were sharp, but it became difficult for their attacks to make quick progress in this storm. These two were world-shaking swordsmen, the rainstorm and hurricane masters. They were the greatest masters of their generation. Their Xian cultivations were extremely high, and their coordination was flawless. In fact, it nearly doubled their individual might. A clear sound echoed as Long Crane rose up, and laughed, "You deserve the titles of the Rainstorm and Hurricane Master. You are indeed very admirable." A clear whistle was heard as Bukwang Fong replied, "Tian Fa also deserves its formidable reputation. We'll meet after 3 years. Farewell." They were already a kilometer away when they had said their farewells. These 5 individuals had exchanged a blow. And, they had retreated after that. It seemed that the 5 people, the 2 men and the 3 beast kings, were on an equal footing at the first glance. But, the 3 beast kings had well realized that the advantage lay in the hands of their counterparts. The elusive world of immortals is very difficult to deal with. The 3 beast kings must have been startled by this. But, Venerable May had foreseen the conclusion to that confrontation. Therefore, she had paid no heed to it. She merely frowned and took a step as she strolled forward. Her heart was immersed in an entirely different train of thought. Jun Moxie, where has that little bastard escaped to? I've even used my spiritual sense. So, why can't I find him? What's the reason for all this? Men of Jun Wuyi, Dongfang Wenqing and Sikong and Ye's status came forward to wish farewell. Venerable May only nodded in an absent-minded manner. Most of the Spirit Xian and Sky Xian experts were nothing in her opinion. There was nothing wrong with the 3rd Master Jun and the 3 Dongfang brothers when it came to it. However, Venerable May didn't wish to engage with them much since it would be rather embarrassing for someone of her status. In fact, she'd even wished to economize on the nodding. She hadn't even paid attention to what they had spoken since the worry in her own mind hadn't been settled yet. A long while passed in this manner. She then raised her head towards the sky, and saw a river of stars along with a bright moon. It's night time already. I didn't pay attention that so much time passed while I was immersed in thoughts. But, what was I thinking about? What had me so entranced? This has never happened to me before. What is happening to me? Then, she turned around, but noticed that only 3 people remained there. The tiger and the lion beast kings had already led the Xian beasts into the forests in a calm and quiet manner. A faint cloud of dust could be seen in the depths of the sky above the forest. The faint dust that had spread in the air was obviously due to the retreat of the Xian beasts. This is very unusual. So many Xian beasts have retreated. They may have retreated in an orderly and peaceful manner. But, they still must have made a tremendous noise. But, I still didn't notice any of it. I haven't been this absent-minded for nearly 100 years. Venerable May didn't care about the human allied forces. They had also retreated in a neat order some time back. Even the dead bodies on the ground had been taken away. The only exceptions were the bodies of the father and son duo, Li Ju Tian and Li Ting Yun. One had turned to ash, while the other was a pile of meat. The allied forces had buried them in haste. In fact, they had basically piled on a mound of earth on top of them. The setting sun had shone upon that mound, and a white plank of wood stood upon it. This plank had obviously been chopped from a nearby tree. It looked rather conspicuous. A barely legible line had been carelessly written on it, the tomb of the Li father and son. Not a single word was written apart from that. He had been one of the great masters of his generation. He had been well regarded in the past. But, he had been very arrogant. And, he had unexpectedly met such a miserable and gloomy fate in the end. Venerable May became clear-headed when she saw that plank of wood. She decided to take a closer look at the plank. Then, she laughed bitterly before she muttered, "The second great master is dead. His reputation is gone too. He's just like a common beggar who's hungry and cold." She sighed and her eyes flitted around. Only the four of them were left amidst this grand mountainous forest. Over a month of fighting, blame, and grievances had come to an end. The heroes and experts from around the world had gathered there. But, they had also dispersed like the scattering clouds. Everything was back to the way it used to be. However, the number of the living had reduced. There was still a faint scent of blood in the air, and this made this wide expanse of open area seem even more miserable. You fought Lei Bao Yu and Buquang Feng. How do you feel about it? You've measured the 4 great masters who had come here. How do you feel about the strengths of the 8 great masters? I wish to know where you place the strength of our Tian Fa against the elusive world of immortals. Venerable Mei placed her hands behind her back, and looked into the distance for a long time after she had asked this. It seemed that the 3 individuals who stood beside her had been asked a very dull question. However, the 3 Xian beast kings felt an immense pressure. Those 2 men were very fierce, and quite difficult to deal with. Long Crane had carefully thought about the situation of the battlefield a while ago. So, his flat and long mouth expressed his view: their strength was greater than that of the 4 great masters who had arrived today. In fact, they were stronger than Li Ju Tian, the greatest of the 4 great masters. Moreover, their swords worked in perfect harmony when they joined hands to fight. Their strength was also increased by many folds when that happened. The chances of victory are lesser than that of defeat if we 3 fought them, even if we were in our original forms. And, this is merely an assessment based on the strength they had displayed in that one instance. I agree with what the 3rd elder brother has spoken. The elusive world of immortals Lei Bao Yu and Buquang Feng had only displayed the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the determination of their strength. Their true strength would be somewhat higher than that of our Tian Fa. The Snake Queen stroked the hair in front of her forehead, and the expression on her face became serious. Somewhat higher than us is too conservative an argument. I won't dare to exaggerate our hopes. I feel that their strength superior to ours. In fact, it's much higher than ours. Venerable Mei slowly turned around, and spoke in a chilling manner: your progress has been very slow. I'm very disappointed in all of you. The faces of Long Crane and the other 2 beast kings turned red as they lowered their heads. The 3 sacred lands are very fierce, and the Tian Fa forest has been declining very fast over the past few years. Perhaps we'll end up losing the title of a fearsome place in the near future. What a shame. He he. Big Bear and Long Crane. Venerable Mei sneered and continued: the 2 of you had guaranteed me something when you lost the sacred fruit. What would the 2 of you do if we have no news of it after the 3 years have passed? Venerable Mei's tone had become very sharp. Long Crane and Big Bear straightened up their bodies, and replied in a solemn tone: rest assured, eldest. We 2 brothers will remove our heads if things go south when the time comes. Humph. Venerable Mei said in a dark tone: do you 2 think that your heads are that valuable? Everyone remained silent for a while. How could the heads of the 2 beast kings not be valuable? However, what significance would the removal of their head bear if the things took a turn for the worse? It would only reduce the strength of their side for no reason. One genuinely couldn't understand what these 2 were thinking. Venerable Mei looked up and thought in silence. Tian Fa won't find what it seeks. The beast kings will die. The Tian Fa's million will depend on the success or failure of one person. What profound meaning was hidden behind these words? Tian Fa won't find what it seeks. This line's meaning has already been cleared out. But, what did the other words mean? Venerable Mei figured that the next phrase indicated a major change in the circumstances regarding the Beast King's fate. That would explain the Beast Kings will die part. It would certainly seem so, but one couldn't be sure. However, the last part regarding the Tian Fa's million will depend on the success or failure of one person was still a profound mystery. What does this mean at the end of it all? Eldest, since you wanted to receive that kid as a disciple, so why not? Snake King asked. I obviously have other means. Venerable Mei leisurely looked into the distance and spoke slowly. How can I let him escape so easily from my palms? Wouldn't it be too much if I can't even educate him on his behavior? She had become very cold and gloomy by the time she had spoken those last few words. In fact, her teeth had started to gnash with anger within her mouth. The three beast kings had known her for many years. So, they trembled as they thought about how she would to take her revenge. They couldn't help as they looked at each other in dismay. Eldest wants to take him in as a disciple. But, she wants to take revenge. What kind of a sinister and ocean-deep hatred do you possess for this kid? I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. I had a flash of realization during today's battle. The path of non-penance is the better option if one wishes to break through the final barrier. One must travel this world. Venerable Mei then laughed a bit and spoke, Bear King, Crane King, the two of you will guard Tian Fa properly. You won't leave it for the next 2 years. Meanwhile, Green Hunter and I will go and explore the world. She sighed after she finished speaking. One would see that Venerable Mei's clear and limpid eyes were full of loss and contradiction if they could go beyond her black cloth and see her face. Big Bear and Long Crane bowed and agreed. Venerable Mei remained stationed in a calm manner as the curtain of night descended upon the land below. The biting cold wind started to rise on the top of the mountain. Venerable Mei wasn't using her Xian Qi to protect her body. There was a fluttering sound on the summit as her black cloak left her body, and fluttered away in the wind. The figure that had been hidden underneath it was surprisingly the exquisite figure of a woman. In fact, this figure could bring a rise within any man even if they saw it vaguely from the side. That peerless beauty could awaken feelings of first love. The mere outline of her figure would leave the entire world to mutter, what a beautiful woman. The other women would be left to feel inferior. She hadn't revealed her true features, but the manner in which she stood in the wind had already displayed her peerless and refined structure. In fact, the moon in the sky had already lost its luster in front of her beauty. The sky had turned dark by now. The most refined and elegant creation still remained gracefully upright on the summit. She didn't move herself, but her elegant body swayed magnificently in the night wind. A person had seemingly been sighing softly for a long time. That person's voice seemed low, as if they were talking in their sleep. And, their voice became even fainter as it wafted through the air. How should I treat you? The whistling night winds breezed away, and those words continued to linger within. Then, that magnificent and exquisitely beautiful figure flashed. And, darkness truly descended on the world after that. The last touch of light had apparently gone out. The sky had become dark a while ago, but the figure on top of the mountain had seemingly emitted the radiance of a green lotus that grew atop a snowy mountain peak. And, that last bit of light had also disappeared after she left. The greater part of the allied force had already scattered after the humans had returned to the southern heaven city. They had suffered a crushing defeat. And, the strongest faction of the humans, the Shui Han Manor, had been thoroughly crushed. Even Li Ju Tian, one of the 8 great masters, had died. However, the final outcome of the battle was that the Xian beasts of Tian Fa had returned to their forest. Moreover, they weren't going to trouble humanity anymore. Thus, the basic aim of the allied forces had been achieved. No one was idle at this time. Each person was moving about, and was bidding their farewells. However, the person who had been most in the limelight during that war, Jun Moxie, had a worried frown on his face. Jun Moxie had gone missing. The young master had mysteriously disappeared, and hadn't returned since. And, this had frightened everyone. Everyone was very worried. People like the solitary falcon and Dongfang Wenqing searched everywhere, but they couldn't even find a trace of him. So, Jun Moxie helplessly decided to postpone the return trip, and planned for everyone to rest in the meanwhile. However, he was completely unaware of the things that were happening in the world while he was recuperating. The Xian experts from every powerful family which had participated in this war were wantonly propagandizing the Jun family's might after they had departed from the southern heaven city. Therefore, the Jun family's reputation had skyrocketed to the top in the brief time of a few days. The Jun family had always been regarded as a famous family. But, that was mainly due to its military prestige. A common family of the society couldn't provoke the Jun family. However, this didn't mean that the other families couldn't, especially when it came to the families which had Sky Xian or Spirit Xian experts to keep watch over them. The factions that nobody would provoke weren't many in number. The Silver Blizzard City and the Shui Han Manor were amongst the handful of factions that no one would dare to provoke. However, the circumstances were different now. In fact, they were entirely different. Who wouldn't know that the Jun family had a patron in a man who could be regarded as the strongest under the heavens? And, this shocking news had spread like a storm across the entire continent. Guan Qing Han was inside the tent. She had her hand on her cheek as she stared at the flickering candle. She then let out a long sigh. Elder sister Qing Han, are you thinking about brother Moxie? Dugu Xiaoyi was sitting quietly at her side. The little girl hadn't seen him for a few days, and had become somewhat thin as a result. Moreover, her eyes and face showed the indescribable and extreme worry that she had on her mind. She became extremely frightened after she spoke those words. She didn't know whether she wanted the answer from her elder sister Guan to be a yes or a no. Moreover, she felt that calling out Guan Qing Han's name together with that of Jun Moxie's in that manner made them faintly seem like a couple. So, she immediately corrected herself, could it be, that you're thinking about him? Guan Qing Han turned and smiled gently, why do you ask this, Xiaoyi? What do you want my answer to be? Dugu Xiaoyi pouted before she replied, ah. Third Uncle Jun had tried to pair the two of you some time ago. So, who else would you be thinking about? No one thought highly of him earlier. Only I had chosen him. So, why's everyone coming to snatch him away now? She felt extremely wronged by the time she finished speaking, and couldn't prevent the rim of her eyes from turning red. A light flashed in Guan Qing Han's eyes before she replied, don't worry, little sister Xiaoyi. It's just that he had gone out a while ago, but hasn't returned since. That's the only reason I'm worried about that man. I'm worried over a member of the family member in the capacity of an elder daughter-in-law. There's no other reason to it. Dugu Xiaoyi pouted even more before she spoke, you're not his sister-in-law anymore. You're his close relative now. You could use your proximity to him to your advantage, it's only obvious that you needn't think about it, humph. That guy has gone missing in accordance to his whims. But, I must be careful when he comes back, Anne. Then, she suddenly shifted her gaze, the little girl had come up with an exquisite idea. So, she stopped mid-sentence, and her face became red. Then, Dugu Xiaoyi became very restless, coy, and ill at ease for a moment. After that, she hastily stood up, I have to leave, there's this thing. She said this and quickly flew out. Guan Qing Han seemed puzzled as she watched Dugu Xiaoyi leave. She eventually couldn't help herself from smiling lightly. However, she became awash with worry again after she was done smiling. She sighed, and looked at the flickering candlelight in a perplexed manner as she muttered, what should I do? What should I do? I'm in such a fix. Everyone was very worried about Jun Moxie. But, he was also faced with a great crisis at this time. He had taken a risk, and had used the flame of primal chaos in order to deal with Li Ju Tian. The attack had gone smoothly. In fact, things had proceeded so well that even he couldn't believe it at first. Li Ju Tian had been turned to ash with ease. However, the attack had been too successful. And, he had received a devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos as a result. In fact, things had taken such a dangerous turn that Jun Moxie might have gotten himself killed. Li Ju Tian hadn't been able to strike him back when Jun Moxie had attacked him. But, the young Master Jun was aware that he was in the presence of the three other top experts. Moreover, they were watching his movements very closely. Those three experts were namely, Venerable Mei, Lei Baoyu, and Buquang Feng. Killing Li Ju Tian wasn't a difficult thing in itself when he got the opportunity to ambush him. But, the greatest problem was that there was a huge chance of his true identity's exposure in the process of killing Li Ju Tian in such a public manner. Those three experts would have moved into action, and would have exposed his true identity if his method to kill Li Ju Tian didn't keep in accordance with his presumed identity of a mysteriously skilled top expert. And, the Jun family would have genuinely been drowned in calamity if that happened. In fact, there would have been no means to rescue them from that situation. However, any effective and mysterious method would bring no small amount of danger with it. Therefore, Jun Moxie eventually took the risk, and used the flame of primal chaos. Jun Moxie went all out to get rid of the disease named Shui Hun Manor. He had by and large prepared himself to face the devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos. However, he hadn't expected that the devil's bite would take effect so quickly. Moreover, it was extremely intense as well. In fact, even the tough and incomparably steely-nerved Jun Moxie was also nearly unable to endure it. Jun Moxie had always boasted of his endurance ability. In fact, he had genuinely believed that no amount of torture could break him. He was confident that he could withstand any kind of torture. He had believed would die before he'd break. Jun Moxie had undergone tough anti-torture training in his previous life. Therefore, he had believed that he could endure any kind of a punishment. Therefore, he had always bragged that any form of torture was nothing more than a life experience in his eyes. Jun Moxie had never given much regard to any sort of physical or mental pain as a result of this firm belief of his. And, he had always acted without restraint. This was the reason why he had always acted the way he had. This was the reason he had followed an author's fantasy approach to life, and had always treated life as a game. I'll do what makes me feel happy. Nothing in this world can scare me. So, I have nothing to fear. This was the reason he could act like a debauchee in the emperor's presence. And, this was the reason he could dare to abuse a great master despite the fact that he was merely at the Jade Xian realm. What can you do to me? What would you do even if you could mess with me? I've endured the most extreme pain in the world. And, I'm not afraid of death. So, why should I be afraid? It was similar to the case of being a pretentious prick. But, one needs power to be that as well. One could nurture a strong mental state and could act with arrogance if they had power. However, one would only mock themselves at the thought of acting with arrogance in case they didn't have power. A country's princelings could act like pretentious pricks in a country's marketplace, or anywhere else in front of the common people. In fact, they could act in any manner they so desired without any misgivings. Even the rich could treat the poor who served them in a horrible manner without worrying about it. Why? It was because no one could threaten them. They weren't afraid of anything. Those people wouldn't have to worry about any repercussions even if they were to shoot their mouths. However, could a beggar act forcefully in front of a rich businessman? That scenario was unimaginable. Jun Moxie had the strength to back it up. So, he obviously acted like a pretentious prick. Why should I worry or care? I have the Hongjun Pagoda. The experts of this world can't kill me even if they all were to join hands. So, why shouldn't I act pretentiously when I have such power? I've achieved a level of cultivation that people struggle to attain even after they've spent a dozen years in practice. And, I've only been here for a few months. Why can't I be a pretentious prick when I have such a strong advantage? Who will dare to call himself the first genius of this world if I call myself the second one? Therefore, Jun Moxie acted in a proud and wildly arrogant manner. He always looked askance at the world and its people. He even thought that heaven and hell were of no threat to his existence. He wasn't scared of anything. So, he harbored no worries. However, he knew that he had made a mistake and it was a massive mistake. There was a kind of pain that even the spirits couldn't bear, let alone a living man. Jun Moxie could smile and wave off the physical pain that related to the breaking of hands and legs, and even the setting right of the broken bones. But, even a golden immortal would crumble when faced with a pain that could torment the soul of a person. And, this case was an example of that. The devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos. He was inside the Hongjun pagoda at this point, and he was covered in thick aura. He was holding his head, and was rolling about in pain. He could have never thought that the devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos would have such a tyrannical effect. There were some things which no one should ever try, even if they had no choice but to take the risk. Jun Moxie hadn't felt any discomfort or pain when he had used the flame of primal chaos. In fact, he had even felt slightly rejuvenated. But, felt his entire world had toppled by the time he had retrieved the flame of primal chaos into his body after having killed Li Ju Tian. And, these words entailed for his spiritual and conscious world alike. The Hongjun pagoda could cure any kind of pain or sorrow. However, this was one kind of horrifying pain which even the Hongjun pagoda couldn't help with. And, that's because the flame of primal chaos was the flame everything had originated from. And, this flame was burning a major part of his soul's core at this moment. Jun Moxie had clenched his teeth tight in pain. And, his face was contorted. He felt every inch of his soul disintegrate and burn. A small flame seemed to be burning inside his heart. That flame burnt neither fast nor slow. The flame was slowly burning his fragile heart, but it still kept him conscious. And, this meant that he would have to live through the most cruel and unbearable torture he had ever known. The inside of his brain had stopped burning since it had been turned to a pulp at one point. But, it had started to burn again. It was almost as if the ashes had caught fire once more. It had started slowly at first. But, it had then sped up to such an extent that the inside of his brains had started to boil. And, he had been fully conscious this entire time. Moreover, the pain in his nerves had been magnified by 10 million times. He had rolled up his black robe, and had stuffed it into his mouth. In fact, he had already chewed it to shreds by now. Jun Moxie had thought that he would faint at one point of time, but he couldn't dare to. This was because there was a chance that the devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos would burn him like Li Ju Tian in case he fainted. And, that would be tantamount to shooting oneself in the foot. Therefore, he could only support himself with rigidity at this moment. He could only support his spirit. Jun Moxie would cease to exist in this world if he were to lose his consciousness during this hardship. In fact, he would cease to exist in any world that had ever existed. The pain of being tortured with poisonous bamboo sticks that had been inserted in one's twisted fingers seemed like a rainy day's bliss compared to the devil's bite of the flame of primal chaos. In fact, the aforementioned example was probably better explained as the difference in pain from a mosquito bite and the kind that entails after one's leg has been smashed. The disparity was huge. Sweat flowed out of his body like a stream. In fact, it evaporated and turned into mist the moment it flowed out. Arg! Jun Moxie looked up and screeched. He stood straight up, and then his face turned downwards. After that, he turned upside down with his face positioned upwards. He was like a zombie. His body contorted into extreme positions on the ground. In fact, his body had violated all laws of nature with its contortions. And, that kind of pain continued for a day and a night. The dark-flamed flame of primal chaos jumped around in a cheerful manner as if it was boiling noodles in a stove. In fact, it seemed as if Jun Moxie's pain and suffering was only adding to its pleasure. It was just that the art of unlocking heaven's fortune was flowing through his meridians. Moreover, that thick aura inside the Hongjun pagoda was flowing through his meridians as well. It repeatedly washed over them. And, it was far higher than it had ever been before. In fact, it was greater than the sum of the entire amount he had witnessed in his previous life. The dense milky white aura in the air resembled a huge suction whirlpool. And, there was an incessant sound of jeering as it would break into Jun Moxie's body. In fact, The aura entered his body in an endless stream, never-ending waves upon waves of it. The majority of the aura entered through the pores, and gushed out from Jun Moxie's feet. It then disappeared without a trace. It seemed as if the aura was only passing through his body. However, the aura continued to cleanse his already clean body iteration after iteration. In fact, it seemed to be striving for perfection in that regard. Therefore, not even the slightest of impurity had remained after some time. However, Jun Moxie hadn't realized this. And that was because he was immersed in excruciating pain this entire time. Jun Moxie had used the flame of primal chaos, but he hadn't anticipated that its unexpected devil's bite would entail the kind of pain that no living man could endure even 1% of. In fact, it could be said that this was the most excruciating of all pain that existed. Young Master Jun wouldn't have been able to endure this pain if it weren't for his enhanced state of mind, and if he hadn't initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune, or if the aura wasn't nourishing his body. Jun Moxie would have died if any one of these things had been amiss. His soul would have scattered away, and he would have never attained peace if that were to happen. It was the devil's bite of the flame of primal chaos. How could it be weak? There's an old saying, good and bad fortunes are interdependent. And, these words have never been false. This was because a person could reach a level which ordinary people can't if they are able to endure pain which the latter couldn't. Consequently, they would benefit from advantages which an ordinary person wouldn't even be able to imagine. One has to pay the corresponding price if they wish for some advantages. However, one is reborn, and reaches a new level after one pays the price with their conduct. In fact, no entity in this world is an exception to this rule. One's sorrows would eventually turn to joy if they endure extreme pain and suffering through hard will. Jun Moxie had initiated the flame of primal chaos. So, he was dealing with its devil's bite at present. But, he had stuck to his will in order to survive it. However, the reward he'd attain after such an exceptionally enormous punishment would also be exceptionally great. That grim punishment was the most severe test. And, it was a very feasible price to pay. One aspect of this pain attributed to hell, but the other corresponded to heaven. Why else would the insignificant second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda possess the flame of primal chaos? Everything has its purpose. Every obstacle on the road to the top has its reason. Everything has its own usefulness. Jun Moxie's body had been cleansed to its very essence when his body had obtained the Hongjun Pagoda. It had become brand new at that time. Therefore, his physique was far better than that of an ordinary person. But, he was still in the category of a mortal. However, his body changed in its entirety as he underwent this thorough cleansing process. One could attempt to draw an analogy to explain this better. Jun Moxie's body had been like a trashy bag of meat when he had passed through to this world. But, his body had become a skilled one after he had received the Hongjun Pagoda. It had become outstanding, but it was still within the scope and cognition of many people. That means, it was within the range of human understanding. And thus, their ability to scale. However, Jun Moxie's shell couldn't be described as a body anymore. It would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that the young Master Jun's body was now like that of the enlightened Tang dynasty monk who had journeyed to the west to learn the Buddhist scriptures. That monk's body was obviously made of flesh. The above explanation wasn't given to show that the young master's physique was equal to that of the monk's. Rather, the young master had emerged stronger in comparison. The monk's body had obviously accumulated far more aura than an ordinary person could imagine. The young master's body had also accumulated a terrifying quantity of aura. However, the inner quality of his body had also far transcended that of an ordinary person's. And, this would hold true whether one could discuss in terms of temperament or the spirit. His physique had been strengthened, his meridians flowed unimpeded, and the aura flowed dense throughout his body, and even, through his internal organs. And, that was because this transformation had changed him into something entirely new. The young master's previous speed of cultivation was already enough to be labeled as abnormal. But, his speed would probably become several times faster after these events. Moreover, there would be no possibility of an accidental devil's bite on his journey further. This was because there was no chance of a devil's bite after this. The meridians of his entire body had been widened further. In fact, they had been widened to the very limit the meridians of a human body could have been. Therefore, Jun Moxie's further practice would only be a process of accumulation, that's all. For example, the capacity of an average person's dantian was equal to that of a well. But, Jun Moxie's capacity had become equal to that of a lake. However, there was very little water in that lake at present. However, the misty waters of this lake could stretch beyond the horizon once it had been filled. But, this would obviously happen after a long process of accumulation. Jun Moxie had recovered after a day and a night's time. Some fear still lingered in Jun Moxie's heart as he slowly opened his eyes. He had felt as if the 18 layers had simultaneously opened themselves up for him during that ordeal. And, this feeling had left even the fearless evil monarch's heart to tremble. It hurts very badly. He tried to move his finger, but found himself to be completely helpless. He felt like every muscle in his body had seemingly been turned into cotton. He had no strength left in his body, except for the amount he'd need to pant. This was similar to a person feeling that their entire body was functioning normally, but they had still been paralyzed for some mysterious reason. Jun Moxie panted as he exerted a great effort to slowly initiate the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. He then focused and cycled his chi. However, he suddenly opened his eyes wide in astonishment. This is unreal. A cycle of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune required few breaths' time to work inside his body. However, it had happened in a blink of an eye this time. He had thought about the idea, and had merely initiated it, but the entire thing had already cycled through his meridians, and had returned to his dantian. It had happened at a lightning speed. The greatest advantage to that lightning speed of movement was that he'd never have to be worried about his xian qi not being enough. Moreover, he'd never have to worry about running out of it. That is to say that Jun Moxie could fight endlessly if he so desired. In fact, he could fight forever. As long as he didn't starve, or an extremely powerful expert didn't cut off his head. What does this mean? Jun Moxie was already a genius. But, this meant that he had now transformed into an inexplicable monster. Jun Moxie was ecstatic. He couldn't understand everything at this time, but he still knew that he had been fundamentally reborn. And so, he contained his excitement with difficulty. Then, Jun Moxie initiated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune since he still hadn't regained any control over his body. And, he wanted to break away from that state of affairs. After all, what use would his remarkable physique be if he remained paralyzed? Fortunately, his strength to gain control over his body also started to increase with each cycle of his xian qi. And, he felt a comfortable sensation every time his xian qi cycled through his body. His practice had now become pleasurable, not painful or difficult. Jun Moxie's excitement rose each time his strength increased. His xian qi had cycled 72 times by this point. It stopped cycling after that, and Jun Moxie suddenly felt a surge of explosive power throughout his body. In fact, he felt that he could destroy anything as long as he wished to. Jun Moxie straightened his back and slowly got up. Then, he stretched his legs. He was about to cut off his connection with his xian efficacy when his xian qi was set into motion. And, it had been set into movement without the aid of any cheats either. The Hongjun Pagoda's aura stormed out with a violent blue light, and vanished into nothingness. Damn! Jun Moxie's posterior touched the ground. He had spiraled into a state of absolute shock. Mother! What could that blue light possibly be? I'm going crazy. I was at the Jade Xian peak before this flame devastated my body. So, how am I at the initial level of Sky Xian realm? Even sitting on a cultivation rocket couldn't have advanced my level this fast, right? This great surprise had been an accident in reality. He stared blankly for a long time before he was able to come back to himself. Jun Moxie half believed he was dreaming. So, he waved his hand. And, a blue light emanated from it. Moreover, it was a bright light blue in color. This is definitely Sky Xian Realm's initial level. But, how is this possible? Don't tell me that using the flame of primal chaos has produced such a great effect. The young Master Jun couldn't help but be immensely pleased with himself. In fact, he had even forgotten about how terror-stricken he had been a while ago. One must know that the flame of primal chaos was the best flame for concocting pills. Moreover, it was also the origin of the fires of the world. And it was the most destructive flame. No other flame in this world could surpass it. The flame of primal chaos existed inside the Hongjun Pagoda. And the Hongjun Pagoda existed inside Jun Moxie's consciousness. So, he would have to transfer it from the Hongjun Pagoda if he wished to use it. In other words, the young Master Jun would have to transfer it into his conscience from the Hongjun Pagoda. And, as everyone knows, one's conscience resides in one's mind, not in one's posterior. It must be known that extracting such a dangerous entity into one's mind, and then allowing it pass through one's meridians could have easily caused extensive damage. In fact, it was even riskier than walking on a tightrope 10,000 feet above the ground. Jun Moxie knew that he was taking a risk when he had begun to use it. However, he hadn't expected the danger and difficulty to be that immense. It was only due to the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune that he was successfully able to extract it. And it was with the help of the Hongjun Pagoda and the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune that he was able to safeguard his fragile meridians. Else, he would have died on the spot. He had been extremely lucky. Each and every condition had been indispensable. It must be said that he was ignorant and had experienced such a terrible situation thereof. But, his luck had also been unrivaled in this instance. It was as if a poor beggar had gone off to a desolate area in order to defecate. Then, he had extended his hand to grab a piece of stone in the hope of using it as a replacement for toilet paper. However, he had suddenly discovered a giant heap of gold instead of $*T around him. The young Master Jun's situation was similar to that person's, lucky. Jun Moxie was flabbergasted. He had just met with an accident. But, he had also reached the initial level of the Sky Xian realm. And, this fact was undeniable. A 17-year-old Sky Xian expert. His cultivation had reached the Sky Xian realm in 4 months. He was a mere level 3 Xian practitioner 4 months ago. But, he had become a Sky Xian expert in 4 months. His speed was so frightful that it was almost like sitting on a rocket and shooting up. Jun Moxie was overjoyed. Then, he suddenly remembered, my Xian cultivation has taken such an astonishing jump. What about the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune? What level would the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune have advanced to? Ah, this is great. Jun Moxie took a deep breath as he muttered. He was brimming with energy. He somersaulted and roared loudly in an unrestrained manner to give vent to his excitement. Then, he steadied his excited state of mind, and operated the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. One must vent their feelings of joy or sadness since it would only affect their meridians if one forces them down, and pressures oneself to stabilize one's mind. And, this would in turn mean that one would overreach themselves, and their condition would turn for the worse as a result. However, Jun Moxie was very clear about this. He was anxious about the extent of his present advancements. But, he didn't operate the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune in a hurry to examine himself. Instead, he first dealt with the issue just mentioned. And, the young Master Jun acted in a crazed manner, and gave vent to his excitement as much as he could. The physiological condition of the body wouldn't come into effect since there would be a sense of, I've already vented, to provide a subtle mental nudge once a person unburdens themselves. And, this would greatly reduce the chance of a devil's bite during the practice. What problems will I have if I dispel the chance of a devil's bite? Therefore, Jun Moxie's practice proceeded without a hitch. And the entirety his aura cycled within his body at extreme speeds. Then, Jun Moxie started to inspect his own internal state of affairs. And, his jaw dropped once again. Fu *k fu *k fu *k. A succession of cuss words exploded from his mouth. Jun Moxie didn't know what else to do or say. His mind was a confused mess, and only those extremely vulgar words were left in it. Truly. Ah, he shouted fiercely at first. And then, he extended his hands, and started to beat his chest. Jun Moxie's actions made him seem like a black bear that was showing off his strength. It could be said that the young Master Jun was ecstatic to the extreme. No one could see what was inside the Hongjun Pagoda in any case. And, no one would also know that the young Master Jun had been completely cleansed from the inside. Moreover, he didn't have a thread of clothing upon his body. The young master's body had originally been covered in clothing. But, he had torn his clothes to shreds when he was going through that pain and suffering. The young Master Jun was thoroughly shocked. It was because he had found a clear and thin essence flowing inside his meridians. And, this substance looked very similar to mercury. In fact, that matter seemed to have a somewhat flickering shine to it, and it was obvious that it contained a huge amount of power. His aura had been invisible, and had exhibited no particular character as it had flowed into the first level. And, the aura and spiritual essence had taken on a somewhat misty appearance inside the Hongjun Pagoda's second level because of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. However, that spiritual essence and aura had disappeared, and this mysterious substance had appeared shortly after. Therefore, it was obvious that his spiritual essence had transformed. Moreover, this indicated that his essence had remained the same in quantity, but had undergone a qualitative change. This obviously meant that his Xian efficacy had undergone a substantial change. And, that slender and silvery thread declared that Jun Moxie had set foot in the third level of art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. This meant that he would see another breakthrough at last. Jun Moxie got a hold of himself, and concentrated as he started to cycle his Xian efficacy over his body again. The speed became increasingly fast, and the thin silver string started to make a noisy sound. It seemed to be vibrating since it was giving off a buzzing noise. First cycle, second cycle, and then, he was at the peak of the second level. Jun Moxie proceeded further, and he clearly felt that the layers ahead were becoming as frail as paper. He felt that he would only need to exert himself a bit, and he would get through. And, it would be an entirely new realm when the time would come. Jun Moxie slowly breathed in and out as he stabilized his mental state. And then, he gently increased the speed as he impacted the bottleneck. He didn't wish to congeal his full strength and break through because he believed that success would only come under the right conditions. And, that moment had presented itself since the conditions were ripe. So, trying to be too fast wouldn't be good. Therefore, Jun Moxie didn't feel anxious. Moreover, he didn't dare to take the risks again. Who knew what harmful side effects may be unleashed if he broke through by force? Perhaps there would be a violent and harmful devil's bite, like he had seen in the case of the flame of primal chaos. It had to be said that the devil's bite from the flame of primal chaos had made Jun Moxie very cautious. Jun Moxie eventually started to feel that the gate to the next level was being pushed back due to the impact of his strength. After that, it became a bit thinner, and eventually became transparent. Finally, a very faint sighing-like sound arose. And, a very small opening appeared at the gate to the third level. It seemed like a balloon had come into contact with a very small needle, but, it finally burst. Jun Moxie still didn't advance at a rapid pace. He pushed forward slowly as he gently poured in his aura, and cautiously proceeded forward. And, finally, bang! Jun Moxie felt the explosive sound inside his mind, and felt like the world had turned upside down. He felt the entire Hongjun Pagoda revolve for a moment. The furnace of good fortune flickered on his left at one time, and then on his right. And then, he found that it was placed above his head. The steadily burning flame of primal chaos also moved about. Jun Moxie remained unmoved by this. And he stabilized his mind once again as he moved forward in a firm manner. And then, at last, there was an unexpected impact of a massive force. This force was extremely powerful, and had crossed Jun Moxie's expectations by far. Jun Moxie felt that his meridians had suddenly swollen. And then, an illusionary image appeared in front of him without any warning. The illusionary image slowly floated downwards, and became stable as it got down. Then, it turned into a real doorway. Jun Moxie stood in front of that doorway. He felt that the spiritual influence within his body could shake mountains and call tsunamis with a cheerful voice. Jun Moxie's heart was very moved after he examined his spiritual influence. Then, he finally initiated the third layer of the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. And, he opened the third level of the Hongjun Pagoda after that. Jun Moxie smiled as he recalled the pain he had suffered a while ago. It had seemed like the pain from the entire 18 levels of hell at once. Only a real man can endure the most devastating of pain and hardships. These aren't merely empty words. It was only natural that someone with Jun Moxie's persistence would be able to endure that kind of pain and suffering. But, not everyone could endure it. In fact, most people wouldn't be able to endure it. They would be terror-stricken, and would never be able to evade the dark of their fates. So, it was extremely fortunate that Jun Moxie had survived it. He had met a number of people in his 2 lives. But, the number of people who could have survived that ordeal could be counted on 5 fingers. And, that was enough to make him proud. He had the persistence of an evil monarch. And, he had the crazed endurance of an evil monarch. But, that was also his greatest asset. An indistinct and vague chant suddenly appeared in Jun Moxie's mind. There's a road to the sky above, but it takes an age to set upon it. Raise your head and look at the beautiful trees. A heart with a mountain of spirit is only a lake at the foot of an immortal. One can take this road after 9 transformations of the soul. The aura in the third level of the Hongjun Pagoda spanned heaven and earth. He had finally broken through another barrier. A bright light had flashed at the time he had broken into the second layer of the Hongjun Pagoda. And, his cultivation had broken past the first 9 levels of Xian Qi cultivation when that had happened. But, he had jumped from the Jade Xian peak to the initial level of Sky Xian this time. And, this breakthrough was equal to advancing another one of the 4 barriers of Xian Qi cultivation. This was astonishing. In fact, it was terrifying. They were only 4 major barriers in count. However, the progress was exponential with each stage. Everyone knows that the time required to break through to the succeeding levels increases as a person's Xian cultivation reaches a higher state. Moreover, the arrangement of levels is very clearly organized. Therefore, a person would have to face 4 major difficulties or barriers in their journey. The first would be to break the 9 barriers. This entails to the first 9 levels of Xian Qi cultivation. And, this is what differentiates a Xian Qi practitioner from an ordinary person. The second was the Jade Xian entrance barrier. This was important because it was the true starting point for the future. Jade Xian was certainly not a very high level. However, a person would never be able to break into the Jade Xian realm if they didn't possess sufficient innate talent for Xian cultivation. So, to be able to reach the Jade Xian realm at an early age was indicative that the said person possessed excellent innate talent. And, this obviously dictated that they had a high probability of achieving greater things in the future. For example, Bailey Luo Yun was merely a Jade Xian expert. But, this was the main reason why countless high-level experts were surprised at the sight of him. And, the third major breakthrough would happen when a person would advance from the Earth Xian peak to Sky Xian. There was a massive difference in the strength of these 2 levels. In fact, the difference in power after the breakthrough was so great that it couldn't be calculated. It required a lot of effort and time besides mere innate talent to become a Sky Xian expert. It was said that reaching that level was somewhat like going from level 1 Xian realm to Earth Xian peak. As for the fourth breakthrough, that's to the realm of Spirit Xian. Any Sky Xian expert who has cultivated at that level for 30 years or more could reach the Spirit Xian realm. However, most Sky Xian experts get very old by the time they reach the Sky Xian realm. Therefore, another 30 years of cultivation is often beyond their imagination by that time. However, a person would reach an entirely different level of strength once they had ascended to the Spirit Xian realm. In fact, most people couldn't even dream of touching them. And that was because they had already cleared all the 4 major barriers. To sum matter up, the young master had suffered greatly. In fact, it would be an exaggeration to say that he had barely managed to survive that painful ordeal. However, the rewards he had received in return were also quite generous. This advancement was a huge leap. And, his advance had been unpreceded as far as the history was concerned. In fact, one could reckon that this feat would probably never be achieved again. Jun Moxie silently went over the mantra he had just received. Then, he recalled the mantras he had received at the previous 2 levels. He recalled the mantra at the first level: the soul that undergoes 9 refinements won't fall into hell. The second level had proclaimed, 9 loyal transformations will stabilize the soul. Then, another mantra had appeared at the third level as expected. And, it had said, one can take this road after 9 transformations of the soul. These 3 mantras had one thing in common, the words, 9, and, soul. Jun Moxie nodded in silence and thought. Is there a deeper meaning to this? The number 9 seemed too important. The Hongjun Pagoda had 9 layers. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune had 9 levels as well. Moreover, one would encounter a mantra every time they would advance through each one of these levels. And, each of these mantras had the number 9 in them. He hadn't reached the top level yet. But, Jun Moxie was certain that he would encounter the number 9 in each of the mantras as he'd advance further. What could this be hinting at? Jun Moxie recalled his previous 2 advancements. His soul had neither undergone 9 refinements, nor had it witnessed 9 transformations. My soul hasn't seen 9 of anything. But, why did I still advance? Jun Moxie pondered for a while, but could not understand anything. So, he decided to let go of it. The young master then felt his aura surge rapidly. His aura had become extremely lively. This also made Jun Moxie's spirits rise ceaselessly. I'm no longer a weak shrimp from this moment onwards. The strength of a Sky Xian initial level expert isn't exactly formidable when compared to the top experts of the mainland and the forest. However, it's powerful and unreachable when compared to the usual Xian experts. Moreover, I have many other methods to surpass the hierarchies. Now, I can act openly and freely with this strength. I can deal with matters the way I want to. I don't need to rely on my mysterious identity and the enormously imposing power of the Hongjun Pagoda like I previously used to. After all, a clenched fist is the absolute argument. I do like that high-profile feel, but it's not my real strength at the end of the day. What would happen if my strength is able to reach that realm someday? There was a faint yet hopeful look in Jun Moxie's eyes. The art of unlocking the heaven's fortune had brought about so many nice surprises. What would it bring next? He still remembered how he used to watch those fictional martial arts shows on the television in his previous lives. It had experts cutting down small mountains with a mere push of their palms, while their swords could behead several hundred people at once. He used to watch those shows with dull enthusiasm at the time. In fact, he used to feel that it was pure nonsense. Where does such abnormal martial art exist in the human world? I am the king of assassins. And, even I can't accomplish such feats. So, how can someone else? However, he had seen Venerable Mei in action. He had seen Li Ju Tian, Lei Baoyu, and Bu Kuang Feng. He had even seen many of the Xian beast kings. Cutting down a small hill with a push of their palm was nothing for them. They could perhaps flatten a huge mountain if they wanted. This wasn't fiction. He had witnessed this on his own. So, what could be considered as impossible? Then, Jun Moxie smiled as he mocked himself, and thought that every world has its own limits. He put that chaotic train of thoughts aside, and took a step forward to go in. And, that step forward brought him to the third level of the Hongjun Pagoda. Would I get a mysterious gift here as well? The first level had the art of unlocking the heaven's fortune. The second level had the flame of primal chaos, the furnace of good fortune, and the yin-yang escape technique. So, the third level would have. What nice surprise would be waiting for me? Jun Moxie felt heavy the moment he stepped in. In fact, he felt an unfeigned heavy sensation. It was like a treasured blade had cut across his face with a uniquely cold chop. It felt as if his body had been chopped by a divine weapon, and had been dissected thereof. A wisp of a golden strand floated as Jun Moxie entered through. Then, it seemed like thousands of ghosts had suddenly found a host. They seemingly jeered as they rushed with lightning speed. They flew forward without a halt, and entered Jun Moxie's forehead from the space between his eyebrows. Another wisp of light, this time a brilliant and shining green light, approached floating quietly, and entered Jun Moxie's head in a similar fashion. Jun Moxie's entire body started to feel very exuberant. And then, a burst of killing intention arose, and rapidly integrated with his existing murderous aura. After that, two messages appeared in his head. The first message was, turn ordinary metals into wonderful gold. Obliterate everything into nothingness. This is the power that controls gold amongst the 5 elements. The second message was, change occurs at a moment's notice. But, it covers the heavens and earth. This is the power that controls wood amongst the 5 elements. The power of gold. The power of wood. What's this? Jun Moxie's head felt foggy with confusion. What do these 2 lines mean? Wasn't it quite simple when I had received the yin-yang escape? But, this is very strange. However, the aura from the pagoda suddenly started to enter Jun Moxie when he was pondering in his confusion. And, it filled him to the brim within a moment. It revolved inside his body, and Jun Moxie realized that this power and the strength within his body were completely different. It appears, to be somewhat special. Is this another special ability like the yin-yang escape? Jun Moxie continued to circulate that power for a moment, and suddenly formed an understanding of it. This was because his aura had become very lively and many times stronger when compared to the time before he had circulated this new aura. In fact, it felt as majestic and powerful as a massive river. His mind was set into motion, and his mental strength erupted like a hurricane. Jun Moxie had instantly reached an understanding. This was a mental attack. This force could encompass the mind. He closed his eyes, and calmly digested it all. And then, Jun Moxie's eyes flickered bright as he opened them. I will take on the entire world by merely raising eyebrows, and I will decide the outcome with a wave of my hand. I possess a genuine combat advantage now. Inside Southern Heaven City. Dugu Xiaoyi was subconsciously pacing back and forth inside her tent. Her good-looking face seemed dark as she gnashed her teeth and talked to herself, humph. I've had my eyes on him for a long time. Brother Moxie is mine. I found him first. So, why would I cower now? Arg. So what if you're trying to use your proximity to him to your advantage? I have my own means. She then clenched her teeth, and shouted resolutely, come in. I want a few of the Dugu family's guards to come in. I have an important task for them. The guards rushed about in a hurry for a while. They looked anxious. The young lady had never issued such an order before, but they nevertheless convened quickly. She looks worried. Has a major event occurred? The vassals and men affiliated to the Dugu family abandoned whatever they were doing, and hurriedly rushed over and stood before Dugu Xiaoyi. Dugu Xiaoyi regarded the family guards in a calm manner. She acted dignified, and her graceful eyes had a solemn look as she glanced around. Then, she coughed twice, cleared her throat, and spoke. I've called everyone here because I've run into a problem with a medicinal drug I was trying to manufacture. Those men looked confused. So, they looked at each other in dismay. Since when did the young lady start researching medicines? But, they replied in unison, young lady, you can command us to do whatever you wish, and we will obey without exception. But, will you let us test them first? You should consider that properly. There was a supercilious look on Dugu Xiaoyi's fair face. She solemnly nodded with her small head. Listen to what I'm going to say. I've been wrapped up in studying medicinal methods of late. And, I've made some big discoveries. I had just recalled something my sister had said when I was in the capital. And, that has made me worried. So, I've called you here to discuss it. We don't understand what the young lady is talking about. The leader of the family's troops was a 40-year-old middle-aged man. He couldn't help but become cautious after he saw the seriousness with which Dugu Xiaoyi was speaking. The young lady had covered a lot of ground with her speech. She had first spoken about her research on medical issues. Then, she had jumped onto another topic. Could it be that the medicinal research and this other matter are related? Actually, it's nothing major. It's just that. Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes turned into beads. She couldn't find the right words. Then, she finally resolved her heart and spoke. Several sisters have told me that there's a medicine in this world endangers us females very greatly. It possibly leaves us with lifelong regrets, and makes beautiful women suffer unhappy fates. And then, it leaves them to commit suicide out of resentment. So, I'm preparing to manufacture an antidote for it. And, I plan to distribute it far and wide to all the women in the world once it's ready. The women won't need to fear this matter thereafter. And, a great deed would hence be done. Dugu Xiaoyi put a lot of effort in order to seem like a dignified person who was concerned with the world at large. She had desired to put up a deadpan facial expression in order to seem serious. However, it was a pity that her face had turned red before she had even finished speaking. Everyone became pensive after they heard those words. They had somewhat guessed what Dugu Xiaoyi was attempting to convey, but they couldn't believe it. The leader of the troops then braced himself, and asked with a stammer, I don't know, what kind of a medicine is that? What kind of medicine, that is? Dugu Xiaoyi's powder became somewhat red as she looked embarrassed. What kind of medicine? The men of the family grabbed their hair in confusion. They were still apprehensive about confirming it. So, they asked carefully, what kind of medicine is it? Please tell us its name, young lady. You are very stupid and incorrigible. Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red as she flipped out. Then, she lowered her head and spoke in a low growl, aphrodisiac, that's what. Do you understand it now? The 10 Dugu family's guards were left dumbstruck and flabbergasted. They could have never thought that they would hear their young lady speak that word. Aphrodisiac. My God. It's the biggest taboo in society. Even the hoodlums and thieves wouldn't use it. So, how did this daring little girl come up with this idea? This is frightening. Dugu Xiaoyi's face turned red. She pouted before she flew into a rage of humiliation and shouted, why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing it for the myriad of sisters around the world, the common people. So, I ask if you have it or not. And, quickly hand it over to me if you do. I will study it. Then, I shall devise an antidote. What? Dark lines had stretched across everyone's forehead. That aphrodisiac thing, would any be open about it and take it out even if they have it? Wouldn't they want to save their reputation in public? And, would they give it to the family's young lady even if they didn't have any honor? Forget about that man. Would even the 9th generation of his family survive if something happened to her because of the medicine? Also, you say that you need it for research, but, God knows what you'll really do with it. It'll be extremely bad if you ask us to consume it so that you could personally experience the results for your research. In fact, it will be very bad for the 10 of us as well. This matter is no joke. My great-aunt, everyone had the same complaint in their hearts. As for preparing an antidote, I never knew that this thing would need any sort of an antidote. The only antidote that thing requires is a man's work. We haven't heard of any other method besides that. Even drenching oneself with cold water doesn't work. They all looked at each other in dismay. It seemed as if they were foolish ducks who had been struck by thunder, and had become demented as a result. You don't have it? The eyebrows of the eldest daughter of the Dugu family shot up. Are you not men that you don't have it? Are you not men? It had to be said that Dugu Xiaoyi had to be a very bold person to speak these words. And, that boldness had left everyone cold and trembling. My mother. What is this? What's the reason behind a man carrying an aphrodisiac on him? What could be the possible reason behind that? We have our wives and concubines. So, that should be enough to get the thing in our pocket working. Then, there are famous brothels everywhere. And, one could easily settle their physiological problems there. So, why would a man require an aphrodisiac? It can only be regarded as a tool of the vilest men. Wouldn't a man who'd pull out an aphrodisiac at this time be telling everyone that I am an extremely rogue character? Wouldn't things become crystal clear? How would that man save his honor after that? The 10 huge warriors stood with their mouths open and shoulders slumped. And, they had a confused expression on their face. They didn't know how to respond to her. In fact, they looked like wooden figures. I only wish to study this so I can prepare an antidote, that's all. This act stems from benevolence. There's nothing wrong with it. Why do you have such an expression of your faces? Dugu Xiaoyi stiffened her mouth as she tried to convince them in a patient manner. Besides, I will study the aphrodisiac, and form an antidote if you give me a sample of it. Then, all the women around the world wouldn't need to worry anymore. You don't know how many sisters will be grateful to you. You men will have provided a great service to the world. Everyone remained quiet as their faces turned dark. You obviously won't do anything bad. Because, you don't have the skills required to do anything bad even if you wanted to. Besides, you won't gain anything from this, apart from making us look bad. Come on, hand it over, hand it over. Hand it over at once. Dugu Xiaoyi had a fervent expression on her face as she stretched her hand. No, young lady, the leader of the troops replied. You give it to me, and I won't tell anyone that it came from you. That should make things easier for you. Dugu Xiaoyi became even more amiable. I don't have it. I genuinely don't. Ah. The leader of the troops broke out in a cold sweat. I will be relieved of my duty the moment I return home if I give her the aphrodisiac. Moreover, there's no guarantee that someone won't torture me for it. So, I won't relent from my stance even if I'm beaten to death today. Besides, I don't even have it with me at this time. We don't have it. The 10 guards stood perfectly straight, and replied in a cold and loud manner. They were very clear on this point. Moreover, they were all men of the military. So, they could suppress their desires for these rubbish things. There were still a few who couldn't. But, wouldn't the heads of such individuals be considered rotten? Fu *k. Dugu Xiaoyi cursed sharply. She cursed 10 more times, twisted her mouth, and slanted her eyes. Those men could have never imagined that this little girl could have cussed like that. So, none amongst you powerful men has it. The 10 men nodded like chicken pecking on rice grain. All of you will be punished since none of you have it. Someone, come here. Dugu Xiaoyi had a murderous look on her face as she said, I want you to drag these men out, and give each of them 100 heavy strikes with a military rod. Everyone was left dumbstruck by this. We don't have the aphrodisiac on us. So, does that mean that honest and good individuals have committed a sin? We're good men. In fact, we're soldiers. We're soldiers of the battlefield. Aren't we being wronged here? What kind of logic is this? Oh God, what reasoning is this? Special bodyguards entered like a pack of wolves after Dugu Xiaoyi gave that command. These men had been selected from the special team of Jun Moxie. The 10 stupidest warriors from his platoon of 250 had been assigned to look after Dugu Xiaoyi. However, they were all toughened warriors. None of them cared whether the young lady's orders were reasonable or not. And they simply followed her order, and dragged her guards out in order to implement their punishment as per military law. Wait, the leader of the troops was covered in cold sweat. The others and I will be done for if these guys use those rods to give us 100 strikes for military punishment. We just need to satisfy the young lady's conditions, right? We can report this to young lady Guanqing Han later on, and we can request her to keep a close watch over our young lady. And, there won't be any accidents in that case. However, it would too unjust if we were to die over this matter. Oh. You have it now. Dugu Xiaoyi waved her hands, and signaled the special guards to leave as she asked in excitement. Skinny monkey, you have some, right? I remember that you delightedly stashed some of it away when we left the Tianxiang city. Get it out. The leader of the troops gave a sharp stare to the skinniest of the 10 guards, and spoke up in an unquestionable tone. I. That guy called Skinny Monkey blinked in a pitiful manner. The man didn't know how to respond to this situation. And, he couldn't believe that his own leader would betray him in the face of a threat of this punishment by 100 military rod beatings. What are you doing? Hurry up, and take it out, the leader urged in an angry tone. He even scolded Skinny Monkey hatefully, you're a useless guy. I got this to consume for myself. I thought that this Tianfa matter wouldn't be a genuine military expedition. So, I had prepared for a relaxing return trip. Then, he looked at his leader resentfully. His face reddened as he choked with rage and embarrassment. Some people couldn't help but make a grumbling noise as they smiled. Explanations are given when one needs to conceal. And, one only needs to conceal the truth. What kind of a man would keep aphrodisiac on his person? One needn't think too much to answer this question. Is this what men eat? Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes gleamed. That's excellent. Ah, that amount is barely enough. Hurry up, and hand it over. I'm anxious to research it. Skinny Monkey's face looked gloomy and ashamed. He trembled as he put his hand in his bosom and fished out a small item wrapped in paper. The soldier was handing it over, but he had some misgivings. He could clearly feel his companions looking at him with a strange expression on their faces. Skinny Monkey felt like digging a hole, jumping into it, and burying himself therein. He was indeed as good as dead. He didn't know how much money he would have to spend to shut the mouths of his companions. It would have been fine if only these guys knew about this. After all, they were all brothers. But, he would have no choice but to take out a knife and slit his throat with it if they talked about it to the others. Dugu Xiaoyi realized that the man was still somewhat shy. She became impatient, jumped forward, and snatched the item away. She seemed very happy as she smiled mischievously. Then, she remembered that she had to maintain her appearance. So, she asked solemnly, this thing, how does one use it? Skinny Monkey's face became red. Even his neck turned a deep shade of red as he struggled to respond to that question, you'll have to pick it with your nails. Then, you'll have to dissolve its contents in wine and drink it. Pfft. The group of men who stood behind him couldn't help but burst out laughing. They quickly put their hands over their mouth, and started to cough as they choked their laughs. However, their bodies continued to jerk. And, their facial muscles soon started to twist with the effort them were making. Oh. Dugu Xiaoyi nodded in a graceful manner, and inquired further in a professional tone, and, what will be the reaction? Will it have any harmful side effects on the body? There won't be, but the reaction, the the reaction. Skinny Monkey's forehead was covered in dripping beads of sweat. He genuinely didn't know how to explain the specifics. And, his face had become the color of melted wax as a result. The men who stood behind him acted in the same manner, they covered their mouths tightly with their hands, and clutched their stomachs as their bodies trembled. Oh. Got it, got it. You don't have to explain further. All of you can leave now. Dugu Xiaoyi's face became red. She seemingly understood that her question wasn't appropriate, and waved her hands. She had anyway made a wild guess. Everyone had started to leave in haste when Dugu Xiaoyi said, "Wait." Everyone immediately stopped as they heard her. This matter is a secret. Do you understand? This is related to the happiness of millions of women. You can't tell this to anyone. Dugu Xiaoyi continued in a very dignified manner, especially my elder brothers. They particularly can't come to know about this, alright? Ahem. I'm worried if they consume it. Yes, that's right, if they consume it, and given how much they eat, what might happen? Huh? You're afraid they'll consume this? The sons of the Dugu family don't need to consume this. Everyone's complexion became strange. Dugu Xiaoyi's brothers would have fainted after crazily spraying blood from their mouths if they had heard those words. They would have screamed. We're normally functioning men. However, these men saw Dugu Xiaoyi's eyes go wide, so, they mustn't come to know about this. I'll get mad if anyone tells them, and I'll swallow all of it. Did you hear or not? We heard you. Those men exited the tent as fast as they could. And then, they all threw themselves to the ground. After that, they burst out laughing, and started to roll on the ground. In fact, those men were laughing so hard that it seemed as if they'd die before they'd come to a stop. You. Skinny Monkey was extremely angry and embarrassed. He stared wide-eyed at his leader. The skin of his cheeks trembled, but he couldn't speak any further. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. I'll die. Skinny Monkey has been that kind of a man all along. So that's why you used to go missing whenever we would go to those brothels. Ha ha. Many young masters also consume such things. You should be proud of yourself, brother. Many clutched their bellies as they rolled on the ground. They suddenly broke into an even louder laughter as the bunch of them continued to roll on the ground. Skinny Monkey's face had turned swollen purple by now. He shuddered slightly. Then, he grabbed onto a tree trunk, and started to hit his head against it ferociously. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They all laughed for a long while. Then, the leader of the troops coughed and spoke in a solemn tone, "We have laughed as much as we wanted to. Now, I request that no one leaks out today's matter to anyone else. We all know the consequences if this matter gets out. All of us would be done for. None of us would have been able to endure those 100 lashes today. So, you can imagine your fate if we receive the martial punishment for this matter. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded to express that they'd keep this matter a secret. I must go and look for young lady Qin Han. I'll request her to keep a careful watch over our young lady. We mustn't have a mishap on our hands because of this. The leader of the family troops hurried away. Dugu Xiaoyi took the item, covered the item in her handkerchief, and kept it in her chest pocket. She then looked around with a guilty look before she broke into a proud smile.